Lord. Child, make sure Goldie doesn't have access to this live. She's like, Marlene. Oh, my Lord. This is too funny. This is too funny. Good morning, people. I'm here early today, Chad. I'm like, it's so early. Like, what the heck? Hopefully I can be done early because I got things to do. I look up talk about the situation. Get on the live, people. Get on the live. Some of y'all work, so I know you're up. Oh, my goodness. This is just too much. This is exhausting. This is too much. This is really, really a lot. Okay? Just too much. Sephora made me apply for the sample. I thought it was going to be so much bigger. Look how small it is. Like, what is this? Danny. Hey, Danny, what's up? She has evidence. What evidence does she have? People are so funny sometimes. Hey, Danny, what's up? Y'all too funny. Hey, Janet, what's up? What evidence does she have? Her bitterness? Is that what she has evidence of? The fact that she can't move on. She can't start a career. She ain't got nothing going for herself. Bunch of liars. These women are disgusting. You can have photos of anything. Nobody cares. That means nothing. Kiki even had videos. Did you keep up with the Kiki Palmer thing? She had videos. She took like clips of her security footage to imply that Darius was doing whatever she said he was doing to her. And then what happened? She withdrew. There you go. There you go. Because she didn't want people to see the rest of the stuff, did she? There you go. Yeah, I think one day, I don't know, maybe like, you know how like some Black people are hopeful that one day white people will change. So maybe like that's me being an idiot. But I do hope that one day that many of you women will realize that when you are dealing with female celebrities, you are truly dealing with malignant narcissists. You are dealing with people who cannot stand not controlling the narrative when it comes to their image. Like the day you realize that, you're going to start questioning everything you see. You're going to really start questioning everything you see. What I find to be so interesting, but also maybe it's like misogyny or something, but what I find to be so interesting is that when a woman says, oh my gosh, look, my arm is bruised up, nobody says, okay, but what about his body? Right? What about his body? And this is how a lot of toxic, terroristic, animalistic women out here are able to abuse men and get away with that, right? Because if this is your body, then what does his body look like? What does his body look like? Even whatever her claim is. I'm like, so you went from being in the back seat to now you're in the front where he is. Then he smashes your head on the steering wheel. Just like the girl with the brake. People go, oh yeah, somebody hit her with a brake. I'm like, do you know what it looks like to get hit with a brake? Do people stop for, like, even Lovely T, she's so hilarious to me. I'm like, you read these things and nothing in your head, which are deep dives. Oh, what you say? I have a deep sense about things. Yeah, whatever. Like, you read these things and something doesn't sound off to you. Somebody grabs a person's head and slams their head into a steering wheel. I'm like, you think it's a pillow? Like, do people even know what that feels like? Right? I don't know. He drives a Rolls Royce, so I don't know what the steering wheel is made out of, but I'm thinking it's like most steering wheels, it's hard as shit. If somebody grabs your head and slams your head into a fucking steering wheel, you're going straight to the hospital and he's going to jail because you will need stitches. And it's not a fucking joke. It's not a joke, right? But it's like, I've come to, hey, Lane, I've come to realize this because this is an American thing. I've come to realize this. In America, this is how it goes. When people don't like you, no matter, like, they just want to believe anything that is said about you because they don't like you. Because people in America don't have intellectual integrity. Because when you have integrity, you can read a story, even if you don't like someone, and be like, okay, certain things, I feel like things are missing. Right? Because I was watching this thing with Lovely T. That's why I even came to sit my ass over here. No, this is weird. When you read a story and the person says, I was trying to put the child in the back seat. Okay? Then he grabbed my head and tried to smash it against the steering wheel. Girl, how do you go from being in the back seat to now you're the driver's side where he has your, yes, she's lying. Absolutely, she is lying. And I'll tell you why she's lying. Because she wants to take the baby to Italy for 2 months without getting a proper custody order. She's full of shit. My thing is, you are showing us he hurt you, this, and that. You're making all these claims, right? You're asking for a restraining order. Why don't you go work on a proper custody order? Right? If you're really serious, why don't you go work on a proper custody order? The thing is, she does the restraining order because she doesn't want to have to go to court for a custody order because she has to go to Italy for 2 months. There you go. Right? And I'm how convenient. Not today, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, right? His interview on the Breakfast Club was going viral because he claims that he makes he already made $100,000 for the month just on streaming alone. I'm like, yeah, DDG makes a lot of money. He's an amazing businessman. Like, what does she have going for herself? Why would he smack your head into a steering wheel? For what purpose? Seriously, for what purpose? But you see, because it's a thing here in America. Like, it really is a thing here. Like, people just love to lie. Like, it's an American thing. People just love to be dishonest, right? Like, from the people who lie to the people who receive the lies. I think, like, American people is just the people that's just wired for deceit, right? Exactly. So she doesn't want to do that. This is the same girl who lied on her nail artist. Well, exactly. And I know she's full of shit. This girl lied on her nail artist. She went on her Instagram or her whatever, her fucking live, and said that the nail artist did not want to service her sister. The whole time, Chloe was like 2 hours late. And the internet went and they ransacked this woman. They ransacked her business. They started leaving her all kinds of 1-star review. Then she got DDG involved, so he also goes live. The lady had to come outside crying she was pregnant. The whole time, Chloe was in the wrong. And Halle, because she knows she looks sweet and innocent, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's so manipulative. But she knows people are going to fall for that. These goofy-ass women are going to fall for that. It's America. The average person has a 3rd grade, 4th grade reading comprehension, right? People go for what they see. Oh, my gosh, she looks innocent. DDG, he looks like a YN, so he's always in the wrong. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Okay? We saw the same thing. We saw the same thing with Kiki. I'm like, this don't make no sense. Oh, I didn't even know he was coming into my house. Oh, I didn't even know. What do you mean you didn't know? Halo, how many times he told you he was going to take baby Leo to the freaking football game, and your door just happened to be open, but you didn't know he was coming? Right? They play these stupid games. Every time these men want to go get these kids, they play these stupid ass games. Every time he wants to pick up Halo, it's a fucking problem. What the fuck? Like, seriously, what the fuck? Right? What the fuck? And then she writes these things. Oh, Halo was sick, so I asked if he could stay the night with me. No, he's a daddy too. He needs to learn how to take care of his son when he's sick. So otherwise, when will he ever learn? When will he ever learn? What if one day you're not here and then Halo gets sick? He has to learn. He has to learn. But she has control issues. And she's mad and she's bitter because he moved the hell on and he's hella rich. Where the fuck is her career? Who gets fucking pregnant when you got a fucking Little Mermaid deal on the table? Like, she's not bright, Neither is her sister. They're in LA, bunch of destitutes, goofy asses, went and signed a 6-album deal with Beyonce, right? You gotta be a fucking idiot. They don't make good decisions in that family, Like, that's ridiculous. Hey guys, what's up? Sac passe, boo-boo, sac passe. Okay? Like, what is this? We have to stop. Like, when you read a story, you need to ask yourself, okay, does this even fit? Like, is it even chronological? Is it even chronological? Because think about this. The car seat is definitely in the back seat. It's either on the passenger side back seat or it's on his side back seat. So my thing is, if you're putting the baby in the back, how exactly do you end up in the front that he then grabs your head and he slams your head against the steering wheel? There's something you're not telling us. There is something you're not telling us. And that's what people need to start doing. Don't just say, oh, I hate DDG, because, as if you even know the man. People just hate people because they happen to be black men. Do you know this man personally? Have you ever sat down one-on-one and had a conversation? No, don't even know people. Want to be on that goofy gender tribal bullshit. And the thing I can't even stand about most women, they love to sit here and lie to themselves as if the people that have always been mean to you have not been other women. When you sit back and look at your life, who are the people that have treated you worse? It's usually other women. It's not other man. It's other women. So stop acting like there's not something pernicious and vicious about that goofy ass gender group, okay? These are not good people. They can be very mean, but something is off. How do you end up from the back seat to now you're in the front seat to the point that you're eating? And it's not even like you're outside. You're not even outside the car, because for him to grab your head and smash your head into the steering wheel, you are inside the car. You're inside the driver's side. How did you get there? And why are you there? Why are you there? If you're putting the baby in the back seat and he's sitting there in the driver's seat, he can't grab you. He can't touch you. So if he's able to sit there, he's sitting there, driver's side, and he's able to grab your head is somewhere over here. So how did your whole body and your head get in here? Because you're starting some bullshit? Because you're trying to fight his ass? Like, we're not stupid. Like, I'm 40 years old. Like, these goofy ass kids. Like, you're in your 20s and you think you can bamboozle people who have like 2 decades on your ass. This shit don't make no damn sense. It don't make no sense. She's like, oh, he came in there and I tried to have a conversation with him about custody. You don't need to have no conversation. Go get you a lawyer. Go get you a lawyer. And then somehow you people end up outside. But what happened inside that led to y'all going outside? And my thing is also, why do you need to put the baby in the car seat? Why do you need to put the baby in the car seat? You mean to tell me this man has a Rolls Royce? He don't know how to put the baby in the car seat? Because you want to start some bullshit. And it's the same thing with Kiki also. She claims all the stuff that Darius did to her. Oh, he put his hands on me. Oh, I'm scared of him. But she pursued him all the way outside. She grabbed his phone. She stood in front of the car. Like what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Let him go with the child. Let him put his own child in the car seat. He doesn't need your help. Why are you there? Why are you there? Because you want to start some bullshit. Like, this is some bullshit. And I'm tired of these women and their antagonizing ways. Leave people the fuck alone. You chose to have a baby out of wedlock. And now he doesn't want to be with your ass. It sucks, but it's a choice he made. Do you have to try to destroy his image? This is ridiculous. He's a grown-ass man. That's a grown-ass man. The man is a self-made multimillionaire. I'm sure he can figure out a way to put the baby in the fucking car seat. Why the fuck are you there? Oh, you done? Yeah, this is ridiculous. Hey, Fumi, it's ridiculous. Like, even me, like, what was like even Mother's Day? Because me, I'm pretty chill about holidays, right? Jimmy took the kids to his mother's house. You think I was trying to put the freaking Maverick in the car seat for him? He knows how to put a damn baby in the car seat. Even there are times I'm sitting here with y'all doing a live. Jimmy takes Maverick to the freaking doctors by himself. I think one time he took Maverick to the doctor, like, because he was really sick. He was like, what, 6 or 8 months? He was like a baby. Man, Jimmy handled that shit. He handled that baby and he got vaccines. I was like, ooh, go ahead, daddy. Good for you. But these men are not invalid. A man can put a baby in a car seat. It's not that fucking hard. Okay? This dude is sitting here. He can organize a live stream. He can hire the best camera people in the world. He got cameras that are worth $200,000. This is a young man who graduated valedictorian in freaking Pontiac, Michigan. Started YouTube at the bottom. Today, he's among the top streamers in the world. He has cameras that, you put all his cameras together, they probably cost like $2 million. Make it make sense. And you don't think he knows how to put a baby in a car seat? He needs your help? No, because they want to start some bullshit. Every time he wants to pick up that boy, it's a problem. Anything he does with the baby, it's a problem. She goes and has a baby with a streamer, but gets mad because he puts the baby on the stream. Look, what? Girl, you're a dumbass. She's so fucking stupid, that one. This is ridiculous. I don't know what he did. I don't think he did anything. These women are capable of putting hands on themselves. I don't think he did anything. But she's more than welcome to actually show us the videos. She's more than welcome, because pictures don't mean shit. You can alter pictures. You can't even do AI on pictures. Pictures don't mean shit to me. Show me videos. In this country, everybody opens up their phone. So what does she have on her phone? It don't mean nothing to me. And my thing is, from what this sounds like, is the day he sat there and did his stream. So you mean to tell me you sat on that for months? You went to the Met Gala. You were out here partying with freaking Burna Boy after he dumped your sister like trash, right? And then yesterday, you woke up, okay, I'm gonna tell you what happened that day. Yeah, it's awfully suspicious. And you have a trip in less than 2 weeks to go to Italy, and you want the baby there with you for 2 months, so he can't see his daddy for 2 months. How convenient. How convenient. Show me the videos and bring some witnesses. And then, if I'm not mistaken, she also asked for DDG to have a gag order so he can't speak on that. If you have nothing to hide and what you're saying is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, let him talk. Let him talk. Because the more he talks, all he's going to do is help your case, right? Me, Marlene, 2025 moving forward, I do not believe these women. I have seen too much from these women. They love to lie. They love to manipulate. They love to not take accountability. They're a bunch of narcissists. You got to be a freaking malignant narcissist to be a female celebrity, okay? Yeah, Mark has his moments. Don't worry about it. Mark has his moments. Like, this is insanity. This is really insanity. Like, what the heck is this? every time he wants to pick, yeah, exactly. That's it, Tim. And it triggers her. Because like 2 days ago, he was on the Breakfast Club saying that he already made 100,000 from streaming. She's not making any money. Neither is her sister. That's why her sister has to go all the way to Nigeria to sell her box to Burna Boy, right? Their goofy asses went and signed a 6-album deal with freaking Beyonce for $1 million. 6 albums for $1 million. They don't make good decisions in that family. They really do not make good decisions. They don't make good decisions. So you know they're broke. Then her whole, Disney gives her the role as the Disney princess. She goes and catches a pregnancy. Again, they don't make good decisions in that family. So you know, and I'm sure that affected her reputation. Because if you can do this to Disney, who's going to invest money to support you again? So I'm like, for me, where I stand, a lot of people are now running up to work with her. So the money's running dry. And the sad thing about her too, that because she's really stupid, but then again, she grew up in America, so she's from here, right? These women, they don't have this long, how you say it? They don't have the foresight, right? It's most likely that in her career versus DDG career, DDG is going to make the majority of the money. He's going to really take care of her. She can't play dumb as she wants to. He's going to take care of her, and he's going to take care of Halo. You understand? So when you hurt his image, you're doing this right now because you're in your feelings, right? You want people to see him as an abuser, a man who puts his hands on women, right? Because you're upset right now. So because you're not eating and he's eating, you want to destroy his food. Because people like him, and they don't really care for you right now, you want to destroy his image because you're living for today. What about 10 years from now? What about 15 years from now? What about 30 years from now? Are you more likely to make more money than him? The answer is no. She doesn't have business acuity, She does not have work ethics. She's very lazy. I will say this. She's quite lazy, okay? Of all the girls who dated DDG, okay? Of all the girls who dated DDG, she is the one with the smallest YouTube channel. She's the one who posts the least amount of content, okay? She doesn't have business acuity. She does not have the dexterity, right, to truly be successful in an industry that requires content and continuance and resilience. Okay, she can keep quiet all she wants. Most women keep quiet, and most men also do keep quiet. So abuse, it happens both ways. Okay, the only thing is this country here is built on goofy ass feminist ideologies and pandering to women in their foolishness. So women are given a platform and a safe space to lie on people. Right? But a lot of men also are being abused. They're financially abused. People treat these men like they're all ATMs. All they're good for is money. Buy me this, pay for this, get me this, buy me this, buy me. There are also women who put their hands on their husband, right? There's a black judge who just got arrested. She shot up all her boyfriends. She shot up her ex-husband. She shot him in the pinky toe. Her recent boyfriend, she shot him in the head while he was sleeping, okay? The district attorney in Chicago also, she beats her husband, okay? It's a bunch of women out here who beat their husband, put hands on their husband, destroyed their property. But they know I'm a man. So if I talk about it, people will tell me, oh, chuck it up to the deuces, like this is what it is, right? Because men are trained out here to put up with abusive ass women, right? But women are, oh, he abused me, but it was emotional. Something she cannot prove because it's not tangible. It's subjective. It's not objective, is it? Right? So we're done with the bullshit. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm done with the bullshit. Oh, exactly. It's like everybody wants to use the whole Rihanna blueprint to reinvent themselves because there's nothing going on. So if I say a man touched me, I can go on a sympathy tour from TV shows to TV show to Good Morning America. Then I'm talking about have a book. This is what they do. This is how they reinvent themselves. When their careers go stale because they chose to put the penis and unprotected sex before business, right? It's like, oh, well, I guess I need to lie on him so I can reinvent myself. Those days are gone, boo-boo. Those days are gone. And even me, Marlene, I'm not even a crazy fan of Libras like this, but I've made one thing very, very clear. I am very proud of DDG. I am seriously proud of him because even me, Marlene, I'm his big sis, but I don't even have this kind of work ethic, like resilience. Like the boy is freaking amazing. He is freaking amazing. A teenager by himself. He forged this entire path by himself. She signed to Beyonce. What the fuck, right? She got to work with Disney. What the fuck? She was giving all these opportunities. What did she do for it? Right? What does she have to show for that? A fucking pregnancy out of wedlock? Okay? He used YouTube and he makes more money than her. He used YouTube and he has more followers than her. He used YouTube and he has more channels than her. My people gotta stop. Okay, can you do even Lovely T? She needs to tap in and ask DDG to help her with her fucking live stream. Yeah, go tap in, sis. Go tap in, because I don't think Lovely T's out here making freaking $100,000 already in 2 weeks off of live streaming. You don't know how it's done. You don't know how it's done. You don't know how it's done. The boys are like, I'm not gonna say he's a genius, but he definitely is really good. They're really, really good. They're really good. They are truly good. And people want to keep indicting him because he has this YN image. Yeah, because it sells. But that's fine. He can be bad. I don't give a fuck. My point is, he did not put his hands on her. She's full of shit. And my thing is, I need to also see his body and see what his bodies look like. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to just see one side, but, oh, yeah, I'm believing this, right? Get the fuck out of here. I'm not going to do that. I am not going to do that. I'm not going to see, oh, this is my arm. So he on this right here. Somebody really wants to beat your ass, and all he did was touch you right here. He didn't touch you here. He didn't touch you here. He didn't touch you here. That don't even make no damn sense. But like I said, when you don't like somebody, you will believe anything that's being said about the person instead of actually being cogent. Like, you know what? I don't like him, but does this actually make sense though? You don't even say, okay, if he grabbed you here, at least he grabbed you here, or he also grabbed you here. No, he just grabbed you here. That if two people are fighting, he only grabbed you in one spot the entire fight. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why are people, what the fuck? Like, seriously, what the fuck? What the fuck? Two people are fighting, or like he's wrestling you, because you're claiming that, oh, he's wrestling me, he's shoveling me, and the only thing you have is right here. You don't have something here. You hit Elena. You don't have something here. You don't have something over here. You don't have, no, it's just everything is right here. Okay, sure. Whatever you say. Like, what the fuck? I mean, like, you work for Disney, but you obviously did not learn to tell a story the way they do at Disney, because they don't make no damn sense. Like when somebody puts hands on you, you will have blues. Like you're going to have spots all over your body. It's not just going to be one spot. And it's the same thing that Kiki did. She went into her freaking footage, whatever, her video camera, right? And then she only picked the clips where it seems like Daryl was, what's his name? Darius was hitting her. And I said, Kiki, now that you have introduced footage from your video cameras, they're going to ask for all of it. And what happened? She withdrew her case because she was also putting hands on Darius. She was also putting hands on Darius because she was trying to start some bullshit. You can leave baby Leo with Darius to go twerk on Usher. At that point, now you trust him, right? Oh, I'm going to leave my baby for 2 days so I can twerk on Usher. Then people say that, oh, did your mama say Usher is into men? Did your mother say that Usher is into men? So you left your baby to go twerk on a man that allegedly only likes men. Girl, are you actually intelligent? Are you actually intelligent? Now, the man told you he wants to take a baby to the freaking football game, but now that's a problem. Oh, it's too noisy. Oh, it's too this. You never heard of earmuffs? You never heard of like the headphones they have for the football game? Right? And then he comes there, the baby is not there, but your mom is on the phone talking about his penis, talking about his this, his that. No, because they were trying to start some bullshit with Darius. Then he wants to leave. She grabs a trash can. She grabs his phone. She puts herself in front of the car. These women are nuts. They are freaking nuts. So if in the process of you actually being deranged, you get injured, that's on you, because you need to know how to control yourself. You have to learn how to control yourself. No, these women love to act a monkey fool. They're so fucking deranged. Do you know how many girls have died this week alone twerking on the road? They twerk in front of cars. They twerk on top of cars. They twerk on freaking top of trucks. The vast majority of our young ladies today do not have class. They don't have decorum. They don't know how to conduct themselves. So if in the process of acting a monkey fool, you injure yourself, well, that's on you. That is on you. You gotta learn to be civilized. If you have concern about baby Leo going to the football game, you let your concerns be known. Okay, the noise level troubles me. Cool. We can go and find a solution. They sell the headphones for babies who go to football games. Oh, the temperature troubles me. No problem. We can go buy them a very fluffy onesie. Okay? These women do not have class because they're not even suited for relationships. They are so uncivilized. They're a bunch of barbarians. They're so uncivilized. And I'm getting sick and tired of the shit. Too many women out here do not have class. They don't have class. There is a proper way to talk about things. Okay? Yeah, this is really crazy to me. This is so crazy to me. If you want to have a custody order with DDG, you go get a lawyer and y'all can start the conversation. Why do you wait for him to come to get the baby to start having what's it called? What's it called again? A custody thing. Y'all so damn crazy. No, it's like, stop lying on him. Stop lying on him. I don't know why they're so hateful like this. Okay, it's just so much jealousy out here. People have so much jealousy. They have so much jealousy. This is just so crazy to me. Stop being so damn jealous. The boy is the GOAT. Like he's like, listen, he's one of the best. He's one of the best. You're not about to go ruin his image because you feel some type of way because he has all these girls in his videos. That's what he does. That's how he makes money. And you knew this. And when people told you, be careful, he gonna cheat on you. She's like, I don't care. He's not gonna do it to me. You're not gonna do it to me. Okay. So you realize that everything people told you as far as him being a boyfriend, it was true. Okay. To take accountability, have some self-awareness. It didn't have to happen like this, but it did. But my point is, I'm getting sick and tired of these women. Every time a man wants to come get his baby, they use that as an opportunity to start some bullshit. No, you have to stop. That's his child too. He has the right to get his child. Now, DDG, I will tell you this. You need to take this woman to court. You two need to have a proper custody order and do not deal with her. Matter of fact, you even need to send someone to go get Halo from now on. When she comes back from Italy, let her do the whole 2 months with the baby. When she comes back from Italy, you have to drag her ass to court. And you guys need to have a proper custody order. And when it comes to picking up the baby, do not even go near her. Because anytime she has contact with you, it's an opportunity for her to lie on you. Stay away from her. Stay away from her. You don't want her to see you. Send your mom, send your dad. Like in your custody order, you can designate a person to be a pickup person. And that is the person that will see the baby, that will pick up the baby and drop off the baby. Do not come near this girl. You have too much to lose. Because she went and fumbled her Disney bag. She wants you to also mess up your streaming bag. No. You got to stay away from people that are completely like, child, stay away. Stay away. She bitter. You got to stay away from her. I mean, that's up to her and her daddy. But it seems to me like those two girls, their family don't get involved. I don't know. Even Chloe, she'll talk to her family. She is definitely crazy. Their family is weird. They're definitely crazy. They are seriously crazy. Even Chloe, she does not talk to her parents. She doesn't talk to her parents. I don't even know how long it's been since she's talked to her parents. I'm like, what the heck? Like, what is going on? She don't talk to her parents. She thinks Beyonce's cousin is her mother. You understand? These girls have no guidance. They truly have no guidance. And now that Beyonce is investing more money into Blue Ivy, people are even asking, okay, what's going to happen to Chloe and Halle? Because it seems like Blue Ivy is going to really be Beyonce's focus. Like, she was always going to be her mama's focus. That's why you got to be a freaking idiot to go sign a 6-album deal for $1 million. Like 6 albums for $1 million? Are you crazy? Are you really crazy? Okay. So I'm like, yes, he really does. And I think that's why they're really mad too. I think that's why they're really mad because they wanted DDG to be a deadbeat father. They wanted DDG to be a deadbeat dad. That's what they had in store for this man. But he's not a deadbeat dad. And he really loves Halo. So they can't come at him and say, oh, he don't take care of his kids. That's what they were hoping for. They were truly hoping for this boy to fail. You know what I'm saying? Because it's one thing to have a YN image because it's commercial. It's another thing to really be on YN time, right? But I'm like, they really wanted this young man to fail so they could say, oh, you see, he doesn't take care of his kids. He's a deadbeat, wumpty wump wump. And then she would have said, oh, I'm really trying to get him to see the baby. I've been trying to reach out to him to see the baby. Oh, he doesn't want to see the baby, right? But she can't say that. So now because he wants to see the baby, it's like now it bothers her because she doesn't want him to have the baby. You know, because to me, and she's also very young, so she's very immature and she's very destructive. But it's really giving. Well, if you're not gonna be with me, then you can't see my child. That's the same thing we saw with what's his name again? The gospel. What's oh my gosh, Kirk Franklin, right? That's what we saw with Kirk Franklin, where the mother denied paternity because the father did not want to be with her. And even to this day, Kirk Franklin's mother is still lying. You know, he went and did 3 DNA tests. The girl don't want to, the mother don't want to admit it, right? Because she is so hurt that he didn't want to be with her. So she proceeded to lie to Kirk Franklin like this. No matter how much it was hurting him. 3 DNA tests. She's like, oh, no, it's not possible. I'm telling you, he's not your father. I have 3 DNA tests. Even her sister looked at her like, girl, go ahead and just be honest about it. Like, how you can't keep lying like this. The man is 55 something and she's still lying about his paternity. She's very mean. She is so mean. Like, oh, we see right through it. She's a mean little girl. And wait, when I really saw it was with her, the nail person. Okay? When I really saw it was with the nail person. The way she came outside and lied on the nail lady and acted like, oh, she didn't want to service them and she's just being so mean and I'm pregnant. The whole time, it was Chloe who was in the wrong. Chloe was late on almost like an hour to 2 hours. And she was like, okay, so because you're famous, I should tell my other clients not to come here. And so when the nail lady even, I'm going to play the nail lady. When the nail lady came outside, it was very sensible because it was giving. Halle and Chloe thought because they were celebrities that the lady should cancel all her other appointments to service them. Mind you, they're going to pay regular price. So it's not even like, oh, I'm a celebrity, so cancel all your appointments and I'm going to pay you for everything you cancel. No, I'm a celebrity, cancel all your appointments, but I'm going to pay you like a regular customer. Girl, what? The math is not mathing, but they're not good with money. We already know that shit. Okay? So, hey, make it make sense. But I'm like, yo, this girl can really lie. This girl can really lie. Okay? So it's like, nah, she passive aggressive. And I have come to realize it's the silent ones. You got to be careful. Okay? The ones that are really silent, always very polite in public. Okay? Yeah. They went and cussed that lady out. They went and found her Yelp pages. I was like, wow, this girl is dangerous. They went and found the lady's Yelp pages. The people started giving her 1-star review, 1-star review. And the whole time, Halle never said, okay, y'all need to stop this. No. She did this. She said, oh, and you know I'm pregnant. Wumpty wump wump. That's what she likes to do. She likes to gaslight people. She knows what the hell she's doing. They almost destroyed the lady's business. And mind you, the nail lady was pregnant too. She was pregnant as well. So what about her stress? What about her body? What about her baby? And matter of fact, what about her business? Right? But what is so hard? Yeah. What is so hard about Chloe getting to her appointment on time? And if you can't make it, it's okay. Can I reschedule? No, I still want my appointment, even though I'm coming 2 hours late and you need to cancel all your other clients, although I'm going to pay you regular money. Girl, what? So if you know that it's hard for you to get to an appointment, then just book a home consultation and pay the money. Right? If she charges $1,000 to go to your house, then just pay the money. Have her come to your house. Right? Like even like, because I know Black China, but Black China too. She doesn't go to the nail shop. The girl goes to her house and she pays for the girl to come to her house. So do what Black China does. Have the girl come to your house. If you don't want to drive and stuff and you can't be on time for your appointments. Exactly. They really destroyed her business. You know, instead of sitting here and actually telling the truth though. So to me, if you can lie about a nail appointment, what else can you lie about? Man, get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. And she thinks people forgot. Okay. Her passive aggression, like passive aggressiveness. Even when people told her, oh, we think you're pregnant because your nose, you're this and that. You should have seen the level of gaslighting. All you had to do was like, yeah. She's like, oh, I'm Black. And you people need to stop questioning my Blackness. I'm like, what the freak? What does that have to do with you being Black? People are recognizing that you're pregnant. And then she's trying to flip it around and make it seem like people are being colorist because they were picking on her nose because she's Black and she has African features and this. I'm like, girl, what? How did we get here again? She is so manipulative. She's so dishonest. She is so dishonest. So like, no, and she's destructive. She's destructive. And she thinks this baby belongs to her. That is the real issue here. She thinks that child belongs to her. And she decides. So if you don't make her happy, you can't see the baby. If you make her happy, then you can see the baby. Right? Get out of here with that. No, he needs to go to court and get a custody order. No, like I'm gonna play the video. You gonna see it. I'm gonna play the video. Okay? I'm like, no, I have seen it for myself. If you can lie about a nail appointment because your ego was bruised that the nail artist did not treat you like a celebrity and did not cancel all of her appointments to cater to you and your sister, and you know that you have millions of followers and you send your millions of followers to attack this woman in her small business. Because, and my thing is, because the thing is, Halle was at the nail shop. Halle got to her appointment on time. Yes, Halle was there for her appointment, pregnant, and she was on time. So my thing is, you also saw that she was pregnant. So you saw that she was also pregnant, right? Now, Chloe was coming late. So then Chloe was telling Halle to ask the lady if she could wait for her. So she asked her, how long is it going to be? At first she said 5 minutes. Then it turned into 15. Then it turned into 25. The lady said, okay, at this rate, I'm going to have to cancel her because I have other clients, because you're messing up the whole, I'm going to look it up. You're messing up the whole plan of the day. Halle says, okay, stop doing my nails. Huh? Then she goes to her car. She goes on the live and proceeds to play a white victim. Like on some Karen shit. Oh, and I was pregnant. Hold on. Let me go find it. Y'all can see it for yourself. Hold on. How do you spell her name? Let me see if I can find it for y'all. Hold on. You see, even AI knows what happened. Let me see if I can find the video. Somebody got to have the video. Hold on, you guys. Where am I? How do I find this on YouTube? Hold on.
They should at least, am I wrong for thinking that they should at least give me the benefit of the doubt, especially since I was already there and no one was in there? Am I tripping?
Like, you see this? Even that is entitlement. So she said nobody was there. Just because nobody was there does not mean there were not scheduled appointments. You see this? Well, I don't see anybody here. Okay, do you know what's on her phone? Did you look at her planning stuff? Girl, mind your business. This girl is crazy. She's so entitled. Look at her. Even saying, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Right? Look, listen.
Am I wrong for thinking that they should at least give me the benefit of the doubt, especially since I was already there and no one was in there? Am I tripping?
Yeah.
Like, I know, you have to be on time for appointments and stuff, but if you have a loyal customer, that is just not the way, being rude, not the way to go about it.
So the other customers are not loyal. She said, oh, I know it's important to be on time, but you see, don't respect boundaries. So what? So the rule is to be on time for your appointment. So why do you think the nail lady should make an exception? Because you're famous? You see? Malignant narcissists. I will keep saying it. The vast majority of female celebrities are malignant narcissists. You have to be a narcissist to do this. Oh, look at me. Look at my makeup. Look at my clothes. Tell me I'm pretty. This is not normal. It is not normal. Normal people do not need this level of exposure. Normal people are not out here seeking to have millions of followers. Tell them how beautiful they are every single day. It is weird. You are mentally ill. You have to be a malignant narcissist. We even saw Halle Berry show her private part on the red carpet, the whatever carpet at the Met Gala. Because she still needs validation. She still needs people to find her sexy at 55 or 65, where the fuck she is. Okay? That's how it goes out here. Okay? This is insanity.
To me. Y'all let me know if I'm tripping, though.
Hey, Halle, as creator of the Am I Tripping Party game, I am so...
I need to find the actual video. I don't care about this girl. Hold on. Let me go find the actual video.
I don't usually report on things like this, but I'm going to put in my 2 cents because why the fuck not? Basically, she went to a nail salon. She was 15 minutes late. Yada, yada, yada. They left or got kicked out or something. Yeah, she posted something on her Snapchat story and then DDG got on the internet and started calling this lady and basically dropped the...
Back in town, and she always has her nails done really nice all the time and never really needs them done, but she needed her toes done. So I told her about this place. I'm like, well, come with me today to the place I've been telling you about, the Russian manicure place. It's good. So we were excited to go. I set the appointment for 3:10, right? I called the lady back and I made sure, I'm going to get there early. My sister has something right before, so she might be a few minutes late. Is that okay? And she told me.
Okay, listen carefully, right? She is the one who set the appointment. For what time? 3:10 or 3:30. She said what? My sister is going to be a few minutes. A few don't mean 25, sis. A few don't mean 30 minutes late. A few don't mean an hour. Y'all need to this girl is dangerous. Y'all can go ahead and do what you want. Me, Marlene, this girl is really, really dangerous. Okay? She said, oh, I set the appointment. She told her, I'm going to get there early. So you understand that when you have an appointment, time is time. Because then also the fact that you people, like you're musicians and you are actresses, your call time is your call time. You like if you have a call time with Disney of 1 o'clock and you show up at 2:15, is that the same thing? If you have a call time with Disney, if it was Bob Iger, would Chloe have been late? Right? Who else? It was like if it was Lucian Grange, or give me some crazy CEO out there that they need, or if it was like the founder of UAA talent, whatever they're called, management, right? Would she have been late to her appointment? No, you would have been there on time. But because this lady is a small business, you treat her like she's less than because you don't have integrity, right? What you would not do to Bob Iger, why do you think it's okay to do it to the Russian lady? So because she does nails, she's less than? And that to me is problematic, and it speaks of her character. And that's the thing people don't understand. People don't understand. Your character, it reveals itself throughout a series of actions. It's not just this thing with DDG. No, when you want to talk about a person, you got to consider everything because all of that, it shows character. It shows, can this person be trusted? If a person tells you a story, can she be trusted? When you have seen her take advantage of her star power to destroy a small business that her sister chose to be an hour late to. If you can do this to a small business person because you felt like, oh, she ain't got no followers, she's Russian, she's white, nobody really knows her like that, nobody's gonna trust this lady, they're gonna trust me. Because the fact that I have a bigger audience, I got a bigger follower size, people will believe me more. That's how it goes. And I've come to realize that too. When it comes to social media, it doesn't even matter about the truth. It matters who tells the story first. Because if you have a larger audience, people are more likely to believe you. Not because you're credible, not because you're believable, because people are sheep. People are just sheep. People see a big number, 3, 4, 5, 6 million followers, and they see a check mark, and they put you on this pedestal where you would think like God himself sorted you out, as if you're not a human being like the rest of us, capable of being corrupted, right? And being destructive. No, that's how it goes. And that's how so many celebrities are able to oh yeah, send me some hair. I'll do a review for you. That's exactly what happened with Lotto. Lotto promised this girl that she was going to do a review for her. The girl sent her all kinds of bundles. And Lotto used the hair. She never gave the girl a shout out. And when the girl called her out finally, she's like, oh, you just doing that over some bundles? Girl, I need these bundles. Then if you didn't need the bundles, why don't you pay for the bundles? Okay? It's so many of them. All these celebrities, they're always doing people dirty. Brands will reach out to them for promotion. They say, okay, my rate is so-and-so. Pay me up front. The brand will pay the money. They don't do the stuff. Or when they do that, when they finally do your promo, it's so trash. It is so trash because all they care about is to get their money first. Okay? This is very disgusting. No, Mark, I understand, Mark. You don't deal with these people. Me, Marlene, I have dealt with these people. I have truly dealt with these people. And when you understand how these people think, they're so despicable. So I understand. You're trying to look at it from a very you have good faith. Like, oh, why would Chloe lie? She's a young lady. She's a young mother. So you want to have her back. I understand that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe also being a man, you want to be tougher on DDG. I get that. I truly do. You understand? Because we don't have the same life experience like that. But me, for what I have done for the past 6, 7, 8 years, whatever, Mark, the behavior I have seen, Mark, you will be so disgusted. The number of small businesses who get destroyed and who get conned by these influencers, Mark, it is not a joke. Okay? They take them. There's another person I know too. Child, I can't even say the names, but they paid the girl for a makeup review. Mark, she took that money, never did it. The girl had to threaten her to get a lawyer. She said, you're going to return my money or I'm going to get a lawyer because I paid you for a makeup review. And to this day, the makeup review never showed up. We don't know if he beat her, Mark. We do not know. We don't know. You don't know if he beat her. You want to believe that because you want to believe her, but we don't know if he beat her. And if you beat somebody too, Mark, the person will have multiple blues on their body, not just one. Not just one. Like that's when you're beating someone and pop, 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 pop. That's what you call beating. And if if he had really beat her also, he would have been in jail. Trust me. She's been looking to get this boy arrested. You understand? If he really beat her, she would have called the police. Mark, a beating is not a joke. If DDG really was beating on this girl, and mind you, even at her house, she does not live by herself. She lives with other people. Like some of her family lives with her. She does not live alone with the baby. She lives with other people. There are people in that house. And that's why the person called, like, because this incident she's talking about is the one that DDG went live about, where somebody called him to say, you can come get the baby. Because right now, their relationship is so toxic, they don't talk to each other directly. It's a family member that does the back and forth between these two. So somebody called him and said, okay, now you can come over. So she was not alone. She does not live by herself with that boy. She lives with other people. So even if she don't want to call the police, you think somebody's going to sit here and see DDG and his goofy ass dreadlocks come in there and put hands on her and they're not going to call the police? They will call police on his ass. And guess what? The way he's famous, these LA people, these LA police officers, they would love to have him arrested. Like, are you kidding me? Even that girl, even Kiki, why didn't Kiki call the police? So that's the thing. You got to ask yourself, if he beat you, why didn't you call the police? And also, you don't live by yourself. So if he was beating on you, why didn't you call the police? Even when allegedly he grabbed her head and then he threw her head against the steering wheel, why didn't she call the police? Matter of fact, she shouldn't even call paramedics. And her family, like whoever lives with her, they saw her come back with her head busted into a steering wheel and nobody called the police? And she sat on that for 5 months? Like, Mark, it has to make sense, Mark. It has to make sense. The stories have to make sense. But me, I have seen my neighbor. I had a neighbor in New Orleans. I told y'all, he was driving crazy one day. He grabbed his fence. He started punching the steering wheel. Blood everywhere. When I got to him, I got scared because he left the house. He came back to the house, and he started punching the steering wheel. That's what the heck, because he's always like so sweet. I'm like, what the heck is wrong with this kid? So I slowly walked over, and he has this anger look in his face, and he's looking at the door. I see all this blood, Mark. It's blood all over the place, Mark. I was like, oh, shit. I hope he didn't kill somebody. You know? So, but I got closer. I realized it was his knuckles. You know? Then this man is standing behind me. I'm like, what's going on? He's like, oh, that's my son. I'm like, what the freak is this? So I had to go inside and get him stuff to wrap him up. And then when he came off his adrenaline, he was like, oh, wow, this hurts. I'm like, well, duh. You were punching the steering wheel. Like a steering wheel as hard as fuck. So I'm like, if somebody grabs your head and they slam your head into a steering wheel, Mark, you're going to need stitches. You're going to call the paramedics. And they're going to call the police. You're going to get arrested. This is not a joke. So I'm like, people don't even know how to lie because their intent is to destroy your image. But it's a fucking steering wheel. It's not a fucking pillow. So I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. That's it. Like, hey, it don't make no sense. But like I said, she set the appointment for 3:30. She told the girl, I'm going to be ahead of time. My sister's going to be a few minutes late, right? A few. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
He told me, of course, that's okay.
Exactly.
You know, 15, 20 minutes late is okay. Mind you, I'm thinking the appointment is at 3:10.
Okay.
So I get there early, like at 3. They start taking off my Gel X. Everything's going well. I'm getting excited. My sister's coming. I'm like, ooh, I can't wait for her to relax. Everything have a good time too.
Okay.
So I get there and immediately the lady starts saying, where's your sister? You need to check her in, da 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 da. And I'm like, oh, she's on her way. I told you like she was gonna be a few minutes late.
Okay.
She's on her way though. How long? Because we have back-to-backs. Mind you, no one is in this place. It's empty. There's like one girl getting her nails done.
That's not your business.
And no one else is in there but me. I'm
Yeah,
like,
you can show up late.
okay, she said she's like 9 minutes away.
9.
And then she like starts giving me faces like 9 minutes isn't gonna work.
Because y'all lying.
So I'm slowly but surely starting to get a little bit irritated because I'm like, wait a minute. Like, I have been a consistent customer here for the past few weeks.
For the past few weeks. You see this? Few weeks. Consistent customer for the past few weeks. How long has this lady had her business for? Probably years. So you didn't help her to make her business. It wasn't through your patronage that she built her business. Okay. So you've been supporting her for a few weeks. Matter of fact, it might even be a couple of weeks. There you go. But because you've been coming for a few weeks, you deserve to be treated like you're what, a long-standing customer. Exactly. She is very dangerous. She's seriously dangerous. Okay. But I've been supporting her for a few weeks. So the thing is, what it's really giving is, do you know who I am? Okay. That narcissist. What it's really giving is, do you know who I am? And do you know how much exposure, and mind you, how much exposure I bring to your business? You would think, not even just her going there, but you would think that she gave this lady a shout out. She posted her on her Instagram, that when she gets her nails done, she tags the lady's Instagram page. She does neither of those things. She is a malignant narcissist. You see, if you are a celebrity, I can see this. If I'm a celebrity, and yes, I've only been coming for a few weeks, but I've given you free promo. Like I talk about you in my Instagram stories. I tell my followers to check you out. When I get my nails done, I'll make a post. I'll tag your Instagram page, right? To make sure I can, bring people your way and help them to like book with you and stuff like that. Yes. If I do that, I can see why he's like, girl, do you know how much I charge for this? Like, do you know how much I charge for an Instagram story? I'm doing it for free. Do you know how much I charge for Instagram posts? I'm doing it for free. I talk about you on my TikTok. Do you know how much I charge for that? Right? So I'm doing it for free. If there's like a real exchange of money like that and like advertisement like that, can't understand why she feels like, okay, I deserve a VIP treatment. And for that, I will say yes. Because with 6 million followers on Instagram, for example, I could see Halle charging like maybe 50 to 100,000 for Instagram posts. So if she gives you $100,000 worth of advertising and exposure, she does deserve VIP treatment and putting up with her foolishness. But when the girl just comes to get her nails done, does not talk about you, does not post you, does not tag you, right? She comes there, even though she's a celebrity, she pays the regular price like everybody else. She tips you like everybody else. Yeah, I'm going to treat you like everybody else. Because for me, as a small business owner, I just don't see the advantage of having a celebrity client when the celebrity client pays like the average person. So I'm going to treat you like an average person. Please be on time for your appointment. And if you're not on time, I'm going to cancel you. Because I need to bend over backwards to accommodate you. Am I going to get a post out of this? Am I going to get a tag out of this? Are you going to bring me more celebrity clients? Are y'all going to start paying more money? No, you're not. But what she's really trying to say is, do you know who I am? And you should consider yourself lucky that I, Halle or Bailey, the Little Mermaid, is coming to your establishment. And the Russian lady just was not impressed. She's from Russia. She's not from America, okay? She ain't impressed because money's green. Money cares about your goofy-ass star power. Obviously, you didn't even care because you got pregnant.
Brought like them so many people. My glam team goes there now to get their nails done. Like, I have really brought them a lot of customers, and I just can't believe that they're acting this way.
Is he?
Over 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
So I start getting frustrated, right? And the Aries in me, I'm trying not to turn up like that.
It's destructive.
And I'm just like, you know what, Halle, just breathe. Chloe will be here soon.
Okay.
It's gonna be okay.
Okay.
She keeps going.
Okay.
Keeps going.
What time is it now?
Well, then she finally goes, I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to cancel her. She can't get hers done today. While I'm in the chair already. And then I start saying, excuse me, ma'am. Literally, like, I have been here. I told you that she was going to be late on the phone already before we set the appointment. And now you're telling me when my sister is 5 minutes away now that she's canceled while she's on her way? I'm like, that's not right. Like, man, I've been a consistent customer. I've always been on time. Everything else, like, you can't just you can't.
And my thing is, so you've always been on time because you know the lady don't play about her business. Why don't you tell your sister to also be on time? You see? Oh, I know you have rules, but we're different. What makes you different? You're a celebrity. And of course you're getting agitated because she's not impressed by who you are. And that triggered you, just like Kelly Rowland when she got triggered in Monaco at the Cannes Festival when they told her to move off that goofy ass carpet. Okay, you're not a Beyonce. How much money do you bring, anyways? And on top of that, Kelly went to Monaco with a perfume company. Like, you're not even here for a movie, but she doesn't want to be rushed off the red carpet. No, there are people who paid for that. Like Heidi Klum. I think Heidi Klum went with L'Oreal, and L'Oreal spent like millions of dollars booking the red carpet for her. Yes, some people can take pictures, right? But the red carpet, they sell that. It's because it's advertising space. They sell it. And it's booked. Like, it really is. But no, she wants to be over here. No, you're not Beyonce. You're not a Beyonce. And they get triggered. Kelly went to this interview thingy with Good Morning America, and allegedly they had a small dressing room for her, and they had a bigger dressing room for J-Lo. I'm like, yeah. Do you not even see her Instagram follower size? J-Lo has like 3 million followers on Instagram. Kelly, you got like 5 million or 11 million. Wumpty wump wump. Okay? J-Lo makes more money than you. J-Lo is more culturally relevant than you. J-Lo has a Vegas residency. J-Lo has more albums than you. J-Lo has more Billboard songs than you. So yes, if you and J-Lo are in the building, she's going to get the bigger dressing room. Duh. If you wanted to have the bigger dressing room, you should have worked harder. Lazy ass. They're always triggered. They're always triggered because they think it's other people's job to bend over to feed their delusion. No, you're not who you think you are. And when it comes to LA, there are just way too many celebrities in LA. Okay? But the thing is, because you're so full of yourself, you think this Russian lady has never seen a celebrity before you came in. You are silly as hell. If her job is as good as it is, that you told her, your sister, to also come and try this lady's job, then there are a bunch of people who know about her. And maybe she makes house calls to some bigger celebrities, right? It's LA. You see celebrities all over the freaking place. So it's like, wumpty wump wump. If she's been there for years, she has seen it all, okay? Even me, I went to LA one time, just walking the street. I saw Lisa Vanderpump coming out of Restoration Hardware. And then she gave me her home address so I could send her some lashes. Can you imagine? It's LA. You can see famous people all over the freaking place. Okay? So like, stop. You like, you girls, sit down somewhere, calm down, pipe down. But you're telling us your appointment was for 3:10. You got there early. You said it's 9 minutes. Where is your sister? So obviously it was more than 9 minutes. You lied. And maybe you also went there early so you could distract, oh, I'm going to go there, let her get started on me, and I'm going to keep stalling. But why don't you tell your sister the rules? Hey, this lady is very strict about her business. She's very strict on being timely and being punctual. So we have to leave. If when you left the house, you should have told Chloe to come with you. That's it. Y'all got to respect people's rules. People have businesses. They pay their taxes. They pay their workers. You have to respect them. Because if it was Bob Iger, you would not go and tell Bob Iger, oh, you know, Chloe's going to run a few minutes late. No, y'all would have been there on time. But you don't respect people with smaller businesses because you're full of yourself and you're not raised right. You're not raised right. Even me, I'm a regular person and I show up to my nail appointments on time and I live in freaking Virginia, okay? The vast majority of us, we show up to our nail appointments on time. Why are you not there on time? And did you even offer her more money for all the time she's wasting? No. But this is the gaslighting she does. She gaslights people. She manipulates people. She doesn't tell the truth because she's looking for the outcome. She told you to the Aries. She's going to be destructive, okay? She's going to be destructive. So she told all this because she wants her fans to see her as the victim. Oh, she was being nice to you. Oh, you know, she tried and she's pregnant. Wumpty wump wump. Just manipulating her fan base because that's what they do, these people. They just listen to one side and then they go destroy somebody else. And trust me, I've suffered that too. People just listen to one side and it's, oh, if you have the most followers, then automatically you're correct. Oh, if you have the most followers, automatically you're telling the truth. And this is very disgusting because God forbid you bear false witness. You have to hear the other side too. You can't just take one person's side and run with that. You can really cause harm because once people know that people are going to believe me no matter what, it's very dangerous because you should only have this level of trust for God and the dead because the dead can't lie to you. They can't mislead you. But as long as you live amongst humans, you should always question what you hear because people are capable of lying. And you want to know, hey, because I want to protect your salvation, I have to question you because I cannot allow you to believe that no matter what you tell me, I'm going to blindly follow you. You're not my God. You're not a fucking oracle. It is very dangerous to just listen to one side and run. So like I could even sit here, but oh yeah, Jimmy hit me, or James was beating on me. People just start believing it. Like Marlene, no, something is bizarre. We've never heard James even raise his voice at you. Matter of fact, we don't even hear James. So when did James actually put his hands on you? Like, what the freak? It's the same thing with Mercy Gono. Mercy came out here and started lying on Yanni. Oh, he blocked my PayPal account. Oh, he put his hands on me. Wumpty wump wump. Only for her to sit there with Gerard and confess that they all lied on Yanni. Like, what the fuck is this? And when she did that too, I said, this girl is lying. I wish Esther was here. Esther was like, oh, Marlene, you have to believe her. I said, no, Esther, it doesn't make any sense. Because me, the Yanni that I see in Mercy's videos, honestly, I just don't see it. You've known somebody for 17 years. He's never done this. And then today he wakes up and he just blocks the PayPal account like this. He doesn't want you to ship orders when he helped you to start the business, when he was excited about the business starting. No, you're all omitting stuff. This is what these women do. They omit certain things that are vital to your understanding because the goal here is to deceive you. They want to deceive you. Next thing you know, her and Gerard, because I was like, yo, there's a man in this. Because she's like, oh, somebody came into my life and showed me what I was really worth. I'm like, what the fuck? She's having an affair. And instead of saying, Yanni, I don't love you no more. I think I love Gerard. I want to go be with him. So let me give you what I owe you from the business. No, she wants to play dirty. Wants to empty out the PayPal account and not leave this man with anything, even though they built a business. They built a YouTube channel together. Like, are you crazy? And Gerard's going to come in here and just eat everything that Yanni worked for? Hell the fuck no. But the thing about Yanni too, though, his sister is really putting that work. Because every time Mercy would drop videos, his sisters were reaching out to bloggers to talk about Mercy too. Like, no, you're not about to destroy our brother. And now look at her relationship with freaking Gerard, how it went freaking left. Now she got a whole page dedicated to narcissistic behavior as if she's not a narc her damn self. And guess what? She went back to Yanni. I'm like, but he's even crazy for taking her back though. Because if a woman can lie like this about you and tell her followers that you put hands on her, that you blocked her money because she had an affair, and she cannot be woman enough to say, hey, you know what? I cheated and I'm no longer in love with him because I feel like now I'm successful on YouTube. I make lots of money on YouTube, and Yanni does not match my level of success. Like, he don't match my Mercedes no more. He doesn't match my gold plaque no more. Just say that. But do you have to destroy this man because you want to move on to a new relationship? Do you have to lie on people because you want to move on? Like, this is just sick to me. It's just sick and it's despicable. And you're not going to win in life when you play these kinds of games. It is really, really sick. And I refuse to believe that a woman who grew up in America, born in America, got hit by a baby daddy, and she just happened to sit on that information for 5 months. And then she wants to say it because in 2 weeks, she had to make a trip to Italy, which I'm sure she didn't tell him about because she didn't want to tell him about it. She wanted him to confront the facts and not be able to say, no, you can't take my son out of the country. She's not that smart. She's not that smart. You're not that person. You are crazy.
Take the benefit of the doubt and be like, you know what? This girl has been good. Like, we can wait a few minutes. Yeah. But you're going to have an attitude with me and try to. So I'm starting to get upset. And then me and the lady start going back and forth because after all, I've been a loyal customer and everything, and you're mad about 9 minutes. And
you guys, do you really think it's been 9 minutes by now? How much time do you think has gone by now? And the thing is, even that, she wants to go back and forth with the Russian lady. Why don't you go back and forth with your sister? Right? Because if this is a nail salon that you enjoy, they do the nails the way you like it. They're very nice to you. She said she got there early. They started working on taking off her previous like acrylics, to give her like a clean canvas, whatever. So if you need to go back and forth with somebody, it needs to be your sister, right? Because I booked your appointment. I vouch for you. You know what I mean? When I come here, I even come on time. I have no problem with these Russians. And my thing is, you're black. Why would you want to even have smoke with Russians? How you know she's not tied up to some Russian mob in the California? You might want to be careful, sis, okay? But you should be going back and forth with your sister. You should hold your sister accountable because right now she's messing up your reputation. She's messing up your ability to ever book again in this salon. And how is that fair? But no, she's black, the sister black. You think two black women are going to hold each other accountable? Of course not. But the back and forth, if you were a serious person, if you had some class about yourself, if you had some decorum about yourself, if you had some integrity about yourself, you would hold your sister accountable. And if you also were an honest business person, because you do business, she does business, you'd be like, hey, Russian sis, guess what? My sister ain't going to make it, child. I just tell her to rebook. You've been very accommodating. So thank you for that. I just tell her to rebook because I don't know when she's going to get here. And I don't want her to mess up my ability to book with you again. Right? Because when you vouch for people, it's very serious. They let you book for your sister and they trusted you because it's you. But now if your sister girl, I know it's been more than 9 minutes, girl. Don't blue me. Okay? But you should hold your sister accountable. Like, Chloe, what the fuck are you? And if you're not going to make it, because she keeps asking me, I have to tell her to reschedule you because I don't want you to mess up my ability to ever come here again. Because it's really hard to find a nail place that you actually like. So if you find a nail place that you like, you don't want to let your sister, your mama, your cousin fuck up your shit. They need to be on time. It's business. We have to respect each other's business, right? There you go. Just like when she goes places and she tells the people what she wants and it's part of her contract, it's part of her router. If stuff that she's asking for on her router is not there, she's going to be upset, right? So you're a businesswoman. She's a businesswoman. So we all have to respect each other as business people, no matter how big or how small. It doesn't matter. We're all entrepreneurs and time is money. If you're telling me 9 minutes, it got to be at least 10, even 15. But don't tell me it's a few minutes when legit it's over 30 minutes. You are being deceitful. So if you can lie about small shit like this, what the fuck else is you lying about? So no. Me, Marlene, I am very, very picky about the small things. I am. It really bothers me.
He keeps going at me. And so I don't know if you guys know, but if you go to these, like, it's a Russian manicure place. So their English is good, but they're like kind of really, how do I explain it? They're really direct. So sometimes some of the things that they say like comes off like it's being rude.
Okay, so what's the problem? If you know she's not, she doesn't mean harm. She's just Russian. Why don't you go to a nail salon and people talk to you the way you want to be talked to? She's Russian. She can't help how she talks. They're very blunt. Okay. Once again, narcissist. Oh, you got to talk. You see, once again, she wants to say, oh, as a celebrity, she needs to talk to me like this. But she was talking to her like a regular human being. And that got to her ego. Like, you see the number of times her ego keeps showing up to say, hey, y'all, I'm here. Okay. Oh, she's very blunt. So because you're famous, yeah, it's like, it's really bizarre. So because you're famous, like, you want her to talk to you how? She has a business. And you guys booked the time. So my thing is like, Haley, if you booked your appointment for 3:10 and you know your sister's running late, just book her appointment for 4 o'clock. Why do you have to book her appointment for 3:10 when you know she's not going to come with you, right? You could have booked her appointment for later in the day. Like, okay, you can't come with me. So maybe should I book for 4 o'clock? Should I book for 5 o'clock, right? Book her a later appointment. Why do you book an appointment for 3 o'clock when you know damn well she's not going to come with you and she's not going to be there on time? Because y'all was trying to stall this lady. You were trying to stall this lady. That's why you went there first. You went early because you felt like, oh, once I'm sitting in the chair, she can't turn us both down. Like, she didn't turn you down because you showed up early, but your sister is not there. So the rules are the rules. Policies is policies. But I know 9 minutes have gone. They've been gone. They have been gone. They have been gone. Okay?
Just because their tone of voice. But other times I would just, not really take it that seriously. But this girl, she was like, literally, she walked over to my chair and is arguing with me about this. So at this point, I'm really upset and we're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then Chloe walks in and she's like, I'm so sorry, but you're going to have to be canceled. And I said, you know what? In the middle of my toes being taken off, I'm like, you know what? It's okay. We will just take our business elsewhere.
Please.
And I get up, my feet still wet, my hands still all powdery. And I'm like, it's okay. Like, no worries. Because I'm not going to let you tell me that my sister can't get her nails done, but I'm going to sit here and get my nails done. No. But
that's a choice you made. They were servicing you. So if you want to not be serviced because you want to be behind your goofy ass sister, then go be behind your goofy ass sister. She's the one who broke up the group anyways and fucked both of y'all's lives. Because truth be told, they never should have broken up the group. But that was Chloe's idea because she wanted to go solo. And now look, all y'all struggling out here. So if you want to run behind your goofy ass big sister who tells Burna Boy, I love you within 2 days of knowing him, go. I keep telling y'all, they don't make good decisions in that family. Y'all think it's a joke, okay? Burna Boy flew her out to Nigeria, you guys. Within 2 days, he gave her food. These girls and food, y'all. This is how you scam these people. This man gave that child food and a watch. The next night, she's telling Burna Boy, I love you. I'm like, girl, all he did was feed you and I guess give you a watch. Like, wait until he at least gives you a collab. Get a collab out this fool. Then you can say, I love you. Once the collab goes through, okay? No, he gave like a first class ticket. That's nothing to his ass. Like, these girls are so fucking stupid, Janet. You know, the problem is I'm a Christian, so I can't be like a manager for dark activities. I will never give Shira. I cannot do it, right? But my thing is, it's like, Yeah, hey Queen. My only thing is, if you're gonna tell Burna Boy I love you, it has to be after he gave you a collab. The collab is approved by both his management and your management, his house and your house. And then it goes public. And then he has to promote it. He has to promote it, right? Once he does all of that, then you can say, oh, I love you. But for him to fly you out to Nigeria, let's even say he bought you a first class ticket on British Airways. Okay, that's like what, 10 grand? That's not enough to say I love you. Then he gave you a bunch of jollof rice. Girl, making jollof rice and more than $250. Okay. Then he gave you a watch. Okay, you have your phone. That ain't nothing impressive. Okay. You need this boy to write you a collab. Like, he needs to get on a collab with you. He needs to, the song has to be released. His management and his house, his record label, they need to approve it. So does yours. He needs to agree to the graphics. You will do a bunch of photo shoots. Then you'll do a music video. Then he has to promote it. Then you can say, I love you. Okay? But all he did was give her food and a watch. You should see her goofy ass. Oh, I love you. You love who? You love who? I mean, idiot. He gave you collab. You have a collab from him? Idiot. Even this jollof rice you ate, you will poop out this jollof rice. Okay? I'm sitting here on my phone like, what the fuck is wrong with these girls? Okay? You think me, Marlene, you will feed me jollof rice and buy me a watch and say, oh, I love you, that's it. Are you kidding me? When I know what you're capable of. Toni Braxton was out here broke. You sampled her song. Now she living her best life. She buying designer all over again. Versace plates. Y'all know, Toni loves Versace plates, okay? Oprah was like, I don't even have Versace plates, okay? Toni was out here struggling. When Burna Boy sampled her song for Last Laugh, you know how much money? Because she gets all the money. Like, every time the song is played, unless it's like at the concert. But anything else, Toni gets all the money. He's all whatever. But she didn't even give him the coochie, right? You let this boy hit. You're not going to get a collab? You're not going to ask for a song? Huh? What, like what? I was like, what? This is insanity. So I said, these two girls right here, they don't make good decisions, y'all. They're so embarrassing. They don't make good decisions. They do not make good decisions. You cannot be having sex with Burna Boy and you don't get a song out of Burna Boy. Are you kidding me? Then I said the song, the visuals, and a music video. There you go. And he needs to promote it. He needs to push it out. And his mother, his manager, she needs to push the song also. Rubbish. Jollof rice. What the heck? What is this? Oh my gosh. I said, jollof rice. That's all it takes? Jollof rice, and a watch. Ha! Chloe. I'm embarrassed. No, it's like they don't make good decisions, Queen. They don't make good decisions. I know y'all be mad at me, but we got to start telling the truth, though, right? Burna Boy can change your career. So if you're going to smash this dude, it got to be a strategic. It's got to be strategic. You need to squeeze. Hey, you see the socks? You need to squeeze this right here, okay? You see the sock? This is Burna Boy. Burna Boy is the sock. You need to squeeze, okay? Squeeze. You hear me? You squeeze, then you stretch. Stop! Boom! Because you know he's not going to marry you. But me, Marlene, I will squeeze. Idiot. Because I know when you're smashing, you got to give him a blowjob for free. Oh, you will give me collaboration. Shake it! Me, Marlene! This right here, that's Burna Boy. I will squeeze the... squeeze! Idiot to your mother, okay? No, this man wants to give you his peanut to suck. I'll give you a microphone to sing. Sing the song, You sing the song, I'll give you a blowjob. You don't sing the song, I gotta go back to America. What the fuck? Oh, yes! You people, you're crazy. Let me turn on my fan. I'm hot. This is some bullshit. If you're gonna sin, let me tell you something. Okay? Let me tell you something. I will give you the microphone. This is Burna Boy. Burna Boy puts it right here. You put it right here. There you go. Okay? We both gonna be speaking to the mic. Bitch, you go first. You idiot. You see the bullshit he does out here with Steph London. What's the other one? She's Jamaican. There's one girl from Jamaica with a big booty. He's out here running through these women. He ain't shit. The media ain't shit. Burna Boy ain't shit. But my thing is, if you're going to sin, you got to sin right. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna sin, you have to sin right. So that way, when you ask God for forgiveness, it's actually worth asking God for forgiveness. But to go sin and to not properly sin, oh, you disappoint me. Jada Kingdom, there you go. He's out here running to these girls. So you gotta know he ain't shit. So when you go in that jungle, you better catch the cheetah. You better go in there and catch the leopard. You better go in there and catch a lion. No, you go in there and you get caught. Are you an idiot? They're like, what is this? No, these people out here, they trigger me, man. They trigger me. I told y'all, they don't make good decisions in that family. Exactly. There you go. Here goes, honey. Because you're going to do something. You're going to sin. So, like, it has to be worth. It's like if you're going to steal big. Don't steal small. Because they're going to lock you up. Don't do the small shit. Otherwise, just don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Ah, boom. He tells you to talk into the mic. You say, okay, you talking to the mic first. Go. You go first. Sing that song. Do better than Tony Braxton. Go ahead. Last. We don't chop. Now everybody go chop breakfast. We go jayo. Ooh. Go ahead, do it. Idiots. These idiots. These people get on my nerves, y'all. They get on my nerves. These people get on my nerves. These people get on my fucking nerves. No, Mark, it's the truth, Mark. It's the truth. If you're going to go in that jungle to commit the sin, you need to conquer the entire jungle. Like the Lion King. You know in Lion King, when Mufasa held Simba, yo, hold the da, okay? Whatever song they sang for the Lion King, okay? This is it, okay? You okay? This boy better give you a song that makes you earn a Grammy. Idiot. What is this? Rubbish. But I can't. Yeah. It's true though. That brother is really good. He is really good. But no, he gave her jollof rice, huh? He bought her a plane ticket, British Airways, $10,000. That's not money for him. Huh? That don't hurt. And maybe he even actually uses points, because he travels so much. He probably has all kinds of points with British Airways. So who even knows he paid for that? He probably just paid like the airport taxes, huh? Probably gave you the points. Then he came and got you at the airport. Wumpty wump wump. Wumpty wump wump. Then he gave her jollof rice. Jollof rice? Huh? What? What is this? Rice? You left America to go eat jollof rice in Lagos. Are you serious? Are you really serious? Huh? Then he gave her a watch. Yeah, exactly. Not even a jet. Exactly. He got jet money. That meaning me, Marlene. If I was a sinner and I was trying to be a singer, me and Burner Boy. Hi! Wesh. They'll be like, no, Marlene, you a gangster. Oh, I've met women, but I've never met you. Call me Shaggy. Premium quality. Yes. You will me, Marlene. No, I will finish you off. I will finish you off. You fucking idiot. Okay, because these people, they have money and they're very greedy, They're very, very greedy. Okay? Exactly. No, that's all he did. You guys, when I tell you the next day, she was by the poolside and she was like, I love you. I said, whoa, we are defeated. Whoa, Jesus, oh, this girl is too green. You are too green. She got and the thing about Chloe, right? Chloe has the body of a grown-ass woman, but she has the mind of a baby. When you're curvy like this, when your body is like this, you gotta have the mind of a kamikaze. You have to be insane. Like you have to be selfishly insane. But when you have a body like this and you try to cater to these men and you don't know how to go in the jungle and come back like this with Mufasa, what's his name, Simba? This ain't for you. Okay? She got the body of a grown-ass woman, but she got the mind of a child, and that's sad. Yes, you need to know how to hunt. Okay? You don't play with these people. But she has the mind of a baby. So she meets these men who are attracted to her body, but she doesn't know how to get what she needs out of these demons. So I say, when you're going to sin, you got to go sin right. And you better have something to show for it. But you cannot be out there in the jungle talking about, oh, I love you. The jungle says we don't use those words over here. We don't use those words over here. That means he's too rich and he's too much of an asshole for you to say to Burner Boy, I love you. It really is a waste of pretty. And And that's why these men will take advantage of her. And she's not going to be able to get what she needs because she's not insane. You have to be insane. At this level, dealing with these men, you need to be a crazy ass bitch. That's what they like. Yes, that's what they like. Oh, Lori Harvey, he would have given everything. He would have bought her a house, even a house in the village. Because the thing about Lori, right? Y'all were losing the plot here. Let me just say this. The thing about Lori, her mama a gangster. You know, Marjorie is a gangster for real. She outside. She been outside for real with them boys. Her mama been running the streets. So when you raised by a woman that is like, she's part of the underworld, the dark world, okay? Because her mama crazy too, huh? You know to be crazy too. See, Lori was raised by a hunter. She was not raised by a hunted. You have two classes of women. Some women are hunters. Other women get hunted. So Marjorie put that in her. I don't think Marjorie put too much of her into Lori, but she put way more than most girls have, right? So, like, Marjorie is a gangster. Like, she really is gangster. So she's not going to train her daughter for her daughter to get taken advantage of. She's not going to train her daughter to say, well, I love you because you bought me a watch and you gave me jollof rice. Like, what is this? What are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Even when it came to Rihanna and ASAP, right? ASAP, he said it like early on. He said, oh, I love her. So then they looked at Rihanna for her to say, oh, I love him too. She looked at that boy like, what? Because I'm sure now she knows. Don't be too quick to tell a man you love him. Okay? He needs to prove himself useful first. Okay? So, exactly. But this is just, you cannot sit here and say, oh, I love you after like just 2 days or 3 days of spending. But no. What has he done for you to say you love him? You know? That don't make no sense to me. But you need to, like, you have to get the song out of him. Because once you have a hit song, you're good to go. He calls you, he doesn't call you, it doesn't matter. Once he does a video, he does a promotion, he wants to talk to you, not talk to you, it doesn't matter. Because you're going to be all over the place with the song. You're going to make your money. Right? Now you might have to wait again, and then maybe next time you call him again, if you did like part 2 or whatever, but you have to be smart. You have to be very smart. You know what I'm saying? But you cannot be out here like love. Can you have love in Hollywood? Like, can you have love in the music industry? Does that even exist? Is that even a thing? Like, what are we talking about? Like, y'all, let's keep talking. Let's keep going because I'm gonna get lost.
Like, no. So I got up and we both got up out of there. And I said, you know what? God bless you. Have a wonderful day. I didn't get attitude as Aries as I could have. Chloe said I was still really nice. But I just told her that is unacceptable and rude because I've been a loyal customer
for 2 weeks.
So that really disappointed me.
Mm-hmm.
I got so upset. I started crying.
Of course.
Chloe was laughing at me and was like, Halle, it's okay. It's okay.
We had a call and client who was loyal, and she was a couple times already at our salon, and she was totally happy. That's why she was coming back, and she offered to so many of her friends to our place. And we know that people, like, it's not random people came. They came and they said from who they coming from, which is thank you so much. We trying to be the best at the market. Anyways, she made appointment today at 3 p.m. for her and her sister. Later, she called me back and she said, like, unfortunately, they can't be on time, and she wanted to reschedule 30 minutes late, which I said, I'm sorry, we are fully booked today, and we can't take you if you're going to be 30 minutes late.
You see? Is that what she told us? She told us it was 9 minutes, right? It was 9. So you see this? So her and her sister, because they're two conniving little heifers. So you and your sister decide to book up this lady. You know dang well, so does Chloe. She can't make that time. But you wanted to be there for that time because I guess maybe she had to go out that night. So you go there first to stall the lady, and you thought she's going to be impressed by your star power that y'all could finagle your way into showing up at any time you wanted to show up. You see that? Like, do you see the chicanery? Do you see the mischief? Right? So she came here and told us, oh, it was only 9 minutes. So, of course, anybody who hears that, oh, you were just running 9 minutes late and you canceled the whole appointment, they're going to be upset because, yeah, it makes the Russian lady outrageous. Like, you're going to cancel for somebody being 9 minutes late? Because sometimes some places do have a 15-minute grace period, right? So she told us it was 9 minutes because she wanted us on her side. Lo and behold, she told the lady 30 minutes late. So the lady said, okay, if that's the case, then I can do it. So what do? Okay, you go first, and then just tell her I'll be there 9 minutes late. We're not stupid. We're girls. We know what we know. That's what the lady was like, yeah, y'all full of shit. Okay? She's not going to come on time. And then I'm sure why she got angry too, because she remembered you telling her it was really going to be 30 minutes late. But then you look at her in the face and you say it's 9 minutes, even though deep down inside, you know it's going to be like over 30 minutes. That's why she's getting annoyed. Because you told her 30 minutes initially. And now you're saying, oh, it's just 9 minutes. Oh, she around the corner. She around the corner. Like, okay, how far is around the corner? But why would you lie about stuff like this? Oh, I started crying. Okay. You cried. Womp-de-womp-womp. So because you're famous, like your tears should mean what to us? You cry because you wanted to cry, right? They have no problem servicing you. You made a choice not to get service because you want to be conniving with your sister. Okay? Yeah, like this is just crazy. This is really crazy. And when it's Lizzo also did this, Mark. Lizzo did this one time. It was her DoorDash order. I forgot what happened with her DoorDash order, and she got upset, right? So she proceeded to show the person's license plate. And they're like, do you know that's doxing? That's what they do. Bunch of random people who become famous overnight, and that star power, that power they have to manipulate the minds of people, it just like takes a hold of them, and they start to misuse it. They misuse their influence to be petty and to harm people. Well, since I couldn't get my way and you made me feel bad, I'm going to send my followers after you. They treat their followers like dogs, that attack dogs who are just so rabid and stupid that all you have to do is give an order. Oh, this girl was mean to me, and here's her Instagram, and people just go batshit crazy. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, that's what they do. Like y'all do too damn much. She told, you see, so initially she told the lady 30 minutes late. The appointment was for 3 o'clock. She told her she booked the appointment for 3:10. It was for 3 o'clock. So did she even get there early? And she thought her appointment was at 3:10. She probably got there on time. But my thing is, ultimately, your sister did not show up in a sufficient time for them to feel comfortable with doing her full appointment, because it sounds like she had booked for a manicure and most likely a full set. So that takes a long time. It takes a long time. So stop.
Then she said, okay. She came 15 minutes late, which is normal. And I said, yes, 10-15 minutes, you can be late. We started doing her manicure because she had mani and pedicure same services. Then we switched her to pedicure, and then I asked, where's your sister? Because
you see? And hey, Diana, how's the baby? Think about this, you guys. No, not the fellas, because I don't know if the fellas, y'all get your feet done, but maybe you have. But for all of us ladies who've gotten a pedicure, if she got there early, think about this. You need to think. If Haley got there early, then, so that's the time, right? That's the first block of time, is her getting there early, okay? The second block of time, they did her entire pedicure. So I'm asking you, on average, how long does it take to do a pedicure? Right? So if you got there early, then they had time to do your whole pedicure to not move you over, baby. That's more than 9 minutes. So your entire pedicure, your sister is still not there. Okay. Like your entire pedicure, your sister is still not there. Like, this don't make no sense to me. Okay. So she was more than 9 minutes late. Oh, yeah, he's about to be one. He's downstairs too, living his best life. Okay.
It was already 20 minutes. And I said, like, unfortunately, it's already a long time. So we can't take her because we have next appointment in 40 minutes. And she said, no, she's already coming and she's parking. At the end of the day, she was late 35 minutes. And of course, like I said, like, I'm really sorry. Like, I know you're a loyal client. It's not your first time you come, but unfortunately, we can't take her because in 25 minutes, we have next appointment. And of course, she said, like, your next client can wait. I said, like, it's really disrespectful to have a client who is coming on time and ask her to sit and wait her appointment, which is supposed to start at 00, just because previous client was late, and we take her. Even when you book online, there is a policy, it's 15 minutes. She was late 35 minutes. It's really disrespectful. We're not working like that. We respect all our clients, and we always ask to be people on time. She told me in advance that she's going to be late, but it was only 15 minutes, not 35. Now,
You see, she told us it was 9 minutes. She told the other lady, at first she said 30. She's like, if it's 30, I really can't do it. So what does she do? Oh, no, it's not going to be 30. It's just going to be 10 to 15. But then you make the video and you know you got 6 million followers just on Instagram alone. Then you proceed to say, oh, it was just 9 minutes. Right? When you know damn well, not only did you get there early, but they did your whole pedicure. So once again, if people could care not to be so starstruck and behave like sheep, any woman who's got a pedicure done in any place out here knows that if it can at least go from, especially if it's just a basic pedicure, and depending how much calluses you have, but if it's a basic pedicure, it's going to be at least like a good 30 minutes. Like, let's be so for real. Now, if you do a deluxe pedicure with like the scrubs, the paraffin wax thingy, whatever, like now you even have with the massage and stuff like that, because I have a place like that in New Orleans. But you can have luxury, like deluxe pedicures can last up to an hour, depending on how much they do. Because you have some pedicures who cost like $100, $200, because like it's a full massage with a pedicure, with the scrub, with the paraffin wax. So we don't even know what kind of pedicure she got. But at most, it was 30 minutes. Plus the time you got there early. So 5 to 10 minutes. So she's anywhere from 35 to 40 minutes. You understand? But the problem is people want to be so down for these celebrities. They don't even take the time to like, okay, let me actually listen to what you said. Because even Halle said once Chloe got there, she was in the pedicure chair. They were doing my feet, so I just got up. Yeah, they're probably almost done. So you were in the pedicure chair. How long have you been there for? So it's way more than 9 minutes. Right? Because she told us too, when she first got there, they've removed her old set. So they had time to remove your old set, put you in the pedi chair, do your pedi. So it's been more than 9 minutes. So she intentionally lied because she wanted to hurt this woman. Hey, I'm famous. I have some kind of fame. I have an audience. Let me weaponize my fan base to go hurt this lady. Like she is malicious. Like she's a malicious person. No, I'm not gonna let this one slide. Hold on.
the short story why I'm doing this video.
This is wrong.
Because I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
I'm 8 months pregnancy, and this is supposed to be my last week that I'm working because it's getting so hard. It's so stressful. And today, after this situation, when she basically she almost argued with me that why I can't accept her sister, and I explained, which is normal, but she didn't understand. And at the end, she said, okay, we are leaving. I said, I'm so sorry, but we can't. Like, we still can continue your service, but not for your sister. Randomly, I started to see that.
She told her, we can finish your service because you came on time. They just can't take Chloe. But she wanted immature and ratchet. She's ratchet. Immature and ratchet. Think about this. Imagine you sign a deal with Disney and you get pregnant with a streamer. Girl, we know you're ratchet. Like what classy young lady would do such a thing, right? You have a whole Disney opportunity and you prioritize unprotected sex with a streamer versus focusing on Disney and where that can take you in life. She's ratchet. So since she's she was arguing with me. No, you were arguing with her because you wanted to have your way. But use your star power, whatever the star power you think you have, to bully this woman to go against her own policy. And then you have the audacity to ask her that she needs to she needs to have a next client wait. Who? For who? Who is Chloe? Right? I'm like, they're full of themselves. When you deal with these people from LA, when you deal with these LA influencers, they are so disgusting. They are so full of themselves. That's what they do out there in LA. They don't treat people like human beings. It's all about, oh, what car do you drive? How much money do you have? How many followers do you have? Even when you hear about influencer events, girls will be invited to influencer events. And the girls will ask you, oh, how many followers do you have on TikTok? And then if you don't have like 1 million, nobody talks to you. Like these people are, like, they're just disgusting. I'm like, who raises these people? Okay, sorry, they're sick as hell, y'all. Okay, like this is insanity. This is really, really insanity. All right, no, that's why I say, like, we all have to learn. There's 3 sides to every story, maybe 4 if the police gets involved.
On my Yelp page, every second I get 1-star reviews.
Yep.
And I get so bad reviews where people saying like, burn on hell, we are racist, we are very bad, we kicked out someone, like, which is like, okay, I understand. But when I see that people texting me that, like, then I understood that it's all about this person. She posted on popular Instagram pages. She made a video on Snapchat where she was telling half of the stories wasn't true.
Yes,
But somebody for her,
did you hear the Russian lady?
the stories wasn't true.
Half of the story wasn't
Someone like,
you see? So you book an appointment knowing damn well your sister is going to be late. But then you understand how America works and how the Black community works. Because she's Russian, she's white, her skin is white. So now they're calling her a racist. Can you imagine seeing that on your Yelp page? You know, I know, look, white people, you know, many are racist, but my point is, it's very serious to accuse a particular person, especially a small business owner, of being a racist, when this has nothing to do with race. You booked an appointment under fraudulent pretense. You knew damn well from the jump your sister was going to be 30 minutes late. And you booked with this lady knowing that what you're about to do completely goes against her policies. Because with her policy, the grace period is 15 minutes. So I'm going to repeat it. You booked your nail appointment. You booked those nail appointments under fraudulent pretense. Okay? And now because that's what she told you. That's why she has her policy. If you're past 15, I can't do it. I'm going to have to cancel you. And you go on your Instagram, like the lady said, and half the things she said were not true. So my point is, if she can do this to a small nobody, like of a small Russian lady that still struggles with her English, what else do you think she can do to DDG or do to somebody else? No. When Halle makes any kind of claims, you need to go ahead and double check. Okay? Yes, you need to go ahead and double check. This girl cannot be trusted. Me, Marley, I don't trust her. So there it is. You cannot be trusted. Because I remember when this happened years ago, I was like, wow, this girl is dangerous. If you can do this and lie with such a straight face, and the whole time you created all of this, you booked the appointment under false pretense, you go there, you gaslight the lady, just like she gaslit her fans when they were asking about her pregnancy, her big nose, okay? And then you argue with her because she doesn't want to take your sister. Well, I don't see anybody here. It doesn't matter who you see or what you don't see. It is her business. These are her policies. Even if nobody was coming, she has the right to say, I'm not going to do it because she has policies. Who are you to argue with her about her policies? When you work with brands, do they argue with you about your rate or whatever you want? No, they don't. So why can't you extend the same courtesy to her? Then you say, oh, I started crying. Yeah, because you're a bully. And like most narcissists, when you can't get your way, you start to cry. That's what you do. Okay? No, we're not falling for this. And that's why I told y'all, I don't like it when people cry because to me, it's manipulation. Why are you crying? Nobody put their hands on you. You're crying because you can't have your way. Oh, okay. Malignant narcissist. You are a malignant narc. Because if you were a decent human being, you're like, you know what, sis? Okay, I apologize. I thought she was going to make it on time. I'm sorry. That's it. Oh, no, I need to start crying and make it all about me. Okay, sure, whatever. And because she's Russian and she's not American, she didn't fall for your goofy ass tears. That's it. Because over here, yeah, people cry. Okay, she's from Russia. Okay, you know what she had to survive growing up in Russia? You're crying over a nail appointment. First world problems. It's embarrassing, okay? But nobody touched you, and nobody was being mean to you. You booked an appointment knowing damn well your sister could make it. So if you have to blame anybody over here, yourself and Chloe. Go back and forth with Chloe. Okay? But leave this woman out of it. This is so disgusting. Like, what is this?
Which is like,
Yeah,
okay, I understand. But when I see that people texting me that, like, then I understood that it's all about this person.
Mhm.
She posted on popular Instagram pages.
Mm.
She made a video on Snapchat where she was telling half of the stories wasn't true, but somebody for her posted on Instagram, where's the page almost 2 million. They posted like, go to this business page and write 1-star reviews, which is okay.
No,
But
it's
they texting me so bad. Now I get nonstop phone calls from like different states. Like, first I didn't know what's happening. I started to pick up the phone and people were saying racist, burn on hell, kill yourself. I'm sorry, fuck your business. Like, and I got nonstop these calls. Now I'm really scared just to go back to work tomorrow in the morning
you see?
because I'm pregnant. You don't know what's gonna happen.
You see?
You know,
Yes.
what if I'm gonna go to my work and
You see?
then
You see? And she knew the lady was pregnant. She saw her pregnant and she did it anyways. She's a sociopath. She's a sociopath. She has a serious mental disorder. She has a troubled personality. She's a sociopath. Because at that point, this lady was further along in her pregnancy than Haley was. And you send millions of people, because DDG also got involved. So his dumb ass running behind this girl. Instead of like, okay, this is kind of weird. Okay. But they should, Mark, when I tell you, they were just leaving 1-star review back to back. Because the goal was to destroy her business. You know, and what if she had succeeded and the lady lost everything? A few days of her having her baby. Like, this is what you're dealing with. Like, these women are sick as hell. Man, I will never stop saying it. And I even feel like in America also, a law needs to be passed by Congress that holds influencers responsible for what they promote. Because when you have over 1 million subscribers and you want to accuse people or send your followers to accuse people like this, we have to have a law against this. Because people have to be responsible with how they handle their following. Your followers are not for you to weaponize to go attack people you don't like because they didn't do the things that you wanted them to do. It's very disgusting. It is seriously disgusting. Like, they're not some attack dogs that you just rile up to go fight your goofy ass wars or your goofy ass petty ass battles because you can't be a woman and accept the fact that, okay, she has her policies, you know, and she has the right to say no. And on top of that, she's pregnant. And even if she didn't have anybody coming, maybe she had a certain time, okay, I'm going to be done with her by this time, and then I'm going to go lay down and rest my feet and kick up on feet. You know, maybe even if she wants to close the day early, she has the right to say no. You don't get to show up 30 minutes late and demand that a person uses her body to service you. It is disgusting. It is so disgusting. So me, what I observed from what's that girl named Haley, she's not a trustworthy individual. And I do not trust her. I do not trust her. I don't believe her. She has no credibility when it comes to me. So if I was DDG's lawyer, I'm like, yeah, I'll see you in court. And even also DDG, he needs to sue her for defamation. Because whatever you said about me, you will have to prove it. I grabbed your head and I threw your head into a freaking steering wheel. Girlfriend, we're going to go to court. We're going to go to court. You're going to show injury that match me grabbing you, throwing your head into a steering wheel. Because I will expose you for the liar that you are. By the time I'm done with you, nobody in Hollywood's going to want to hire you. Because who wants a liar on set? And that's not the name of the movie, y'all. It's not the name of the script. It's an actual person. Who wants a liar on set? We're not doing this. You don't get to just say all kinds of shit about people. It's ridiculous. You know, when people have worked hard for their brands and stuff like that, you don't get to destroy that or try to destroy it because you're in your fields. You have to grow the fuck up. Be a fucking adult. And you have to learn to handle rejection. And you have to learn to handle people not want to fuck with you. That does not give you a reason to start a whole smearing campaign laced up with all your goofy ass lies. Are you crazy? So now let's get into this whole thing with DDG, because I saw a video. Yeah, she really wanted to hurt this lady because of Chloe. And the thing is, Chloe showed up late. No, but she has no issue with that. Oh, it's okay for her sister to show up late. It's okay for her sister to show up 30 minutes late. But it's wrong for this woman who's a Russian lady with a small business to say no. Because they're famous, so she needs to bow down to them. I mean, they are signed to Beyonce, so maybe that's the brain. I don't know, right? But that is crazy to me. People have the right to say no. You showed up too late. And she never said, oh, I'm not going to do your service. You are being serviced. She can see you through. It's just that with Chloe, she can't start now because she'll be all the way behind. She's like, oh, but I don't see anybody. It doesn't matter. She's not a fucking slave. This is labor that she has to do with her physical body. And if she told herself that day, my day is going to be done by 4 o'clock, she wants to be done by 4 or 5. And you see how pregnant she is. So maybe she's tired. And also when you do acrylic, you have to smell all that stuff and stuff. Maybe she don't want to do it. Right? But it's like it's the ratchet ass behavior. It needs to stop. People don't have to do certain things. And you see it all the time. They don't get ketchup. They throw the whole place up. They don't get the hot sauce. They shoot people up. The way people treat service workers out here is out of pocket. And many times it's a lot of Black women who do that kind of stuff. It's crazy. You don't give me enough napkin. I got to shoot somebody. You didn't give me enough ketchup. I put my hands on somebody. How many times you watch the news and you see a Black woman crash out because somebody did not give her some kind of condiment, because somebody did not want to service you? Hey, people have the right to say no. They have the right to say no. It does not give you permission to go and try to destroy somebody's business. You can go elsewhere. But the fact that you don't even have self-awareness to realize that you booked those appointments under fraudulent pretense and you set up this whole disaster. Because had you listened to her policy, and like, you know what, Chloe, you're not going to make it. We can just schedule you for later. Maybe use some press-ons. If you have to go out tonight, use some press-ons and you can schedule tomorrow. Oh, no. I want what I want. Even if it inconveniences other people, even if it's going to require me lying on social media to cause somebody else harm. They don't have empathy. These people are sociopaths. Normal people don't act like this. People who are raised right do not behave like this. And good-hearted people do not lie and seek to bring harm to other people and destroy their business. It's really, really awful to send millions of people to leave a 1-star review when so many people check out reviews before they decide to patronize a business. Because what you're doing today is going to linger on for years. As long as her business is called that, and also she can't go ahead and just change her business name, you know? That's her. Like, how long has she been in business? Like 10 years, 15 years? What the fuck do I know? Right? But imagine you've had your business name for 5 years, for 6 years. All that data, all the Google data, all the metadata that's attached to your business. And in one instant, a goofy ass bitch like this decides to play these goofy ass games on social media, and she gets her dog, rabbit ass, low IQ ass followers to behave like ghetto ass hood rats, fucking assholes. Okay? And they just go ahead and destroy your business. And it's so evil. It is so evil. Never did she give you bad service. Never was she unkind to you. She just told you like these were her policies, and they're also on her website. Why can't you respect people's rules? It's a weird thing to me, huh? I really can't wrap my mind around this. Why can't you respect somebody's policy? You have a business. When you work with these brands and these companies and stuff like that, doesn't your manager tell them what you want and what you will not want, or what you will do and what you're not going to do? So why can't you reciprocate the same amount of respect to all businesses, whether they're super big like Disney or they're super small like a lady that has a nail shop? You have to respect people. And there's something with this goofy ass Gen Z generation where they truly struggle with respecting people. They have no fucking respect. And that's extremely troubling. This is crazy. This is really crazy. But anybody here, if you had a business and you woke up to 100,000 1-star review by people who don't even know you, they were never even serviced by you, they heard one side of a story that don't even make sense actually, and they think that justifies them behaving like this. We got too many idiots in America. Yeah. And it's intentionally not telling the whole story. You'll see when we go through the stuff, how she's not telling the whole story. Come on, this story right here, it's a lot that's missing out of this. This is crazy. But my point is, somebody can do this, she can do something else. Okay, because this is not her first time. And it blew up in her face. And every time stuff blows up in her face, because she knows she looks sweet and innocent, she finds a way to gas up, oh, I didn't mean it like this. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. No, you meant exactly what you meant. The thing is, you got exposed because God doesn't like ugly. So you got to stop doing this. The lady is really good. She's really good. But my thing is, if you can't make it on time, just schedule for tomorrow. It's like me. I have a dinner appointment tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I'm not going to show up at 1:30. Like, how is that fair? You know, how's that even fair? And it's not even like, oh, I'm going to be there late and I'm going to pay extra money. No, you're going to be there late and you're going to pay regular money. So if the lady charges 100, you're going to pay 100%, maybe like $20 in tips, whatever. You're going to be, oh, I showed up late. So instead of 100, I'm going to pay her 300. You're not going to give her any money for the inconvenience that you caused. You're going to pay the same amount of money. Okay. So what's the problem? And let me show you this one video I saw yesterday. Let me see if I can find it. Where this man said a thing. Was it here? Hold on. I watched this one video. Hold on, you guys. Sorry. I think it was here. Was it this one?
Really matter, because in the end, I don't really matter. And something about this awareness just gives me the permission I need to just be. So I encourage you to get out there, to travel, go see the world, because
Hold on. No. Let me show you the video. Because this man said something yesterday about some clients are just ain't worth it. I gotta find it. Hold on. Bear with me, you guys. Bear with me, because it fits with this.
age of infinite leverage, judgment, not work, determines success or failure. And what is good judgment if not the ability to think clearly and strategically? There's a few different ways to determine who's winning at any given moment. The most obvious way is you count the pieces. Generally, whoever has the more powerful army has the advantage, but not always, because like we just, and this one is quite important because to me over the years, he said, the hardest move to find is a night retreat, which in my experience is true. But the question I always come back to is, why is it so hard to find? Well, there's really two reasons. First, tactical retreats in games and in life are always hard to see because we often equate forward motion.
I think it's this.
If we're not moving directly towards a goal, it can often feel like a waste of time and energy. Now, the second reason that a night retreat is so hard to find is the result of the fact that the night itself moves in a completely different way than any other piece on the board. In particular, there's one aspect of the night's peculiar movement pattern that can really screw with your mind. That is, it can jump over other pieces. When we combine these two things, we now have a piece that moves in a very strange way away from our goals. As a result, most people never stop to even consider these moves. But the truth is, sometimes taking a step back is in fact the fastest way to move forward. For instance, one of my businesses back in 2018 was hyper focused on growth. We had poured a ton of money into infrastructure and machines for producing our products. Now we have to drive a lot of revenue to cover those expenses. Now, at that time, we had one massive customer in particular who accounted for nearly 10% of our yearly revenue. As you can imagine, we were terrified of losing this customer. So we would do pretty much anything and everything to keep them happy.
Okay, you heard what he said, right? So he had a business in like 2018, 2020, and the business was heavily reliant on one customer because that one customer, I guess, like represent like 10% of his sales. So they were like, oh my gosh, we can't lose this person. We got to do everything for this person. Now listen what happens, okay? Listen to what happens.
The problem was they were impossible to make happy. They called me at all hours of the night. They sent dozens of stressful emails every single day to our shipping manager. And it got to the point that my team and I were spending more time dealing with them than we were with all of our other customers combined. Eventually, we got to the point where we finally saw the one move we've been overlooking the entire time, the tactical retreat. That is, we fired that customer and overnight our revenue plummeted by 10% at a time when we really needed that money. But the result of that retreat was that it freed up so much of my team's time and mental bandwidth that we can now pour into the other 90% of our customers, which led to a massive spike in revenue that far surpassed the 10% we'd given up only a few months prior. Now, the moral of this story is that sometimes taking a step back is in fact the fastest and in many cases the only way to move forward. So the question I like to ask myself is, what is the move that I'm not even considering right now because it just looks so wrong?
So you see, and this right here is important because sometimes you guys, celebrity clients are just not worth the headache. You see, That's why it's like sometimes celebrity clients are not many times celebrity clients are not even worth the headache. Sometimes the majority of the time it is better to deal with your everyday repeat customer who respects your policies, who's grateful to have you and loves to tip you. Okay. You understand? So he was afraid too. Like, oh my gosh, Anthony Vincino. Right. You hear me? Like sometimes it's just not worth it. So he was like, nah. We're tired because it's a celebrity. A celebrity's coming to my salon. No, because this celebrity and their headache, it's not worth the wallop. Like, and on top of that, they're celebrities, but they pay regular price. So what the freak? And I remember one time too, I forgot who it was. It was some kind of nail artist or a makeup artist that Cardi B had requested her, and that day she was booked. Like she had lots of clients, and she told her no because you might only work with me one time. But my repeat customers, they come to me all the time. So what do I look like telling my clients, oh, your appointment you made with me, I'm going to cancel that. And then they're going to see that I canceled to go work with Cardi B. They might be so upset and so disappointed. Oh, so you think we're less than her? Okay, cool. They might never book again. Right? So I always commend business owners, small business owners who are cognizant of the fact that it's better to have local, repeat, respectful customers who are grateful to have you, abide by your policies, love to tip you, right? And then bring the entire neighborhood. These celebrities, it's a hit and quit, okay? And many times their headache is just not worth it. It's just not worth it. So I'm like, Haley, people should be very careful to have her as a patron because she's a problem. And if you don't do what she wants, and you're going to end up on her Instagram story somewhere. You're going to end up on her TikTok live somewhere. And that's why she's a liability. And even a lot of brands too. Today, a lot of brands are also realizing that even working with like huge mega influencers also, it can be a huge liability, right? Because they don't take accountability, don't do their part, but then they'll start complaining and complaining and complaining. And then they have these goofy ass womanhood, like because it's mostly women, because they're not really cogent, Women are not really Cartesian. They lean more into their emotion instead of their cognitive abilities. They just hate to think. They love to react and they hate to think and think thoroughly. They hate that shit. Okay, so they can be such a liability. So you got to really think about that. Do I really want to expose myself to that? Because don't just see the fact that, oh, I'm working with a celebrity and she has all these followers. She might never post you. She might never tag you. But the one day you don't kiss her ass, you have no idea what she'll do to you and your brand. And these stupid ass followers of hers who can't even afford your prices, they would love for nothing more than to run to Yelp or run to wherever they can to destroy your name, destroy your reputation. Because that's all they're good for. Just destruction. That's all they're good for. So you gotta be very careful. So that's why I played this video. Now let's go back to no, I need you, girl. This video right here, right? This is Lovely T. So let's listen to her and her bias.
And because she was feeling really insecure about her body. And, it was a whole discussion that I had about snapback culture. Well, now breaking news, this just hit the internet not even 20 minutes ago. She is now coming out with claims that DDG abused her and attacked her multiple times. So now she's requesting a restraining order. So this might be where some of that insecurity about her body and things like that also stem from. If this man is not only physically abusing her, I can only imagine what he's doing to her mentally as well. Mm-hmm. So let's go ahead and read this article that
and you see where Lovely T is so dishonest. And that's why sometimes me, Marlene, when I listen to some people, I ask myself, because I don't even know if she was ever married, because she don't talk about that, but I know she was like 2 sons or whatever. I don't know if she was ever married. But I'm like, some women, you really have to ask yourself if they've ever healed from their failed relationship and the bitterness they carry from having to raise their kids alone. Because for you to really sit here and say, oh, I wonder what he's doing to her emotionally, as if when it comes to emotional destruction, women don't have a natural PhD in that shit, right? When it comes to physical destruction, I think men have a PhD in that shit, like nature-wise. Men can be more physically destructive than women because they're physically strong. When it comes to emotional manipulation, emotional torment, okay, women have a natural PhD in that shit, okay? So for you to sit here, like, oh, I wonder what he does to her emotionally. Why don't you also wonder what he does to her, what she does to him emotionally? Don't you have sons? Right? Why don't you wonder what he does, what she does to him also emotionally? You think it only goes one way? Oh, that's right. Because he's a black man, he can't feel. Yeah, she got divorced. Okay, did she ever heal from that? Because it's giving trauma. It really is giving trauma. My thing is, to me, I mean, that's if you have integrity. But my thing to me also, when you talk about anything on social media, even with Lovely T, given the size of her audience, you have to talk about both sides. Yes, she made a claim, but just because she claimed it doesn't make it true. You can claim whatever the fuck you want. We've seen Amber Heard out here. We've seen all kinds of people out here make all kinds of claims. You can claim whatever the fuck you want, but what can you actually prove? A claim is not proof. It's a claim. I claim. There you go. Right? But can you prove it? Can it actually stand in court? Then if it cannot, feed that shit to the fucking birds. Feed it to the fucking migrants on their way to El Salvador. I heard they need food. Okay? On those goofy ass planes. Make it make sense. Right? But the fact that she has their son, they don't even have a proper custody order. But so far it's giving she has primary custody of the boy. How often does he see his son? So his mental health doesn't matter? And I truly think it's so diabolical how so many women think that because they carry a pregnancy that somehow they love their children more than the father. Oh, because I carried Halo, so therefore, who knows? Child, I'm glad you said allege. Okay, right? Therefore, I love my son more. I need my son more. You see the baby way more than he does in a given month. You're about to take the baby for 2 months to Italy without a proper court order. But somehow you think he's not hurt by that? You think he's not hurt by that? Right? DDG, my issue with him also, he should have been more mindful who he got pregnant. He should have been more mindful who he got pregnant. Also, he should have got married he should have got somebody pregnant within marriage. Because this is what you expose yourself to. Bunch of imbecility. This is a bunch of imbecilic behavior, right? You think if you have somebody, because you have some deadbeat fathers out there, but that don't apply to him. But my thing is, if a man loves his child and he doesn't see his child every night, you don't think he's hurt by that? If every time a man wants to go pick up his baby, there's some bullshit, you don't think that also weighs on him emotionally? Right? When a man is not going to see his baby for 2 months because she decided that she's going to do that by herself without running it through him. And maybe that's what really started the argument, is that she wanted to take Halo to Italy for 2 months without I even talking to him because she already made that decision. Yeah, within marriage. Because he should have been very careful. Because a young woman who is comfortable being pregnant out of wedlock obviously is not raised right. She's not raised right. She's for the streets. Because where the fuck is her father? How can a young lady, especially a young lady that's signed to Beyonce and that's working with Disney, she's comfortable having a baby out of wedlock? Yeah, that's suspicious. That's extremely suspicious. She's from the streets. Who the fuck raised her? Who the fuck raised her? Even a young girl in the village, you get her pregnant, she gonna drag you to her daddy's house. Are you crazy? Are you really, really crazy? Right? Are you really crazy? Okay. So I'm like, to me, like, this is crazy. But I'm like, so you think he doesn't have any emotional, anguish from also not seeing his son all the time? These women are psychotic. They are so dishonest. I cannot stand these people. Oh my Lord. Like, I just can't do it. This is crazy.
TMZ posted. It says here, Halle Bailey claims DDG abused her and attacked her multiple times.
Okay.
Halle Bailey says she's had enough of DDG allegedly abusing her.
Let me see. I think I have the story here. Hold on. I think I have it here with the shade room. Do I have it? Okay. So here, you guys. Here is the picture. Okay. So you have her entire body, and this is right here. So because she said he attacked her multiple. Hold on, guys. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Give me a second, por favor. Hold on. Wait a minute. There you go. Okay, so here's the picture. So I guess, is this? What's the context of this? And this is where, okay, you see, this is where, America is such a disgusting place for real. She has a picture. And people think, oh, if she posted this, then DDG really did this to her. It's really sad, y'all. It really, really is sad. It's really, really sad. It's really sad. And this is when you realize that in this country, you better make sure you have money. But thank God he does. So she shows this picture. Therefore what? Therefore what? I'm like, it proves what? Like, seriously, what does it prove? And you would really think that the average person has a gauge point of DDG's, like his hand, the size of his hand, and what the print of his hands even look like. I'm so crazy. Like, and it's one thing, if she had posted the picture with the actual stamp, you know how when you're on your iPhone, man, people are crazy, man. People are seriously crazy. You know how when you're on your iPhone and you look at pictures, right? And you know how you go like this? Y'all see this, right? You know how when you're, let me send you a screenshot real quick. You know how when you're on your iPhone, because your iPhone will tell you stuff, right? It will tell you stuff about the picture. Let me see if I can send this to myself so you can see what I mean. N'importe quoi. Du gros n'importe quoi. This is what we say n'importe quoi in French. A bunch of bullshit. Bunch of bullshit. Let me show you something real quick. Okay. You know how when you get to your iPhone and you can scroll, like you can touch the picture and it can give you all your info. Hold on. It's not this picture that I want. Let me get out of here. Okay. This is what I wanted. Not to my phone. Thank you. People are ridiculous. People are so ridiculous. People are just so ridiculous. Okay. Right? You see this, right? You know, and you do that from your phone. Let me get out of here. Right? You know how your phone gives you the data, like, okay, when you took the picture, wumpty wump wump, right? So for me, if you at least post a picture and when you post the picture, you do all of this, I'm like, okay, it happened on this date, right? So I can kind of know, even though I'm not fully, I don't even know. If he was trying to restrain her, Mark, you don't try to restrain somebody with one hand. So she would have had 2 marks and they would have been just about the same position or slightly above. But who tries to restrain somebody with, what does this even mean? What does it even mean? The thing is, here's the picture, y'all. Here is the picture. You yourself, if you had to swear your life on this, could you say, yeah, I swear to God that, yeah, I believe her when she said that he did this? How? I don't know when you took that picture. I don't even know I don't even know if it's you, because I can't even see your face. Make it make sense, right? Whose picture is this? When did this happen? I don't even know. What are we talking about? I'm not thinking even at what time. Like, what is going on here? But this is what they do because they know people are stupid. It's like just watching CNN. If you watch CNN, you're hip to this bullshit, right? They show you things without no proper context because the goal is to get you inflamed. Because, like, girl, I see you have somewhat of a bruise, but how does that mean he did it? I'm confused. Just like I said yesterday, again, we watched all these videos about Diddy, right? Just like I said about Diddy yesterday, you're talking about the Viagra, the baby oil, the wumpty wump wump. Okay, it's graphic, it's disgusting, it's nasty, the pee, the urine, the water sport, you name it. Cool, I get it. You want the salacious bullshit out here. Oh my gosh, Diddy ain't shit. Newsflash, we've been known. Like, this ain't nothing new. But once again, I'm asking a question. How does this relate to racketeering? How does this relate to prostitution? How does this relate to sex trafficking? Right? You just want to, and I said, is Diddy on trial for being a sinner? Is Diddy on trial for being a sexual pervert? He's a pervert. Okay? But is that what he's on trial for? Let's not lose the plot. We're here for something quite specific. Even my little sister, she's like, oh my gosh, Marlene, he's this, he's evil. I'm like, oh, shut up. You ladies like to repeat the same shit. You regurgitate the same shit all the time. Diddy's evil. Diddy been evil. How you think people become this rich by being good? You think, oh, he was such a what's it called? He was such an amazing child. That's how he became, like, that's how he was worth an altar boy. That's how he got to have $300 million. We don't know that Diddy doesn't pay his artists. We don't know that Diddy takes people's masters. We don't know that Diddy sent Shine to do 10 years in prison for something he did. We don't know that Diddy lied on his security guard when he's the one that had the gun in that club. We never looked at Diddy like, yeah, you could have killed Biggie. You probably killed Kim Porter too, right? Diddy has always not been shit. Diddy's always been evil. But you, woman, in your greed, it has never stopped you from chasing behind this demon. Right? So, hey, oh my gosh, he's evil. He's evil. Well, duh. Fire is hot. Water is wet. Anything else? But that is not what he's on trial for. You said racket, prostitution, sex trafficking. I'm waiting. So if you don't have it, if you don't have the receipts for that, let that man go home. Find something else. And hopefully that time is going to stick. But this is nothing more than y'all wasting taxpayers' money to have some salacious headline about Diddy the super freak who likes to urinate on his girlfriend. Okay. He didn't pee on me. The fuck? Okay. Exactly. Well, what's his name? Oh, what's it? Dylon. He made Dylon and them walk all over New York City to buy him cheesecake when he could have just placed an order. What the freak? The man has been sick. Diddy's been evil. Even Keisha Cole, last night, I couldn't get an answer. He never paid her. Diddy's fucking evil. But he's not on trial for being evil. Right? It's like people know who somebody is, but somehow because you're so greedy, you're such a scammer to your damn self, you think, oh, I think I can scam him. Okay, good luck. Okay, good luck with that one, because this is crazy. So then she was like, yeah, you're right, Marlene, because when I listened to it, even I myself, I couldn't see the record. I'm like, oh, well, okay. So if you don't see the racket, I don't see the racket. Imagine how the jury is feeling. Where is the racket? Where is the prostitution? Where is the sex trafficking? Who's getting trafficked? And how can you call that, oh, he has a whole sex trafficking ring when it's only him and his girlfriend the whole time? Who is he trafficking? Like, what is going on? What is happening here? Okay. So it's the same thing. So, okay, you see a picture like this. If you had to swear your life on this, could you really say, oh, yeah, I'm going to swear my life that this really came from DDG? Then your life must not mean much to you. Okay? But this, to me, Marlene, it proves nothing. You have some kind of bruise on your arm. The context of it all, if you're not willing to swear in court under oath that he did that to you, day and time, I'm not believing the shit. It doesn't work on me anymore. Like this stuff, it doesn't work on me anymore. Oh my gosh, the urine. Oh my gosh, did he have sex with multiple men? They want to say things to like that cause you to be so like jarred up. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. And then you automatically believe it. No, I don't believe that. I'm not a sheep. I'm a highly intelligent person. And when you're a highly intelligent person, you have to look at everything within the context. What is the context of this? Okay, so at this rate, anybody can claim DDG put their hands on him and post a video. Oh, he put his hands on me. Oh, he touched me over here. Oh, he touched me over here. No. When this happened, did you file a police report? Did anybody else see it, or was this you? Does he even know he did this? Okay, no. We need to learn, y'all. I'm telling y'all, for real. We need to learn to wait for people to file a police report. We have seen people out here come outside and say, oh, I was hit with a brick. And the whole time, the person does not file a police report. Instead, person goes to TikTok and the person creates a GoFundMe. That is not normal. Okay? And then when people start calling the police, oh, we never heard about this. We never received a call about this. And when the police wants to start investigating, the person who claims to get hit by a brick does not want to cooperate with police. Only for us to find out there was never a break. It was a water bottle, and the person had the lump thingy already because it looked like an allergic reaction. So we also have to learn. Did I see this? Do I have the context of this? When did this happen? How long ago did this happen? Why are you saying this now? Why are you releasing these pictures now? You always have to ask yourself, what is this person really up to? What is this about? What is this really about? Like I said, it's quite funny that a few days ago, he was on the Breakfast Club talking about how much money he makes or he already made for the month as a streamer. The chip tooth also, it doesn't make sense. What does that prove? Here it is. Here it is. There's no, and mind you, right? Let's even assume like that small thing, she chipped her ivory. This can happen when you bite on something hard. I have chipped tooth also. Does that mean that Jimmy did that to me? If you're implying that this is the consequence of you grabbing your head and smacking your head into a steering wheel, it's not going to look like this, Mark. Even that day, her gums would have been bleeding. And it would have been just a chipped tooth. When I tell you her teeth would have been shaking, like they would have been floating in her gums. Do you know what it is to smack your head to smack somebody's head into a steering wheel? Her nose would have been fractured. Look at her face. Look at her nose. Do you see any blood from her nose? Do you see any blood on her gums? It's just this little thing. Somebody grabbed. You people, y'all like to be funny. Y'all like to trigger me. Somebody grabs your head, slams your head into a steering wheel. Your forehead not broken. Your nose is not broken. You don't have any hematomas under your eyes. Your teeth are not dislocated, right? It's just a little speck right there. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me make it bigger. Okay. So this is after a steering wheel. Seriously? This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. So this is it. Somebody pushed your head into a steering wheel. This is the damage that you got. So this is her proof. And people eat this shit up. Man, America got a problem, yo. America has a problem. Do you see why we need to require people to pass a test in order to vote? We really have a problem in this country, man. We really do. Hold on, give me a second. Let me bring this over here. Let me make it bigger because this is not big enough. Okay. Let me make this bigger. Because I got time for this girl. Okay. Let me make this bigger. Okay. So here it is. All right. So he smacked her head. He grabbed her head. I need y'all to picture this. And let me show the stereo. Maybe he went there with his Rolls Royce. Hold on. Steering wheel. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Of a Rolls Royce. There you go. All right. Y'all crazy as hell. Y'all really, really funny. You guys are really funny. Some of y'all are really funny. Here is the steering wheel of a Rolls Royce. The people even say it is thick rimmed, two-tone steering wheel. There you go. Continue. Okay. So here is a steering wheel of a Rolls Royce. Y'all see this? You see this? Even the manufacturer tells you, the brand tells you it is thick and it's rimmed. Okay. Because we know DDG drives a Rolls Royce. He grabbed her little face. Do you know how small her face is? He grabbed her face and then he threw her face in a thick rimmed steering wheel. And this is the outcome? This is it? Is this a joke? Even me, I drive a Toyota Corolla. My steering wheel is way smaller than hers than the Rolls Royce one, right? But even me, if somebody especially a man smacks my head to that steering wheel, y'all, it's gonna do some real damage. Okay, so let me take a picture of this. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. But you see, it's understandable because when people don't like you, they don't mind lying on you. People don't like DDGs, so because of that, they've made a commitment. They made a vow to just lie on this boy, no matter what happens. Hold on, give me a second. All right, let me make this thing a lot smaller. Matter of fact, no, let me start over. Okay. Boom. All right, where's the steering wheel again? How much does he weigh? Because that also matters. Boom. This is insanity. This is really insanity. Okay. So hopefully you can see this. Make it as big as I can. All right. We're here, right? Okay. Boom. All right. So look at this real quick. So, hey, bag. So a thick ribbed, even Bentley, even Rolls Royce lets you know this shit is thick as hell. And it has to be because the car is so fucking heavy. Okay. He grabbed her. Hold on. Let me put her face up. Hold on. I got something for y'all. What's her name again? Haley? Bailey? Okay. Look at her face. I'm gonna take her face from the Met Gala because that's the most recent face. Okay. This little girl, she's something else. She is something else. She is something else, all right. I want her face without the makeup on, without the veil. Let me look at her face. Give me a second. I will get you her face. That was oh, she has the veil on her face. I don't like that. Hold on. I want you to see her face without the veil. Halo looks just like his mama. Okay, there's a picture here. That will do. Okay. All right. Let me get you her face. Boom. Now go. Bring that over here. Escape. Oh, Lord. Alrighty. All right. Here's the steering wheel. And then here's her face. Okay. Do you see how small her face is? I feel like even like the whole circumference of the what's it called again? The steering wheel is wider than her face. But anyways, if he grabbed her and he threw her face into the steering wheel, we'll probably say like she's gonna be where the R is, like that center part right there, like the whole circle right here. So he grabbed your head and he bam. And also you have to remember, but I know a lot of people didn't take physics, so it might be a little difficult. Yeah. Because if you took physics, certain things are not gonna make sense to you. Force is a real thing, y'all. And there's a formula for force. It's like mass times gravity. Okay, so think about that, and think if he weighs like what 160, 170, you figure out how much force he has in his arms. Then you ask yourself, is this only what you would have seen? Number two, if he's sitting there, because obviously he's probably sitting there, right? He's sitting there and he grabbed her head and then he threw her head against the steering wheel. Because the distance is not that far, the impact would have been really bad. Because if you have to drag somebody all the way back and bring them to the steering wheel, it's gonna hurt, but it's not gonna hurt as much. If you only have this amount of distance between her face and like your chest as the driver, her face and the steering wheel, because the distance is short, and you throw her head like that, because it's a shorter distance, the impact is going to be really, really bad. It's not going to look like this. Her tooth was chipped. It can happen. You can buy, even popcorn can do this to you, But this is not caused by a steering wheel. We really have to stop. We truly, truly need to stop. People have to learn to stop showing the world that they went to a poor school district, because honestly, it's not the flex you think it is. Okay, this is embarrassing. This is the steering wheel of a fucking Rolls Royce. Them things is huge. They're thick as fuck. And you see her small head? He grabbed that small, tiny face and he threw that in over a short distance. He threw that thing into y'all. If somebody is right in front of you, that's why if somebody's right in front of you and you punch them, it's gonna hit a lot harder than if the person is further back and you gotta go like this. Me, boom, like this, versus me going like this, right? It's not gonna hit the same. The shorter the distance, the stronger the impact. It's not that much distance between the driver and the steering wheel. So now add her face and the steering wheel. Oh, is she definitely closer? Then he's like, boom. And all she got was this? No, we're not idiots. I mean, at least I'm not an idiot. Okay. Let me even find you a video. Hold on. Hold on. Rolls Royce steering wheel. Let's even see if they got a video over here. Okay. Here is a video. Let's look at this video. John, I want your music. Okay. Here is the steering wheel. So she wants you to believe that he grabbed her tiny face and he smashed her face against the steering wheel that looks like this. And all she got was a little piece of ivory that went missing. Her nose didn't get busted. Her forehead didn't get busted. And think about the head trauma. When I tell you this girl would have been asleep for a whole week, the boy would have been in prison. He would have been in jail. This would have been news. You grabbed the person and you threw their face like bam against the steering wheel. And especially that of a Rolls Royce. And no paramedics got called. Police didn't show up. He didn't get arrested. You see, American people have gotten so comfortable with being lied to that I don't even think that there's like a saving grace for these people, right? Because certain things just don't make sense. So when you start believing stuff, you really got to ask yourself, okay, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Why is it that I don't ask the right questions? Because this is really concerning. This is the Rolls Royce, and that's from 5 years ago. So most likely he has the newest one. Okay. But imagine somebody hitting your head into this shit. Look at this thing, y'all. Look at this. And like I said, you see distance. Here's the wheel. Here's the steering wheel. And here is where you would sit. So her face has to be somewhere right here. Then he just, pow, put her face in the steering wheel. And she didn't have a concussion? Yeah, right. Man, please. Go feed that shit to the fucking birds. Oh, there's a video of that. Where is the video? Where is it? She's just a liar. She's a horrible liar. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Doesn't make any sense. You see? So the BBC is not reporting. He then slammed my face on the steering wheel, causing my tooth to get chipped. I then stopped fighting. So these women are just insane. These women are insane. And I stopped fighting back. You guys, you need to think. If somebody grabs your head and smashes your head into that thick ass steering wheel, you're saying bye-bye. You're going night-night. You think you're gonna, and then I stopped fighting. No, girl, you would have been out of it. Hold on. There has to be videos on YouTube about this kind of stuff. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh my Lord. These women are sick. Okay. People are really, really sick. What is this? What's happening? You gotta send me that link, boo. Because I can't see it. Okay. But what did she say here? Hold on. I'm gonna look for it, right? Let me see. Okay. Halle Bailey gets restraining order against her abusive ex. There you go. Actress and singer Halle Bailey has been granted a restraining order against rapper and YouTube star DDG, her former boyfriend, the father of her 1-year-old son. The Little Mermaid star alleges he was repeatedly violent with her and made her fear for herself and their child. Isn't that what Keke Palmer said? Hold on. Let me see what Keke Palmer said real quickly. Hold on. Keke Palmer, restraining order. There you go. It never fails. Okay, there you go. Now this was Keke Palmer also. Hold on, give me a second. These women are crazy. It's the same bullshit every single time. Okay, here's Keke Palmer also. The actor said she filed for a petition without telling Jackson. She wanted a restraining order herself, writing that she fears for her and Leo's safety. I am fearful of what retaliatory actions Darius may take against me, including harming or taking our son away if I give him notice of my request for protection. Okay, so that's what she was saying here also, because she wanted to have this kind of restraining order without, like, where he's not even present and things like that, right? And now where is Keke Palmer and Darius? Keke Palmer pregnant again. Okay. Of course she has, right? Right. And what happened after she made all these claims? Not only she took it back, but she got back with Darius. Okay. Back with Darius. Okay. So that was the picture that went viral. They even did like a little photo shoot. I think he joined the military, right? So first, I'm afraid. I want a restraining order. I fear for my safety. Then she withdrew everything because she didn't want to be exposed. Then she got back with him. Okay? That's how it goes, y'all. It's the same language every single time. It never fails. Let me see. Where is she? Let me close this window. Okay, so he was repeatedly violent with her and made her fear for herself and their child's safety, okay? On Tuesday, what is that, yesterday? On Tuesday, Los Angeles judge ordered DDG, whose full name is Daryl Dwayne Granberry Jr., to stay away from Bailey until their son until a hearing on June 6th. Okay, that's like less than a month. Bailey, 25, alleged there have been multiple acts of physical violence. Okay, whatever that means, from Granberry since their split in October. Okay. BBC News asked Representative for Granberry for a comment. Okay, sure. In the document requesting the order, reported by the Associated Press, Bailey said, throughout our relationship, Daryl has been and continues to be physically, continues to be physically, verbally, and they love this one, emotionally, and financially abusive towards me. There you go. There you go. So he's physically, verbally, emotionally, and financially. Isn't she a millionaire? Does she have money? Like, what the heck? You see? Money. These women are money. Okay? Whatever that means. Okay? No problem. What else you say? I am seeking orders to protect myself and our son from his ongoing abuse. Bailey and Granberry, 27, so he's 27, were in a relationship from 2022 until last year. Okay. And the documents, the actress claimed things got physical between us. Why? I love to this. After Granberry repeatedly insulted her as she strapped the baby into the seat in his car in January. Okay. You guys, let's even assume she's telling the truth. We are in May. We saw DDG out here do a whole live, right? About the issues like we're picking up Halo. Why didn't she talk about this then? You always have to ask yourself why. Why now, right? January, we are in May. It's almost half of May. We're almost in June. Why now, right? So you mean to tell me you have proof that he put hands on you, he insulted you, and you quietly sat on that for 5 or 6 months? Look at you, Haley. That is just so nice of you. How thoughtful. So what triggered you? What triggered you? Make it make sense. Okay. So she said after insulted her as she strapped, so as he's insulting her, she's not saying anything. She's just so nice. She's so docile. This dude is so deranged. And my thing is, a man is insulting you, but you continue to wrap the baby in the car seat. Yeah, oh my Lord. Y'all really want to sit here and believe this? Okay, this woman has a control issue, so that's already established. You're putting baby Halo in the car seat. Daryl is insulting you, but you are continuing to put the baby in the car seat as he's insulting you. You want me to? Because you know me, Marlene, you insulted me. You ain't taking my baby. You are crazy. Okay? We're going to insult each other like you are crazy. But a man is insulting you, and you're just such a great Christian. Oh, I know one day you're going to stop insulting me. Halo, I'll miss you. Okay? Go be with daddy now. That's what we're supposed to be here and believe. Like, we're supposed to sit here and believe that stuff. Like, what? Do we look like illegals to you? Okay? You are insane. And I will also say this. Why do you have to put the child in the car seat? Because you know she was on some bullshit. You know she was on some bullshit. This thing could be very clean. He gets the child, he can put the child in the car seat. That's his responsibility. Why do you have to be outside? Why do you have to put Halo in the car seat? Because she wants his attention. And you know, I will say this. You know, sometimes I do roast my Libras. Y'all know sometimes Libras get on my nerves, right? But I will say one thing about us air signs, when we say we are unbothered, we can seriously be unbothered. I think Aquarius, we just take the gold medal. Gemini takes the bronze. Libra takes Gemini takes the silver, Libra takes the bronze. But nonetheless, though, air signs, when we say we are done with your ass, we are thoroughly done with your ass. And her little goofy ass, she's an Aries, she's a fire sign. She can't take the fact that he ignores her. It drives her insane. Let me say it one more time. He don't give a fuck. And you even heard him say it. I don't even say her name on my live stream. I refer to her as the mother of my children or my child. And I told you, you know that shit triggered the fuck out of her. Okay? This is who we are. I think Aquarius, like me, Aquarius, we're at the top. When I say I'm done with you, you will never hear from me again. You cannot trigger me. Good luck with that shit, right? But I'm telling you this, Aquarius, we had the gold medal. Libra, bronze, and silver. They finally out with Gemini. But the thing is, he's really unbothered. He doesn't care. And that's the part with her goofy, petty ass. Because, you know, she's a goat. Aries is a goat, okay? It's the small animal that thinks they are Taurus. You will never be a bull, okay? Aries, you're a little goat. Just like goat meat, and you know, it don't smell good. And it's hard to chew, okay? But my point is, he doesn't care. And because he doesn't care, and because she doesn't know how to talk to him like a mature woman, she's a pest. She's a little pest. Like a little thing, like you just want to, get off my body. Okay, she's a little pest. She chases him around, trying to start some bullshit because she doesn't have access to him. They don't live together. He lives far away, like he's like what, an hour or 2 hours away. She lives in her own house. The only time he has to deal with her is when it comes to Halo, and she resents that because I think in her head she loved him more than he loved her, right? Like it was a thing, like, oh, that's a girl that's famous. Okay, she's about to be Little Mermaid. Okay. But he didn't see her the way she saw him. And that truly hurts her because what she thought it was never that. And he is showing her, you're not that girl. It could be that the girl he probably loved the most was, what's her name? What's her name? Candy Simone, is that her name? Or even, what's her name? The other one, Ruby Rose? Maybe. But with her, it's not. And we also know that growing up, she was a super fan because she grew up watching his videos. She grew up watching his videos. She grew up looking up to him. So when she met him, she was a fan. And I think that's the problem too, is that in that relationship, she's probably, oh my gosh, I can't believe he wants to be with me. I can't believe he likes me. And maybe that's why she was in such a hurry to get pregnant, because she wanted to have a reason to be tied to him. Make it make sense. Okay. But it's well known that she grew up on YouTube watching his videos. And now this boy she's been watching all these years finally is checking out for her. And it did something to her. But the fact that he doesn't check for her anymore, it really hurts her feelings. Because you have to ask yourself, if this man, if you claim he's physically abusive, he's emotionally abusive, he's financially abusive, first of all, why haven't you gone to court yet? Right? Why haven't you gone to court? Because most likely if you go to court, everything is black and white. And therefore, you're not going to have the ability to be immature and to try to destroy his life. Because if he's physically abusive, emotional abusive, this should be an easy case. Should be very easy. So why haven't you gone to court yet? It's not like you're poor. You got money. You got some money. So why don't you take him to court and have things done the right way? So that way there's no need to even have interactions. It is what it is. And whatever he doesn't do, doesn't pay for, you just go back to court. It's not that hard. But a man is physically, emotionally, financially, what else, spiritually, whatever, abusive. But I need to walk behind him to the car. I'm going to put Halo in the car. Is he an invalid? How did he get here? Right? So to me, it's like you are on some petty shit. You don't want it to stop. So you're holding onto the child. You're chasing him outside into the driveway because you don't want your goofy ass argument to stop. Because if I know that somebody is physically abusive, first and foremost, I don't even know if I'm gonna give him my child. Let's start there. Number two, but if I know he's physically, emotionally, whatever abusive, I am walking behind this fool. Here's your son. See y'all later. You drop him when you drop him off. Okay, Sunday at what time? Cool. We're done. I'm not walking outside with you. I'm not gonna try to put the baby in the car, especially not while you're insulting me. And then, like I said, how do you end up from being in the back, putting the baby in the car seat, to now you are in the front side, passenger side, driver side, where he can even grab your head and throw your head into a steering wheel? How did you end up over here? Because to me, even if let's assume what she's saying is true, even though I don't believe that shit, but if he's insulting you and I'm strapping Halo into the car seat, when I'm done, I kiss my son, I wish him well, I close the door, I'm going back into my house. How do you end up from the back seat to now you are in the front? You're in the front of the driver's side and your body's actually in the car because you were not standing outside the car and then he grabbed you, made you like bow down, then he threw your head against the steering wheel. Your body was already in the car. So how did that happen? Because she was arguing that man down, right? There you go. We are not stupid. Me, I'm 40 years old. I'm 40. I'm too grown for this. I am too grown for this. I am truly too grown for this. But I refuse to believe that, first of all, you don't get along with your baby daddy, but you're walking right behind him with that child. Why can't he walk with his own child? Why can't he carry his son to the car? Number two, why are you the one that's putting the baby in the car seat? For what reason? For what reason? When he's over there with Halo, do you put him in the car seat? When Halo goes to his house and they go outside and they go see Uncle Kai, Finette, whatever, how does Halo get in the car seat? Who puts the belt on Halo so he knows how to do it? But you want to be inside his property. You want to be inside his car because you need control. You want control and you want attention. And he's just not giving you any of those things. And that drives you crazy to the point that you are even doing this. It's so embarrassing. But you see, she's going to embarrass herself. Just like with Kiki, she's going to embarrass herself. She's going to embarrass herself. We fought each other. Okay, at least she's honest. And that's why I said, you see, we fought each other. There you go. So once I said again, where are his bruises? Where are his bruises? But you notice how nobody's saying, okay, we saw your pictures. We also want to see DDG and see what his body also looks like. Oh, no, that doesn't matter. Because in America, a woman can do whatever she wants to a man. She can hit him. She can injure him. She can do whatever to his physical body, to his personal belongings, and even to his finances. That's okay. Because America is a country today that allows women to run around being a bunch of terrorists. And nobody holds them accountable. They are a bunch of maniacal terrorists. They are a threat to society. They do whatever they want. And it's always justified. Oh, a man should not hit a woman. No problem. But a woman can put her hands on a man. She can slap a man. Why? She can talk to a man any kind of way. She can even talk about his mother. She can say whatever she wants to say. Because nobody tells these goofy ass bitches that you got to mind what the fuck comes out your mouth. You don't get to talk to people any kind of way. Right? Because we got a bunch of people out here who are a bunch of hyenas. The vast majority of women in America behave like wild, rabid hyenas. You would think these girls were raised out in some fauna or some bushes somewhere in a remote place in Africa. Ain't got no fucking class. We are in a first world country. And you don't know how to communicate with someone that you had sex with, a child with, without insulting him, demeaning him, putting your hands on him, destroying his property. And they think that's acceptable. They really think that's acceptable. Because we have a country that believes in allowing the mentally ill to run amok. Right? That's what we do out here. Oh, you think you're born in the wrong body? Oh, yeah, do whatever you want. Oh, you think you're attracted to kids? Do whatever you want. Oh, you're a woman, so you don't think that you should practice some kind of self-restraint, some kind of class and decorum? Of course. Twerk where you want. Put your hands on people. Just ransack a place. To treat a man any way you see fit. Like, this is insanity. And it's ratchet as fuck. It is ratchet as fuck. Women have to learn to hold themselves accountable. Women have to learn to rein in their emotions. Why are you a woman and you're fighting a man? For what reason? Do you have no class? Where the fuck is your mother? Who the fuck raised you? Keep your fucking hands to yourself. It is so disgusting. Like the number, I'm serious, y'all. There are too many ratchet women out here. They're a bunch of savages. They're savages. Like, they're a bunch of savages. I just can't take it. They're so deranged. They have no class. They have no coup. They have no decorum. There's even a basic conversation in Instagram comments. Watch them call you a bitch. No class. No class. And it's like people think this is acceptable. In a first world country, though, a developed society, an advanced society where people are given free education for 13 years and a free right to school for 13 years and free books and free computers, they are so unable to express their grievances and their frustration without resorting to violence. These women are a bunch of pookies, like they're a bunch of YNs. It's unbelievable. You should be able to be upset and still capable of having a rational conversation with someone. Hey, I don't like this. I don't like this. And I would love for you to do X, Y, and Z. And if you choose not to listen to me, this is how I'm going to handle this. Boom. No. Bunch of banshees. Bunch of banshees. And you see, that's why they love Cowboy Carter, because Beyonce calls herself a banshee. So they identify with that fucking spirit. It is so disgusting. Why are you a woman and you're fighting a man? And you guys are fighting in front of a baby. You're both low-class, ratchet-ass people. What is the problem? Because people, a lot of women out here are never told that you don't get to act like a degenerate. You don't get to act like this. You are a woman. Conduct yourself with some kind of class. Have some goofy-ass feminine energy about yourself. It is so despicable. And I never failed to tell them that. Why are you so damn ratchet? Why are you so low class? I had to stop a friendship with this other girl that I've known since high school. I'm like, you are so committed to this ratchet, low class grift of yours. I don't have space for you in my life. I am 40 years old. I expect a 40-year-old woman to be able to rein in her emotions and to have a sensible conversation with me. And if you're not capable, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. So because I knew you in high school, therefore what? You don't get to violate my boundaries. You need to know how to conduct yourself. You need to know how to talk to people. And you need to know how to calm your fucking self down. You've been outside for fucking 4 decades. Check yourself, bitch. Check your fucking self. So it went where the fuck it went, because that she really had me fucked up. You want to be fucking ratchet? You want to be a fucking hyena? Let's do this bullshit. Bitch, I'll fucking hurt your fucking feelings. And I told her, since high school, you were always fucking insecure anyways. Get the fuck out of here. Like, what is this? What is this? You get to a certain age, you expect people to behave a certain way. And my thing is, for people who are also in Hollywood, people who work with Disney and things like that, I expect y'all to carry yourself a certain way. There is a way. There is a right way and there's a wrong way. But it's like some of y'all, it doesn't matter where you go in life because you hate success. You hate yourself. Let me say this. You hate yourself, you hate success. You change your zip code, but you don't change your mindset along with that fucking zip code. You change your zip code, but you don't acquire the skill set necessary to prove that you belong in that zip code, right? This ain't the fucking hood. Y'all living in some prestigious ass neighborhood. You guys are extremely privileged. No, like they say, take the girl out the ghetto, but you can't take the ghetto out the girl. Make it make sense though. Stop being a fucking stereotype. You live amongst luxury, act luxuriously. Even when you have a disagreement, I expect your disagreement to be sprinkled with all kinds of luxurious resolve, okay? There is the right way to do things. You don't put your hands on people. And as a woman, you should even be embarrassed with yourself that you are sitting here trying to fight a man. You are a woman. You're not a man. You are a woman. And you fight a man. Only God knows what he can do to you. Do you not even think about yourself or think about your son? Do you know how many people die in domestic violence? Why would you ever fight a man? There's no need for you to fight the man. You say, hey, that's enough. You have to leave my house now. And if you don't, I'm calling the police because I'm not doing this, right? We got too many girls out here who think they're men, they think they're trans men, or they walk around like they have an oversized clitoris, okay? You are a freaking woman. No matter how crazy your clitoral bulge is, you are still a woman. You need to learn to act like a damn woman. Have some fucking class about yourself. You don't fight a man. A woman never fights a man. Then you are crazy. You call the police or you call another man to deal with this man. But you are not a man. So why would you fight a man? That is insane. That is insane. Even assuming DDG is everything you say he is, then what's to stop him from having a gun or stop him from having a knife? And that's why you don't fuck around with crazy. That's why a woman does not sit there and try to fight a man. It is extremely dangerous. It is extremely dangerous. No, on this feminist jubilee of stupidity, okay? No, just stop drinking the Kool-Aid. These feminists can tell you whatever they want to tell you. At the end of the day, you are not equal to a man. At the end of the day, it is very dangerous for a woman to try to fight a man. And ultimately, he might subdue you. Most likely, he will subdue you. And he can even go ahead and kill you. So this is why you don't fight dangerous people. You stay out the way because your main thing is protect your life. You got to save your life. And you got to think about your son. Because God forbid he strikes you and then your head goes and it hits the corner of a table and now you're fucking dead. So now the son that you don't want him to have, you're not going to have the son. He's not going to have the son. Who's going to raise your son? You got to think about this. Do you have a child? You have children. And to me, when you're a mother, this is why even more so when you become a mother, you truly have to work on your anger issues. You got to work on your anger issues. You really got to work on that. And you also got to work on your perspective. Everything is not worth the fight, especially not a physical fight, because God forbid something happens to you as the mother. Who's going to protect your child? Who's going to protect your child? It don't take much to kill somebody. It does not take much to kill a person. You can push a person and they can fall and hit their head against the counter. Boom, they're dead. Your intention probably was not to kill them, but it doesn't matter. Because you push the person, they slip, they hit the corner of the freaking thing, and now they're dead because you kill them. And that's why we have to think about domestic violence. It's a real thing. So if you know that you two, you don't get along, it's very toxic, you don't have to be there when he picks up the baby. Also, if he's leaving and he has to take the baby, let him take the baby. Because the less time you spend with him, the less friction y'all going to have. No, she got to carry the baby. She got to walk to the car with the baby. Does this sound like a woman that's truly over a relationship? Does this truly sound like a woman that's done and that truly wants to move on? Of course not. Of course not. You want more foolishness. You give him the damn baby and let him go with the baby. That's it. You don't need to put the child in the car seat. It's a fucking Rolls Royce. He can do it himself. He can do it himself. And somehow you have no business being in the driver's side. If he's driving, why are you there? Why are you near the car? Why are you there? You put the baby in the car seat, you walk your tail back in the house. But to me, you want to start some bullshit because you want to trigger this man to act out of character. So that way you can run to social media, like, oh, you see, he hit me. That's what y'all do. You antagonize people. Bunch of Karens. Come to realize that Karen is not just a white woman. A Karen is any woman in America who loves to antagonize people into foolish behavior because you want to antagonize someone to crash out. And then you'll say, oh my gosh, look at what he did to me. Look at him put his hands on me. But that was always the goal. And that's why you had to follow him all the way to the car. And even after you put the child in the car seat, it still was not enough because he was still not reacting. Somehow you end up on his side. For what reason? Because you're looking for a reaction. You are looking to be a victim, right? This doesn't work. You know, sometimes I sit here and part of me feels like I need to go sign up for law school so I can be like either a criminal lawyer or a family defense attorney because it's the family attorney because this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is really crazy. This is nuts as fuck. Stop trying to antagonize people into having them do something crazy that you can then say, oh, look, he hit me. When that was your goal from the jump. Because if you don't want any issues, it's not going to be any issues. The moment he rings the doorbell, you can have everything ready. Here's the boy. Here are his bags. See y'all when I see y'all. That's it. No, that's not what you want. You find ways to make him walk inside the house. So because the longer he's in that house, then you can accuse him of this, and that. When it's time to leave with the baby, you want to grab the baby and walk to the car with the baby. You want to put the baby in the car seat. Then you want to somehow end up in his face. What are we doing? What are we doing? A serious woman, a grown woman, and a responsible, mature woman with self-awareness, you would have everything ready, waiting by the door. You would have the child fully dressed. When he rings that doorbell and you see him on your Ring camera, you say, hey, hello, your daddy's here. We walk to the door. Hey, how are you? You're good? Okay, cool. Hello. Enjoy your time with daddy. Here are the bags. Take the bags. Go. If he brings them back on Monday or Sunday, that's that. I'll see you on Sunday. I'll see you on Monday. Boom. What's the issue here? What's the issue here? But there's an issue because you want it to be an issue. Because you want a reason to say, oh my gosh, look, he hit me. That's what you wanted all along. But we shall see if he actually did do it, though. I wasn't there, so what do I know? Okay, so she said, we fought each other wrestling. Why are you wrestling a man? Tussling. This is insane. She said, at one point, Daryl was pulling my hair, okay? Then he slammed my face on the steering wheel. So how did we get here, you guys? I'm so confused. Something here is missing. In the documents, maybe we'll find documents. In the documents, the actress claimed things got physical between us. After Cranberry repeatedly insulted her as she strapped the baby into the seat of the car in January, okay? So she's in the back seat. We fought each other, wrestling and tussling. So are they doing this in the streets? I am so confused. Y'all help me out. So now the baby's in the car seat. So she closes the door, right? And then they started fighting in the streets. How did we get here? Like, I'm so confused. So we fought each other, wrestling and tussling. Were they doing this in the streets, like fighting on concrete? What is going on? At one point, Daryl was pulling my hair. Then he was pulling your hair. Then he slammed my face on the steering wheel, causing my tooth to get chipped. What? Then I stopped fighting back as I was in a lot of pain. You were just in pain? You were not bleeding? Yo, this is very bizarre. If y'all can make sense of this, let me know. Let me see if I can find her thingy. Hold on. Let me see if I can find them. We need to read the whole document. Did you get to see the PDF? Because something is missing. Something is seriously missing here. Because I'm so confused. I am truly confused. I am confused. See, I don't know. Because do you see what I'm trying to say? Something is off to me. Because she strapped the baby into the car seat. So she's in the back. Okay. So either this is what we have here, right? Either he's DDG, he's sitting ready to drive. So for him to grab her head and throw her head into the steering wheel, she had to strap the baby, close that door, walk up to him, put her body in there. Because how does he grab her from the outside and then brings her down, then brings her to the door, and then boom, goes like this? Something is bizarre. Now, the other scenario is he's standing. So she has the baby in the car seat. Then they're both standing. He's not in the driver's seat yet. So they're both standing up. So she had the baby in the car seat. She closes the door. He's standing up. She's standing up. Now they start fighting. But even that too, witnesses, neighbors would have seen that because there's a Rolls Royce and people are fighting next to a Rolls Royce. Yo, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Because she does not live in a ratchet neighborhood, y'all. She lives in a fancy neighborhood with a bunch of white nosy people. So you mean to tell me two black people with dreadlocks, you got dreads, he got dreads, and there's a Rolls Royce and a baby. You two are fighting, wrestling, and tussling in broad daylight in the streets? And no neighbor called the police? Or is this happening inside the house? I am so confused. At one point, Daryl was pulling my hair. So he's pulling your hair. Then he slammed my face on the steering wheel. How did you get there? How does she get inside the car? I am so confused. Or the other thing is, she puts the baby in the car seat. Daryl is sitting in the driver's side. She walks over and she sits on the passenger side. So they were fighting inside the car. But then how would you wrestle though? But I guess like wrestling and tussling like this. So she sat in the passenger side. Then I guess he grabbed her from over here and then boom, he smacks her into the steering wheel. Because I am confused, y'all. Okay. There's a chain of events that I'm just not following because I am so confused. Because if two black people with dreadlocks are fighting in the streets of some fancy neighborhood in LA, yeah, these white folks are calling the police. It's abnormal behavior. Now, if you're inside the car, if you went inside the Rolls Royce to start arguing with him, then you ain't scared. You ain't scared. Because what woman is claiming physical, emotional, spiritual, financial abuse? And when her demonic baby father comes, not only does she put the baby in the car seat for him, why would you help him? She proceeds to sit in the passenger side to argue with him. Why are you in his car? That's why I say she's not done. She doesn't know how to get his attention. So she has decided to be destructive because this is very bizarre. Causing my tooth to get chipped, then I stopped fighting back as I was in a lot of pain. I repeat, if somebody throws your head, okay, somebody throws your face into a fucking steering wheel, this is not what you're going to get. You're not going to get some minor cosmetic damage to your tooth. Okay. This is seriously minor cosmetic damage. This is just cosmetic damage. Somebody grabs your head at close range and just throws your head into that big ass, thick ass rim steering wheel. They're going to call the paramedics. And you're going to be gushing blood. And you're not, oh, I felt bad. Yeah, because you passed out. And next thing you knew, you woke up in a hospital and he was already arrested. Okay? Doesn't make sense. Just like Rhoda and her alleged brick. Okay? The injuries do not match up. Huh? I don't even know what this is. I mean, it's a little chip. You don't see it? Trey had something similar, but it was even bigger. I forgot if he bit into something. I forgot what it was. But you go and they patch it up. It's like doing a nail. Like they just put acrylic on there. Like they put a little fill in there. Look, it's that. I even have some. I have ridges too. Yeah, I have ridges too. If you look at my teeth closely, you'll see. I have like little ridges like that. I can get my teeth filed down, but then make my teeth shorter. I don't like that. Even Jimmy has like a little thingy. I told him I was gonna schedule his appointment because you can chip your tooth. He chipped his tooth also. But I'm like, this right here. Who was gonna go, oh yeah, that's really from the steering wheel. No, let's stop the foolishness. Okay. So he grabbed your head. They're a bunch of liars. He grabbed your head. He threw your head into a steering wheel. Your nose didn't get busted. Even her lips. Look at her lips. There's not a single injury on her lips. This girl is sick as hell. This girl is really sick. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can make this. How can I make this from hold on position? Right? Look at her lip, you guys. Look. Do you see any scar on her lips? Right? And mind you, how can somebody how can someone break your teeth or chip your tooth or break your tooth, right? Without damaging your lips. So all he did was somehow he slams you into a steering wheel, that thick ass steering wheel. He doesn't bust your nose. He doesn't bust your forehead. He doesn't even bust your lip. He just happens to chip a tooth right there. And we're supposed to sit here and believe that shit. They don't even know how to lie. And that's why some people have no business being criminals. Okay? You're not good at this. Leave that shit alone. Okay? This is ridiculous. Like her tooth also would have been busted. Her top lip would have been busted. And then her bottom lip would have been busted. But look at her lip. There's not a single scar on her lip. So maybe she bit into something and this is how her thing got cracked. This is a minor cosmetic damage. Nobody would, if you didn't know anything, if you didn't see this story and somebody showed you this picture, you'd be like, oh, what happened to your tooth? Did you like bite into something? But nobody would ever look at this and associate that to somebody grabbing a person's head, especially a small head, and like boom, into a freaking steering wheel of a freaking Rolls Royce. Yeah, feed that shit to the birds. Okay? Bunch of liars. These women love to lie. They really love to lie, and I'm getting sick and tired of this. This makes no sense. Okay? You can even get this kind of damage from hold on. Okay. You see? Even look at this one, right? You see? Now that's some serious damage. You see how that's open like this? You see that? Right? You see? But I'm like, that's some real damage. That's some real damage. I'm like, what is this? All right? Like, what is going on? What is really going on? But at least if you show us two damage that looks like this, we can be like, okay, this, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at that. The whole thing is exposed. Like the inside is exposed. Right? I'll be like, okay, like I'm not gonna believe it's somebody slamming into a steering wheel, but somebody really did that to you because that's some serious damage. You didn't just damage the enamel, like the entire tooth is exposed. But this is what she has. This is her evidence to tell you, or because she wants you to believe that this cosmetic chip was caused by DDG grabbing her and throwing her small face into a freaking steering wheel. Like, what do you take us for? Like, seriously, what do you take us for? What do you take us for? You know, because celebrities today, I think celebrities also, they think they're so intelligent or they're so, I don't know, beautiful or I don't know. They're so good at manipulation that whatever I say, whatever I claim, they're going to believe me. No, there's always going to be an asshole like me who's going to question what you're saying because your injuries have to match your claims. But I don't even understand how you go from the back seat to now you're in the front seat. How'd you end up there? How'd you end up there? Let me keep reading this. Where was I again? Okay. So she said we fought each other, wrestling and tussling, she said. At one point, Daryl was pulling my hair. Then he slammed my face on the steering wheel, causing my tooth to get chipped. I then stopped fighting back as I was in a lot of pain. Bailey included photos of her tooth and bruises on her arms, just one arm, in her filing, which has since been published by some U.S. media outlets. 2 months after the alleged altercation, Bailey alleges that Granberry entered her house when she was at home and texted a photo of her bed along with a threatening message suggesting she was having sex with other men. I need proof of that. Where's the text message? So she showed us pictures of her tooth. She showed a picture of that one bruise. Show me pictures of these text messages too. A few days later, she claimed Cranberry berated her when she did not want to send their unwell baby on a visit with him. Then smashed the Ring doorbell camera on her porch when he realized it was recording their confrontation. But even if he smashed it, isn't it like stored on the cloud or something? She further alleged that when she called a relative for help, he took her phone, slammed a car door on her as she was holding the baby. He took her phone. And what did he do with the phone? That's the same thing that what's her name again? What's that girl's name again? Kiki said the same thing, right? That Daryl took her phone. Hold on. Oh Lord. These girls are so draining. Let me see. Okay, you see? It's the same. I'm not trying to be funny, but it's the same playbook every single time. You see? Even AI says, yes, Kiki Palmer has publicly stated that Darius Jackson took her phone during an altercation. This accusation was part of a larger dispute between the two, which also involved allegations of domestic abuse. There you go. A temporary restraining order was issued following the incident. There you go. It's important to remember that these are allegations, and the full situation is not yet fully known. It's a good idea to follow news report for the most up-to-date information. So she also claimed that Darius took her phone because remember, she was chasing behind him because she said he took her phone, and then she stood in front of the car. And I'm like, it's $1,000 phone. And let him drive off with the phone, because if he drives off with the phone, it's actually theft. You just call the police. And you can lock your phone. But I'm like, what's $1,000 phone to you, Kiki? And you're a multimillionaire, right? But it's not about the phone. They want attention from these men. Because you think, me, Marlene, if I'm really done with your ass and you take my phone, I don't give a fuck. Everything you have is stored on the cloud. It's an inconvenience. But you drop off of my phone, I'm calling the police. It's theft. I'm not about to stand in front of a car. What if he drives into me? Right? They say the same thing because they want a restraining order. That's it. Because they don't want to share custody. Like these girls, they're so easy to figure out. They're not that bright, you know. That's why they do acting. You don't have to be intelligent to be an actor. The problem is they believe the roles they play. They actually think they're smart. You're not smart. They say the same thing. Oh, he took my phone. Oh, he didn't want to give me back my phone. Oh, I fear for my life. I fear for the safety of my son. Because they don't want to actually do a proper custody agreement. It's about control. But I'm like, we've seen this before. So he took my phone. He slammed the door in my face. Okay. Did he drive off with your phone? Did you call the police when he took your phone? Right? And once again, they want you to believe that they're just sitting there and being so polite. And these men are just grabbing their phones, yelling at them. And like, oh, can I please have my phone back? Oh my gosh. Okay. One day you'll stop insulting me. No. Please stop. Like, please stop. Hold on. Keep going. Oh, my Lord. Bailey filed a police report over the incident. Okay, so we need to see what happened after that. As part of the restraining order, Granberry was also instructed not to possess any weapons. Okay, sure. Who did that also? We saw the same move with who? Jeannie Mai, right? Jeannie Mai had pictures. Oh my gosh. The GZ has an AK-47. Oh my gosh. I don't want Monaco to go over there. Oh my gosh, he has weapons in the house. Oh my gosh, he has AK-47s in the house. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Jeannie Mai. There you go. Okay. There you go. It never fails. It never failed. Well, there you go. Jeannie Mai raises safety concerns about Jeezy's alleged whatever. Let's watch. There you go. A bunch of liars. They're so despicable.
Concerns about Jeezy's alleged firearms.
There you
We
go.
want to feel love. We want to feel safe.
In a recent court filing, the TV personality hits back at her estranged husband, who previously accused Jeannie of being a gatekeeper with their daughter Monaco, claiming his visitation schedule was becoming increasingly less.
How's everything?
Amazing.
How's the
Family's
baby?
great. Baby's big. She's walking all over the house.
Yeah.
She's calling me daddy now, so we there.
For now, there's a temporary custody agreement for the nearly 2-year-old, and inside the court docs, Jeannie's attorneys say it's not gatekeeping, but rather she simply wants reasonable safety measures, which include securing and locking away the rapper's firearms.
You see? This is what they do. When they date you and you have guns, it turns them on. When they date you, have sex with you, and you got guns, you're known for being outside, you know for being a street dude, whatever, that shit turns them on. The day you no longer want to be with them, they weaponize everything they know about you. Oh, he has guns, you know. Oh, I just want Monaco to be safe. Oh, you went and had a baby with Jeezy. Girl, what? Everybody from Atlanta, even me, I'm not even from Atlanta, but Jimmy told me this, right? People was like, yeah, he used to roll outside with BMF. Girl, what? Okay, just like Jennifer Lopez too, right? She want to be with a bad boy. The man has a whole record label called Bad Boy, right? They go in the club. Diddy starts being a bad boy, shooting up the fucking club. She's like, oh, but I didn't know what you thought this was, right? What do you think this was? The man has a whole record label. It's called Bad Boy. When the song starts, he says Bad Boy. Now what he does, right? So you thought it was what, a grift? No, he's really about that life, right? Oh my gosh, I fear for Monaco. Oh my gosh, I'm afraid of guns. Oh, I don't want Monaco to be, because they don't want to share custody. And I think also the issue is with these goofy ass girls, because I'm figuring these women out. I watched a live by Priscilla recently. When I tell you the way Priscilla went in on these girls, I said, yeah, there goes my evil twin. There goes my evil Aquarius twin. But I think the issue with these girls too, with the custody thing, I feel like, yeah, part of it is, if you're not going to be with me, I'm going to make sure you don't see your child, because I need to hurt you like that. Another thing also is the fact that if you do share custody, especially if it becomes 50-50, he might not be asked to pay child support, And for many of these women, a child is a meal ticket, right? Instead of focusing on their careers, going to acting class, working on their music. No, they want a man to subsidize their life because he happened to have a baby with them. So I think that's why many women also fight for custody like this. And they do everything to say, I'm afraid, I'm this, I'm that, because the goal is, I need to have more time with this child so that way I can ask for child support. They want money. They want money. They want to be taken care of. They want you to subsidize their lifestyle. These women are lazy. They are truly lazy, and they're mediocre liars also. Oh, yeah. Priscilla was going in on these girls. I'm like, go ahead. But you, Priscilla, I'm like, but the thing about Priscilla, though, Priscilla also has an ulterior motive, because I think being a lesbian, because she was married before she had a husband, probably still has the husband. But I think she felt like, because she's a lesbian or she's a stud or whatever, that these girls were going to be more appreciative of her. Oh, look, men are evil. And look at me, I'm a stud. I will be your happy place. And then she realized that, no, the girls will treat you just the same. Whether you're a man or you're a stud, they expect you to have that masculine energy, and they expect you to pick up the slack just as if you were a man, right? A lot of female lesbians don't have empathy. It's not, yeah, she's giving male. She tries to give masculine, but she's still a woman. Like, she also needs help. She needs affection. She also needs support. No, they don't care. They do not care. So I do feel like, what's her name again? I do feel like Priscilla, part of her, disillusionment is her bitterness and realizing that, it doesn't matter if you're a man or if you're a female stud. These women will treat you horribly. Hey, Shayla, they'll treat you horribly. So Priscilla is bitter about that. She really is, because she's had a lot of girlfriends. She's had like, what, 3 or 4 girlfriends right now? And these girls are very ungrateful. They're truly ungrateful. And I even feel like low-key, high-key, she's an Aquarius, but I will say this. She's really hurt. Us and Libra, it's a really complicated story, But the issue is, I think B. Taylor exposing her like this, and B. Taylor talking about her child, the mattress and things like that. Priscilla was really hurt. She was really, really hurt. And she hasn't digested that properly. So as long as she's hurt, because she's an air sign, all these bitches can get it. So she's speaking the truth though, but she's not speaking the truth from like, hey, this is what it is, okay? She's bitter. But that thing B. Taylor did, it truly, truly, truly hurt her, okay? It really did. Because I don't think she expected that from B. Taylor, because I also do believe that she also had her back. I think she helped her out a lot. Because she wouldn't even leave her kids with B. Taylor. So for B. Taylor to turn around like, oh yeah, your daughter is on this, kids not safe around you, but then you left your kids with her, and you let your kids you let her kiss on your kids. Like, Libra, go sit down somewhere. Okay. So that is, she's hurt. She's really hurt. She's speaking truth though, but she's speaking truth from a hurt place. So we gotta be mindful of that. You know what I'm saying? We really do.
A request grounded in Jeannie's genuine concern for Monaco.
The great thing about our love is we have flaws, but we embrace working through them. I've never had that with somebody before.
Right.
That's Jeannie in happier times before Jeezy filed for divorce in September after 2 years of marriage.
Then you need a split.
A source telling ET at the time things haven't been great between them, but Jeannie was very surprised by Jeezy's move.
I cannot believe, as every parent will tell you, how much a child changes your life.
Right.
In the wake of Jeezy's divorce filing, a source told ET that he and Jeannie weren't on the same page when it came to certain family values and expectations.
Oh my God. Married life feels 1,000% different than when we were dating.
They had different views and each felt like their needs weren't being completely met, which Jeezy seemed to hint at in a recent interview with Nia Long.
I can tell you that this has not been a easy journey.
Right.
I can tell you that I'm saddened. I can tell you that I'm disappointed. I can tell you that I'm uneasy, right? God has put me in a different path.
As for Jeannie, the court battle update comes weeks after she got candid on Jennifer Hudson's talk show.
Even though this year I met the most broken version of me, I also met the strongest version of me.
I love
today.
how you
While Jeannie admits she was blindsided by the divorce filing, she's already writing her next chapter.
I think I'm doing better now. I think at the time when I found out, at the same time as the rest of the world, that my marriage was ending in divorce, I was gutted. So yeah, today it's about picking up the pieces. It's about discovering me and being a mom to the best blessing in my life, my little girl.
accentuating the positive
Absolutely.
and the beauty in life.
Even though, it's what I'm dealing with day by day.
That's so fake. And you know what this comes down to also? I think it also has to do with rejection. Is that women cannot take rejection, especially when you're talking about a woman that's a narcissist. I think maybe if she's a regular woman, she might do a little bit better. But especially these influencers, because they're all influencers, when you spend so much money and so much of your energy deceiving people, curating this image of yourself, right? Like, oh, especially Jeannie Mai, I don't want to have children and this, and that, right? And then you meet this man and you go above and beyond because like you really think he's in love, but really you love the money, okay? And then that man rejects you publicly because with Jeannie Mai too, I think part of her bitterness is that he divorced her publicly. She didn't even know. Because if you remember the day the whole divorce thing came about, the day before, she had posted a picture of his book and she was sitting there with Monaco. They're like, Monaco, let's be happy for daddy. His book is whatever. And then the next day, he filed for divorce. So she was really embarrassed. I think also when it comes to Halle too, I'm not a fan of hers, but I will give her some kind of empathy because I'm not a sociopath, right? I think when you consider everything that you've been afforded, the musical career, the followers, and especially this big opportunity with Disney to be the first, like not the first, but like kind of like the second or third, like the second, right? Because it was Brandy first with Cinderella, but then it's you. But even Brandy, it was just Cinderella was just like for ABC. It was not in the movie theaters. So You're like the first Black girl with Disney to really be in a movie theater, right? And you kind of threw that away because you were so obsessed with DDG that you didn't focus on your brand. You didn't focus on your business. You got pregnant. Then you had to fight with the Ruby Rose and things of the sort. You had to fight people, gaslight people. Oh, he's not going to cheat on me. He's not going to treat me like Ruby Rose, right? And now we see you with a baby being treated maybe worse than Ruby Rose or even maybe worse than Candy Simone, right? So I feel like rejection, like you feel embarrassed. And instead of like sitting down with yourself and saying, you know what, the way we broke up or the way this thing happened, I really do feel embarrassed because maybe I would have loved to have got married. Or if we didn't get married, you know, I would have loved for us to stay together because it has to do something to a person. We had a good relationship or it seemed to be a good relationship. You get pregnant and then within a few months of the baby being born, you two are separated. You know, that really has to hurt. I can't take that away from her. But what I will say is that sometimes it really is okay to be honest with how you really feel, right? And you can say, oh, maybe he should have done this, of course. But the thing also is he's like 27 or something like that. He ain't gonna be too bright also, right? But at the end of the day, Haley, that Disney bag, it was yours to protect with your entire life. The pregnancy could have waited. You know what I'm saying? It really could have waited. And this is why we keep telling all you young people to wait until you're married to have children. But you don't want to listen. You don't want to listen. And it never fails because this is how it goes. Because it is embarrassing. I couldn't even imagine to be the Little Mermaid and then you were pregnant during the whole Little Mermaid thing. And that Little Mermaid is a single mother. Like, what the freak? Right? What about this ever gives Disney? But ultimately, you are more responsible than he's responsible. And that is something that you have to deal with within yourself. So for me, it's like I really encourage her to go to therapy and to really talk about it with someone who's not going to lie to her and make her feel like, oh my gosh, she's a celebrity. I got to kiss her ass. No, you really need to work with her and help her with her thought process because her and her sister do not make good decisions. And then you want to blame other people and then you want to lie on other people. So because right now your career is not doing well and he's doing really well with his career and his opportunities are still coming because he's a man, it's very different. It's very different. Like I said, the feminist jubilee, right? But it doesn't last for long before the tears and sorrows start to creep in. We're not equal to men. How many times do we have to say that to y'all? What a man can do and get away with, you as a woman, you cannot. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you have the baby full time. You can't be out here streaming for hours and going on dates for hours. Men move different than women. It's a real thing. We are not equal to men. And certain things, it affects you horribly. Him, it might actually make him look better. You know, how did you get pregnant out of wedlock? How you a single baby mama? But for him, because he's a man, it'll be like, whoa, that's the man who smashed Little Mermaid. You see, what's bad for you can actually be good for his image. And the fact that he slept with you and got you pregnant, it probably makes him more desirable in the eyes of other girls. Like, wow, I can have the same boyfriend as Haley. You really have to start thinking like it's a real thing. It really, really is a real thing. So I know that naturally has to hurt because who doesn't have pride? Everybody has pride. You know, we all have pride. And nobody wants to feel like, oh, I had a baby with you and then you just discarded me and I'm sitting here and dealing with my body issues because she did talk about her body issues and how she has an issue with her postpartum body. And then you see him on this date with all these little skinny ass girls and shit like that. Like, man, I used to look like that like 2 months ago. Yeah, you sure did. But the good thing is too, Haley, you're only 25. So you can really snap back. It's just one baby. You know, you can just snap back. It's not even that much weight. The problem is, yet again, what I have realized from Haley and her sister is that these two young ladies truly do not have structure. They don't have structure. They're not organized. And I think they're very lazy. And not even just lazy. I think they're also procrastinators. Okay? But then again, that's most women in America. Okay? You understand? But it's like, to me, Marlene, yeah, you put on some weight, but you didn't put on no 50 or 100 pounds. You probably put like 20 or 30 pounds. That is nothing major, right? But when you don't have mental fortitude, you don't know how to push past whatever bothers you. Yes, right now, I don't like my postpartum body. It's affecting me. It's affecting my self-esteem. And maybe when you do watch the live streams and you see all these skinny girls that he goes on these dates, it does trigger something in you. I get that part. But you also got to train your mind to see things in a positive way. This is how I feel. Okay. So what are you going to do about it? Right. And that's where many women don't want to, they don't want to cross that bridge in the way that they think. Yes, I acknowledge the problem. Most women, they acknowledge the problem and they linger in the problem stage. No, you acknowledge the problem. What are we going to do about it? Especially not, you have money too. You definitely have money for a trainer. You have money for a dietitian. You have money for a nutritionist. You have money to even go to Pilates. You have the money. But it's up to you to take the initiative to call in the help that you need. But it seems to me that all your days are spent on thinking about DDG and how like your relationship didn't work. Girl, you got to work. You got to move on. You got to move on, right? So what is the plan over the next 6 months to 9 months? What are you really going to do to focus in on your nutrition, your diet, and your exercise? Because once you start taking care, they're very lazy, you guys. They are truly lazy. They are very, very lazy. They're Chloe, Normani, they're truly lazy people. And not just lazy, they're not structured. And when you're not structured also, you can you can also become a procrastinator because you don't have structure. You got to have structure. So many women today do not have structure. And that's why they are an emotional mess. They are a mess. And you know that a woman doesn't have structure, she's an emotional mess, when her life revolves around blaming other people for how messed up her life is. You are a mess. And because you're a mess, your life is a mess, right? Because you're low frequency, your baby daddy also is low frequency, right? You got to check yourself. You got to check yourself. You really got to check yourself. I acknowledge the problem. Good. What are we going to do about it? And if you notice, for the most part, when most women get together, all they do is talk about the problem, talk about the problem, talk about the problem. That's all they do, because women are not solution driven. But then they're equal to men. Most men cannot sit here and talk about the same thing over and over again. That's just crazy. They're going to look for a solution. Most women are content just talking about the problem. But then they want to be president. They want to be CEOs. They want to run the world. How can you run the world when you have such a microscopic understanding of human life and human experiences and what it really takes to bring about progress? Girl, no. We don't want a woman president. Thank you. Okay? You want people that are solution driven. And that's why if you are a woman also, and you want to start helping women to be more reasonable and to be more solution driven, goal oriented, and have like really put in place structure, they'll hate your ass because they don't want structure. Because once they start having structure and they start knowing how to go about things, then there's nobody to blame. Right? Because if we say, okay, over the next 6 months, this is what you have to do. Well, she knows. If I don't do this over the next 6 months, I have nobody to blame but myself. And that's why they don't want structure. That's why they don't want structure. They don't want structure. You see the goofy ass statue of this obese ass black girl that is thinning like this with no bra in New York City, right? There's a reason why today that is the image of most black women in America. How can somebody from England create a statue and that's what comes to mind when he sees the black American women? Because they know out here people ain't got no structure. There's no structure even with the diet. There is no structure even with the frequency at which one eats food all the damn time. Why do you eat so much food to begin with? Okay. But even that too, it's a trigger point. Telling these women not to eat as much food. It's not like you're saying don't eat the food. We're saying, do you have to eat that many calories in a day? What are you doing? What are you seriously doing? But they're a mess. They are an emotional mess. They are a mess and they're a wreck. Right? And instead of actually taking ownership of their lives, no, they're going to come together in this enclave of stupidity and just blame people all the fucking time, because that's what losers actually do. The vast majority of women are a bunch of losers. They're a bunch of losers. You will never sit there and listen to these women and be like, wow, they talked about the problem, then they talked about the solution, and then they actually went out there and got some shit done. Right? No, just talk, cry, complain, blame, and that's it. No, that's it. I did my complaining for the day. I did my blaming work for the day. I put everything on somebody else for the day. Oh, look at me. right? Bunch of sociopaths. They're a bunch of sociopaths. And this is how they live. And this is how they nurture each other. This is how they groom each other to be. One is more idiotic than the next. And I'm like, what the freak are y'all doing? This is not how responsible adults function through a civilized society, right? There is a problem. What are you going to do about the problem, right? And then it's not enough to just say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Then you got to break it down into like smaller steps, right? So I got 6 months to do this. Okay, month 1 is this. Month 2 is this. Month 3, da-da-da. That's how you have to organize your life. But you think just talking about feeling insecure about your postpartum body is going to fix the body? Talking itself doesn't fix shit. And sometimes I even feel as though the more you talk about a problem, you will make it bigger than what it truly is, right? Because then it turns into an obsession. And by turning into an obsession, you're not just making it bigger than what it truly is. You start to become afraid of even tackling it because you've made it sound bigger than what it truly is. It's not a big deal. There are many things that women obsess about, become insecure about, they cry about, they become depressed about it. Y'all, if she told you what it was, you're like, girl, it's not a big deal. This is not worth making yourself sick over. This is not worth you having depression over. This is not worth you having this nasty attitude. It is truly not a big deal. It is, in the bigger scheme of things, it's a minor inconvenience, right? Many things that these women have a tendency of obsessing over, in the bigger scheme of things, it is a minor inconvenience. There are worse things out here that could happen too, you know? Don't tempt the devil and give him a reason to really make you cry. It is never that deep. It is never that deep. But they have a tendency of making everything super, super, super deep. You know what I'm saying? That full philosopher. Oh, if I make this deeper than what it truly is, it reveals that I'm connected to my supreme feminine. Oh, shut the fuck up. Okay? You're not Plato. You are not Socrates. It never gave Confucius. Okay, you're not a philosopher, and you're definitely not a tortured artist. Like, go sit down somewhere here. Okay, this is too fucking much. You got to get to a point in your life as a woman that you are quick to come with a resolve. Like, yeah, this shit right here is fucked up. I wish it didn't happen this way, but it happened this way. And what I'm going to do about this and make the most out of this. That's it. With ifs, you can redo the world. Unfortunately, you don't have enough ifs for that. What you have is your own resolve, and you got to look ahead. It's okay. What happened already happened. But what is coming towards me, I'm responsible for creating that reality for myself. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that I create a positive reality for myself. You only have one life to live. Why are you wasting your precious time on things that truly do not matter? When you have so much control over other things that if you made it your mind to work on those other things, you will be so further along. Make it make sense. Right? It sucks that it happened this way. But hey, you were warned, you made your choices. You live and you learn. Right? Maybe one day he'll change his mind about you. Maybe he won't. Maybe one day he'll realize that you were the one. Maybe he won't. Right? We don't know. But what we do know, if right now your weight, your body is causing you to not feel good about yourself, to not love yourself, to not be confident in yourself, and that causes you to want his attention and you want his validation, you're going to have to stop doing that. Right? And it's very bizarre also that at such a young age, you require so much validation from a man. You know, what the fuck is your daddy? And how were you raised? That as a young woman, what a man feels for you matters so much to you. You know, sometime in life, you have to cry one good time and you got to move on. You know what I'm saying? And we've all had to do that. You got to cry one fucking good time and you got to move on. Because you got to take care of yourself. And the way you take care of yourself, it has to be in a way that creates a better version of self, not a bitter version of self. Like this girl, Halle, she's bitter. Just like Jeannie Mai. Right? But the problem is, a lot of these women, these influencer women, they're a bunch of malignant narcissists. Even with Jeannie, it was fun when she was doing it to Freddie. She was very mean to Freddie. She was very cruel to Freddie. She would get on her show, the what's it called, the Real, whatever it is, and just say all kinds of disparaging things. Even when they were married, calling him a Mitch. I mean, it was so disrespectful. Even after the divorce, because she didn't want to pay him the money. She was so cruel. She was just so cruel. But now Jeezy, because I guess she didn't like Freddie. Freddie liked her more than she liked him. But the Lord made it now that she knows what it feels like to like somebody more than they like you. And Jeezy just walked away as if everything he said, he never truly felt it. He's a Libra. Maybe he did feel it. You know what I mean? But there's a thing, and I think also like a lot of people who decide to have romantic relationships with air signs, you know, you have to learn that we have a very interesting detachment style. Like when we're done, we're just done. Right. And because I feel like air signs, like we're really called to be like, you know, smarter than the rest of y'all. Right. When you're dealing with intellectuals, like you have to understand petty games and stuff like that. It doesn't work with us. If anything, it scares us more because trust is a really big deal. Like, I don't know for me, I know that also for Gemini, but I'm like, trust is a really big deal for air signs. So when you start doing stuff like that, it's like, wow, if you did this now, what else can you do? And then it's never the same, you know? And that's why I will say this, like when you're with people, you need to really get to know people, man, right? Like you need to get to know people. And what could work for other people, it's not going to work for us, you know? Because me, when you start doing stuff like that, I'm like, okay, this right here, I can no longer trust you. So now I'm scared. And once I'm scared, it's over. You know, we can have a disagreement, but I'm telling you, you might want to think carefully about how you try to talk to me. Because if your idea of trying to get my attention is to do this stuff, you will never hear from me again. Because now I'm scared. Now I'm truly scared. You know, there are people who are very toxic. And your toxicity, you've always functioned in toxicity, right? Yeah, it's really hard for us. Like, you know, people don't understand that. You know, even my little brother too. It's so funny because he's an Aquarius. And Kevin, I was texting him and he took screenshots and he sent that to my mom. It did something to me. And now when it comes to my little brother, I have trust issues. You know what I mean? One time he texted me, I was like, okay, bye. And I blocked him. Because the moment you show me I can't trust you, believe you me, you got my attention. When Maya Angelou said, when people show you who they are, trust them, I trust you. It's cool. You understand? I'm like, me, I'm very sensitive like that. You understand? It's not a problem. It really is not a problem. Show me who you are. I will treat you accordingly how you want to be treated. That's not a problem. You know, and that's why even for me, Marlene, like friendship and things like that, I require very emotionally mature people. You gotta be very mature to deal with my ass. Because I don't do excuses. I don't do tears, all that weird shit, right? We're gonna sit here and we're gonna have a proper conversation as adults. And I expect you to be coherent. Not gonna start crying or show me pictures. Because I say, okay, what about his pictures? I will ask really pertinent questions. Because me, Aquarius, I gotta see the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? That's it. And I don't allow people to control my understanding. You're not God. You will never be my God. You know what I mean? So that's that. But you see, Jeannie also, I don't know what sign she is, but she's also dealing with a Libra. And I'm telling you, Jeezy is detached. And now you showing his pictures like this. You call the police on him. Oh, he's done with your ass. Oh, this is too much. It makes us extremely uncomfortable. But the sad thing about relationship is people don't truly take the time to get to know their person, right? When Jeezy filed for divorce, has she been calm? Like, okay, you're mad, no problem. I see you. He'll be like, oh, you're not going to react? Like, no. You know, people need their space. My husband, too, Jimmy's a Gemini, too, huh? You see? Their horns, Aries, horns, Capricorn, horn. They do everything like pow, 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 pow. You know, because they don't understand wisdom. And that's the problem with people that have horns in their zodiac. They do everything with their head. Like everything is violence all the time. We don't move like that. You got to have some sagacity about your head. You got to be sophisticated. You want to deal with air signs. We are going to require you to have intellectual sophistication. We don't do brute behavior. Like it really is a real thing. Even Jimmy has his days. He needs his space. And I respect that because he's also a Gemini. You have to leave air sign people alone. When an air sign person says, I need my space, let them have their space. Oh, but we also don't like needy attachment styles. It's just too much. Okay. It's just like, yeah, but Aries is a fire sign, which they should have been the earth sign though. It's too much. You know what I mean? People need their space. Jimmy, 10 o'clock, leave him alone. Because if you go there and he cusses your ass out, then you ask for it. Like there are certain times he's just unavailable. Like that's just who he is. Let him be. Right? You have to get to learn people. I even think that's why he loves me too. Maybe he finds me beautiful. I mean, most likely he finds me beautiful, but I think what he really likes about me is that I really understand him. You got to leave people the hell alone. But one thing about air signs that people have to understand is like our independence, it means a lot to us. It really, really does. And I think there are some zodiacs out here, they're extremely needy. It's really hard for us. And I'm gonna tell you this too. Fumi's in here. Fumi's a Gemini. I'm gonna tell you this. When it comes to an air sign and overly needy people, you guys, seriously, it suffocates the fuck out of us. You understand? When you're like needy, like, it's a lot. It truly is a lot. You don't understand. It's a lot, y'all. It really is a lot. You know what I mean? Because we prioritize people who are independent. Like, I'll see you when I see you, but you should know I love you. You don't have to hear from me every day, every minute. What the fuck is this? It feels like a leash. It's very problematic. You know what I'm saying? We truly love our independence. And I think sometimes people take offense to that, but it's nothing personal. Okay? Because we are a people who need time to themselves. We just do. We talk to ourselves a lot. We are in our heads a lot. Listen, you're not going to get it. If you're not an air sign, you ain't going to get it. Okay? You have to respect that. And I promise you this, even if you don't like the distance that you feel right now, when you learn to honor the fact that an air sign needs their space, they will love you more because of that. Like, we love people who let us be ourselves. Like, please let me breathe. The more you do that, the more we're going to love you. The more you're trying to restrain us, now we gotta stay the fuck away from you because you're toxic. You are truly toxic. It is a real thing, you guys. It's a real thing. You understand, right? Like, even with Jimmy, like, if there's something I don't want to do, he doesn't bother me. I remember one time, even, I forgot what it was, but then his mom was like, she told Jake, she's like, oh, if Marlene doesn't mind coming, because I know sometimes she can be overwhelmed. Like, yeah. I was like, oh, that's so cute. So I actually went. You know what I mean? But people know it's nothing personal. It really, I'm going to tell you this, it's nothing personal. Even me, you might not hear from me from weeks at a time. I love you. I just need to be by myself. It does good for me. I don't know how to explain it, but it's my happy place. You know what I'm saying? We need that, but it doesn't mean the person doesn't love you. But you see, if you're with a person and you don't take your time to understand the person, that's how you might lose the person. Yeah, because freedom matters a lot to us, y'all. It really does. And trust is a big deal. Trust is really a big deal. You know, even if something we did, you don't like it, talk to us calmly. But exposing us and saying things like that, we ain't coming back on that shit. You see, and Jeannie, and I really do feel like Jeannie, she probably really loves Jeezy. She probably loves him a lot. But the way she went about it, and him being a Libra, that shit, he ain't gonna spin the block. Because we are extremely sensitive to betrayal. Like, for real. You know, now you're talking about Daryl. DDG also is a Libra. Like, it's a real thing, you guys. It is a real thing. You deal with Aquarius people, Gemini people, Libra people. You need to study these people, y'all. Okay? If you think, oh, that's my person, and I want to marry this person, and I want to be with this person, I need you to study us. And you need to know what our no-nos are. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because we are extremely sensitive to foolishness. Please don't do it. You know, because even it's a thing. You got to be an air sign to get it. Yeah, you know, exactly. Like, it's just a thing. It's a real thing. You know, you got to study people. You got to study people. And people are so busy being in bed with people, having sex with people, kissing people, going shopping with people. They don't actually take their time to really study the person. Like, who is this person? You know, study the person, you know. But to me, honestly, and I'm also going to say this too. I could, you know, what I'm getting in my spirit, and I will say, because I am prophetic, what I am getting in my spirit, I don't even think we can say that. I don't think I could say that Daryl did not have real feelings for Haley. I think he did. But I think the thing about Daryl too, he's very driven. You know, Libras love money. If you don't know no better, sometimes you think they're Cancer. Sometimes you think there's a Virgo, right? Libras love money. They really love money. I mean, they come right after Virgo. They love money. They really, out of us air signs, I think Libras love money more than the rest of us. Okay. Me, I can be a broke philosopher and be happy. Libra, like, no, I need something. Like, when you're crazy, right? But they need money. And it's like, they're very ambitious. They are truly ambitious. And I do feel like DDG with the streaming stuff, because he's very passionate about streaming, He's very passionate about being one of the best with the Kai Cenat and the Aiden Ross and those kinds of people. I believe the boy has really big ambitions. And I think that relationship with what's that girl's name? With Haley, he probably felt like he was suffocating. Like he couldn't really do his thing. You know what I mean? And because he's 27, maybe, and you know, because he's a different kind of 27. When Jimmy and I got married, he was 27, but we were math majors in college, and we were broke as hell. You know, DDG, he's 27, and he's way richer than we both ever been, right? So these boys and that streaming stuff, you know, it's very competitive. You got to really be outside. You got to be there for a very long time. You know, it's very, very competitive. So I think DDG, he has a lot of goals when it comes to his little streaming business. But Haley, she gives off very lazy. I need to be honest. She doesn't give ambitious. She gives very lazy, wants to be in bed all day, wants to pillow talk all day, this, and that. But he got to get to business. And we also have to be very honest. They live in LA. It is very expensive. It is very expensive. So you're spending hours in bed with this girl talking about God. She's an Aries, talking about God knows what. He's probably thinking like, okay, if I had monetized this hour, I could have made 20,000. You got to see where he's coming from. That's how his brain is wired. You know what I'm saying? Like, once again, people don't want to study people, but it's really not that hard. You know, he's really passionate about streaming. It is a real thing. When you're able to make 100,000 just of streaming in less than 10 days, yeah, that reeks passion. This boy has not stopped posting content for the past like 15 years. Okay. He loves what he does. And his little friends, his fan group, whatever you call them people, the DDG people, okay, he loves them a lot and they love him too. You understand? So I understand like there's a season to fall back and, you know, have fun. Oh, she got the baby, but he wants to be one of the best when it comes to streaming, which is why I don't even believe he put his hands on her. I really don't believe it. I do not, because he's not an idiot. He might look like an idiot, but he's not one. Okay. If DDG, the stuff he has, he would have been caught in some foolishness way a long time ago. He looks like a YN, might act like one, but he ain't one. The boy told you he was a valedictorian. Okay. Why would he do that? And on top of that, if you are accused of domestic abuse and you're proven guilty, all these streamers are not going to mess with you. Right? They're just not going to come next to you because now your brand is toxic. So I'm like, he has too much going on for himself. The one lazy person and potentially broke person here is Haley. So she's more likely to lie. Because when people don't have shit going on for themselves, they get jealous, they get bitter, they get envious. And next thing you know, they start lying. Says, I'm not making it, you're not going to make it. Crabs in a barrel. Okay? Let's be so for real. But she's not ambitious enough. I think if she had agreed to stream more, do more content and things like that, where she could really help the brand and really help him to make more money, I think it probably would have turned out differently. But it's a thing, we also have to say that it's a thing when you have a relationship and you don't have a supportive partner who wants to okay, that's what he does. This is what he loves to do. That they meet you doing a thing and now they want to change what you do, how often you do it, and wump. I mean, yeah, certain things should change a little bit, but it's like, this is what he does. And this is what he enjoys doing. And DDG might end up being a streamer until he's 50. Or unless it's like a new way of streaming, but I don't see him stopping this. And it's like her, everything she does, it's like a very nagging, evil mom that knows that you love something, but she always wants you to not do it. Like, even with the other boy, I Show Speed, because he's an Aquarius too, huh? I Show Speed also, his mom used to come in the room, start yelling at him, cut off the Wi-Fi. But the boy, he really likes streaming. And today, how many followers does he have? Like 30 million people on Instagram, right? But I Show Speed, he does very well for himself. But his mom was a hater. She didn't see his passion, you know? But he was very committed to this whole streaming business. And from the outside looking in, you think he's crazy. Like, why are you wasting your time on the computer? But he was not wasting his time on the computer. He was building a relationship with his audience. You understand? And I don't think people can understand that. Because Haley, she's not serious about her craft. And that's why you got to stay away from people who are not serious in life. They're given all these opportunities, but don't take it seriously. I told you, it only took me a day. And when I watched him for a whole day, I understood who this boy is. I said, he didn't do that. He didn't do it. He didn't grab her face and throw in the steering wheel. He would not do such a thing. You can say a lot of things about DDG, but that is a heinous act. I never even met this boy. I'm not saying he can't be an asshole, right? Because he's a Libra, so he definitely can be. I'm not even saying he can't get under your skin. He's a Libra. He can be annoying. But to say that DDG grabbed your head and he threw your head into a steering wheel of a freaking Rolls Royce, that's too much. That's some heinous shit. That is some. If a man grabs your head and smacks your head into a steering wheel, he wants you to die. He wants you to die. So you want me to believe that he hates you so much he wants to kill you? That DDG is capable of having halo? Like, people are so fucking evil. He is capable of having halo in the back of the car, and he gonna grab you and throw your head in the steering wheel in front of halo. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. And the fact that you have these deranged, diabolical women who believe these lies. I'm like, I pray men never have kids with some of y'all. Because you're just like her. And that's the reason why you were so quick to believe her. Because you will lie in an instant to get your way. Sick as fuck. Like, this is some sick shit. Anybody who's watched DDG content, when have you ever seen it? Like, when have you ever even seen that side of him to really believe, like, yeah, he got that shit in him? Now, if you say Kevin Gates, you know what I'm saying? There are some people out here, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I can see him do that kind of shit. Okay? But I would love to know what content about DDG you watched that ever gave you the feeling like, yeah, he got that shit in him. I could see him grab a woman and just, pow, throw her head against the steering wheel. But that's some sick shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's some sick shit. That's some sick shit, you know? And I'm like, her, she's not passionate about shit. She don't care about music. She don't care about acting. I don't think she worries about being a mother. She's so consumed with what he's doing. And if she doesn't destroy, because she's miserable right now in her own skin, she's not going to stop until she also makes this boy miserable. But no, it's going to go right back at you. Okay? It's going to go right back at you. You are insane. Like, that whole clique is Aiden Ross, is I Show Speed, is Kai Cenat, da, da, da. You think he gonna jeopardize that for Haley? Y'all crazy as fuck. You are crazy as fuck. And I even think all these goofy ass women who are talking on him, they don't understand how much money he makes. They don't. They think when they talk about DDG, they think they're talking about some regular boy out here. This boy could buy your life. That's why I say even Lovely T, if she knew better, she would tap in. He can change her whole life. He can change her life. Like, y'all crazy as hell. He can change your life. These boys are like the streaming gods of fucking YouTube. Are you crazy? If streaming alone brings 100,000 in less than 10 days, what about the everything else? Hey, streaming alone, it brought 100,000 in less than 10 days. Now you guys go and add up the AdSense, add up the sponsorship, add up this. We got to get to a point where we as Black people stop being so nasty and mean towards each other that we give people their just due. That boy is not an idiot. That boy is not an idiot. Even me, I'm 40 years old. I don't even know how to do live stream that you can make like even 20,000 a month, even 10,000 a month. I wish I knew how. Okay, you gotta give people their just due. So if this young man is 27, I'm 40. I'm 13 years older. He's 27. I'm 40. He has figured out things when it comes to this whole YouTube, social media stuff that even I don't understand. And you think he's going to jeopardize all of that for who again? A girl who jeopardized her own career with Disney? She's not even worth the headache. Okay? She's not even worth the fucking headache. She brings nothing to the table but problems. Okay? Make it make sense. Instead of helping him with the streaming and this, no, she has no passion. And that's why y'all listen to me. Listen to me well, okay? Listen to me very well. You will have to get to a place in your life where you stay away from people who are not driven, okay? You're going to have to get to a place in your life where you stay the hell away from people without passion. Stay away from people who have no, like, not even just motivation, because motivation, it comes and goes. You guys, I'm talking about a passion. You know, the whole thing between Shadur and Kim, right? Hold on. Okay, right? Me, Marlene, one thing that I have learned in this whole thingy, the situationship between Shadur and Cam, is that the person who's going to make it, I don't know if you gotta be the best one, even though I ain't gonna lie, Cam, his arm game is sick, right? But having singular vision, you find one thing you like and you focus like all your attention, okay? Singular focus. You got to have that one thing, not multiple things, because you cannot. There's only 24 hours in a day. And you can't give your all in a, even if it's like for the first 5 years or so, you got to focus on just one thing. Focus, no distraction, right? You saw Shadur tell Cam, let's go do a rap song. Cam said, I'm not a rapper. I don't do music. I want to be known for football. He said, when they type my name, okay? When they type my name, I want them to talk about football. Okay? I'm not a rapper. Don't want to be a rapper. Don't want to be known for rapping. I want to be known for playing football. Singular focus. You have Shadur out here. Shadur wants to be a football player. Shadur wants to be a rapper. Shadur wants to be the ladies' man. Shadur wants to be a streamer. Shadur wants to be an influencer. Shadur wants to be God knows what. Child, you can't. You cannot. And then we sit here. Who got to be number one? Round one, pick one. Cam. The man with a singular focus. One focus. Football. Everything I do with my time, it needs to be what's going to make me the best football player possible. One focus. But if he does multiple things, oh, he might train over here. He might eat this way. Yes, he does different things. But all those things work together to make him the best football player possible. His nutrition has to do with becoming the best football player possible. The way you rest is about becoming the best football player possible. The morning routine, it's about becoming the best football player possible. Nighttime routine, about becoming the best football player possible. One focus. Shadur has over six. Right? So who won? The man with one focus became round one, pick one. There you go. Focus, singular focus, and you give it your all. That's all you do. That's all you're known for. And I loved it when he said that. And I saw another Hall of Famer, NFL Hall of Famer, black man, who said the same thing. He said Shadur asked him to go rap. What the heck? And like, see, I had the same reaction. I'm like, that right there shows me you don't truly want to be a football player. You want to be a celebrity. Shadur wants to be famous. He doesn't really want to play football. And maybe he does football just to please his dad, because it's obviously not a passion for him. He does it well, but he's not trying to be extremely good at it, right? Cam told him, I am not a rapper. I don't rap. I don't do music. And when the people type my name, I want them to see football. I want to be known for playing football. Such a small conversation, but at the same time, it's such an insightful perspective. It's such an insightful understanding of what it takes to be great. You cannot be out here chasing all kinds of rabbits. You got to find one focus. And I think the problem is, when it comes to Halle and DDG, is that DDG, he has found it. He took years to nurture it. I think I got like 4 or 5 freaking YouTube channels, right? But he has an incredible, huge ass fan base. And you measure the commitment of his fan base by how much money he's able to make out of these people. And even these ad people. Okay? But it's one focus. When it comes to Halle, and even most women too, when they don't really want to perform anymore, or they don't even want to work hard, oh, I'm just focusing on motherhood. Oh, I'm just looking to be the best mother I can be. Well, it's okay. Okay, let me say this. There are some women out here, because of how much money they make or how much money their husband make, all they can really do is focus on motherhood. That's a fact. But to me, when you're a multimillionaire telling me that you're only focusing on motherhood, you're lazy. Because unlike most women, you have enough money to get a nanny. You have enough money to get your baby the best daycare possible. Matter of fact, you can even pay your sister to watch the baby that you can do other things. You're not a regular woman. You make a lot of money. But once again, it's this inability to create structure. I will never stop saying it. People don't want to have structure, right? An everyday woman, I understand her focusing on motherhood because she does everything. But when you're rich, though, we know damn well you don't have to cook, you don't have to clean. You don't even have to watch this baby full time because you have the resources. But the thing that you have to understand when it comes to Halle, when it comes to Halle, for example, is the fact that she has the money, she has talents. Like she can sing, she can, I guess, act, but she can definitely sing though. She has a beautiful voice. Halle has a gorgeous voice. But once again, it is not about the voice. You still got to have the work ethic. A lot of people are talented, but the reason why they cannot make a living of their talent is the lack of consistency. It's the lack of work ethic. It's the lack of going in there and putting in your reps and doing what you're supposed to do. You can be a great singer. However, are you going to be a successful singer that can truly make money from her talent? I don't think she cares. Whereas like when you're dealing with DDG, for example, yes, but you see, J-Lo is not a great singer, but she outworks so many of these girls, right? So imagine if she really had Ashanti's voice with her work ethic. Oh, she'd be out this world, right? But you have girls who can out-sing J-Lo, but they don't have that fire, right? You'll see J-Lo out here. Y'all know she got like 2 trainers. Have you ever watched how she exercises? Hold on. J-Lo training. Hold on. Okay. The lady has 2 trainers, right? She trains in the mornings and then she trains at night, right? You see? But especially when it comes to when you're coming over here and you want to talk a lot about like our Black female celebrities, right? They don't want to exercise. They want to eat as much as possible. They want to eat everything they see. They want to get pregnant out of wedlock. Like a lot of these Black girls just don't have structure. They don't have structure. And they don't even have enough passion. All they want is to make a little bit of money, to buy some hair, buy some wigs, get their nails done, buy some food, and buy a few designer bags. Okay, limiting beliefs, right? They don't see themselves at the top of the food chain, which is why they poorly manage their wombs, okay? This is why they poorly manage their wombs. But J-Lo is always exercising, and she trains in the morning, and then she trains at night. Okay? She trains twice a day. Meanwhile, she's like in her 50s. You have so many of these young girls out here, they barely even train 3 times a week, let alone even train once a month. Eat. Get big. And they call it body positivity because everything that's lazy, they want to turn into a movement, right? But then they wonder why they don't have certain opportunities. Oh, because I'm Black. Oh, no, it's not just that you're Black. It is the limiting beliefs that comes with being Black. That's why you're not successful, right? Make it make sense. You see this? You don't like your body. If J-Lo can work out twice a day, you should go in there and work out twice a day. Build a gym at the house. You have the money. And matter of fact, if you even reach out to some brands out here, they will send you free gym equipment because they want you to give them a shout out. It's LA. They have some of the most amazing fitness places and trainers out there. You are not losing this baby weight because you don't want to do it. You know? Me, when I had Trey, I was like 25. I lost the weight. I got back into shape. I was doing like my little videos out here. But I went to Lifetime Fitness. It wasn't even like, I mean, it was a lot for Jimmy, but it wasn't like crazy money. You have money. You can afford the dog pound. You can afford some of the best trainers. You don't want to get up and actually follow through and okay, let me reach out to the people. Let me schedule my first visit. Let me schedule a consultation. Let me have an eating plan and things like that. They do not want to have structure. So whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Like seriously, whose fault is that? Even yesterday, we were sitting here yesterday listening to the whole Cassie thing, and she was like, "Oh yeah, Diddy was trying to attack my self-esteem because he saw my nails were damaged, and he told me to go get my nails done." I'm like, how is it that you tell a woman to go get her nails done, Because as a professional woman, as a celebrity, you cannot be out here with busted nails. But somehow she thinks you're trying to put her down. What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? I mean, yeah, she does like some kind of work. I know at night, she does weight training at night, right? But this is J-Lo. These girls don't want to work. You see? They're very lazy, y'all. I know y'all get mad when I say it, but I have to say it. They're very lazy. But everything they're given, they live in LA. It never even rains in Southern California, you know? All right? So it's always good weather. They got money. There's all the best trainers you can imagine, from the ones that are established to the one that are trying to be discovered, right? You can slide into all of these people's DMs, and they'll be so happy to train you as long as you post them. There are a bunch of people who make food. Like, there are a bunch of people on social media who will do all your meals for you. And they will gladly do it if you pay for the food and you give them a shout out. But once again, it's about having that resolve about yourself. It's about having that structure. Okay, this is the plan. This is how I'm going to do this. Wumpty wump wump. So I do feel like DDG, he realized she's not serious. And if you stay with her, she's gonna stifle your game, and you're not gonna be able to take streaming to the next level. So I'm like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. You know, when you are a motivated person, when you're not even just motivated, but when you're driven and you know the goals that you have for you, there's nothing more frustrating than to be with somebody who holds you back because they're not confident. And one thing I have realized about that girl, Halle, not only is she lazy, she lacks structure, she has no work ethics, okay? But I also feel as though she's just not confident. And when you are dating a woman who's not confident, and you are a man who gets a lot of attention, and you get a lot of attention from women, she's going to be a pain in the ass because she's not comfortable in her own skin, right? When you decide to date a man that's highly sought after and this, and that, and he got a bunch of money, you're going to have to like engrave it in your mind that I need to work on myself because I got to be confident. And it's the same thing that LL's wife also said, that she had to work on herself to be confident because you are married to a freaking sex icon. Hold on. LL Cool J's wife. Okay. Let me see if I can find the place where she said it. Let me see. It's right here, right? Let me see.
Something taboo in the culture.
Who have had to deal with the infant.
After your cancer experience?
No, I was close to God before that.
Okay.
You know, I was.
Period. Exactly. Yeah. Period.
So,
right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And my customers are Latino women, Black women. You understand what I'm saying? Women of color.
I don't know where
and I love that. But don't just look at me and just say,
hold on, you guys.
She's an urban designer.
Right.
No. I'm a jewelry designer.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So when I was launching the show, I would get this like random advice from mentors, like you shouldn't just focus on that. You should like make sure you're brought in like
30+ years, 29 years married.
Culture.
Right. In tune with the culture. No, I am the culture.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I am the culture.
I love that. That's how we need to just walk into meetings.
Yeah.
Like, hi, my name is Simone I. Smith and I am the culture.
And I am the culture. Right.
Okay, so let's get into this marriage of 30+ years.
30+ years, 29 years married, four children later, 3 grandchildren with one on the way, with another one on the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you also have a husband who incredibly influential within the hip hop industry.
Absolutely.
Expanded his career in different parts
in
of
entertainment,
period. Exactly.
Yeah. Period.
So talk to us about what that's like. Like, what's that like being, you know, on the side of someone who is like in the spotlight all the time and you having to manage through that?
Well, I mean, it has its challenges, of course, because you can't go nowhere without anybody wanting a picture or an autograph. They don't even ask for autographs anymore. You know, everybody wants a picture now. It has its challenges, but Todd and I have been able to really balance life. You know, of course, me, because I'm the homemaker. You know, I'm home raising the kids while he was out doing his thing and working and supporting each other's dreams and a level of respect. And you know, of course, marriage itself has its challenges, right? But you got to have God first. You know, I stay on my knees. You got to stay on your knees praying.
And always.
You know? Always. You know, I'm married to a sex symbol. You know, growing up, when we first got together, I mean, you know, I've had my times where I would be going off and, you know, mad at this one because they looked at him this way. And, you know, but that was years ago. Todd and I got married in 95. And his cousin, Marion gave me this book called The Power of a Praying Wife. And when I first started reading the book, I remember I put the book down because, you know, we have a tendency of praying and being like, Lord, change him. Lord, make him this way. Lord, make him that way. But the first thing that I read in that book was that you have to change yourself. It's about changing yourself. You can't change nobody. You can't change your children. You can raise your children and you can instill values and good morals, and you can have standards and you can have boundaries and all of that, but you can't change anybody. You can change yourself. And that's what I did. I changed myself.
And you see, and this is the goal. This is the goal of the desire that leads to violence in relationships. These women want to change people. They want to change. Oh, he needs to change. Or I'm never being up in his face and do all this. No, leave people the fuck alone. Okay? He's not your child. And that's the problem too. That's why I'm gonna tell you all this, right? Y'all can be mad at me, but it's okay. That's my brand. Okay? It is my brand, y'all. But my thing is, a lot of women have to understand, if you want to have a successful relationship with a man, right? Because a lot of women don't know man. Priscilla stays cussing y'all out and keeps telling y'all this. You don't know men. And you listen to other women also who have never been successful in a relationship with a man. So herself, she doesn't know men. Why are you listening to her goofy ass? Right? The day a lot of women learn to have a hands-off approach to a lot of these men, they're going to treat you so much better. And you're going to have less tension. Stop trying to change people. They're not your children. Okay? And what you want to change them? Have you changed yourself? Are you done working on yourself that you want to go change somebody else? Like, it's always, like, let me tell you something. It's always the procrastinators who knows how much work they have to do on themselves. They don't want to do the work to change themselves. Oh, I need to go change other people. No, you malignant narcissist, stay away from me. Okay? That's why I'm always very weary of people who always, oh, but this person got to do this. No, stop trying to control people and stop trying to change people. You need to go work on yourself. Because the day you truly work on yourself, you're going to have more mercy and empathy for somebody else and their journey. Like, you know, I remember what it was like to be a baby Christian. I used to be crazy too, huh? Right? But instead of focusing on self, they want to fix everybody else. Narcissist, you procrastinator, go worry about yourself. Go work on yourself. Leave people the hell alone. Okay? But they want to change these people now. You got to change now. Do this now. This is going to lead to foolishness. Because the more you keep pressing a person, the less likely they are going to do what you want them to do. Now you're going to get frustrated. And you see how it creates a very toxic loop, right? There's a way to talk to people. And sometimes the best you can do is tell the person, hey, I would love for you to do X, Y, and Z. Here's the information. And if they choose not to do it, then so be it. They're going to have to suffer for that. But you got to stop trying to change people. It never ends well. It never ends well. Stop being in people's faces. If you told the person they didn't do it, you think getting in their face is going to make them do it? They're not going to do it. Because they've made up their mind not to do it. And sometimes just to piss you off, they're definitely not going to do it. You understand? You got to work on yourself first. Control your emotion and control your tendency to want to control other people. Why do you need to control people, you weirdo? It is weird. And I'm like, and that also to me, it shows a personality disorder. You have a troubled soul. You have a troubled mind. Why do you need to control people? Why are you so afraid that if you don't control someone, they're going to leave? Then they're going to leave. Maybe there's nothing worth sticking around for. Hello? Maybe you're vacuous. I don't know. Work on your personality. Like, have somebody that has something to offer. But if you're a great person, they're not going to leave you. But if your fear is, oh, if I don't control, they're going to leave, then yes, they're going to leave because there's nothing worth sticking around for. Hello? Like, stop doing this weird shit. And that's why these grown-ass women are out here having sex with boys half their age. Because they want to control these young little idiots. Like, make it make sense. He's a child. Why would you be, you're 45 or you're 55 and you're having sex with a 20-something-year-old? Do you have no shame? Do you truly have no shame? You gonna get naked and grab a young man's head who could be your child and put it in between your legs so he can eat you out. You really have no shame. You have no shame. Because these women are so damn filthy. They're so nasty. Like, they're so disgusting. Make it make sense. You gotta have some level of shame. But you gotta stop trying to control people. Stop trying to control people. The best person you can control is yourself and your thoughts and your behavior and your reactions. Worry about controlling yourself. And whatever you want to see in other people, make sure they can see it in you first. Leave people the hell alone. And I love what she's saying here too, because if your husband's a sex symbol, what he's going to do? Walk around with a bag over his head? LL Cool J is very attractive, and most likely he will always be very attractive. So should he stay in the house? Should he not do what he has to do? No. As a woman, you got to get to a place where you learn to be comfortable with the fact that, yeah, my husband's very attractive. And the way, what I see in him, other ladies are going to see that in him because he's very attractive. They're not blind. He looks very good. The only thing is we got to have respect. We got to have boundaries. That's all we're saying. But you got to be confident in yourself because there's nothing this man can tell you if you yourself are not even confident from within. You got to believe in yourself. And if you don't believe in yourself, then we need you to go do the exercise that are going to help you believe in yourself because nobody can do that for you. And he can't sit here in the bed with you all day. Go, give me your phone. Give me the password to your phone. Give me the password to your computer. Like, what the fuck? What is a prison? It's a prison? You truly want someone that's dating you to feel like being in a relationship with you is equivalent to serving time in the federal penitentiary. Are you crazy? Nobody in their fucking right mind is going to sign up for this. I might as well go commit a real crime and get locked up for real. But who wants to be with a goofy-ass woman who needs your password? She needs your phone. She needs your computer password, your car keys, your urine, What the fuck is this? And that's why they love that goofy-ass Cheyenne Bryant, because she's an insecure-ass idiot. They love that. Control. If a man really wants to cheat on you, says he will. But you're a dumbass. With your stupid ass, okay? If he wants to go buy a second phone and leave it at the workplace, how will you ever know? Like, they're so damn stupid because they're not intelligent. And I'm like, and you gotta be a very unintelligent person to be obsessed with control. You think if somebody wants to cheat, you can make him stop? Seriously? No. What you do is you can teach people how to deceive you better. You don't see how, like, all these prisoners, they got really smart now? Because they know when the checkups are going to be. They know how to hide their stuff better. They know how to hide their shank better, right? When you give people a very repressive environment, people become better at deceiving. And that's why these inmates are so mischievous. Because they're always being supervised. They're always being controlled. They're being over-controlled. So now they know how to lie better. They know how to hide stuff better. They know how to conceal weapons better. They know how to do more foolishness. You know what I'm saying? What you want is to create a healthy environment where people can be themselves and be respectful. Like, okay, there are boundaries, right? Cool. But if a man is think about this. If he's having an affair at the workplace, why does he need a phone? The girl he's having sex with is in the office. You will never know. You think his co-workers are going to call you and tell you? No. If he decides to go to CVS or Walmart and he buys them goofy ass phones and then he leaves it in the workplace, how will you ever know? If he wants to buy these goofy ass credit cards that you top up at Walmart and that's how he pays that phone bill, how will you ever know? Right? And that's the problem with so many women. It's that instead of actually living your life and enjoying your life, you are worried about things you will never probably know. You worry about things you can't control, and then you put this contingency plan of oppression in place, thinking, oh yeah, if he gives me his phone, if he gives me his cell phone and his password, girl, he could have a whole other life at the office. And because he knows you like to control everything, there's nothing, you will never find anything. But that does not mean he's not doing it, you idiot. Right? And that's how you know you're dealing with a bunch of childish girls. These are grown-ass women with the mind of a child, right? Any woman that's, if you're a sentient being, you'll say, you know what? Hey, it could happen. The day it happens, I'll deal with it. But why am I going to live my life living in fear of something that might never happen to me? You sound crazy. But if somebody really wants to deceive you, they can. We have seen people have 2 families and the wife didn't even know. I mean, there was this one time, there was a show with Oprah. The man was a pilot, you guys. He had a whole wife with children in the UK. The wife never knew. She only found out after the husband died. And she went there. She flew there. The girl opened the door with the baby. She said when she looked at the baby, she saw her husband. She's like, yeah, he's the daddy. Right? So that's what it is. You either trust the person or you don't. But if you have to create an oppressive environment that mimics prison for someone to be in a relationship with you, there's no need for y'all to be together. This is very toxic. And one day it's going to get really violent if it doesn't even get deadly. Let it go. If you can't trust them, there's something that makes you uneasy, trust your gut. Let him go. And maybe find the next one that makes you feel more at peace. Then that's the person for you. But this is, it's a full-time job to want to police another human being. No, relationships should be enjoyable. Like, you should enjoy your relationship. And you should believe, like, hey, do you really want to be in this relationship? If you don't, you're free to go. But you can't live a life where you know, I got to control this, control that, control. You're going to make yourself sick. And ultimately, if he wants to do something nefarious, he will do it. And that wants to be for real. And then when you do find out, you're still going to stay. So who are you fooling? Let it go. Seriously, let it go. Let it go.
Oh. What did you need to change about yourself?
Being flipped with the mouth all the time, going off about this, just
being in around the way, girl.
Yeah, being in around the way, girl. Right, exactly. And as you get older, you mature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. With life and time, it, comes with maturity. I've always been confident in who I am. So I know what I bring to the table as a wife. So, I got to a point where women will come up to me and they'll be like, oh my God, your husband is so fine. And I'll be like, girl, I know. You think I could get a picture with him? Sure, go on and ask him for a picture. Just don't be disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
The disrespect I can't deal with.
Right.
The disrespect, I'm at
take
54.
Off the hoops at that point.
54, I'm ready to take off the hoop.
Ready for my man.
The hoop, man. Please don't do that. You see, that's it. You have to be confident in yourself. You have to be confident. And you also have to know what you bring to the table. But if you don't know why this man is with you and you don't know why he loves you and you feel like the only reason why he's here because I had a baby with him, yeah, you're going to crash out. You're really going to crash out. And I also will say this too, You might be cute, you might be beautiful, but you also have to be very, very accepting of the fact that there are also beautiful girls out there. And there are girls out there that are way more beautiful than you. And that also you got to be confident with. Okay? Because it's a lot of pretty girls, y'all. It's a lot of beautiful girls. It's a lot of gorgeous girls. It's a lot of girls with these bum-ass bodies and stuff. It's real, right? And you have to learn to be okay with that because that's a fact of life. But if you don't know why this man chooses to be with you, I can see you crashing out. And I can really see you having low self-esteem and all kinds of depression episode because you don't believe in yourself. And you don't even know why he's with you. So you got to find that out too, right? You need to know, okay, why is this man with me? But if you don't know why he's with you, bad things going to happen. But you have to be confident. If you decide to go and date somebody, be with someone, or have a child with someone that's in high demand, that the girls are going crazy for, that is super young with a crap load of money, a crap load of followers, right? You're going to have to be really, really confident. It is not for the faint of heart. It is not for the faint of heart. It really, really is not. It is not. He's very, very rich. He's very, very young, and he's outside. And a lot of these girls like him. Now, some I do believe want to take advantage so they can grow their followings and things like that. But I feel like this is where you have to sit down and y'all can just talk about this. But it doesn't need to be all of this. It really does not need to be all of this, okay? Let's go back to this. Okay, Bailey also requested that Cranberry be ordered to stop using his social media platforms to continue bad-mouthing me to his several millions of fans. I don't know where he ever did that. He claimed I'm withholding our son and that I'm with other men. I don't know. Okay. As a result, I didn't receive threats and hate on social media. She said in the documents. Whatever that means. Bailey shot to fame as part of the Chloe X Halle pop duo with her sister. Okay, so that's what this is. Where else was I? Let me play this video real quick. Let me see what he's saying over here.
So some of my biggest critics, women, are women that know good and damn well a man like myself wouldn't deal with them. Productive, competitive, successful men, handsome, attractive, well-put men, well-groomed men don't deal with unattractive women. And when women have proven is they cannot take rejection, the first thing women want to do when a man turns them down sexually or turns them down is call a man gay. That's why, what is the number one thing women want to try to throw at me? They don't even know me. You're gay. What you're really saying is I'm out of your league. I'm just going to go there. And I'm not just speaking for me. I'm speaking for men in this group. You think it's the first time we've heard you guys say this? What you're really saying, because see, you never hear a woman that's really on your level, in your scale, throwing these kind of insults or shots. They just say, I just don't agree with you. And they keep on moving. Why? Because they're happy. They're happy and they got options. It's the women who sit back and say, oh, on my best day, I couldn't get him. At best, he was calling me for a booty call back in college. When his girlfriend wasn't around and everybody else was gone, I was one of the last people he called in his phone when he had the Henny. That's a bunch of the women that got something to say about me. Rock face, short hair, angry women.
Fumi said, my ex would get a transcript of my text messages and read them to me. I felt so violated and it made me be secretive. I ate it. Yeah, this is stupid. It's awful. Because I'm like, what do you think it's going to do? Oh, yeah, if I control this person, they're going to love me more. No, they're going to hate your ass. Even parents. You are extremely like, on the kids. When they are in college, they're going to act buck wild. And they're going to hide so much from you. Because you have control issues, you know. You got to work on that. You really, it's too much. Give me your phone. Give me your password. Give me your this. Give me your, like, what the heck? What is this? Prison? Somebody might as well go commit a crime. You know what I'm saying? And they've been like, sure, I'm never going to say it. I ain't going to say it. I'm never going to say it. It's excessive. Look at Kevin.
But let's be real.
You're dead. That's crazy.
Oh, I don't like him. He wears a suit and that's feminine, this and that. Knowing good and well, if I walked in the same room with you and your friends be like, God, he fine. Ooh, look good, smell good. And you can sit over there with your lips all twisted up playing hater. It's because you know good and damn well I wouldn't touch you.
Yeah, they struggle with that. Oh, Lord.
So you got to turn around and say, look at the way his hat is and his this and his that. It's because you have never had a good looking man. Damn sure not a good looking, productive, competitive, successful, driven, ambitious man. You've had busters and dusties and all these other kind of stuff because look in the mirror. That's your answer. I'm getting tired of some of these. I mean, I don't bother these wildebeests. I'm like, chick, please. You mad because I look better than you. Look better than you, more successful than you, more talented than you, got more than you. And I wouldn't bother you until you decide to turn around and poke somebody. It's like, I mean, I wonder, do these women actually not realize that attractive women look at these women making these comments and like, come on, girlfriend, we see through you. Ha ha ha, that's a joke. The only women to get a belly laugh out of that is Big Shirley and them. Big Shirley and them get a laugh out of that.
I saw a video. There was a video that I saw about women not being able to handle rejection. It was just so good. I forgot where it is. I need to find that video. But I'm like, they really struggle with rejection. It's like, oh, now I got to go destroy your life because you don't want to be with me. No, people got to stop. People really, really have to stop. People have to stop. It's really gross. It's really gross. Let me get back to this video. What she saying again?
She filed a police report and now she wants court-ordered protection from the father of her child, TMZ has learned. In documents filed Tuesday in LA, she claims things first got physical in January. They broke.
So she filed this yesterday? Is this what I'm understanding? Hold on. She filed this yesterday? Is that what happened? These women are so crazy. They are truly insane. Now, you got to pray to God your son never encounters a woman like this. These narcissists. Hold on, let me see this. Let's read this, you guys. Hold on. My bad. Yeah. I pray to God your sons never encounter these crazy people. Insane. Like, America really is a country that just like, it just breeds mental illness, like personality disorders. Okay. Halle claimed DDG abused, attacked her multiple times, gets a restraining order, of course. And you know, to get a restraining order too, you got to claim that somebody did something to you. Halle says she's had enough of DDG allegedly abusing her, whatever that means. She's filed a police report and now wants a court order protection from the father of her child, TMZ learned. In docs filed Tuesday in LA, she claims they got physical in January. They broke up back in October. So one would also say, so from October, November, December, like 3 or 4 months, there was no smoke. Now in January, it gets physical. Why would that happen? Halle says DDG came over to pick up their son, Halo. Okay. She tried to start a convo. She tried to start a convo with the rapper about child visitation schedule, whatever that means. So she wants people to believe that, oh, I was just trying to have a small conversation. The man just went batshit crazy. I think that's what she's trying to do, Creed. I'm telling you, every time he go picks up that baby, because that's the only reason why he has to go over there. You see, which is also very dangerous. You know, like me, honestly, I think moving forward, they should meet at a neutral location and pick up. He should not be in her house because she lies too damn much. Because every time you're on her property, she is capable of saying anything. Like you cannot trust her. You like me, I don't trust this girl. She's a disgusting liar. Y'all cannot trust this girl. So a person who can lie about a nail appointment to send her millions of followers to destroy a pregnant woman in her business, you gotta fear somebody like this. Okay? You need to meet her at a neutral location. And most importantly, too, I even feel like DDG, he needs to hire someone or designate someone that can go and pick up the child. Do not deal with these women. They're truly evil. And they know how it works. They know how womanhood works. They know how the sisterhood works. They know how the traveling pants of lack of accountability works around here. And they know how it works. And also you're black man. So everything bad in America, people know, blame the black man and it sticks. You got to stay away from her because you're on her property. You go inside her house. She is capable of saying you did all kinds of stuff. Oh, he went into my room. The whole time she could have asked you in the room, her damn self. Now look at Blake Lively. Blake Lively, she told Daniel Baldoni to come into her dressing room. She knew she was breastfeeding. She told the man to come in the dressing room. But then she writes a lawsuit or whatever, a complaint, and said, oh, I was breastfeeding my son and I was almost naked and he just walked up in there. And then her stupid ass, goofy ass audience, a bunch of goofy ass American females, went and attacked Justin Baldoni. These women are evil. All they care about is hearing one side because they want to destroy you. You're a man. For whatever daddy or boyfriend or any kind of man that's ever hurt these women, they need to destroy you. That's how they think. They're so sick. They're not even reasonable. If one person hurts you, why don't you be mad at that one person? No, every single man has to suffer for that one man that did them wrong. They're mentally ill. There's a bunch of sociopaths. They're psychos. Gotta stay away from these weirdos. Then later on, Justin Baldoni comes outside because he had his lawyer draft a response. He showed the text messages. She's the one who asked him to come in there. Oh, we didn't have an intimacy coordinator, so he's trying to kiss me and whoop-de-womp-womp. These deranged banshees went out there and attacked Justin Baldoni. Come to find out, they had an intimacy coordinator. She's the one who said, Blake Lively said she don't want to use the coordinator. But now she wants the world to believe that Justin Baldoni was kissing her more than he had to. He was touching her more than he. The way these women lie in America, like it needs to be studied. She had this man almost destroyed. At his own movie, he was in the basement. He was not allowed to walk the red carpet at his own movie. This is how much American women will lie. Like they're mentally ill. They are truly evil people. So it's like, no, you cannot just hear one side and believe it. But I'm like, for me, DDG, you cannot go into this girl's house. No more. It's over. It's over. You either meet at a neutral location, even that too, she gonna say you did something. So you can't even go. You have to stay away from her. And you send someone to get the baby. And you know that's gonna hurt her even more because she wants to see you. Her dumb ass. She really wants to see you. But you have to stay away from her because her goal is to ruin your life. She's miserable. She has nothing going for herself. When's the last time she had a freaking job? When was the last time she was working on anything relevant? Okay? Release one song and she barely even worked for a whole month to promote that music. Like, she's not serious. She really is not serious. And that's what these girls do. Lie, destroy, lie, destroy, lie, and destroy. Like, no, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, what they did to Justin Baldoni, it was just so wild. And I'm like, imagine if someone like Candace did not stand up for Justin Baldoni. This man would have been ruined. Because people automatically believe Blake Lively. And the whole time, this bitch is fucking lying. They're like, she's a fucking Karen. I'm like, how is this acceptable? And yet, people still don't want to understand that no matter how much you like a celebrity, they could be lying to you. You have to give the other person a chance to tell their side. You got to let the other person tell their side. How would you feel if it was done to you? Oh, somebody heard a story about you and they automatically believed it. How would that make you feel? But people just don't have human decency because the very foundation of human decency is to treat others the way you want to be treated, even when it comes to allegations. Shit, let me tell my side too. Oh no, I heard one side, so that's it. You know what I mean? It's like it's insanity. But they're obviously miserable. Nothing is working for them. Everything is stalling. And their money is stalling. Financial abuse. How can he financial abuse you when you just got off of doing the Little Mermaid? What happened to your money? Where is your money? Like, where is your money? Unbelievable. These people are crazy. Hold on. Okay. And as she was buckling Halo in the car seat, she claimed DDG grew agitated and repeatedly said, "Get out of my car, bitch." Okay, but why are you in his car, though? Did she even have to walk the baby to the car seat? No, she's trying to start some bullshit. Halle says the baby was crying. Well, duh. And she got nervous about DDG leaving with him in such an agitated state. There you go. There you go. That's the same thing Kiki said about, oh, she doesn't want baby Leo to go to the football game because it's loud. I'm like, there are a bunch of babies who go to football games. Okay? Okay? There are a bunch of babies who go to football games. Like, stop playing with me. Okay? There are a bunch of babies, right, who go to football games and have the little earmuffs, okay? Like, stop. This stop. Okay? Please stop. All right? So all these babies go to football games and they have earmuffs. So you mean to tell me we cannot go and buy Halo some earmuffs? And you don't think she knows about this? Of course she does. She wants to control people. She wants to control people. Oh, he was crying and he was agitated. Okay, he can calm down if he would leave. You went out there to create a scene so the boy would be agitated. You could get the boy to his daddy. He'd have been just fine. I mean, I'm a mother. I got 3 kids. Kids get agitated. They cry. And guess what? Then they take a nap. The car ride, he's going to calm down. He's going to go to sleep. Go sit down somewhere. But this is the old act of, oh, I'm the good mother, and I'm trying to make sure my son is safe. Oh, girl, shut up. You have 18 years to raise this boy. You might want to temper your exuberance, okay? Kids get agitated. And the fact that you're even out there, why are you even out there? When you're not with him and he has to go places with Halo, how does Halo get in the car seat? How does Halo get from one place to another place safely when DDG is the one driving? Okay, so obviously he knows how to put the boy in the car seat. They don't need your help. But you went out there to start some foolishness. You went out there to start some mess. Go sit down somewhere. We're not falling for this anymore. Let me see that, okay? Then that's when allegedly they started wrestling. Okay. DDG pulling her hair, slamming her face on his steering wheel, and chipping her tooth. This is it. Whatever. Halle says she was in pain and crying. You cry a lot. And when she lies, she cries. So, and although that stopped the fighting, she was still worried about Halo. So she remained in the car for the ride over DDG's house. There you go. I told you. Oh, I'm too good for this. I am too good. You see that shit, y'all? I knew it. Oh, yo, I deserve it. I deserve something. I told you. I said we have 3 situations. Number 1, what I tell you, I said he's already sitting down in the driver's seat. So therefore, she brought her body in the car. Because I don't see how he can grab her like this and then bring her and then boom on the steering wheel. Or I said what? 2 is they were both standing. So she put the baby in the back seat, closed the door, and now they're fighting. But I said, but that's weird because they will be fighting in the streets in some fancy neighborhood in Hollywood. These people are going to call the police. 2 black people with dreadlocks fighting next to a freaking Rolls Royce. Yeah, this is weird. Don't call the police. Or 3rd scenario, she was on the passenger side. She was in the passenger side. She was in the car. You see? You see this? I knew it. So now, if you're in the car, I can see why nobody called the police because it's a black Rolls Royce and then the windows are tainted. So now it makes more sense to me. But you are afraid. What did she say again? This is what she said, right? Like these women, they're so disgusting. These women are so disgusting. They are truly disgusting. They are so disgusting. I swear, be very careful. Even as a woman, be very careful of these women. So you claim that since January, he has been physically, verbally, emotionally, financially abusive. But you're going to stay in the car. So when you put the baby in the back seat, you walked your ass to the passenger side and you sat down in that car. But you're scared of him. Right? And that's the same bullshit we went through with Kiki. That's the same bullshit we went through with Kiki. Oh, I'm scared of him. He took my phone. But I'm going to run behind him and I'm going to stand in front of the car. Does that give scared to you? Right? Oh, I'm so scared of Darius. He's so unpredictable. But I'm going to let Darius have a key to my house. Right? And I'm sure Kiki lives in some kind of gated community. You didn't even tell anybody at the front, at the security at the gates. If you see him and that's his license plate number, don't let his ass in. Right? You don't tell nobody at the gate to not let Darius on the property. You don't tell anybody at the gate, don't let this car plate number over here. No. He has the keys to your house. You don't change any of your locks. Because if you guys remember the video, Darius just came into the house because he had the key. And then he walked upstairs because she was waiting for him. Right? That's what I say. These women do not even know how to lie. They don't even know how to lie. They don't even know how to lie. Oh, this man is physically abusive. This man is verbally abusive. He's emotionally abusive. He is financially abusive. So I'm gonna walk outside with him, put the baby in the car seat. Then I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna walk around and sit my ass in the passenger side, and we're gonna drive. And I'm gonna drive to his house. So you're gonna go to this house with a deranged man. Make it make sense. If you are so scared for Halo's safety, why are you even putting Halo in the car seat? That doesn't even make no damn sense. They don't even know how to lie because they're so sick. You are looking at demented people. If I fear for my son's safety, I'm not putting him in the car seat. I'm calling the police. And I'm gonna lock the door. Take me to court if you want to. But this man is deranged. This man is violent. I'm gonna put my baby in his car seat. Then I'm gonna walk over there, put myself in his car, and he's gonna drive us to his house. Who is she talking to? Who is she talking to? Who is she talking to? Bunch of liars. Bunch of liars. So she remained in the car for the ride over to DDG's house, where she told his family what happened. And do you also know why she wanted to go to his house? Because she wants to know who's over there. Right? When I show you the video of that other girl with the dirty house, Miriam, whatever her name, the girl from Kenya with the dirty house, right? Remember how the baby daddy told her she could not park in front of the house? That she had to go park in the back of the house? But she didn't want to do that because she thought he was seeing someone. So the reason why she wanted to park in front, because she wants to see who's in his house. These women cannot take rejection. And these women cannot accept the fact that the man has moved on. He don't want you no more. So they want to find a way to park in front of your house, go inside your house, go over here, because why do you want to go to his house? If everything you say about him is true, is it truly prudent for you to go over to his house? If he can put his hands on you at your house, once you go over to his house, what is he going to do to you? And mind you, you're even inside the car. You're inside the car where he doesn't want you inside the car. If you guys get into an argument, y'all can even get into a car accident, but they don't care. And that's why you realize that these women don't even care about the well-being of their children. Because when you care about the well-being of your kid, you will do everything in your power to de-escalate a situation. No, their children are right there. They'll start fighting. Their children are right there. They'll start cussing at people. You see that all over. They go to McDonald's, they do it. They go to the stores, they do it. They will fight anywhere and anytime with their children in their presence, right? When you care about being when you're a good mother, and you're not just performing, but when you're actually a great mother, when your children are around you, no matter what's going on, your job is to de-escalate this. Because you have to keep your children safe. Your job is not to escalate the stuff because you just never know what can happen. And if something bad happens, most likely your child will be the first one to be hurt because children are the most vulnerable. The temperature is already crazy. You want to get in his car, fight with him the entire way. And he told y'all he lives hours away from her. So the entire ride, y'all fighting and yelling while he's driving with Halo in the back seat. How is that prudent? How is any of this actually wise? These women are batshit crazy. They are batshit crazy. And I think a lot of these men also, you need to also start getting restraining orders because no woman has the right to get into your car like this. And my thing is, as long as she wants to stay in your car, do not start the car. You call the police and have the police evict her. You see, I think the issue with a lot of men is that y'all don't want to shame these women. So you spare them. But when it comes to you, they don't spare you. You need to treat them accordingly. A woman gets into your car. If you have not given her the right permission to sit in your car, you don't start the car. You get out the car and you call the police. And you make sure you write a police report because that's what DDG should have done. Because if you don't do it, she'll do it to you. Okay? She will do it to you. You got to train these women. These women out here, me, that's one thing. And I would teach my sons the same thing. Do not put up with a foolish ass woman. The first day a woman shows you she's an idiot, you send her back to her mother's house. I don't care who she is. The first moment a woman shows you the idiot that she is, you send her back to her mother's house. You block her number and you delete her number. You got to train these people out here. People are so poorly raised in America. It's out of order. People are poorly raised. Somebody sits in your car without your consent. You get out the car. And you take your son out the car. She wants to be an idiot. She will be in that car by herself. You got to teach these women how to be mature. You call the police. Take her out of my car because I'm not touching her. Because what she wants is for you to physically remove her from the car. And then she'll be like, oh my gosh, look, he's putting his hands on me. Oh my gosh, he's abusing me. They are sick as fuck. They're broke as hell. They're uneducated. They have nothing to offer you. So what they want to do is create a situation so she can start something and destroy your name. That's right there. Get the fuck away from that shit. You call the police and you tell the officers there's an intruder in my car. So I need you to come remove her because I'm not touching her. She needs to go. And the police will come and it will be on a security camera. And if she wants to make an ass of herself, let her do it. Then after that, you go file a police report because it is not fair to me that every time that I have to come get my son, I am subjugated to her mental disorder. She is not normal, Your Honor. And when you go for custody, you even ask for a psychological evaluation because she has to be mental. I'm like, me, Morgan, I really wish I was a lawyer because I would take this case for DDG. You will get your head checked. We're going to check your head. Okay? Fuck around and lose custody. Play with me if you want to. This is aberrant behavior. Normal people do not behave like this. You don't just force yourself into somebody's car. You don't do that kind of stuff. And DDG, don't you ever drive with a passenger that you don't know of. It's just like when you get on the plane, they have a manifest when you get on the plane. They know everybody that's on the plane. You count their heads and you make sure do you have a boarding pass? And therefore you have a manifest. You cannot take people into your car that you have not given them permission to be in your car. That is an extreme liability because she's unstable. And at any moment, she can jump for the steering wheel. She can do all kinds of weird shit. You understand? I'm like, this is insanity. You don't have to do this. You don't have to. This is just way too much. This is just way too much. Okay? That is insanity. You came there to pick up your son. You didn't come to pick up your son and pick her ass. You're not together. You are going back to your house. Why does she want to be in your car? And my thing is, why are you even driving? Do not drive the car. Take Halo out the car because it's going to get hot. And you call the police. And you might say, oh, but Marlene, my son is there. It's okay. It is what it is. It's unfortunate, but it's what it is. Or you can take the baby inside the house and then you call the police on her ass so she can get arrested. But she needs to be held accountable for her behavior. And then you take that to court and then you get a restraining order. So that way she cannot be in your property like that. But she gets into your car and then she barges into your house. You're not even in a relationship. Why is she on your property? For what business does she have over there? This is insanity. This is insanity. When I tell you people out here not raised right, and this is why even yesterday I told y'all, Marlene, I look at Cassie sideways. These women are so complicit in so much foolishness. Where she told his family what happened. And I'm sure they were even shocked, like, why is she here? Okay? Once they told her they'll take care of the baby, she left hysterical with bruises on her arms. You see this? So now she's going to your house because she wants to make a scene in front of your family. Like this woman is insane. Okay? She goes to your house. So he's so evil, but you're going to stay in the car. Halo never even had to leave the house. If in your heart of heart, you felt like it was so dangerous for Halo to go with this man, he doesn't have to leave. Y'all don't have a custody order. So you can keep Halo. Then you can call the police. But do you think she really feared for Halo's safety? Of course the fuck not. What the fuck is DDG gonna do to Halo? Seriously, he's gonna eat the boy? Barbecue the boy? He's gonna not give Halo a bath for 20 days? Like, what the fuck is he gonna do to that boy? He's gonna take him to Kai Sinet's house so he can go there and pick up $50,000 worth of gifts? Like, what is he gonna do to the boy? Right? Bunch of bullshit. She wanted to be next to him. Okay? Jealousy. This is it. This is a goofy ass woman right here. A goofy ass woman. Like, this is crazy. Bro, you think just like me. And I've been watching him for years. Play Halle's song Because I Love You. Yeah, she's very toxic. She really is. I read the lyrics. I'm gonna read the lyrics. She's very, very toxic. That song is so toxic. She's a toxic person. And that's why these women gravitate towards her. These women are sick as hell. Yeah. Broke as hell. Sick as hell. Tormented as fuck. Okay? She also alleges DDG creeped her out in March. He creeped you out, but you get into his car. When he showed up at her home, entered without permission. How did he enter the house? How did he enter the house? So he busted through the door? Like, y'all, how did he gain access to the house? He entered without permission. So the door was just wide open. He just walked in there. Then I can see why he invited himself in. Okay? He showed up at her home. Entered without permission. Went to her bedroom and texted a pic of Haley's empty bed to her. Along with text, now I know what you've been on, LOL. This is ridiculous. So he just randomly went to your house, uninvited. He drove 2+ hours to go to your house. And when he went there, the door was just wide open. Then you're mentally ill. If anybody can just enter your home so you don't have locks, you don't have multiple locks, your door just happens to be cracked open. So this boy left his stream. He left streaming to go to you. The way DDG is addicted to streaming, he left streaming to just go to your house for no reason. And when he showed up there, I mean, serendipitously, the door was just wide open. Then he walked in there. Then he just walked into your bedroom. Then he started taking pictures. And then he said, now I know what you've been on. LOL. Girl, what the fuck? What the fuck? Haley says she interpreted the text as DDG accusing her of having sex with other people. The way she wants him to believe that he's so worried about who she has sex with lets you know she's concerned about who he's having sex with. Girl, that boy don't care who you sleep with. And he already told you that. Oh, he thinks I'm having sex with other people. Oh, he thinks Girl, we don't give two shits. You keep bringing this shit up because she wants him to be jealous because he don't give two shits. He doesn't care. He does not care. You are insane. You are truly insane. Okay? 4 days later, she claimed he exploded when he came back to her house. Halle told him she and the baby were sick. And she didn't want Halo to leave home. You see, once again, every time he wants to get that baby, it's a problem. And she claims that that's when he got verbally abusive and he smashed her Ring camera and ran away with Haley's phone. Okay, whatever she claims. As he drove off, she claims DDG threw the phone out of his window and yelled, "Go get it, bitch." The incident prompted Halle to go file a police report. So now she's claimed she has filed 2 police reports. We'll see that in court. She says she also has the Ring footage to back up her side of the story. No problem, sis. All right. So now he grabbed her phone, just like Darius. Kiki, oh, hey, Lacey. Kiki also told us that Darius grabbed her phone and Darius didn't want to leave her phone. So she stood in front of the car and then Darius threw her phone. These girls repeat the same lies. It's utterly disgusting at this point. Okay. He grabbed the phone and he said, "Go get it, bitch." And then what happened? She filed a police report. Okay. Did you go and change your phone? Do you have a receipt that you went back to Apple and got a new phone? Right? These people are just, they're really, really crazy. They are truly crazy. Okay. So I guess she posted this. It was around this time DDG claimed on X he's been fine to see Halo for months and to see him peacefully, actually, right? New name and phone available for Daryl Granberry. Okay, what is this? Let's read this. Oh, Lord. Pretty much confirms, y'all, can y'all see this? It's a bit blurry. Okay. Pretty much confirms that Halle, y'all can see this. Pretty much confirms that Halle Bailey, Brent Faiyaz rumors, keeping Halo from DDG while Brent playing stepdad in St. Lucia. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Faiyaz, playing dad in St. Lucia. Let's see what this is. Let me see real quickly. All right, you guys. Okay. So I guess she went to St. Lucia with this goofy dude with a bunch of tats. And the thing about these girls that are so sad, they don't even know how to get themselves a fine dude with lots of money to, you know, have their revenge. Like, who the fuck is this clown? Who the fuck is this clown? Okay. So I guess she took this dude and she took baby Halo to St. Lucia. So you barely knew this man, but you brought him around your son. You know this man. Who is this dude, y'all? Who is this guy? Who is he? Damn, I don't even know who the fuck he is. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? And you see how fake these women are? So they don't have an issue. So when it's DDG, it's wrong for him to have a YN image. This dude got his whole face tattooed, though. This dude has a tattoo above his brows. Like, what the fuck is this? Who is this dude? Like, what is he? Brent Faiyaz on Personal Style and upcoming album. Okay, who is he? You know this man? Who is he? So it's okay for him to look like this, right? But it's a problem. It's a problem for DDG to have dreadlocks. So you see, they pick and choose who can look like a YN. This dude has his whole face tatted up. Who puts a tattoo over his brow? Like, he been to the penitentiary? Like, what kind of prison board games is this? Can you cover the press conference for Tory Lanez today? Tory Lanez, they saying Tory Lanez got stabbed 14 times in the jailhouse. My sister sent it to me. Lacey sent it to me. Honestly, I think he wanted to get stabbed, okay? Because he needs to get out of jail. You don't want to be there. Because honestly, he was overcharged. Once again, it wasn't even about justice. It was about making these women happy. That's it. This thing was excessive. Okay, so when it comes to Tory, because if he goes to the proper means of getting an appeal, they're not going to let it. They're not going to allow that to happen because they want to make these black women happy. You understand? Because honestly, Tory Lanez never should have been convicted. He never should have been convicted. 10 years is ridiculous. Now, should he have been convicted for possession of a weapon by a felon? Yes, Maybe like 1 or 2 years, maybe. But 10 years, like he actually committed murder? Like 10 years? That's for like involuntary manslaughter. Are you kidding me? I have seen people dismember people, their girlfriends, and only get like 3 years in jail, in prison. It's outrageous. It is so outrageous. But for a drunk like Meg Thee Stallion, you know, this is what they do. Because these black women out here, they need to torture every single black man for every man that's done them wrong. And then they wonder why nobody wants to date them. Who wants to marry a bunch of people who are known for being bitter as fuck? Would you marry that? Hell the fuck, I wouldn't. If I was a black man myself, I wouldn't fucking do it. And please quote me on that shit if I ever become famous. This is some bullshit. These fuckers were drunk as fuck. They were so fucking drunk. Who the fuck knows what even happened? These people are so fucking drunk. They were drinking from 12 p.m. until like 2 in the morning. Like the level of alcohol was completely out of order. Hey, Kay, what's up? They were so fucking drunk. They were so fucking drunk. Like, what the fuck? Right? And I'm like, and the fact is that nobody even said, okay, whose gun is it? It was fucking Kelsey's gun. Get the fuck out of here. And the thing about what's his name? Tory Lanez. Tory should have taken the stage. He should have taken the stand. Am I didn't shoot that girl? Because they've made up their mind to lock you up. But what you don't want is that you are the leprechaun or the midget from Barbados via Canada by ways of somewhere in Harlem or Brooklyn or wherever the fuck you're from, right? Who's out here shooting black women in the foot. You don't want that to stick to you. So for that, you got to speak up. You can't just gamble on reasonable doubt because they don't like you. You're a fucking black man. They don't fucking like you. They want you to go to jail. That's what these women do. Anytime a man does them wrong, he needs to go to jail. We saw Iman, we saw Tiana out here trying to get Iman even locked up. This is what they do out here. These women are so fucking evil. The day they can't control you because they're a bunch of narcissists. These women are psychos. They are sociopaths. They are so fucking dangerous. The day she can't control you or the day you don't just kiss the ground she walks on, you need to go to prison. That's what they do. Even this whole child support stuff. She gonna put you on child support hoping you don't pay so she can have a reason to have you locked up. That's all they want. They want to send you to prison. But I'm like, can people really sit here before God and say, I know for a fact, the way everything came out, I know for a fact, beyond any doubt, that Tory really shot that girl in the foot. They cannot say that, but it doesn't matter. It's America. People don't care about the truth out here. People care about convenient lies because they want to nurture their fucking goofy ass bitterness. That's all that is. But at least you can say, me, Marlene, I do believe he had the gun at one point. I sure do. And maybe he shot the gun and she got hurt because it was the fractal stuff. Yes. But was Tory really like, yeah, bitch, died today, bitch? Shoot her like it's fucking like, what's that movie again? Is it New Jack City? Right? We're like, we probably have to shoot people in the, like, what's that song with what's the name? With Busta Rhymes and freaking Monique, Pastor Courvoisier. You better dance, bitch. Like, what the fuck? Like, this shit is from a fucking movie. It's from a fucking movie. So Tory Lanez grabbed the gun and he was like, yes, dance, bitch. And you were like, ooh. And people really believe that shit. Like, people are so fucking evil. You see, that's why I stay to myself. People are so fucking disgusting. People are so disgusting. People will believe anything as long as they don't like you. Because they want you to suffer because they don't like you. That's human nature. So the fuck away from people, man. That makes no fucking sense though. Right? So I'm like, Tory Lanez possession of a weapon by a felon, yes. Because I do believe he held the gun because his DNA was in that shit. But to really say that he woke up that day and was like, yeah, I'm going to kill her today. Like, I'm going to shoot her foot. Like, why would he even go for her feet though? I'm so confused. Like, what? That makes no sense. That truly makes no sense. The girl got out of the car twice. Every time she gets out the car, he chases behind her to bring her in the car. They spend the entire quarantine together. She would even go there without her security. All of a sudden like this man, you've been with this man for months. You spend time with him for months. He's never tried to hurt you. But on that very night, he said, yes, tonight is the night. I'm going to grab a gun and be like, yeah, dance, bitch, dance, bitch. And like he's freaking Busta Rhymes and she's Monique. And she's out here like, oh, my toe, my foot, bitch. Unbelievable. Like the level of bad faith in America, though, by people is so disgusting. It's just so disgusting. It really is disgusting. That's why I'm like, you think about the God, I never want to be famous because this is so disgusting. People are truly disgusting. So for me, I really believe like when it comes to Tory Lanez, he probably get paid. He probably paid to get stabbed, which, you know, is kind of rough, but I get it. Because if you get stabbed like this, then you can say, hey, I'm no longer safe here. And maybe you can get a retrial, or maybe, okay, like time served, go home. Or you can serve the rest of your sentence with a freaking, like, bracelet on, and you can be at the house. So I can see that too. Because he needs to prove that he's not safe in there. So hopefully it works out for him. Now, was he actually stabbed like 14 times? Like, probably not, but close enough to make it believable. But I hope it works out. I really hope it works out. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, did he have the gun? Yes. Because me, truthfully, because people keep getting out of the car. People gotta listen. People kept getting out of this car. And I know it's not his gun. It's also not Megan's gun. Because the way Megan was dressed, where's she gonna put that gun? Okay? I truly believe the gun was Kelsey's gun. Because there's a part in there where they all beat the dog shit out of Kelsey. And they all say, shut the fuck up, Kelsey. Okay? They beat the fuck out of her. And then the car stops again. At which point, I think Kelsey went to the back and she got her gun because she felt like she was overpowered. Because there was all of them beating her ass. So now they're fighting over that gun, which is why there was more female DNA on the gun than there was Tory Lanez's DNA. Because Kelsey had the gun. And they were fighting over her because she had the fucking gun and she was fucking drunk. Right? My issue with Tory is that he told Kelsey that night that him and Megan had sex. So I do believe that took the shit to a whole different crescendo. Right? Had he not said it, maybe it wouldn't have gone that far. So that part, I do put that part on him. But at the same time, too, though, Megan should have left him the fuck alone. Imagine being jealous about some penis that don't even belong to you. Right? You knew he was dating Kelsey and you were smashing him. So now if he wants to smash Kylie, if anybody should be upset and try to get him to leave, it should be Kelsey. What's the problem? But the thing with Megan Thee Stallion is extremely jealous and she's extremely envious. But because she's a black woman in America, they try to cover her bad ways. She has bad behavior through and through. This lady is a drunk. She's not a credible witness. And I feel like this is why also so many white people are also saying we have black fatigue, in the sense that today in America, a lot of people are sick and tired of so many black people in America always defending people who are not defendable, always standing up for people who are not credible, because we can see it with our eyes. Anybody under normal circumstances, you would never trust Megan Thee Stallion. She drinks too fucking much. Okay? She drinks too fucking much. How can you drink from 12 p.m. until 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm supposed to sit here and take you seriously? Do you even know what happened? Like, what the heck? This is insanity. We saw this girl when she was on her rise, but every time she was outside with these girls trying to get everybody drunk, she likes to get people drunk and intoxicated. Imagine if a man was going out at parties and just shoving liquor down people's throat. But you see, ratchet is the brand out here. It's completely permissible for black women in America to be ratchet. And that's what makes them famous. No class, uncouth, vulgar, alcohol, like drunk as fuck. And people think that's a cute thing. And fat as fuck also. That is the brand. But if any man was out here shoving alcohol down people's throat, even when people say, oh, I'm not comfortable. There was a video where Chloe said to her, I am not comfortable. I don't want to drink. And she kept pressuring Chloe to drink. I'm like, you got to respect boundaries. But no, she doesn't have to. She's a black woman. She don't have to. So I'm like, yeah, I can kind of see when people say, oh, yeah, we have black fatigue. Because people are tired of seeing ratchet behavior winning over and over again. We want to see classy people. We are sick and tired of the bullshit. People are sick and tired. People are sick of every small thing turns into a mountain of foolishness. People are tired. They are truly tired. I can see her a lot. They're tired. But for me, like I said, when it comes to Tory Lanez, I do pray that this stabbing works in his favor and that he gets early release, or at least he gets a new trial. Because this thing, it was not done properly. His conviction is a gross injustice. Nobody who is sensible watched this trial and say, I can say beyond a doubt that Tory is guilty of doing this. First is shrapnel, then it's bullet fragment. Bullets we never seen. The fragments of the bullet also that were allegedly removed, we ain't never seen. One doctor says it's shrapnel. Another doctor says it's a bullet fragment. Which one is it? So it's a bunch of lies. It is a bunch of lies. And like I said, again, it's very funny that this always happens with Rock Nation and their female artists. Just because it worked with Rihanna does not mean it's going to work with this one. Where is Meg Thee Stallion now? Where is she now? She falls out with everybody. She falls out with every single friend she's had. Obviously, the girl does not have good moral character. She doesn't have good moral character. And I think also that too is part of black fatigue, where people are tired of seeing a bunch of black people who don't have good moral character continuously be like, you know, be, I don't know, how you say it, like be pampered, people stand up for them. No, you have to stop doing that. People gotta start having integrity. And so a lot of people are tired. They are just tired. But I'm gonna say this though. I really hope that for Tory Lanez, it works out for him. And I hope he gets out on time served and he can just move on with his life. And I hope next time also he learns to stay away from any woman who cannot control her alcohol. When a woman can drink more than a man, or when a woman thinks she can outdrink a man, that is your cue to bow out. Like, okay, you're a fucking liability. I'm just not doing this. Men have to learn to put themselves first. Because if something goes wrong, she's not going to take accountability. And you already know this. She's not going to take accountability, and she will lie as much as she has to protect her image. And you got to be very mindful of that. When you're a black man in America, you got to be very careful. It's not just white women, it's black women too. Okay? They all have their version of crazy out here. White women have a way of destroying you. So do black women. So do Latinas. Anybody who grew up here and who was raised feminist, whatever it is, okay? They're raised on destruction. They're raised on you don't take accountability, you deflect, you blame other people, and you lie as much as you have to protect your image. Because deception is the name of the game. Make a profit or build your career at the expense of destroying another person, especially a black man. That's just how it goes out here. That's the culture. So when you're a black man too, you got to start being smart. You got to start being smart. And you got to start having empathy for people. The moment, also, Tori, mistake number 2, when she left your car the first time and she went to the bus stop, you should have left her ass there. She's a grown ass woman. That's a grown woman. When she signed her 15 record deal from the 1500 to the freaking whatever this is, to the Rock Nation, she didn't need your help. She's a grown woman. What you can do is call her an Uber, but go about your business. Your problem is you went back and brought this drunk back into your car. Then she got out a second time. And you see what happened to you? When people want to leave your car, let them go. They're grown. You can call them an Uber if you want to. Maybe you can park up the street and wait for her to get an Uber. But at this point, she doesn't want to be in a car. Let her go. Just let her go. Stop forcing people. Because it's not going to end well for you. It's not going to end well for you. I remember one time I also said this. I'm like, oh, when my son goes, when both my kids, all my kids, not both, but 3 of my sons, when my son go to college, I would tell him. And it's not your job to walk a drunk girl home. They were so shocked when I said that. I'm like, you see, these fuckers, people, like these women in America are so fucking, like, they're so fucking insane. And it's like their level of entitlement is so fucking gross. Because they think you have sons, you raise your sons, and I have to train my son to be subservient and expose themselves to risk for their comfort. American, it doesn't matter who you are. When you are from this country and you were raised in this country, you will become just like these white people, where you think people belong to you. It's a sick thing, you know. You gotta get your head checked. You understand? And I said that. I'm like, I'm gonna tell Trey, Stefan, and not Maverick, because he wasn't born then. And it's not your responsibility to walk any drunk woman anywhere. I don't care if she's falling on her face. Don't care if she's falling backward. Did you get her drunk? Who the fuck raised her? And how the fuck her mama and her daddy didn't raise her to mind her liquor? When you're a young woman and you go out, you should know your limit. 2 drinks, that's it. After that, you ask for water. That's how you know she was raised right. If a young woman can sit out here and drink and drink and drink and drink, she for the streets. She for the streets. And you already know she don't have a good brain. So even if you stay with her, let's say you want to have kids with her, your kid's going to be dumb. Because you can tell that she's not intelligent. Because even somebody who's intelligent, she's going to respect her brain. You see me, Marlene? I didn't even have my first drink. Ask Jimmy. Ask James. My first alcohol was my first drink of liquor was with Jimmy. At that time, I was 24 years old. 24. I didn't even mess with alcohol like this. You understand me? My first drink was 24 years old. Here's the Lord. I don't drink alcohol. I even started drinking like alcohol because of James. Me, Marlene, I don't drink. I never touched that stuff. Drugs, this thing never interests me. And the thing is also, I have a beautiful brain. Yes, my brain is amazing. God gave me a beautiful mind. And when you have a beautiful brain and when you're very intelligent, you stay away from stuff like that because you know alcohol, it will damage your brain. You understand? And so you do everything to protect your brain. If a young woman can drink like a fucking sailor, she ain't shit. She ain't worth shit. And she knows she ain't worth shit. That's why she drinks like this. So you have kids with this girl, she won't give you dumb babies. Your babies will never take advanced classes. You want to make sure that you reproduce with women that have great genetics and that can birth intelligent children. That's what you want. So if she drinks, walk away. Because she's comfortable with whatever happens to her. That is not your responsibility. Like, oh my gosh, Marley, I said, yeah, that's what the fuck I said. On your college campus, it's late at night. You walking, you see this girl stumbling, whatever. Yes, you can call the police. But do not get close to her. Because she does not know what happened to her. Tomorrow, she can say, oh, I think, James is the last face I saw. Stefan is the last face I saw. And because I'm ashamed, let me lie on Stefan. Let me lie on Trey because I don't want the school to see me this way. These girls have no shame. They lie without flinching. If you don't fear women in America, who shall you fear? These girls don't even know God. They don't even know God. They're not even raised to go to church. They're not even raised to read the Bible. They will lie without hesitation. This is the American way. People out here just lie like this. They have no fear of God. They're like they belong to the shaitan. They're just fucking crazy. I'm like, no, you see a young woman on your campus that is drunk, son, you don't get close to her. She's a liability. Now what you do, you call the police. Oh, I'm on this building and I see this young woman and she's drunk. Now, can you sit there and wait for the police to come just to make sure she's safe? Yes, I don't mind that stuff. You can stand there and wait for the police to come. And be like, oh, I'm the one who called you because I saw this young lady there. Let the police take care of it. But you don't walk up to her, oh, can I help you? Can I take you to your dorm? Can I walk you up to your dorm? Can I put you in your bed? Because you're the one that's going to be seen on all the security cameras. Okay? You might mean well, but these people out here ain't shit. Because American people don't care about the truth of the story. They care about a narrative. A young black boy walking a woman back to her dorm room and the lady looks intoxicated. They don't think you did something to her. Everything out here is about perception. So you don't get close to her because you don't want these cameras to pick your ass up next to her while she's going like this and she's going like this. And the next thing you know, you're walking up with her. You are in the elevator with her. It looks weird. And it doesn't matter what you say. They're not going to believe you, son. America does not like black men. America does not like black boys. And if somebody says, oh, no, you did it, that's what it's going to be. Because this country hates black boys. And I will tell my sons that. You have no refuge out here. Black women will never be your refuge. White women won't be your refuge. You are fucking on your own. You are on your own. Because if a black woman can lie on you, she'll be like, oh, he has a black mother. Let me be mindful of what I say about her. Some of these girls don't give a fuck. They probably resent me for not even having an abortion when I figured out I was having boys. I know what time it is. You ain't got no fucking friends out here. Everything out here is about convenience, right? And you got to tell your sons that. And it's a harsh thing to say, okay? Like, it's a harsh thing to say, but it's true. A young black girl can lie on a young black man. So can a white woman. So can a Latina. So if she's drunk, she's a liability. And I understand everything in you might want to go over there and help her out. I get that. But you also got to think about how it looks on film. How does it look on film? Because on camera, nobody can read your heart. On camera, nobody can read your heart. Don't be like, oh, that's Trey. Marlene raised him. He would never do such a thing. If the young lady was drunk, most likely he was trying to walk her to her room and make sure she was safe because it's nighttime and she's by herself like this. They don't think that. Bunch of miserable lowlives out here who just enjoy lying on people. So it's hard, but you got to do the right thing for yourself. So you stay away, you call 911, and if you can, you wait for the police to come. When they do show up, like, yeah, I saw her and I got scared, but my mama told me don't get close, so I called you guys. And hopefully y'all can walk her safely to her room. Let the police do it. You don't do it. I even told y'all in New Orleans, this old lady, I wanted to help her get down the steps because she had to walk her, but I didn't do it. Because I'm like, what if she falls? Or what if she says I did something to her and now she wants to sue my homeowners because she always needed a hip replacement surgery, but she didn't have the money. It's America. I brought a young lady into my house to clean. Y'all, look at what she did to me. Thank God it worked out in my favor. This girl walked the desert. She, like, back in Honduras, she got hurt. She was playing soccer and the people dislocated and broke her bone. So she's been needing the surgery for like over a decade. She took this bad knee. She walked through the desert. She walked the Rio Grande on her bad knee. And now she wants to use my house as a way to get the surgery off my back. Do you see this? It's so dishonest. I understand you got hurt, but at the same time, you hurt yourself. And you should say, oh, Miss Marlene, I've had this, and she did say it, I've had this injury before, and so my bone is fragile. I should have told you that. And mind you, the whole time she was in the house, she was not even wearing shoes. She was bare feet. I didn't even know. But like, see how people will set you up because they need a surgery or whatever they need. They will set you up. That way they can sue you or lie on you and get some money off of you. Like people are just sick as hell. People are truly sick. So you got to be very, very careful. You walk with people and you have no idea how they're trying to set you up because they need something. You got to be very careful. But my thing is like when it comes to Tory, honestly, the most he should have been charged with was possession of a weapon by by a felon, because he did touch the weapon. Because the initial witness before he changed his statement, because only God knows who got to him, he said he saw Tory take the gun and he was shooting up in the air like pow, 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 pow. Which makes sense because they were all acting belligerent. So maybe he did that to get their attention. And maybe that's how the thing it ricocheted and it hurt Megan. But Megan also, because after all this, when she was in the hospital, Des Perez, Jay-Z, all these people, they held her down and they put something in her head. Because an honest person would have said, yes, he shot the gun, but his intent was not to hurt me. No, she allowed people to believe that night, Tory Lanez truly wanted her to die because she thought it was going to make her famous. And everything Meg Thee Stallion has ever done, how can I take advantage to get to the top as quickly as possible? Like just like most Gen Z, everything microwave. Instead of slowly building her career, she wants everything microwave. So she shut up real quick and now nobody's talking about her. Because the people who don't have the best careers are people who take their time and they grow slowly. But she just leeches off of people. She got with Nicki. The first night she went on the live with Nicki, she was already shading Cardi B. Oh, you know how we write our stuff and some people don't write their stuff. Like, what the heck? Then when she had to get close to Nicki, as soon as she got the collab, God knows what she went and told Cardi B to get Cardi B to get to like her. Mischievous Aquarius, manipulative as fuck. Then she got the stuff with Cardi. Then she took Cardi's a writer party. This is what she does. This is what she does. And people don't want to hold her accountable because she's a black woman. No, you don't love her. You got to start to learn to hold people accountable. And this is why people are calling black fatigue. You got to hold people accountable. You can love somebody and say, girl, you do too much. And you got to stop using people as a means to an end. If you don't really love Nicki Minaj, don't pander to her. If you don't really love Cardi B, don't pander to her. But the pandering, where is her music today? Even for her to have a comeback with Hiss, it had to be a diss record towards Nicki Minaj. And the only reason why it went to #1, because Nicki was giving it life. Then she tried again. Nicki didn't respond. The song, it fell flat because there's no talent there. There's no substance. There's no diversity. It's all drama, pandering, and taking advantage of other people to become famous. So once again, when it comes to Tory Lanez, I hope this stabbing works in his favor, and I hope he's released on time served. It's enough. It was so disgusting. This is not what justice should be. It's the same thing with Diddy. I will never stop saying it. Marlene, I know Diddy's evil. But you cannot put somebody on trial for being a freak. If you want to say, if you're saying it's racketeering, it's prostitution, and what's the other one? It's sex trafficking. I need you to show me that. And if he's guilty of that, then so be it. But all we've heard for the past 2 days is how nasty and disgusting he is in bed. Okay. But for most celebrities, it doesn't shock me. Have you heard about T.I. and Tiny? How they like to get around and get down with people? Right? Have you heard about Candy Burrs and her dungeon? Most celebrities are into these kinky shit. That's what they do. They're a bunch of weirdos. Some people even put Molly in their booty. Okay? So when it comes to the world of celebrity and how these celebrities have sex with each other, it will completely deplete you of your faith in human beings. Like, they're just crazy. But you cannot put on trial. You cannot put somebody on trial for being a sinner. You cannot put a human being on trial for being a nasty old freak that likes to pee on his girlfriend. That's their relationship. Okay. Racketeering, sex trafficking, and prostitution. We're still waiting. Maybe tomorrow we'll see what happened today. But anyways, let me get back to this one. Okay. Yeah, it's disgusting out here. It's really disgusting out here. Yeah. Somebody gonna say, "Oh, you raped me," and so you gotta be very careful. If you have sons, to me it's like if you have sons, you gotta teach your sons to be very, very careful, because your heart and what you mean in your heart is one thing, but you can't show that on camera. What people will see is you on the camera, and because you're Black, they're more likely to attach you with negative stereotypes than they are to attach you with good intention. Black men are never Prince Charming in any movie, okay? Even in real life, it's always the white woman when she messes with Black boys and then she wants to have a salvation story. She won't go find a white boyfriend. A Filipina, she can be with all these Black boys, and when she needs to rebrand herself, she won't go find a white husband. Same thing with the Black girl. She won't go find herself a white husband. That's how it goes. People want these movies and these fairy tales they grew up to actually play out in real life. But we know white men also got their own fucked up shit. But hey, they get the benefit of being saviors, right? And when you're a Black man, you get the prejudice of being evil. So you gotta be smart with that. You gotta be very smart. And that's why I said DDG, she gets into your car, she doesn't have consent, you get out the car and you call the police because she wants to trigger you into physically removing her. Okay? Even when then she stays in the car because she's looking for problems. Then she goes to your house, she barges in, she proceeds to have this whole an entire performance in front of your family. What's all this? And because nobody gave into it, because that's what she does. She likes to make a scene, and then she likes to cry. Did the same thing at the nail salon. First, she argues you down, but then when she sees that she can't make way, then she starts crying, right? And then she goes on her Instagram, and she starts accusing people. This is Haley for you. She's toxic as hell. So you have to know, even when she came into your house, call the police. Because she don't have the right to be here. She's trespassing. So she can come into your house when she feels like it, but it's the problem when you come to her house. Like, please, we don't have time for this. We don't have time for this. Where was I again? I'm right here. Okay? This is foul. Bet. So this guy's picture, DG can't see his. Okay. He said, you think you're hurting my feelings when you're just really ruining your own image. He's not lying. This is a terrible look. Makes you look disgusting and evil. She's evil. Enjoy your vacation. Happy Mother's Day. But just have the same energy when it's my turn to have him. Okay? On the same shit. So let me see this thing. When did this happen again? So this was 3 days ago. This girl is sick as hell. So when was Mother's Day? So on Mother's Day, she takes her son. This girl is sick as hell. Oh, wow. Okay. So Mother's Day, I guess he was there somewhere. Of course, she did nothing enough to blame other people. So she went on a trip to St. Lucia. Allegedly, that guy's there. Maybe she went with him or not. What do I care? All right. But she comes back for Mother's Day. And then on Tuesday, so yesterday, she was at the courthouse. What's today? Today's Wednesday. Okay. So before she went there, it was no problem. So because he messaged her, okay, it's making sense. Because I'm like, what triggered her? Okay. So he messaged her tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'm confused here. Sunday. So on Sunday, he texted her this. Okay. Then she was in St. Lucia. All right. So then she comes back to America. And by Tuesday, she's asking for a restraining order. I get it. I was like, okay, it's making sense. Because I'm like, something happened in January, but you waited until like yesterday to go to the courthouse? Okay. All right. Let's keep reading this. For Haley, though, the final straw came just last weekend. Okay, now we know. When she said she was vacation with Halo and her sister in St. Lucia. She said DDG texted her links to social media posts claiming she was on the island with the singer Brent Faiyaz. Haley replies, not with any man out here. I wouldn't do that. I have Halo. Please let me enjoy my Mother's Day in peace. I hope you're okay and feel better soon. Look at this. Do you see this? Passive aggressive. Okay. So because he texted her, she decides that, okay, I've had enough. Even though she got in his car. Right? You see this? So she got in his car. Where is it again? Okay. Haley said she was in pain and crying. Although they stopped the fighting, she was still worried about Halo. So because she's worried about Halo, she stays in the car after he smashes her head into a steering wheel. Okay. So she remained in the car for the ride over to his house, where she told his family what happened. So he doesn't file a restraining order for her after she did this. You see, that's the problem. That's the problem. That's where he messed up. That's where he messed up. That's really where he messed up. This behavior alone, you should have taken her to get a restraining. You should have taken a restraining order against her. Oh, yes. Okay. That's what she wanted. The judge granted Haley a domestic violence restraining order requiring DDG to stay 100 yards away. That's not even far. And gave her permission to take the nearly 18-month-old Alo to Italy, where she'll be filming a movie for 2 months. There you go. We got to the point. Okay. You see this? So, do you think, like, just think for a second, okay? Think for a second. How long do you think she has known about this movie? How long do you think she has known about this movie? Because remember, when it comes to DDG, DDG cannot take the baby out the country. He said that on his live. Maybe I'll replay his live. DDG cannot take Halo out the country. She can, and she does it. She does it. But though he can't do it, why can he not do it? It's a problem. And one time he even went on, I forgot what trip, I think it was also Italy. Like he went on a trip, right? He went on a trip. What's going on here? He went on a trip, right? And he was saying, like, because he started to feel sad because he was like, oh, he's doing all these things, but his son cannot experience that with him. So it was making him sad. Wait a second. Did they need me for something? Hold on, you guys. Give me a second. What is this?
Woke up back in October. Halle says DDG came over to pick up their son Halo, and she tried to start a conversation with the rapper about a child visitation schedule. As she was buckling Halo in the seat, she claims DDG grew agitated and repeatedly said, "Get out my car, bitch." Halle says the baby was crying and she got nervous about DDG leaving with him in such an aggravated state. That's when they allegedly started wrestling, with DDG pulling her hair and slamming her face on his steering wheel and chipping her tooth. Oh my gosh. And you can see her chipped tooth here. Haley says she was in pain and crying, and although that stopped the fighting, she was still worried about Halo. So she remained in the car for the ride over to DDG's house, where she told his family what happened. Once they told her they'd take care of the baby, she left hysterical with bruises on her arms to go along with the chipped tooth. She attached photos of her alleged injuries in her request for a restraining order. She also alleges that DDG creeped her out in March when he showed up at her home and entered without permission and went into her bedroom and texted a picture of Holly's empty bed to her, along with the text, "Now I know what you've been on, LOL." Halle says she interpreted the text as DDG accusing her of having sex with other people. 4 days later, she claimed that he really exploded when he came back to her house. Halle told him that the baby was sick and she didn't want Halo to leave the home. She claims that's when he got verbally abusive and smashed her Ring camera and ran away with Holly's phone. As he drove off, she claims DDG threw the phone out the window and yelled, "Go get it, bitch." The incident prompted Halle to file a police report, and she says she also has Ring footage to back up her side of the story. It was also around this time that DDG claimed that
Love to hear her voice. It can be so ew. Okay, what was I saying again, you guys? Sorry, I had my dentist. Like, I have an appointment tomorrow. I go to the dentist tomorrow. Did tried to protect her career and didn't want the mother of his son in legal trouble. Yeah, but you see, but she's not going to do the same thing to you. You know? But the good thing is, to me, the thing about it, just like Diddy, the fact that he has money, though, he's able to get a good attorney. But for a regular person, don't be like, oh, I don't want to hurt her image. No, she's deranged. This behavior is not normal. It's not normal to just barge into somebody's car, start fighting with them, and want to drive back to their house, okay? You drive back to his house. How are you going to get home? Okay, exactly. How are you going to get home? Oh, he lives, and it's not like he lives like 10 minutes away or like 20. No, he lives like over an hour away. So you stay in his car to fight him. Oh, I'm concerned about Halo. Girl, shut the fuck up. Okay? So now you drive, you stay in the car so he drives to his house. Okay, you big dumb. How are you going to get home? She's such a child. How are you going to get home? Like, you look deranged. But you see, and this is why when these women give you a reason to call the police on their asses and to get a restraining order, do it. Do not have mercy on these people. Do it. Okay? Do it. Call the damn police. File a police report. And then on Monday, you run to get a restraining order. You got to beat her to it. And you got to have her stuff documented. Because when the police come, they're going to have their cameras on, so they'll see that she's in your car. You know, why are you in his car? The relationship is over. Why are you in the car? And what are you doing like this? He came to pick up the baby. You're in the car. Why are you in the car? Why are you in his car? Don't you have your own car? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let me go back to my story because I don't really care to listen to this one, okay? And gave her permission to take the nearly 18-month-old baby to Italy, where she'll be filming a movie for 2 months. You see this? And how much do you want to bet that when it came down to talking to DDG, oh, I tried to start a conversation with him about what did you say again? About being about custody. No. Most likely this is the day she decided to tell him that I have a movie in Italy, so she wants to take the boy there for 2 months. And that's probably when the stuff is started going left. Because like he said in his live, he's not allowed to take Halo out the country. But she does whatever she wants with Halo. She took him to St. Lucia. But he can't take the baby by himself out the country. And that also is not fair. So I'm like, DDG, you have to take her to court. Because she cannot have more rights than you. And she cannot have special rights above you. No, you are both parents. Unless she can prove that you're completely unfit, which is what she's trying to do. But it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And that's why she said, oh, he smashed my head into the steering wheel. He damaged my ring light. Girl, shut up. Okay? This is not what it takes to prove that somebody's an unfit parent. You're full of shit. And this thing is, this you claiming he smashed your head into the freaking steering wheel, we need to go to court. But a restraining order, sometimes, if the judge wants it to, they can grant it to you. That's why I guess they got to go back to court like in June. Because he also needs to be present because he has the right to defend himself. You can't just accuse people like this. It is insane. And this is how people weaponize the law to try to hurt other people instead of going to the courthouse to get things that are truly needed and required. So the girl knows that she has a movie thing in Italy and that she has to go there for 2 months. But because she knows she don't keep the same energy with him, she wants to try to finesse him to agree to that. And most likely he told her, well, if you're going to take him out of the country, then I'm also going to do the same thing. And this is where it's a problem because she uses Halo as a weapon to control DDG. We're not falling for this. If you've known you've known for a long time that you had a movie coming up and that you would have to go to Italy for 2 months, right? So then you have to know how to properly sit down and come up with an arrangement where he doesn't miss out on Halo. So if you're taking him for 2 months to Italy, cool. Then you should also let him have Halo for 2 months. It's only fair. But how much do you want to bet? She doesn't want to be fair. And that's, I had an acquaintance long ago, right? And what happened was the baby daddy, like he went and put himself on child support. And I was like, what the heck? Because, you think that most men don't want to be on child support. But then I realized why he put himself on child support because the person I know, she ain't shit. She wasn't shit. So he went and put himself on child support because he didn't want to deal with her ass. Because some of these women out here, you cannot deal with them. They're so fucking toxic. But I'm like, DDG, you got to stop expecting good faith from this girl. Maybe her age won't allow her to. Her narcissism won't allow her to. Her cultural heritage won't allow her to. I don't know. But she's not capable. So what you have to do, you have to go get a proper attorney. And this stuff needs to be properly organized. And you might say, oh, Marnie, but if I do it, people going to think I'm a bad man. They think that of you already. And the thing about being a man and being a great leader, you don't really care what people think. You got to have the right convictions. If you have the right convictions and you have the right intention and you have the right heart for this, you have to go and do what's right for you. what's right for you and what's right for your son, and what's also right for everybody's safety. She's a loose cannon, you know. Okay, so you didn't take her to court, because to me, I'm like, all this could be avoided if you had a proper custody agreement. DDG also has to stop posting or streaming about her and her child. You see, so he cannot stream. He cannot stream his son. For what reason? Okay, DDG also has to stop posting or streaming about her and their child. Halle claims her ex has been whipping his fans into a frenzy by trashing her when he live streams. When did he trash her? Okay, so you see, she also doesn't want baby Halo to be on the live streams. For what reason? Only God knows. But it's about control. It's about control. Control, 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 control. Okay, that's all that is. He needs to take her ass to court. Okay. Look at this person. OMG, these young guys dating female celebrities are trash. From Keke Palmer's ex to Diddy to Tory Lanez to Tiana Taylor's ex to Chris Brown. Now this dude, right? They're so fucking stupid. These girls. They're so damn dumb. Take her ass to court. Take her to court. Have no mercy on her ass. Let me see this. What's the next one? Tory Lanez press conference. Let me see. Y'all say it's live. Let me see.
That update on rapper Tory Lanez. He was taken to a hospital this morning after being attacked by another inmate at the state prison in Tehachapi. Lanez, whose legal name is Daystar Peterson, serving a 10-year sentence for shooting hip-hop star Megan Thee Stallion in Hollywood Hills in 2020. Officials today did not give any specifics about what may have motivated the attack or his condition.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming out and lending your cameras to the world. We appreciate you being here. My name is Sunstar Peterson, well known as the father of Tory Lanez, but his family affectionately knows him as Daystar Peterson. This may seem not even to matter today, but it does to me. The reason why he bears the name Daystar is because I was scheduled to speak in a conference in Washington, D.C. back in the early 2000s. Back in the late 90s. My wife and I stayed in a hotel across the river in Northern Virginia. I was up praying before that conference that I was supposed to speak at that evening. As I paced back and forth in my hotel suite praying, I began to quote the scripture from 2 Peter chapter 1, and it states, "For you will do well to take heed as unto a light shining in a dark place, until the day dawns and the day star arises in your heart." I didn't know whether it was a boy or girl in my late wife's womb. But I heard the Holy Spirit said to me, that is the name of your child. That's why he bears that name today. Now we're standing in the United States of America, land of the free and the home of the brave. I have watched from afar, being a Canadian. I have watched as presidents, innumerable, and other officials place their hand on the Bible and swear a sacred oath to uphold justice, to uphold truth, because that's what justice demands. So before I go any further, based on a courtroom that I stood in 508 days or so ago and heard my son convicted, is a court in the federal reality of things that also holds the Bible higher than judges. And so I'm going to pray a very short prayer before I get started here today. And I'm going to pray that in the spirit of when Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God, stood before Pontius Pilate. Pontius said, "Why do you not speak? Do you not know that I have the power to crucify you or to let you go free?" It was only one of the times that Jesus ever spoke. He said, "You would not have power over me unless God Almighty gave it to you today. And I have come to bear witness of the truth." Upon which Pontius Pilate replied, "What is truth?" That question was never answered in Pilate's judgment hall. But I answer it for you today because Jesus Christ himself told us what the truth was. Truth is not a philosophy. It's not an ideology. It's not a doctrine. And it certainly is not a religion. Truth is a person. His name is Jesus Christ, who said, "I am the way, the truth that leads you to life." Father, upon the basis of your word today that this nation was founded upon, I ask that every ear that needs to be opened, including the ear of the governor of the state of California, Gavin Newsom, I'm even asking today that in the midst of Mr. Trump's busy schedule as president of the United States, that this would come into his hearing. And so, Father, I ask you today, by your Spirit, because you're the only reason why my son is yet alive, have your way, and let this be glorifying your name. I thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen. So my name is Sunstar Carlisle Peterson. I come to you today in the capacity of an apostle of Jesus Christ. A word from the first century in our times, it would simply mean ambassador of Christ. So when I stand before you, I don't stand here to speak my own words. I represent a kingdom, and I am under authority to speak only what God allows. First and foremost, I really do want to thank you again, the press corps, and all of you who have vlogs and channels on YouTube or wherever you stream from. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to thank, in fact, all of those who identify with the name Umbrella as One Umbrella. It was actually launched so that my family would not just be the ones benefiting from whatever fame or fortune, but so that all people, anywhere that need a shelter could come under that umbrella. That's the reason why it was launched by Daystar's brother initially, who is known as Wolfgang Peterson. So I thank all of you who have always been an encouragement to us, who have stood with us. Those of you standing here today with Free Tory t-shirts. Jono, can I have that t-shirt right there, please? Those of you who are wearing these and remembering this person, because I want you to understand that from the beginning of this, I stood as far back as 2021, and I watched where a spin doctor for the NBA, now high-powered attorney out of New York, Alex Spiro, ran a campaign to turn my son into a monster in the eyes of the world. At that point in time, God said to us, there is a time to be silent and there's a time to speak. We chose to be silent. And now we've been silent for way too long. The hour demands that we speak. One of the reasons why I stood silent is because I trusted in God, but I also did not want any blowback to affect my son, who was sitting in the belly of the beast. That's why I chose not to speak at that time. I am his father, and that is the second capacity in which I stand before you today as the spokesperson and mouthpiece for my family. Tory has 7 brothers and sisters. He has 5 brothers. He makes up the 5, I'm sorry, and there are 3 sisters. So today I would like to share a few things with you as well. I want to dispel a few rumors because I've been asked to by my son, Daystar, aka Tory Lanez. Number one, Daystar does not have a drinking problem. He does not have a drinking problem, and that was not the reason why this situation happened. He was not out on the yard, as it was about 6:30 in the morning, and cells were just opened for them to be able to go out to breakfast. On the Thursday prior to this incident, I was called by him, and I was told of the impending threat. And my family and I huddled and did what we always do. We prayed. We get together every single day and we pray. Sometimes it is twice per day. Wherever we are in the world, at a certain time, we're on our phones and we are praying. We pray for him. We pray for you. Because our mandate is not about violence. We're not here for vendetta. We're not here for any of those things. My son, as I stood with him in the hospital room on the first day, my wife being present, said, "Dad, I'm not holding any animosity against this guy. I don't want to take any action against him. Whatever the system does, the system does." But that is his stance, and that is our stance. Might I go a little bit further? Because this will not be the first time I've said this publicly. I bear Megan Thee Stallion no ought at all. In fact, we have prayed for her on many occasions in our times of prayer. So this monster that Alex Spiro tried to create, and when I stood in the courtroom on that day and heard a corrupt prosecutor dismiss the fact that so many people, it was overwhelming the amount of people that sent letters to their office and were called to testify before the courts as they were considering sentence, which had already been decided. And the judge blatantly showed on that day that it really didn't matter what anybody said. It was supposed to be a forum in which it would be decided based on all the extenuating circumstances, etc. But it had already been decided behind closed doors. It's so funny that there is indeed a woman who has made it her life's mission to be the whip in the press or on the vlogs. I'm not even going to call her name right now, but those who know. Everything that has to do with Tory Lanez, I believe that she is in some way compensated to spread these narratives. And so before the sentence was read in court, she already knew. That's really interesting to me. She already knew because she had discussed it with others, not knowing that it would come back to us. God is my witness.
You know, I heard the dad. Yeah, okay. I can't keep playing it, but it's like I'm a bit overwhelmed. You know, I think sometimes when it comes to certain people, especially when you want to come out and say, I'm a father and I'm a Christian as a Christian, I think a lot of parents also need to have self-awareness. It's a beautiful thing, you know, it's a beautiful thing. But a lot of people struggle with self-awareness, all right? Because he said he's from Canada, so, you know, it's the West, it's out here, it's America. But to say that your son is a Christian and we saw his behavior out here, it makes me want to say, were you involved in his life? Like, sir, what? Gotta take accountability, right? You are a Christian. Do you see how far your son strayed away from Christianity, right? You are a Christian and your son was out here doing quarantine radio. It was so despicable. It was so despicable. So even if your son doesn't have a problem with alcohol, sir, your son has a litany of problems. All right. And one of them is making bad decisions. Okay. One of them is chasing behind big girls who can't control their alcohol and their big booties. Okay. So your son made a grave mistake. And your son also offended God. Because if your son grew up with the word of God as much as you claim to be a Christian, what went wrong? And were you actually in his life? So I think the best thing to do is, you know what? I'm a Christian man. I did my very best to raise Daystar to, to follow the gospel. But young people ain't gonna listen, Jail. Some young people ain't gonna listen. And they have to go out there and knock their heads and they have to learn. It's really sad. I think it's a gross injustice. Right? But I think it's better if you come from that angle, because to say you're a Christian and people see your son's behavior, it's like, are you sure your daddy's a Christian? Because I never would have thought his daddy was a Christian. So now when you're sitting here talking about Christianity, it's giving a grift. Because a real Christian will say, I tried. Unfortunately, he chose not to listen. And raising him, it seems, has been quite a challenge. Now, I know my son has done things that are not honorable. I know my son's done some bad things, but I truly know that my son would not have shot Megan in the foot or trying to kill her that night. Most likely it was an accident, but he didn't mean to harm her. And I hope a lot of people can see that. I think when you talk like that, it's a bit more tempered, it's a bit more reasonable, and it shows that you have self-awareness and that you're also not delusional about who your son is and what he does. Because a person that was raised in the Word of God cannot behave like this. And I'm like, even you being a father and being a Christian, did you ever see Quarantine Radio? Do you know what he was up to on Instagram? Did you ever call him? Right? Your son also decided to have sex with two best friends. That's not very Christian, I mean, because part of being a Christian is we gotta have self-awareness. We gotta have more self-awareness than people of the world. Now you talk about Jesus and the pontiff, but Jesus was without blame. Daystar is not without blame. His DNA was on the gun. It's just that it was not on the gun as much as these other women. Right? So you have to say that. I can understand you charging my son for possession while being a felon. That makes a lot of sense because he touched that gun, y'all. Most likely he shot the gun. I just don't believe he meant to harm Megan. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna kill her tonight. Today is the day. I don't believe that. I don't believe he was, oh yeah, dance bitch, and he started shooting. I'm like, this gets like the scene from Past the Courvoisier. Like, what is this? Okay, so no, I don't believe any of that. But people were truly drunk. People were really belligerent. They were not at their best. I think if it was like during the daytime, honestly, if nobody would have heard of this, I think they all would have woken up in the morning like, what the fuck are we on? It was a drunk night that just went too far and got way too drunk. You know what I'm saying? And then you add the public who wasn't there, don't understand the context. And one thing people do in America, people love to act so indignant and, oh, look, my morality, my morals. Get the fuck out of here. This is a country that runs on the love of money. Get out of here with that. That's what they do. They just like with the Diddy stuff. Oh, this is so nasty. This is just so gross. This is what they like to do. This is America for you, right? Oh, let me act indignant. Let me act like, oh my gosh, I can't believe people are out there doing stuff like this. This is what they do. I don't fall for that shit anymore. Okay? But I think if this had never made it to the press, especially if TMZ had never talked about it, these fools would have woken up in the morning like, what the fuck were we on? Okay? Team too fucking much. You know what I'm saying? Team too fucking much. But I feel like Megan also, people always saying that she's an alcoholic and things like that. Plus the Rock Nation, they saw what happened with Rihanna. Oh, maybe we can spin that into this narrative and things like that. And it also made it hard because Tory did not want to be quiet. So like now they really wanted him arrested because Jay-Z does not want people to believe that he signed a liar. But Megan is a liar. She's not a woman of integrity. She's not a woman of an honorable character. She's a liar. How can you even go to school when the whole time you're in school, your best friend is doing your homework, but you're trying to be a nurse? Like, what the heck? Like, this girl ain't got no fucking integrity. She has no fucking integrity, but it's a trend now. It's like it's normal. Scamming, lying, stealing, all kinds of foolishness. Okay? This is what people do. Okay? This is what people do. So make it make sense. Okay? Make it make sense. It has to really make sense, because otherwise, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Okay? Hello? Give me a second. I'm like, what the heck? Let him keep talking. I'm like, I need you to have some self-awareness. Like, you know what? I'm a Christian, try to raise my son to fear God. Unfortunately, he didn't really do the things I wanted him to do. You know, he wasn't that life, rapper, nightlife, woman, whatever. You know, I think he could have made better decisions. You know, but I don't believe my son wanted to kill Megan or harm Megan. But given the level of alcohol and the way things were going that night, you know, I'm sure she was injured. But I don't think his goal was to kill him. And I'd kill her or hurt her. So I wish he would have been judged on intent. And it wouldn't have been, oh, let's punish this man because that's what the media wants. That's what the public wants, right? Because that's what they want. Oh, yeah, he tried to kill her. Oh, he wanted to end her life. I'm like, why would he want to end her life? She spent all of quarantine with this man. So he never got violent with her. Like for months they were together. And that very night, like, yeah, this is it. I'm in front, and also in front of people. No, it's really like it's just I don't know, Janet. Like, you know, I tell Jimmy this all the time. I really don't see myself aging in America. Like, seriously, every day I wake up, the older I get, I truly can't take this country anymore. Like the lack of integrity in America, American people, I just can't take it. You know, people are just so dishonest. Like the way people just run for narratives. Oh, let's accuse this person. Let's blame this person. It's never okay. Let's truly try to see both sides. And also, like, let's understand our own biases. You know, no, everything is like this or that, blue or black, white or black, this or this. It's like people are nuanced. Life is nuanced. People make mistakes. But like the way they treated Tori, like, it was so disgusting. Like even all these black women, I like every day I see a side of these women that I really do not like. I can't sit here and lie. I mean, I fear people who can lie like this. I really do. I don't like it. You know, yes, maybe you have bad experiences with men, but does that mean every black man is evil? Every time there's a situation and there's a black man involved, she has to project whatever she thinks of men or whatever this other man, you got to be an image bearer of that. It's excessive. And it's like people here are mentally ill. A lot of American people truly need medication. There's not a balanced people. And I'm like, I don't even see that. And that's why as you move forward, like from years to years, they're going to get married less and less and less. They're going to divorce more and more and more. And you're going to see a bunch of like, you know, broken home children out here. That's what you're going to see. Because you cannot build a society or a community or nation with such a dishonest people like this. It's a dishonest people. Most American people, they wake up every day seeking how can I take advantage of somebody to get rich? Their entire mind frame is built around exploitation. If they don't exploit each other, they seek to go to other countries to exploit people. They live off of exploitation, and they all do it. Doesn't matter the complexion, because it's an American thing. It's just an American thing. You cannot be an American without being somebody who knows how to take advantage. Bunch of bullies. Like they're not capable. Like they're just not capable of having honest discourse. And so, you know what? Right now, I can see that my bias is taking over, or my prejudice taking over, my stereotypes taking over. I cannot do this to this person because he's not the person who hurt me. It's like delirium. It's really crazy, right? But I'm like, they spent all of quarantine together. She used to go there without her bodyguard. So like she had a certain level of trust in Tori. Like that's not he's so deranged like this. He never hit you before. He never tried to kill you before. But on that very night, he tried to kill you. You left the car, and if you remember the footage, Megan is almost half naked. She's in a bikini. So if he was really that evil and he meant her harm, the first time she left the car, he would have left her walk. Go ahead, be in a bikini on a random street in Hollywood somewhere and see what happens to your ass. He went and he got her back. Megan, get back in the car. How is that somebody who wants to hurt you? Like I'm just so. But this is American people. This is who they are, and that's why they cannot have long-lasting relationships. That's how they are. Like as soon as they get upset, most American people, as soon as they get upset, they forget everything you ever did for them. You know what I mean? It's like every day they wake up, it's a blank new page. You wake up with these people every day in your friendship, every day is a blank new page. It's a people that like their bandwidth is like this, like their memory span is like this. You can spend months, years being nice to them. One thing, one video, one action. Oh, the friendship is over. Like you never existed. I'm like, who the fuck are these people? Like, who raised you like this? All they have is money. That's all. And even that is credit. Let's just be so for real. It's credit. But I'm like, in life also, you have to learn. Like when you decide to be in relationship with people, there's a part of you that has to understand that people will disappoint you, but it doesn't make them bad. Doesn't make them evil. Even your friends can't hurt you. It doesn't make them evil. You got to look at everything with context, and you got to look at the person. But Megan knows Tory. These people used to sit there and talk about their moms dying. If you think this dude is so evil, why y'all talking about your mother's being dead? Because his mom is dead. Her mom is dead. So move the sex and maybe her wanting to get some free music from him, right? They had a real friendship. And that's why she felt comfortable going over there. She knows a lot about him and he knows a lot about her. But when you get to a point where you sit down with a person, you go there by yourself, you go there without security, you go there without telling people. And then you and Tory are sitting there and you're talking about your mom's passing, how that affected you. You guys are sharing your dreams and ambition. Now you want me to believe that night, he said, oh yeah, I need to kill Megan. I need to kill her. I need to shoot her. And he don't shoot you in the head. He don't shoot you in your fucking torso. No, he shoots you in your foot. Because that's really going to kill you. Girl, what? That makes no fucking sense. But that's how you see the wickedness of American people. When they don't want to deal with you anymore or when they're done with you, this is what they do. Just like with China. They have no problem exploiting these people. But now the problem is the people they're doing too well. They're not suffering. They're buying cars. They can go on vacation. They're triggered. Oh, we got to destroy China. Oh, America first. Oh, you see? All the things America did. They shipped their trash over there. They shipped their goofy ass recycle stuff over there. The people pollute themselves. There are so many Chinese people. They left their children in the village. They see their kids once a year to make all these goofy ass trinkets for these goofy ass Americans. And this is the things you get. This is how it is in America. There's no real friendship in America. There's no real love in America. There's no, don't you ever believe in that shit. Everything out here is transactional. As long as you benefit me, I'll fuck with you. The day you don't benefit me or whatever, it doesn't matter how much you've done for me. It doesn't matter how much you've helped me. It doesn't matter how much you've encouraged me. It does not matter. You understand? Even my friend from high school, like her, this girl, the stuff I did for her, I'm like that. But this is how they are. I'm not even surprised though. She's American. That's how they are. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. The problem is when you think you're going to get something different. Yeah, exactly. They're going to be lonely, Kevin, because they don't even know how to be invested in other people. Me. I get upset, I leave. I get upset, wump. I get upset, destroy. What is this? Right? We can say, Tory, you did me, Marlene, I'm going to say it again. Tory did not mean to hurt Megan. I don't even see why he would. For what reason? He likes her. But like a young rapper, young boy out there, he's trying to smash everybody. He want to smash Kelsey. He want to smash Megan. And he was like, oh, shit, that's Kylie? Oh, shit. What did it feel like to have sex with a Kardashian? I see it. I get it. You know? Because a lot of these people out there have smashed Kylie. Drake smashed. A bunch of people smashed. Tyga smashed. Drake smashed. So, like, a lot of people in LA have had sex with Kylie. So it's like a lot of people want to know, okay, what it feels like to have sex with a Kardashian. I get it. Wouldn't do it, but I get it. So when he got there, and mind you, he wasn't even going to come there. Megan called them there. And for the fact that this young lady here is not taking any accountability, that's why people say it's black fatigue. He wasn't even there. They called him. Oh, what you doing? You want to come over? He never would have came that night. But most likely he came because she called him, and then Kylie is there. So he showed up. Right? When they were getting to leave, if he didn't care and he had so many evil feelings towards Megan, he would have asked his driver to take them home. He didn't bring them there. They can take themselves home. But he had his driver, Quan, take them home. Megan couldn't stand the fact, like a lot of black women in this country could not stand the fact that he was attracted to a white woman. And I think even like deep down, a lot of black American women, that's what they do. When they see any black man with a white woman, they operate on destruction mode. They're very jealous of these white girls, you know. But that's the truth, though. And it needs to be said. She couldn't stand the fact that he stayed for the white girl. That did something to her. Because even when you listen to the testimony, she was being nice, nasty to Kylie. Because Kylie has a huge ass house. That triggered her. She told Kelsey to go to a certain room and put her stuff down. And Kelsey was like, what the fuck? Because the guest room looks like a whole house. That triggered her too. When they were in the pool, Kelsey said to Kylie, oh, you're pretty cool. I like you. You're not what people think. And then Megan said, oh, yeah, you were right, or something goofy like that, right? She said something goofy like that, right? So you can see she was very jealous, and she was being nice, nasty. And everybody liked Halle because they didn't think she was this cool. That triggered her. The boy comes there. I guess he want to stay back and stay behind with Halle. I get it. Wouldn't agree, but I get it. So he told his driver. They came there, and they also came there with the stylist, AJ. Even AJ, too. He was styling her for free until he started charging. The girl didn't pay. Tiana Taylor let Megan Thee Stallion stay at her house. She didn't pay the rent. Like, Megan is a despicable person. She's despicable. And you will see these women consistently defending her. She does everybody dirty. She does everybody dirty. But this is why so many people out here, they're just bitter. And there's nothing you can do. You know me, Marlene, I've come to realize, like, some people, they have a certain mindset. And when they have that mindset, there's nothing you can do. You got to stay the fuck away from some people. Because they're like, anybody who gets close to them, they're going to take you down. Right? But she has done so many people dirty. It's not even this whole, like, she's done her best friend doing her homework. How you going to be a nursing student, don't even do your homework? If you have to see a patient, are you going to know what to do? What if you kill the patient because you never did your homework? But Kelsey was doing her homework. She has no integrity. This is the cultural brand out here. This is the cultural image. They're like, I don't know why people feel this way. I don't know why. Shut the fuck up. Yes, you do. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh, I don't know why people associate black women with bonnets. I don't know. Shut up. They want to put a goofy ass overweight statue of a black woman because that's how they see black women in America. Okay? Shut up. Just shut up. And this is why people call it black fatigue. It's exhausting. It really is exhausting. Even Tiana Taylor, Megan did not pay her rent for months. But the mere fact that even Tiana, who is black also, does not even feel comfortable bringing that up and even taking her to court to get the money she deserves, it just shows you how toxic these women are. There's no accountability. AJ, she didn't pay him also. Bunch of invoices for clothes she wore, she damaged. She didn't pay. This is what they do. Like, they're like, there's something else. They are truly something else. And when people don't want them in their stores, or people don't want them, oh, I don't know why they don't want me over here. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Don't gaslight somebody else. I'm like, people are so accustomed to gaslighting folks out here. They don't even know what gasoline smells like anymore. Make it make sense, though. It's so ridiculous. It's like Kelsey did the homework. And then she also threw Kelsey under the bus. Nicki Minaj, she pandered to her. Then she threw her under the bus. Cardi B, she pandered to her. Now she doesn't talk to her anymore. It's a litany of people. But she has hurt so many people. But no, because she twerks. And she talks about having sex and sucking penis and drinking alcohol. That's it. That's the cultural image out here. Bunch of reckless people who want to have sex all day, every day, and do all kinds of foolishness and not pay their bills, and nobody should say a thing because they're black women. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. People are sick and tired. People are so sick and tired. And then they wonder why people try to cancel DEI. Because people are sick and tired of black women in America. People are so damn tired. They are so tired. Because the vast majority of people do believe if you bring a black woman here, it's going to be a bad time. Like, she's going to be stressing everybody out. And everybody suffers from that. You apply for a job, you're like, oh shit. When they find out I'm black, they're going to think the worst of me. Difficult, hard to get along, does not smile, always complaining, will flip the whole bitch up. Like, no, it's too much. It really is too much. And then, oh my gosh, why doesn't Target want us? No, because you're too much. And you're not worth the headache. Whatever money you think you bring, people don't even want the money anymore because people want their peace. People want their peace. People are really sick and tired. Like, people are truly sick and tired. It's too much. It really is too much. It is too much. You're a black woman yourself. You don't even want to deal with black women. Everybody is tired. Like, seriously, everybody is exhausted. People are exhausted. How many dating coaches you know who try to coach black women, they tired? Even that girl, Ashley. She gets to a point, she's like, okay, whatever you want to do. Even, what's her name? Kendra G. She's like, okay, whatever you want to do. Kendra herself has decided to not argue with these women anymore. Okay? People don't want to help anymore because people are tired. People are tired. This is not sustainable, you know? It really is not sustainable. Every day you wake up, oh, I'm tired. Even Inyala Vincent, that's why she stopped the show, because she was tired. She was exhausted. Everybody is exhausted. People are freaking tired. And it's a real thing because you can only take advantage for so long before people say, okay, fuck it, I've had enough. Get the fuck out of here. And that's why even you see these white women now, they're not even afraid to say, yeah, I'm a racist, and so what? I'm racist, and do something. You ain't gonna do shit. All you're gonna do is like wail your little finger and that's it. Okay. Because people are tired. People are really tired. And that's what happens when you stop being balanced and you start saying, okay, you know, okay, I can see how that's wrong. Okay, you gotta do better. That's it. But there's so many people that Meg Thee Stallion has fucked over. And they never say, okay, Megan, that's too much. Right? Tiana let you stay in her house. At least pay something and you have the money. She sees you on Instagram spending money, but you don't want to pay your rent. How is that okay? As if Tiana herself does not have to pay that mortgage. The mortgage has to be paid, you know. The mortgage has to be paid. It's the same. Like, I mean, it's unbelievable. It truly is exhausting. People are just tired. Like, it's just too much. It really, really is too much. But you got to be sensible. Do you truly believe that that night Tory Lanez was trying to kill Megan? No. Then why is it 10 years? Did he shoot the gun up in the air to calm everybody down and then it ricocheted and it potentially hit her? Most likely. But was the intent to kill her? No. Was the intent to harm her? No. And also, she wasn't wearing shoes. But I think throughout their friendship, he has really looked out for her. And he has shown her that he cares for her. But then, you know, he's a rapper and he's stupid. So if he sees vajayjay, he gonna run behind it. And also, y'all not married. You are not married. It's the same goofy ass girls. Oh, I don't need a man. I don't need commitment. I want you. I don't need you. I don't care who you sleep with. They say these things they don't really mean. They are extremely sensitive. They are extremely insecure. They have a weird attachment style, right? And they don't want to be vulnerable. So these men are, okay, she's cool. She's the homie. We have sex when we have sex is what it is. But the whole time she wants more than that. But she's too much of an imbecile to sit there and say, yes, I really like you. And I would like for you to be my boyfriend. And I would want for us to be monogamous. She can never say that. They don't want to say that. Because God forbid they be vulnerable. They'd rather crash the fuck out than to be vulnerable and express their feelings as grown, mature women who are truly looking for something serious. This is crazy. This is really crazy. The same thing with Party also. The way she treated Party, out of order. And he was also there for her. He supported her. Not, oh, you abused me. You did this to me. Like, we don't know her to put hands on people. Like, she's not known. She didn't get arrested for beating her boyfriend who played basketball in college. Like, what the fuck? She's a big ass bitch. Okay? Like, no. It's, oh, Megan never does any wrong. It's always other people coming after Megan. We have to stop. And this is why these fan base are so toxic. Because they turn these people into demagogues. People who can never do anything wrong. And by doing that, you are fueling the behaviors of a sociopath. And not anybody that comes next to her is afraid of her because she's dangerous. And she's going to end up alone. Because you create monsters out of, they create monsters out of people. They really do. Hold on, guys. I take this one call. They really do.
So moving right along.
This is crazy.
Daystar.
Yeah, it's fake.
Did not suffer superficial wounds. He was stabbed 14 times, 5 times in his back, wow. 1 under his left cheekbone. In fact, his jaw was open.
Wow.
He was stabbed twice in the back of his head.
Wow.
And the rest in his torso, arms, wow. and in his chest. It may seem sensational, but thankfully, like Dr. King, it was close to his heart, but did not penetrate.
Oh, wow. Oh, I thought he had paid for this. I don't think he paid for this. This is crazy. Oh, they wanted to kill him. They wanted to kill him. I remember they're not supposed to release an album or something like that. And you see, and that's the thing about lying and stuff. Like, now you feel like you have to kill him because you don't want him to tell the truth. This girl, Megan, they have no idea what they've done to her. But, you know, we live in a society today where we have so many pagans. And one thing about pagans is that they assume God is not watching because God is slow to anger. But this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is despicable. Crazy.
After that, he was being rushed to a facility nearby in a vehicle in which he said, and I quote, "Dad, I thought it was my last. And having made my peace with God, I said, okay, God, is this how it's supposed to end for me?" But God said no. God told him do not give up. In the car, upon which he turned to the attending officers and he said, you must get me to wherever is the closest place that I can get to. I'm bleeding out here. He didn't even know his lungs had collapsed. All he knows is that he couldn't breathe. He could hardly speak. Upon which the officer turned around and looked at him and said, nah, we got to take him. He has to be airlifted. And thankfully, to God be the glory, he was airlifted. I want to report to you that I'm very thankful to all of the attending nurses, doctors in that facility. They have done an amazing job in their professional capacity. I would also like to publicly say thank you to the COs, the correctional officers that we have seen around him. In fact, these guys have been nothing but kind.
And, you know, and I'm gonna tell you all this too, right? Let me tell you this, because we live in a country full of heathens and pagans, right? Megan, she's gonna have a horrible ending. It's gonna be like her ending is gonna be so tragic. People are actually like, even me, I'm gonna feel sorry for her. It's gonna be. See, the thing about a lie, when you start, you know the thing about the devil has a way of deceiving people, because you know when you're a pagan, you think God is not real. And that's where people get it fucked up, huh? Get it fucked up. When you're out here lying, even Haley, this is not gonna end well for her. You have to be very afraid when you lie. You understand? But the thing about pagans, and a lot of these women are pagans, that's why they're so filthy like this. They'll have sex all over the place. And you can always tell somebody is a pagan when you see their sexual activities and behaviors and proclivities like that. And just whatever. It's a bunch of filthy people. Let me tell you something. God is very real. But you see the thing about the devil knows how to deceive. Even the liar, he knows how to deceive. When you're lying like this, he gives you wings. Everybody believes you. You keep lying and you keep lying. And you have no idea that everything you're sowing a horrible storm against you. People need to fear God. People need to fear God. But you see, greed. And it keeps being the recurring theme from Cassie to Haley to Megan. These women lie because of the love of money. Money, control, money, 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 money. There's a reason why it took a long time for Megan to say, oh yeah, Tori shot me. And even when she was saying Tori shot me, she was not serious. She was still laughing. You could go watch the video. She had her makeup done. She was like, well, Tori shot me. Like, okay, there, I said it. It was so unserious. She's just been lying and lying. Even when she sat with Gayle King. And the words of Nicki Minaj, you lied to the king. Okay, right? But this stuff, you have to fear God. And one day, it's all going to hit her. There is something Tory Lanez knows that they don't want him to say out loud. Because you have it in there 10 years. One day he's going to come out. And wherever he is, even if he gets deported, he will speak his truth. The world is forever connected because of social media. You don't have to be in America to reach an American audience. And as long as he lives, you will not have peace. So now they want to kill this boy. They want to kill this boy because they don't want him to tell the truth, though. It doesn't work like that. Because to stab him in the back, to stab him in the back of the head, to stab him under the eye or in the jaw, to stab him near his heart, these people were trying to kill him. Why would you try to kill somebody if you feel like he's the one that's in the wrong? Because they know who's behind this. And if I'm not mistaken, too, I do believe that Tory Lanez was supposed to release an album like anytime soon or something like that. So who knows what's on the album? Right? Because he's been making music from in there. I'm like, and that's how you can always tell who really cares about what they do, who really has passion for their craft, right? Make it make sense. But he will come out. And one way or another, he's going to be out. And whatever he has to say is going to be said. The best thing you need to do is to say, I lied on this man. But is she going to do it, though? Most likely not. Because then what does that say about Roc Nation? And then what does that say about who put her up to that lie? But I think everybody who has a level of sense should know that Kelsey owned the gun. And it was Kelsey who went out there and who got the gun. When they even told the story, AJ, because they had their stuff in AJ's car, they moved their stuff into Tori's car. And you see, that's where also he fucked up. Don't have people bring their shit into your car because you have no idea what they got going on in their stuff. But it was Kelsey's gun. The second time when that car stops, She gets out. She goes in the back of the car. She gets the gun because she was overwhelmed because they were beating her ass. But how people can lie like this, it really needs to scare you. Like me, definitely, but anybody else, you need to learn from this and fear people. Truly fear people. You can be friends with somebody today, afternoon, y'all kicking and laughing, and at nighttime, something happens and they will lie on you and gladly send your ass to jail because they were never your friends. I think you can probably kind of like 3 fingers how many real friends you have, but you gotta be very careful. You gotta be very careful. This is crazy.
To him. The system is one thing, but guess what? There are people who work in the system, and some of them still have hearts. Some of them still have a conscience. So as I'm winding down today, I would like to report to all of you who care about Daystar Peterson, the artist Tory Lanez, around the world. The reports in the hospital is that he is doing remarkably well. I was told yesterday, because they had already taken out the tubes that were draining the fluids from his lungs, they had already taken them out by the time my wife and I got there. And I was told by the nurse, in his particular condition, normally they would have had to leave those tubes in at least a couple more days. But yesterday they took him out because they said he is recovering remarkably. All that is left is for the healing of the wounds. So thank you for all the prayers that have gone up sincerely on behalf of Daystar and my family. We are truly grateful. But this is not over. So I'm reaching out to every prayer warrior around the world who knows what Christ stands for. Please continue to stand with us. As I stated before, Daystar was not drunk on that morning. It was 6:30 in the morning. There was nothing like that. It was an unprovoked attack. I don't want to go into the details of how it went, although I know them, because it is too gory to be describing right now. And so as I close today, whatever has been needed to be said has been said. So as I close, I want to quote you David, the king of Israel, who said, "You lead me beside still waters and you restore my soul. You lead me in the path of righteousness for your name's sake. And even if I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil." One of the officers turned to me yesterday and he said, "You would be so proud of your boy. He has been in here and he has been praying." I got there to the hospital the first day, and typical Daystar, he was entertaining those officers. They were laughing. They were just, and he said, "Dad, it only hurts to laugh." But something broke my heart yesterday when towards the end of our visit, he said, "Dad, why is it that my life has to go through so many trials? Why? Why do I have to experience this?" And that's the note that I want to close on, to tell you that this person they've been trying to paint as a monster, that they were so scared when all of those testimonies came in. People I did not even know that he had secretly done things for. This is a guy, he would do things and not even tell anybody. And one young lady called me and said, "I was struggling. I was diagnosed bipolar. I was struggling. My children said your son offered to pay."
Okay. Once again, I need his daddy to have self-awareness. Sir, ultimately, right, Daystar is telling you, "Oh, why am I going through this?" He should kind of know this. Like, they have had him detained for a minute. So by now, he should kind of understand, like, the role he played also. He picked those friends. He picked those associations. And not just that, Daystar also picked his image. There are consequences. You see, the thing about wanting to be a YN because it's a commercial image, there's a downside to everything. And also with DDG too, right? Black guys, black boys, y'all gonna have to make a decision, right? Having a YN image, it might help you to sell your music quicker. It might help you to build an audience and this and that. But you also have to understand, when you have the image of a bad boy, when bad things happen, you're the blame person. People are going to blame you. So if you are a giving person in your private life, but you decide to be promoting guns and twerk culture and alcohol and whatever drug, whatever you promote on your thingy, that's what people will see, right? If you wanted people to be like, oh no, like Daystar would never do such a thing, that he's a giver, he pays for this, he would have let that side of him, that humanitarian side of him, be a bigger part of his image, right? So he needs some kind of self-awareness. Like once he heals up, he also needs some kind of self-awareness, right? He chose to have a YN image. And there's nothing about his image that, for the most part, would allow people, hey Gina, there's nothing about his image that would allow people to give him the benefit of the doubt, because most people go for what they see. And what they see when they look at Tory Lanez is the image of a YN, right? Like, especially if you saw Quarantine Radio. I mean, it was guns and twerking. You had girls, they would turn, like completely turn their butt into the camera. Sometimes you even saw their lady parts. And I'm like, how can even Instagram allow this? But then Instagram, you know, they're fake. You know, that guy, Adam, whatever his name is, they're fake as hell. If they can make money off of sex and prostitution, they will. But then you write any kind of comment about the Zionists, then they want to put you on in the Instagram prison for God knows how long. Okay? But your son had a public image. And that public image is not an image that makes people say, oh, wow, he would never do something like that. It's a double-edged sword. It's like when you embrace the YN image, yes, it's a commercial image, because America has an appetite for the delinquent black boy. They have an appetite for that. So it allows you to grow fast and to make some money. However, it puts you in a box. Right? And that box also has a lot of downside. When something bad happens, people will say, yeah, he did that shit. Right? Especially with guns. Because anybody who saw or watched Quarantine Radio, you saw how many guns he had on Quarantine Radio. It was ridiculous. So Tory Lanez and guns makes a lot of sense. Like, yeah, maybe he did that shit. Right? Also, your son is a multiple-time felon. He doesn't have just one felony. Doesn't have just 2 felonies, right? He has an issue with guns, right? So I think as a family too, y'all got to have some kind of self-awareness and be like, son, you might think, or you did those things and you know, you have a good heart and you help people in the dark. But did you let that side of you be the side that everybody got to see? No. Because part of also being a rapper and being a YN is that you can never come off as a sweet guy. You can't come off as a teddy bear. You can't come off, you know what I mean? Because it's not good for the image. No problem. You know what I'm saying? Not a problem. If your body is completely covered in tattoos, people are not going to have a good impression of you. People judge. People say, oh, no, you can dress however you want. You can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. But then when you get judged for whatever you did, then don't be mad. Right? If I want people to see me in a good light, then I got to present myself well. And I got to let the good things that I do be in the forefront of my career. When it comes to your son, good things are not in the forefront of his career. Because it's, oh, I didn't even know. How come you didn't know? Why does he hide stuff? Why does he hide it when he does good stuff? So that he got to have self-awareness. But his choices also played in the purpose. He picked these friends. He picked those people. He picked them. He chose to hang around these people. So also he didn't vet these people properly, because these are the people that you chose to call your friends. And now they turn their back on you and they're watching you rot in prison. He picked those people. And it's not even just Tory Lanez. How many young people today are rotting in prison because they picked the wrong friends? Friends who will eventually lie on you. Friends who will cut a deal and lie on you to cut a deal. Friends who do all kinds of stuff. Right? Friends, my friends, leave these goofy people at the door. And you really got to take your time to vet people before you call somebody a friend. But I'm going to say this too. When alcohol gets involved, be very careful. Because alcohol will reveal to you who people truly are. Okay? So I just feel like the daddy needs to have self-awareness, and Tory Lanez also needs to have self-awareness. I mean, I think he was overcharged, but you still got to have self-awareness.
Pay my rent for 1 year while I could recover. The prosecution at the trial, when all of those testimonies came in and said, oh my God, you think that we were here to hand out the Nobel Peace Prize? And that's how he dismissed it. But as I said on the court steps that day, God records all of it. And I know that my son will have justice. I lastly would like to reach out via this medium to say to the governor of the state of California, sir, it is in your hand to do something about this. You have the power and the means to examine the evidence that has been presented even to the courts. This is a travesty of justice. And to allow my son to go back into that same situation, a kid that when he went to prison, one of the things he has done so far is through his music to open up the cases of over 467 people through his Hands of God project to help families who can't even pay for justice on behalf of their loved ones.
Well, I would say maybe he needs to stop doing that because he needs to survive. And, you know, the governor, when it comes to Gavin Newsom, he can even make sure there's water in the fire hydrants in California, okay? So that man is doing podcasts. He's not about to review this. And everything also is about politics. So they don't care about justice. They claim to care about justice. And also, maybe if Tory Lanez was Latino and he was part of Trente de Agua, then maybe he might care more, because it seems to me that most Democrats, white Latinos right now, and even some Black women Democrats, it seems like their main concern is to fight for illegal Latinos who are part of gangs. So is he part of a gang? Can he speak Spanish? Maybe if he does, then they'll probably care for him. But I feel like Gavin Newsom is not going to care. Number two, when it comes to his prison project, maybe he wants to kind of not do that as much, because there are a lot of people who make money off of inmates. There are a lot of people who, you know, there are a lot of DAs who have done evil things to these people to force them into pleas and things like that. So anything that can look bad, you know, they're also going to want to kill him. You got to be very careful. America is a criminal enterprise. You know, this country is a criminal enterprise. You got to be very careful. They say they want the truth because it sounds good. In reality, they don't want it. They like things the way they are. They like their corruption. They like it, right? So the most important thing is hopefully he can file for an appeal. He can file for a new trial, and you know, hopefully they release him. If they don't, then they can move him to a different kind of place, because that one seems very violent, and I don't think he has what it takes to make it in there. So, you know, but hey, welcome to America, y'all. If y'all from Canada, this is America. People are crazy out here, child. It's a criminal enterprise. People just lie. And it's California. They're full of liars out there. So it's crazy.
There was a post showed up on YouTube recently. A young man saying, I'd like to thank Tory Lanez. I would like to thank Unite the People. I'd like to thank all of them for allowing me to be able to be taken off of 4 life sentences. 4. I'm sorry? Plus, like, I don't even understand that kind of math. How do you say to a human being whose lifespan is 70, 80, plus 74 years, 4 life sentences plus 74. This is who Daystar is, not what they've tried to make you think he is. He never stops seeking to help people, even from behind the prison walls. Governor Newsom, you have the power to bring my son home, and for all of the reasons that went before I even ascended this podium. Sir, you are a family man. You also have children. Please take a moment and look at your child and ask yourself what you would be doing if the evidence was so overwhelming. Would you think that this man should be free because he's innocent? I hope you do. And I hope you do what you need to do. God bless you all. Thank you so much for being patient with me.
I mean, if you guys have the money, you should reach out to Trump. Because Trump, if you pay enough money, he'll give you a pardon. White Americans only talk money. What would you do if it was your son? Sir, it's not his son. So, sir, what make it make sense, right? You have to you gotta make sure what is it called? Let me see this, you guys. My little sister sent me this. How do you share this? Let me go to TikTok. Let me see something. They don't care. These whites do not care. Academic with a K, is that what it is? Let me see what is going on. Oh, they're evil. Let's see this.
Not long ago, Unite the People was approached by a gentleman named Bradley James. Mr. James informed us he was working as the bodyguard and driver for Ms. Kelsey Harris during Mr. Peterson's trial. As such, he was in close proximity and he had privy to conversations she was having with her husband and others. Mr. James informed us he was not under a non-disclosure agreement or a confidentiality agreement and was free to speak with Unite the People, and that he was doing it because his conscience would not let him not speak and leave a man in prison for something he did not do. Mr. James informed Unite the People that he was witness to the conversation Ms. Harris had, where she stated she had the gun, she fired it 3 times, Mr. Peterson grabbed her arm and knocked it down, and the gun fired 2 more times. In essence, Mr. Peterson never shot anybody, never even touched that gun, never fired the gun. This statement aligns with the statement of the only non-party witness to the case, Mr. Sean Kelly, who at trial testified he saw 2 women fighting, 2 men break up the fight, 1 man grabbed the other one's arm. Gunshots came from the passenger side. Passenger side is where Ms. Harris was sitting. This further iterates that Mr. Peterson did not shoot Ms. Peak, did not shoot at Ms. Peak, or did not assault Ms. Peak. It's just another irregularity in a list of irregularities in this case. For example, there were 3 potential suspects in the car that night, and yet the only DNA sample was taken.
If people were not so evil and so bitter and so misogynist, right? The moment Kelsey walked in there and said, I want full immunity, it's like, for what? I'm like, what is going on? That to me was a dead giveaway. I was like, oh, she did it. She did it. You know what I mean? 'Cause I'm like, why do you need full immunity for it? He did it, right? So why do you need full immunity? I'm like, why do you, I need full immunity before I can speak. Why? Not even partial. She wanted full immunity. What kind of person that has nothing to reproach herself is going to ask for full immunity? From that moment, it was a dead giveaway. Because anybody who actually listened to listen and not listen because, oh yeah, this ninja, that's how they talk, the ninja. The car stopped twice. Something is going on here. First and foremost, let's even go all the way back to her house, to Kylie's house. All their stuff was in AJ's car. And then AJ took their stuff and they moved their stuff into Tori's car because the gun is not Tori's gun. It's not even Kwan's gun. And it's also not Megan because Megan was wearing a bikini. Where is she going to put if you say, oh, somebody got hit with a bottle of liquor, yeah, she might have did that shit. But like Megan is completely like, she's in a full-on bikini. No wrap, nothing. So where is she going to put the gun? When they're out there driving, the car stops twice. The car stopped 1 time. Megan gets out. She goes to the bus stop. Tori says he chases behind. He's like, no, Megan, get back in the car. It is understandable. It's night. She's half naked and she's completely drunk. Gets her back in the car. And I guess maybe that's at the point that like, he said, oh, you defending her? Bet. I slept with her too. Ah! The car stops again. The girls are fighting. And you already know Megan ain't scared of Kelsey because she called her a shrimp. Which means you're inconsequential to me. You understand? Megan has a way of talking to that girl. So I guess that because they beat her up also. And they also told her, shut up, Kelsey. So So I think at that point, and also Kelsey was drunk because remember Kelsey drank so much that she had to go take a nap in Kylie's guest room because they were drinking all day. They were drinking all freaking day. The girl drank so much she took a nap, went back out to the pool and drank some more. Hello. So she also was not in her right mind. You know, like and that's why I said, like, if this thing had never made it and it had never became public, right? These people would have woken up the next day. Like, what the fuck were we on? Because it's giving team too fucking much. And it's the alcohol. I think the alcohol got this thing to a crescendo that I don't think any of them wanted it to go there. But the alcohol was just too fucking much. It was just too much. It was too much alcohol. And I think that's what his lawyer was trying to, he was trying to have people understand. That you are looking at people who drank for 12 hours straight. It's giving an alcohol freak off. Megan has an ungodly capacity for alcohol. The girl can drink so much. Now Kelsey, she tries to keep up, but she's like half her size. But they were just in there drinking and drinking and drinking. They got there like 1 o'clock or something like that. But can you imagine drinking from like 1 p.m. until 1 a.m. like the following morning? Listen, people are just wasted. So do I believe that Kelsey got upset because now she knows and then they're beating her ass and she feels embarrassed and she feels overwhelmed? So, man, fuck you bitches. So she went in there and grabbed that gun. So they started like, yeah. So they're trying to wrestle the gun out of her. That's why everybody came to that side. But I'm like, the gun had more woman DNA on there. And it's funny how they never tested Megan for her DNA and they never tested Kelsey for her DNA. No, me, I have sympathy for him because I don't believe in I'm a Christian. I don't like wrongful imprisonment. So yes, I have sympathy for him because you have to do things the right way. You got to do things the right way. Marlene, I have integrity. It's a big deal for me. So these are not my ethos. These are not my ethos. What is right is right. I have 3 sons. So I'm not going to co-sign somebody throwing somebody's son in prison for God knows what. No, what I wouldn't want for my sons, I'm not going to wish that for anybody else. Just like Carmelo Anthony too. There are people who know, I don't care. He's black. He did that shit. He meant to stab him. Why do you bring a gun to the, why you bring a knife to the, no. Me, I'm really big on having integrity. And as a child of God, no. If Tory did something, he needs to be punished for exactly what he did. We don't get to throw people in prison and destroy their lives simply because we don't like him. Same thing with Diddy. I'm not a fan of Diddy, but if you want to take his life away, you got to prove it. Like in America, if you are innocent until proven guilty, we have a constitution. Like, I don't know what people think this is. This is not a banana republic. We're not in Mogadishu. Like, we're not in Papua New Guinea. We are in America. We're not in Madagascar. This is America. We have a constitution. And when it comes to the law, we expect every single officer of the law to uphold the law. And that includes these judges who are out here releasing illegals into the wilderness to go hurt people some more. We are not in a banana republic. America is it should be a civilized country with a set constitution. And you are proven innocent and you are guilty until you're innocent until proven guilty. And when it comes to the burden of proof, it's on the prosecution. They have to do their job. Today, you say this about Tory. You don't know what life has in store for you, bro. Tomorrow, you might catch a case. You might catch a case tomorrow. This life out here in America, anything can go down. You can have a police officer lie on you. You can have a co-worker lie on you. You never know because this country is crazy. So we have to be very careful what we speak over other people's lives. Because whatever you say over someone's life, it can come back 2-fold or 3-fold over your life. And you got to think like that. If you say, let's charge Tory for possession of a firearm by a felon, yes. Because he's a felon and he did touch the gun. Now he can say, it's not like I wanted to have a gun, but I touched the gun because I had to take it from her hand. Cool. Let's have that argument. But ultimately, you're a felon and you touched the gun. So that's a real thing. That's a real thing. If we want to say also reckless endangerment, because when he grabbed the gun, it goes off and pop, 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 we can also make the argument. But we have to stop when we don't like people to say, oh, it's okay for the prosecution to do a butch job just because I don't like somebody. That's not how it works. Just like free speech, right? If you want free speech, you have to understand that it also comes with certain inconveniences. Is that other people can say things you don't like. But we're not going to censor people because we don't like what they say. Because where does that stop? Where does it stop? Right? People need to learn to have integrity. Put your feelings to the side and let's look at the letter of the law. This is the law. It's not the playground for feelings. It is the law. Just like with Carmelo Anthony too. We said it's self-defense. It is the law. Doesn't care. Oh, but he shouldn't have done this. Oh, no. In Texas, you don't have to self-retreat. You can stay. So it is the law. Self-defense, it means something very specific. It has nothing to do with feelings. Oh my gosh, Austin should have died. Yeah, maybe he shouldn't have died. But he's dead. Oh well. But is Carmelo, does he have the right to self-defense or not? That's it. And these white people tried so hard, but even they had to say, oh, it was battery. Oh yeah, Austin did batter him. Oh, well, there you go. So if you batter someone, you don't get to say how they get to respond to being battered. That's it. These people have to do their job. Because the moment you allow officers of the law to do whatever they want, all of us, we're not going to be safe. Because if they can do this to rich people and famous people, what are they going to do to the rest of us regular people? So no, he needs to be charged for exactly what he did. And like millions of people, myself included, nobody looked at that trial and said, beyond reasonable doubt, can we say that Tory had the gun and his intent was to shoot Megan in the foot and maybe even kill her? Never. They never proved any of that shit. From the first time she gets into the hospital, the first doctor that looked at her said it was glass. We have to stop. Like people can have it both ways. You cannot complain about, in America is systemically racist. America imprisons black people. But when it's a black person you don't like, it's okay to cheat. It's okay to lie. It's okay to play with police reports. It's okay. No. We all need to grow up. It's too much. Really, it's too much. We're going to live in a country. We want the laws or we don't. We want to believe in the Constitution or we don't. But the law should be about the law. That's it. But millions of people watch this kid. That's the reason why this thing won't die down. Because for a lot of people, the prosecution did not do their job. They did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Tory Lanez had this gun. He shot the gun, and he also shot the gun because he truly wanted to kill Megan. They didn't prove shit. And the mere fact that they also did not test Megan for her DNA, did not test Kelsey for the DNA, is as if they just wanted to punish Tory because he's a black man. And that also has to stop. Me, I have 3 sons. And I will never stand for people derailing the lives of young black men just because they don't like black boys. I don't care who they are, black women, white women, I don't give a fuck. You try to derail any black boy, you will find me in your path. You're like, who the fuck sent you, you demon? I don't play like that. People got to have integrity. And that's what's going to keep everybody safe. People like it. When I don't like somebody, throw the book at them, go ahead and violate the Constitution just because I don't like them. We saw the same bullshit with these white people who wanted freaking Carmelo's bail to be at $1 million. It's fucking outrageous. It's outrageous. And the thing is, Austin just got stabbed one time. I mean, maybe he slipped on it. What do I know? I wasn't there. But there's a white boy out here, I would say Casey, whatever his name is. He stabbed the Latino boy almost 14 times. And his bail was set at $176,000. No, I will not be like these white people. I cannot sit here and denounce behavior from racist white people and then do the same thing. How am I different? How would I be different than freaking Officer Tatum? I don't want to be like that person. I don't like people who don't have integrity. I truly do not. The law is the law, and it has nothing to do with our feelings. But when people with the prosecution, they have a job to do. And their job is to prove to the jury, and even the rest of us who are watching the fucking trial, beyond a reasonable doubt that this person did that shit. But if you cannot do that, the person has to walk. And it's the same thing with Diddy. Diddy's going to walk because it's some bullshit. Now, if you want to convict him for the murder of Kim Porter or the murder of Biggie, go ahead. Find the evidence. And I hope you find him guilty. But you're not going to be, oh my God, but do you know maybe he killed Kim Porter? I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. He probably killed Kim. So go ahead and bastardize the law. No, he maybe did kill Kim. But do you have proof of that? That's it. Prove it. If you can prove to me that he killed Kim Porter, I'm like, yeah, lock his ass up. But if you cannot, and you're just saying that to trigger me because I'm a Black woman, it's not going to work. Because truly out here, the Constitution is all we got. The moment you allow anybody to bastardize the Constitution and whatever, all of us are not safe. Because what about next time if it's me? Oh, I don't like Marlene, so hey, lock her ass up in there. The fuck you won't. No, fuck you're not. This is what keeps us safe. We have a Constitution, and people have to learn to honor the Constitution. The law is the law. But what he was convicted of, he did not do it. And the mere fact that Kelsey walked in there and asked for full immunity, what the fuck is she hiding? Because if you did nothing wrong, and everything you're about to say on the stand is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, why do you need full immunity? Because you're about to lie. And that is despicable. And this is why the people are saying they have Black fatigue. People are tired. From politics down to entertainment to sports to everyday life. People are tired of seeing Black people with low morals, low ethics, quick to scam, quick to lie. People are tired. People are truly tired. We want to start seeing Black people with integrity because that's what people call the Black fatigue. Even me, I have it. It's enough. Kelsey is Kelsey's gun. Kelsey grabbed the gun. And whatever Kelsey meant to do, she needs to come out here and tell us. But for even Kelsey to send somebody to prison for something he didn't do when she herself has a son now, how do you know that everything you did to Tory is not going to come back on your son? It's not going to come back on your son a hundredfold. There's a reason why God chose the gender of your son and he gave you a boy, he didn't give you a girl. You have to see the signs of it all. But if you can send this young boy to prison like this, when you know the truth, but you don't want to speak the truth because it inconveniences you, right? How do you know your son is not going to be worse than that? But people don't fear God. People truly do not fear God. But I don't know how you can have a son, you can breastfeed a son, and you're about to go lie on another Black boy. And you don't think that one day this right here is going to catch up to your kids. And we wonder why so many young people today are struggling because they are paying for the curses of their parents. The curses of their grandparents, because it's 4 generations. Somebody in your bloodline lied so much, and now today your life is stuck because you're paying for their sins. No, you gotta stop.
Own DNA was found on the gun. Why wasn't Miss Harris's DNA taken? Or was it taken and the information simply never given to the defense? Why wasn't the driver of the car, Mr. Jaquan Smith's DNA taken?
Hey, Bob, what's up?
Or was it taken and again, simply not given to the defense? Not long ago, Unite the People was approached by a gentleman named Bradley James. Mr. James informed us he was working as the bodyguard and driver for Miss Kelsey Harris during Mr. Peterson's trial.
This is really crazy. This is really crazy.
In a relationship, I think I have anxious attachment style. Everybody knows I'm an Aries, I'm a fire sign. I get very passionate. I seem nice online and innocent and everything, but you guys do not know. I will go to battle with my yelling, with my words, everything. I'm good at that, right? And if I gotta yell or check anyone, that's what I gotta do. That's just the way I be. Clap back or sit back. I always have to choose clap back. I'm sorry. I'm a very kind person. But if somebody pokes at me or the people that I love, it's over for you. I'm an Aries. Sorry. Never have I ever started drama with my boyfriend for no reason.
Put it down.
I you know. I'm territorial. I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. Where you go, who are you with? That's me. I am nosy, number 1. Number 2, I like drama. I just don't like drama in my life, but I love watching it in other people's. So I love my baby so much. I need him with me in order to function, in order to be able to do the scenes and everything. So he's been out here with me majority of the time. But this week, and I go home on the weekends. But this week, I had a lighter week, and I'm going home tomorrow. So I got here last night, and I'm going home tomorrow. So I was like, let me try to test myself and see if I can be without him for a day and leave him, let him and his daddy have daddy and son time. And you guys, I miss him so much. But everybody knows Moo is the best daddy to him. But I miss him so much. Yesterday on the plane, I was crying, and I went to, the little airport stores. I bought a teddy bear, and I was like clutching it to my chest. I bought a Build-A-Bear and a blanket, and I was clutching it to my chest, literally on the plane.
See, you see, this is why when these black women sit here and they complain about these black men, I always look at them sideways, as if they're not the ones raising the black men they complain about. Tomorrow, if Halo has a weird attachment issue when he treats his mother like his girlfriend or his wife, and then it becomes harder for him to even get married. Oh, these niggas ain't shit. Oh, these niggas. You see this? And you know who I saw this with also? Coach Dion. Coach Dion has a weird thing with his mom. It's a bit bizarre, right? But you see this? And this is how a lot of men are not capable of even having like a deeper bond with another woman, because it's like this Oedipus Rex stuff. Like the mama is like, it's just too much. But he really is in a relationship with his mother. How can a woman say, oh, I can't function without my son? Girl, what are we even talking about? Okay? Like what? And they keep repeating these things because they want to believe like, oh, if I keep repeating it, people think, oh, look, she's a good mom. She loves her son so much. Girl, shut up. Do you know millions of women who drop their kids off at daycare every single day? Like, you're crazy. You are truly crazy. And is it even healthy for him to be around you all the time like this? Do you even have activity for him? Do you have things for him? No, it's just about control. Control. This is weird. Oh, I have him all the time, but I decided to give his dad one day. But somehow people are going to see that she's freaking mental. She doesn't want to share custody. It's that same girl with the girl who don't clean her house. Oh, when my kids are not next to me, I can't function. But then when they come back, I want to spend everything with them, so I don't clean the house. Oh, she can't keep a job because when it's time for the baby daddy to have the kids, she spends so much time thinking about the kids that she can't do her job. But then when the babies come back to her, she wants to spend all the time with them. So that's why she can't also work. So it's like, bitch, you just don't want to work. You just don't want to work, right? When the kids are not here, when the kids are gone, instead of cleaning the house, organizing yourself, planning your schedule, do your laundry. Oh no, I'm just so paralyzed. I miss my children that I can't function without my kids. The kids are coming back. Oh, when the kids are back, I've missed them so much that I got to spend all this time with my kids. So that's why I can't clean. I can't do this. I can't. And people think this is cute. Like, no, this is toxic. But what the heck? And you think you love your child more than the dad? So how come he's able to go to work when you have the kids? Oh, he needs to pay me child support. Oh, okay. So he has to work. Or what if he says, oh, my kids ain't here, so I can't work also. I miss my kids. This is the kind of goofy shit that women are able to get away with. But imagine if a man said, oh, the reason why I don't have a job because when my kids are not here, I can't think. And when they do come, I've missed them all week. So, I can't work because I got to spend time with the kids. Like, what the heck is wrong with this man? You can't compartmentalize and do stuff in order, right? So you have the child all the time. And you never say to yourself, well, I wonder how it makes Daryl feel to not spend as much time as I do with Halo. And also, I'm not trying to be funny, but it's true, though. Halo is a baby boy. Who do you think you rather spend more time with? Little boys have a lot of energy. They jump, they run, they dance, they do so much. Most women can't even keep up with them. So, most boys want to spend time with their dad because dads will do things that boys want to do. Your mom, she gonna sit there, play on her phone, put you in front of the TV, want you. She ain't got no activity for you. But it's about control. Like I said, it's about the child support. She wants to spend more time with the child so that way she can say, oh, that's why I need more child support. Get out of here with that. He's a little boy. He needs to be with his dad, doing boy stuff, jumping, throwing pillows. And boys are rough. Let him go out there and be a bit rough. No, he needs to be with me all the time. And when he's not there, I can't function. But when he's there, I got to focus on him. So either way, she ain't going to work. This is insanity. This is really, really insanity. This is really, you know, I saw a video yesterday. Let me show you. I saw this one video yesterday, and this man was talking about why America has a crisis when it comes to men, and he wasn't lying. Hold on. I will find it. Hold on. It's after I left you guys. Oh, there it is. It's right here. Listen to this guy. Listen.
Something has definitely happened to men in the West over the last 50 or 60 years. Men are less strong than they used to be, both mentally and physically. They're less able to provide for their families, and they also have less sense of self-respect than men did in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And one of the complaints that I hear all the time when I speak with women about their dating lives or what they're looking for, they always tell me that they find men these days just simply aren't masculine enough. And all of this has inspired this presentation, which I'm calling the feminization of the American man. Now, when I start talking about feminization, I would think that the word emasculation would also be a good one, because I'm not talking about men who have deliberately chosen a more feminine identity for themselves. Here I've got two examples of two excellent musicians that embraced a more androgynous appearance. Prince, and my personal favorite musician of all time probably, David Bowie, who shocked people by wearing a dress. I'm not talking about people who feel empowered by a more feminine presentation. I'm talking about this guy. I'm talking about the everyday straight American male or European male who completely not of his own will, somewhat unconsciously has become emasculated over the decades. There's a kind of insidious and coercive emasculation of the Western male. And he's been emasculated by greater forces in the environment and society, which we'll explore here. But he also emasculates himself. He allows his impulses, his desires, his distractions to take his life in a direction that it is less masculine. Let's start off by talking about the education system and the role that's played. So since World War II, we now live in an industrialized society where men are not raised on the farms by their fathers. They are raised by their mothers while their fathers are away at work, either in the factory or the office. And rather than being taught how to work on the land or how to do a trade from a young age, boys are sent to school. Now, the reason I've included a picture of a female fighter pilot here is not to make any kind of statements about women in the military. It's because proportionally, there are more women fighter pilots in the US Air Force than there are male kindergarten teachers. And why is this a problem? It's because boys are no longer brought up by men or their fathers, but they are solely brought up by mothers and women. And that means that boys are trained to seek approval at every stage of life. Before they go to school, they're around their mother all the time. Then from 4 to 18, they have to seek the approval, win the validation of female teachers to succeed in school. Very much the same things happen at universities. And then obviously also in the workforce, where we have many female bosses and managers. And in fact, the majority of managers I had in my corporate career were women. And why is this a problem? Well, it's because school now increasingly rewards behaviors that align with more feminine traits. Sitting still, being obedient, being emotionally expressive. Whereas the natural things for boys to do, being competitive, being energetic, being aggressive or assertive, being a little boisterous in the playground. Boys are being disciplined and taught that that kind of behavior is wrong. Now let's look at what happened to the workforce. In the 1940s and 50s, the workforce was dominated.
We're gonna watch this video later, but you see what he's saying? These boys have nothing but woman energy all day, every day for years. How they're not gonna be bitch ass dudes? They're females. They have the psyche, and that's the thing about the vast majority of these women. They don't understand psychology. They're not versed in psychology. They don't even understand the psyche. Because if they did, they would want these boys with their dads. Like, you know what, go be with your daddy. But why do you think so many black women are raising gay black boys? You even think that boy was born gay? Or you think she made him gay? because that's more suitable. That's what she can handle. Because a young man being a young man in that house, it might be too much for her. So she trains him to be submissive. She trains him to get his hair done. She trains him to worry about clothes and his shoes and things like that. She trains him to worry about makeup. This is what they're doing. And if this trend keeps, if a lot of these judges also, we need to make sure in America, we need to have training for these judges as far as it comes to custody. Because if this trend keeps going, you're going to see a rise in the number of gay Black boys in America. You're going to be stunned. But this is the product of a fatherless home. And it's a product of women who think they can do a man's job. They can raise a man. They can raise a boy. Instead of even saying, you know what, it got to an age, even if your daddy's not here, or even if your daddy ain't shit, you need to have men in your life. So I'm going to ship your ass to the military school. No. You think these women will say to themselves, oh, you know what, I can't do this. I love my son, but I have to love him enough to let him go. Take the boy to military school. The vast majority of these women, by the time the boy's already 10, they've already lost control. But they are too egocentric. They're too narcissistic to say, I think I'm losing control. No. Behavior's out of order. Grades are out of order. His room is out of order. He does no chores. He is disrespectful. He's only 10 years old. Oh, you know. Because she doesn't want to let go of the child support. She doesn't want to let go of control. But a good woman, a great mother, like, you know what? Fuck this money. Come take your son. Because the way he's already 10 and he's doing all this is not a good sign. But you got to nip that in the bud as quick as possible. I told this one girl when I get my hair done, because she said her son does not clean. He doesn't pick up the trash. He doesn't clean his room. He bangs doors throughout the house. And I mean, she's cute, but you can tell she's a bit lazy. Like, even the way she walks with the shampoo bowl is like, oh, yeah. Like, what the heck? But I'm like, she doesn't have you're not energetic. You have mothers who are really energetic. They can do a better job. But you have some mothers out here, they're extremely lackadaisical. Okay? Everything is like a sloth. You can't handle this boy. So at some point, you're going to have to say to yourself, I got to make peace with his dad. Or if you're not going to, tell this little boy, you don't shape up. I'm going to ship your ass to the military academy. She said, oh my gosh, it sounds so harsh. But if tomorrow her son ends up going to prison, we can't be surprised. There's a reason why young boys end up in prison. Lack of structure, lack of emotional, control your emotions, right? Look at the bigger picture. Because they don't grow up in an environment that encourages those attributes, because those are mostly manly attributes. Woman, my emotion, I feel, we got to argue, right? Oh, I shot somebody over colors. I shot someone over street colors. I shot somebody over tennis shoes. These are toxic female behaviors. Most men will not shoot anybody over an outfit. It's never that serious. But to a woman, it is. We even have things like, oh, who wore it best? Have you ever seen men, even guys who are in fashion, have these posts that say, oh, who wore it best? Between this celebrity and that celebrity, who wore it better? We compete over clothes. We say, oh, who wore this better? Who wore that better? These are female behaviors, right? Oh, I don't like him anymore, so I got to go shoot his ass, right? This is what girls do. Toxic girls, that's what they do. And that's why all these young boys are in prison. And you go, they were raised by women, toxic women, and they act like that, right? Because had they learned to control their emotions, like, yeah, I'm upset, but you're not worth my life. The fuck? But I'm like, if they don't fix this, you're going to see incarceration of these young people is going to be at a younger and younger age. Number two, you're going to see a spike in homosexuality amongst gay Black boys. And unfortunately, I'm going to tell you this too, like Marlene, I'm being so serious. Number three, the vast majority of young homosexuals, young Black homosexuals, will be bottoms. They will be bottoms. And you know why they'll be bottoms? Because they're going to they love to shop. Shopping, makeup, wigs, and things like that, right? So what does that do? It makes you dependent. When you're a gay man and you're a consumer of all things beauty, you're going to be a bottom. And guess what? Bottoms are the ones that usually contract HIV because they receive. It is a real thing. It's a real thing, y'all. It is a real thing. Notice the number of boys who they don't even want to be like the butch gay dudes. No, they want to be the effeminate gay boys. And that is going to lead to a life of prostitution. Because if the girls themselves are prostituting for bags and shoes and bracelets and wigs and getting peed on and whatever you name it, imagine what a boy would also do. It is a real thing, you guys. People love to blind themselves. I don't even give it 20 years. You're going to see. And I also told y'all, there's going to be a new strain of HIV out here that these people have never seen before. And it will decimate these young people. Don't say I didn't tell you. Do not say I didn't tell you. But it's not funny that every time you see a black woman and she has a son, he's usually gay and he's usually full of makeup. I wonder why. And I think also sometimes they wish they had a daughter, so they raised that boy as if he was the daughter she wished she had. Like these women need to be analyzed. It's a mental illness. It's a disorder. It's a disorder. When you're so mad or you're so bitter or you're so brokenhearted that God did not give you a daughter, but he gave you a boy instead, and you proceed to raise that boy or to make him feel like, man, I wish you had been a girl. So therefore, this little boy decides to do all kinds of weird shit to make you happy. That needs to be some disorder in the realm of psychology that needs to be studied. This is sick as hell. You should never make your child feel bad for being born a different gender than what you would have wished for. Are you okay? Everybody should be grateful to have a healthy child, period. It doesn't matter the gender. Like you see me, I have 3 boys. Wonk. You got to be grateful that your child is healthy. That's what matters more than the gender of the baby. Who cares? God knows why he gave you what he gave you. But I'm like, this is insanity. No, they can happen. You can definitely be gay. My thing, listen, things can happen, right? You can be in a 2-parent household and turn up gay, for sure. But are you more likely to be gay, and not just gay, but gay and effeminate with a mother, a single mom? Yes. Right? And also, you can be also gay in a 2-parent household because your mom also dominates the marriage. There are many men in a marriage who are emasculated. So it could be that your cousin, it could be that his dad is emasculated. Many men in America are emasculated in their marriages. They're just there to pay the bills. But the wife runs everything. So that also creates a toxic dynamic. So I don't know how your cousin grew up. There's a lot that goes into it. Now, as far as him becoming trans, that could also be an influence of social media. Because today, young people are realizing that, hey, if I transition, I'm going to get more followers. I'm going to make more money. I'm going to do this. So I don't know how old he is, but most likely he's following the trend. So it's a lot that goes into it, right? But you can have a 2-parent household, but it's actually a matriarchy. The woman runs the household. And the father's just an emasculated bitch who just sits there and pays the bill. That's the American way. So many of these husbands today are so fucking emasculated, right? All they do is pay the bill and they get fat. They walk around with these bloated bellies and shit. They have erectile dysfunction. Can't even tell you the last time they even busted one. Okay? So yeah. But today, a lot of young people, they copy what they see. They see that, being gay today is not enough. You got to push the envelope. So that's what they're doing. So I don't know him personally speak on that. But if you're raised by a single mom, you're more likely to be gay. And you're more likely to be effeminate. And then you're more likely to be a bottom. It's the truth. It's a real thing. So that's that. Just like you can be raised by a 2-parent household and be a criminal. It happens. It happens. But is it more likely in a broken home? Yes, it is. So hold on, where was I again? I was here somewhere, child.
Last night crying to not feel like miserable without him. I love him so much, guys. I don't know how this is possible. Anyway. In a relationship, I think I have anxious attachment style. Everybody knows I'm an Aries. I'm a fire sign. I get very...
Yeah, so you're destructive. What is this? Is this?
In a relationship, I think...
Oh, we saw this one already. What else does he have?
I see you trying to defend her. Let's go move on. Let me tell you what happens next. If she can't paint you as a deadbeat dad, you're not. I'm gonna warn you this. The next step is for her to say you abuse me. I want to be very clear. And she just tried, no, why is my baby dad doing that? And I don't approve of it. Nobody did. And unless I get back with her and go to whoever she wants to get down with, her next attempt will not be as fluke. Women like this don't stop. You dodged this one. She gotta wait for the big one she about to do. Somebody said, how are you not motherfucking evil?
So if she can call you a deadbeat father, she would say you're abusive. Yeah, it never fails. Everybody knows how it goes down. People are hip to this. What is he saying here?
You know, you obviously know
she is than possibly even she knows when it comes to that. Because a lot of us don't recognize
what is this?
Demons. You know, we kind of try to push it under the rug, like, oh, I'm not really like this.
Right.
That's
He is.
only when I
drink. Right.
You
And
know,
you have to have. It takes to be able to have the ability to recognize those things. You know, I'm so thankful that I was able to see that. I want to say maybe 2 times after that night, I got drunk out of being emotional, right? And
You see, this one. So when you get emotional, you drink. You don't go find a therapist. You just drink.
I think it was my birthday. My birthday was a month after that incident, and maybe one more time. And I'm like, nah, this can't keep happening. You know what I'm saying? You get so drunk, you turn into this different person. You wake up the next day, you don't know what the fuck went down. You know what I'm saying? It's a scary thing. So yeah, nah, I can't. I'm good on getting drunk. I'm good on all that. Like,
you know, you obviously.
Interesting. Interesting.
They want. If she can't paint you as a deadbeat dad, which you're not, she can't paint you as an irresponsible dad, which you're not. She can't paint you as a nigga who ain't working with her in parency, which you are working with her. I'm gonna warn you this because I see you defended her here. The next step is for her to say you were abusive. I want to be very clear. I don't give a fuck if it's Halle Bailey or it was goddamn Mother Teresa. These women they all have a game plan and a script. Trust.
Yeah.
Now, maybe she takes a high road and says, you know what, I'm not gonna continue to play this out on in social media. But the next thing she's gonna say to you, I guarantee, you were verbal abusive.
Yeah.
Oh, you used to do this or whatever. That's what gets the people on her side.
Yeah.
You see, when you're a man, you can't play the crowd like how the woman can play the crowd. You got to stand up to the consequences. And she just tried, yo, why is my baby dad doing that? And I don't approve of it. And nobody bit. Don't ever think you have 18 years of this, my nigga. And unless you about to get back with her and go into whatever regime she wants you to get down with, her next attempt will not be as fluky. It won't be saying, oh, okay, nah, he ain't bring the baby on, he brought the baby on the stream and I don't approve. It's gonna be, this nigga has been mentally, verbally, trust me. Women like this don't stop.
Yeah.
The only thing with this chick is that they look at her as a media darling. But trust me, she got the same tool set and the same bag of tricks.
Yep.
You've dodged this one, but you got to wait for the bigger one she about to do. Talk about how you used to verbally abuse her. You were mad aggressive. You trust. They want. If she can't paint you as a deadbeat dad, which you're not, she can't paint you as an irresponsible dad, which you're not. She can't paint you as a.
And this is what women have done to themselves in America. People just know now. People just know. Emotional abuse. Do you see? And that's what happens. The what's it called? The boy who cried wolf. It's like after a while, you abuse these things so much that people don't even trust you anymore. They don't believe you anymore. Like, yeah, you're lying. They know you're lying.
Oh, fuck. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Don't even.
That can't even be real.
Fuck all that, bro. Fuck all that.
But that can't even be real.
But,
That's the thing.
But don't even. But you remember we talked about last night? Fuck all that. Let me say something. It's not.
No, I'm saying, but I don't know where that even came from.
Yo, stop these fake allegations. This is a father. This is a real person. It's a good human being.
Even, but I don't.
But hey, bro, we on stream, bro.
Come on, like I gotta be.
Just don't do it, bro. Come here. Fuck all that. That's my real friend. We're not gonna do no false shit to ruin the stream. He's a great human being. He does a lot for a lot of people. He's a man. He's a father, and we're gonna respect him. We're gonna love him. WDDG, and fuck anyone who got anything to say.
Fuck the fake narratives, my nigga. Stop the bullshit. We don't want to hear that shit, bro. That shit is fake.
Listen to R. Kelly. Okay, let's go. We'll go to see him.
He sure does. He sure does. Like, what is this? Oh, he grabbed my head and he smashed my head into a steering wheel. And these girls are repeating it. Oh my gosh. Oh, he chipped her too. Did you even see the video? These people are just crazy.
Doing really good. I've been keeping my head down, just working, waking up every day, working, dealing with this shit.
I don't know. Is Malik over there?
On the same breath, nobody will really know. And she got this fucking golden image that I've also protected. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna keep doing that because I'm a real nigga. But this shit is foul, bro. Like, if I want to come get my son, I should be able to get my son. Plain and simple. The shit that's said to me is so, if niggas heard it, it's on some leave us alone type shit. I'm like, bro, like, now I can see if I like
me. It's the steering wheel part, Kevin. When I read the whole steering wheel part, I'm like, oh, there we go. Now I know now she's full of shit. Because like, why would you lie? Somebody grabbed your head and smashed your head into a steering wheel. What? What? Like what? He grabbed your head and smashed your head. Like the mere fact that even Rolls-Royce says that their steering wheel is thick and rimmed. Okay, he smashed your small head into a freaking steering wheel. You didn't have any concussions. He didn't bust your nose. He didn't bust your lips. You have this minor cosmetic damage on your front tooth. Are you serious? Your teeth are not all like shaking in there. You didn't call the paramedics. Your head was slammed into a steering wheel. Like what are we? These girls don't even know how to lie. That's the sad part. Or maybe they feel like, hey, I'm a woman, I'm a black woman, so whatever I say, they're gonna believe me. So why even try to be a good liar? Like this is like, I'm like a steering wheel. Are you kidding me? Them things is hard, y'all. There is no cushioning in steering wheels. They are hard as fuck. And I'm like, so he grabbed your head like this, and he went like, bow, into the steering wheel. And the only thing you got is this small chip on your tooth. Girl, please go to bed. You're hallucinating. Are you okay? You need, like, these girls need medication. So I'm like, this is insanity. This is insanity. And if he really had done that, oh, she would have called the police right then and there. She would have had him arrested. Because that's her job, right? No, he does that. He smacks your head into the car, into the freaking steering wheel, and you stay in the car and you you stay in the car and you ride all the way along until he gets to the house. He lives like an hour away. So if somebody smashes your head to a steering wheel, you know what? I'm gonna stay in the car. When my busted head is like, okay, well, I'm gonna go to your house anyways. You don't run into your house and get help. Please. This is so disgusting.
No nigga in the world can tell me that I'm a deadbeat or a bad dad. No nigga in the world can ever say that to me.
The thing is,
if my son can talk, he'll tell you my pops is the realest nigga ever. This nigga fuck with me. I wish I can be around him more. I don't get the chance to, bro. It's not cool. Like, it's like, all right, like I have never took my son out of the state before. Never been able to.
You see? But she can take him to Italy. Look at this. Lonnie, look at this. You see? I'm like, people act like we can't go out here and look at these pictures. This is the dashboard of a Rolls Royce. So I'm like, somebody hit you on the, somebody, I'm like, either way, whether somebody smacks your head against the steering wheel or somebody smashes your head against the freaking dashboard, Lonnie, you're going to go to the hospital. Everything here is super hard. There's no cushioning. So if he smacked your head, and look at how thick, look at this. He smacked your head into the steering wheel of a freaking Rolls Royce. Girl, you're going straight to the hospital. If he smashed your head into the dashboard of, look at this part right here, Lonnie, no. Even this going to bust your head. So I'm like, so whether it's the dashboard or whether it's the steering wheel, either way, you're going to be in the hospital. These cars are so, like everything in there is so thick. It's so damn thick. Let me see. 2025. Look at this one. Let's see this one. Hold on. Steering wheel? No. House. You see? These cars, I mean, the cars are so fucking heavy. Like everything in these cars are so damn heavy. I'm like, somebody grabbed your head somebody grabbed your head and they smashed your head against the steering wheel, like this right here, or he smashed your head against the dashboard, you're going to the hospital. People don't even know how to lie. So I'm like, okay, what else are you lying about? No, it's really wild. A dashboard. Somebody grabs your head and smashes your head against the dashboard. Oh, that's it. It's over for you. I could imagine if Jimmy smacked my head against this. Yo, I'm fucking dead. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened to me? Like, what the fuck is this? I'm not. He gonna get arrested. Or he grabbed your head and he smashed your head against the dashboard, against the steering wheel. That thick ass steering wheel. You're going to die. You're going to have a major concussion. No, her entire face is bruise free. There's no hematomas. There's no bulging. There's nothing. Her lips are perfectly fine. It's just like a minor tip right there. After somebody don't smash your face into this thing, man, please. Like, this is so crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is seriously crazy. And you know what? Because before I used to be like kind of afraid to say, oh, I don't believe these women. Child, when I tell you 2025, I'm like, oh, I just don't believe her. What the fuck? Who cares? Feel how you want to feel. I'm done. I have woman fatigue. Like, I truly have. I really have woman fatigue. They lie too damn much. I don't believe these women anymore. They don't even know how to lie. If you say, oh, he pushed me, okay, I can see that. But no, oh yeah, he grabbed my head and he smacked my head into a freaking steering wheel. Hey, Fat, like, we're not believing this shit. It's Kevin. It's up. You guys, I don't know. You got to see a Rolls Royce in person. When I tell you, everything about that car is like, it's like army size. Like, I don't know. It's like a Volt. I don't know how to explain it. These cars are huge. Even somebody grabs your head and somebody wants to smash your head into the steering wheel of a Mercedes, the S-Class. Mom has the S-Class. What the fuck? You're going to fucking die. Or they want to smash your head into the dashboard of a freaking S-Class, or even like the SUV ones, like the M1, the M-Class, the G-Class, the G-Wagon, whatever. Somebody want to grab your head and smash your head into the steering wheel of a Mercedes. These things are made to last. Them things are made in China. They made in Germany. Girl, you're going to fucking die. Somebody wants to smash your head into the dashboard of a Mercedes. Oh, you're done. You are done. No, face perfect. Nose is perfect. Under eye is perfect. Lips perfect. But it's like right there. Your gums are not even bleeding. But he smashed your face into a steering wheel. They don't even know how to lie anymore. They'll just say anything, hoping it sticks. This is crazy. And after he hits her, she continues to stay in the car and they drive all the way to his house. And you're not afraid. You're not afraid. Then you go to his house, you see the family, you have this grand performance. Oh, I'm so scared. That's why I had to come here. And the family said, okay, we're going to take care of him. Now you leave the house hysterical, just like at the nail salon, right? Couldn't get her way, so she started crying, right? That's what they do. Narcissists, like, make it make sense. This is ridiculous. You have to know how to lie. I don't understand. I don't know how. I really don't get it. I don't know how we go from the back seat to now your face is in the. No. She said, what does one expect? They double dated Blueface and Krishan. Child. I mean, yeah, it's true. Blueface is a bit weird, but I feel like the streamer people, they'll do anything to get views because, it's all about the views out there. But we're like, we have woman fatigue. You have to be reasonable. When you make your claims, you got to have reasonable claims. You hate this dude so much that you'll just say anything, hoping that it sticks on him. You are insane. You see, and that's why I said I think that's what started the fight, because she didn't tell him ahead of time about the strip to Illy. She did not tell him. That's why he brought it up. I'm like, now it's starting to make sense, right? She said, oh, I was trying to talk to him about visitation or whatever. No, She was just letting him know that she's leaving the country with Halo. That's what happened. But she's too disingenuous to tell the truth. She grew up in America, you know. Okay? She's too disingenuous. So that day when he went there to pick up Halo, that's when she told him that she has to go to Italy and Halo is going to go with her for 2 months. And maybe because he disagreed with it. So now she has to be like, oh, you know, he abused me, restraining order, and get the judge to agree. But that's okay, though. That's just now. Halo has 18 years. So go ahead with your goofy ass exuberance, with your feminist jubilee. Go ahead. You know, like, the thing about these women, they don't realize 18 years is fast, but it's also very, very long. You're going to get tired of this. So do it. Do it now because he's small. Go ahead. Have your fun. Laugh now, cry later. But all of this, it's going to come back on your ass. This is ridiculous. That's what started the fight. Because it was at that moment she told them, oh, I have a movie coming up. I'm taking him with me to Italy. Being immature yet again. She could have told him that months ago. She knew she would have to go there and do this movie thing. But because he doesn't agree or he doesn't want Halo to go for 2 months, she had to create a situation. Oh, he texted me? Well, I'm going to go follow a restraining order. Girl, shut up. Shut up. We see you lie on the nail artist, so we're done with your ass. You're a liar.
I can't say one word.
Is it?
Because she tell me that she the primary parent. Like, it's like, bro, the shit not cool, bro. Doing really good. I've been keeping my head down, just working, waking up every day, working, dealing with this shit on the same breath. Nobody will really know. And she got this fucking golden image that I've also protected. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna keep doing that because I'm a real nigga. But this shit is foul, bro.
That's where you messed up. When she got in your car and she wouldn't leave, call the police. Halle said what? Halle's gonna drop the ball on her acting project. She's not an icon yet. It will make more sense to leave the baby with DDG and her family if she's on good terms with that, right? And you see, and that's my point. Because when you go to Italy also, you gotta think about this. Even when you go to a foreign country, he's a toddler. He's 18 months. So if you're staying in an apartment, that's not fair to him. If you're staying also at someplace like, because if you go to Italy, you're going to need a place that has a backyard because he's a little boy. You cannot put that little boy in an apartment or in a hotel for 2 months. That is not okay. Also, when he gets there, he has to get acclimated to the water because, you know, even though it's Europe, child, every country got different water. Okay, you can have diarrhea. You can even go to France and have diarrhea. The water is different. The food is different. Right? So all of that too, he's going to have to get acclimated. It's a lot for a 2-year-old to go live in Italy for 2 months. We don't even know where he's going to live. In a hotel room? How's he going to eat? Is he going to bring his games? You're going to have all his toys there? Like, it's like, it's a whole thing. It really is a whole thing. Right? But we have mothers in the military. We have mothers in the Navy. We have mothers in the Air Force. They get deployed and they leave their kids behind. Because you also got to think about what's in the best interest of the child. Is it really good for a baby to be in a hotel room for 2 months in Italy? For real? And then what is he going to watch on TV? They speak Italian. Like, what the heck? And even you're going to work all day. So when you're on set, who is he going to be with? These women are so fucking selfish. They are so selfish. They are truly selfish. Right? You can say, okay, maybe you can go. He can stay with you for like a week or 2 weeks. Then he'll come back. And then towards the end, he'll come. Like, you're not the only mother who has to leave her kids and go. It's only 2 weeks. It's only 2 months. It's not 600,000 years. But is it really fair? Because I promise you she's going to stay in a hotel. Okay? Most likely she'll stay in a hotel, though. Because where is the movie going to be shot at? Like, is it going to be in a place where you could actually, like, get an Airbnb of a proper house with a backyard? And then who's going to be watching him when you're on set? How many hours a day are you going to be on set for? So when you're on set, he can't go there. Like, it's not a place for kids. It's definitely not a place for a toddler. But all of this is to punish DDG. So I don't want him to have him, so I'm willing to make my child uncomfortable. Like, do you see how sick these women are? They are truly sick. Even an adult. Do you think most adults also want to stay in a hotel room for 2 months? Like, hotels are cute for like a day or 2 or 3. But after a while, okay, it starts to feel claustrophobic. Like, it's too much. You want to go back to your house. This is really, really crazy. then of course he's gonna resent her ass, right? He can go for 2 weeks, then he can come back, and then towards the end, like at the end of like the 60 days, like day 40-ish, like what 45-ish, he can go back, and then y'all can fly back together. But he needs to go with you to Italy when you're going to be filming a movie, and the whole time you might not even be available. So who is he going to be with? But she'd rather have Halo with her sisters, nannies, or a bunch of strangers on a movie set than to have Halo with his dad. These people are sick. These women are sick. They are demented. And it goes to show that this has nothing to do with the child. It's about punishing the man for not being with them. So if you're not with me, I need to punish you. I would rather have strangers watch the kid than to have you watch the son, because I just can't allow you to see the child. I cannot allow you to be happy with the child if I'm not present. Even the thought of the father and the son having a good time and laughing and eating food and eating pizza, right? She can't do that because she would love it. You know, there's so many women, and Haley included, they will be so happy if every time you came to get that boy, he was crying, he was afraid of you, he didn't want to go to your house. Oh, they would love that. But when they see that the child loves the father, and the father loves the child, and when you're there or you're not there, they're having so much fun. They love each other. They love on each other. They enjoy each other's companies. It drives these women crazy. They're mentally ill. Any woman who will put herself in her pettiness before doing what's right for the brain development of her kid is sick as hell. Okay? Like this is sick as hell. No, she's not a great parent. She's not a great parent. She's an awful woman. She's an awful parent. She's an awful parent. Because I will never put Maverick in a hotel room for 2 months. He can stay with you. And my thing is, if I had to go to Italy for, I don't know, for whatever, I'd rather leave Maverick behind because everybody is here. If I take Maverick to Italy, I'm not just denying him access to his dad. What about his siblings? What about his grandparents? What about his aunts and uncles? The whole family is here. You can't, like, these women look, oh, it's a child that belongs to me. No, the child belongs to the village. You didn't have to go to Italy. You chose to go. And mind you, this movie is not even going to do well. She's not a great actress. The reason why they even hire her for the little Black Mermaid bullshit, it was because of DEI and all this George Floyd foolishness. It's not because they believe in her acting skills. Don't lie to yourself. It's like Kelly Rowland truly believing that, oh, she got the role with Mia Culpa and Tyler Perry because she's a great actress. Don't lie to yourself. You're not a great actress. How many years of acting schools have you had? How many plays have you even done? Get out of here with that. And can you ever be a great actor or actress if you've never done Broadway, if you've never done theater? Go sit down somewhere. These people they love to like gas themselves up. You have to know why Disney gave you that chance. Because at that time in America, with all this, the George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter thing, Disney was trying to do something to appease Black people. It's not because they really believe in your talent. Same thing with Kelly Rowland. It was so much cheaper to give you the main role so that he could have Tina Knowles, Beyonce, Jay-Z, and all these people come to the premiere. You think Tyler Perry can afford to have Beyonce put makeup on in her good wig to step outside? He don't have the money. But if you put Kelly Rowland in there, she will come to support. So that's why he gave her that freaking role. Kelly's a horrible actress. Nobody believed that shit. So like you got to get to a point also where you understand, oh, I'm only giving this role because they want something from me. It's not because I'm a great actress. There are a bunch of other Black girls who would have played the shit out of Ariel if they were given the chance, but they were not given the chance, right? Because it's not about meritocracy. It's about DEI. And DEI never hires the qualified Black people. They find these goofy ass Blacks that they can use because they have lots of followers or God knows what, and then they give them these positions, right? But there are a bunch of young girls who grew up in theater, who probably even did Broadway, who have thousands of hours in acting school, and they would have killed The Little Mermaid. They would have played an Oscar performance when it comes to Little Mermaid, and also they wouldn't have gotten pregnant. The mere fact that Haley allowed herself to get pregnant, knowing what she was about to represent, lets you know she barely auditioned. It was given to her. You think if she had toiled, and as my people do in West Africa, you think if she had to go like this and wipe the sweat off her forehead for that role, she would have gotten pregnant that easily? She got pregnant because it was too easy. When you suffer to get something, you're not going to be stupid to let that just go underneath your feet like this. Okay? Because it was given to her. She didn't earn it. She's a DI mermaid. So I said what I said. Like, go sit down somewhere. I'm like, this is really crazy. Yes, she did. She said, I'm starting to think Halle has an anxious attachment style, but she did say it though. She did the same thing with Chloe when she was filming The Little Mermaid. So to me, nah, go to court. But that part I do agree, Sonia. They need to go to court. It's too much. They don't have the maturity required for motherhood. If she was gonna be this cruel, yeah. No, she's a DI mermaid. Because Elena, me, Marlene, I'm gonna be serious, right? I believe there's a black girl out there who would have killed that role. And not just that, she wouldn't have gotten pregnant. Because she's like, yo, I worked too hard to get here. We're not saying don't have a baby, but we're saying like, why now? And you know, you work with Disney. So there's an image that you have to keep up with. You know what I'm saying? Unwanted pregnancy for a Disney princess. Like, what is this? Right? But because it was given to her. And when things are too easy for people, they bastardize their opportunity because they didn't suffer for it. You didn't suffer for it. But how many black girls are out here? They've done acting school, even since high school, even since like middle school. These black girls have done acting. They took drama classes. In high school, they took drama classes. They were part of the drama club. They also did plays in high school that nobody went to, but they still did it though, right? In college, they studied acting in drama classes and theater. They probably have experience on Broadway. They also did thousands of hours, you know, going to acting school and working goofy ass jobs just so they can be available for these auditions. You know what I mean? And that is my issue with DI. Is that DI, it never takes black people who are deserving. It takes black people who already have a name. Oh, you have a name? So here, we'll just give you that. Oh, you have followers? We'll just give that to you. But are you truly the most deserving people? Are you truly the most qualified? Amongst black people, are you the most qualified? No. It's always black people with some kind of connection. It's always some black people with something nepotism, right? They're not even deserving black people. So yes, I have black fatigue. But a young girl who has been doing drama since middle school, through and through, like is doing these basic jobs just so she can afford to go to pay for her acting classes, and then she auditions whenever she can. That young lady, as she been given the role of Little Mermaid, she never would have gotten pregnant because she worked so hard. She worked so hard. Even this foolishness right here, it still goes to show you that even Halle is still not grateful. She's not even aware of where she is in life. This is too damn ratchet. And she thinks she's hurting DDG. But you're hurting yourself because this is too much drama. It's just too much drama. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, it makes more sense for he can go with her for a few days or at least a week or maybe like 10 days. But then he can come home. And it's okay if he stays with DDG. And he can stay with your family too. Who cares? But all his family is in America. Why are you going to put baby Halo in a hotel room for like God knows how long, like 60 days? And how many hours are you going to be on set for? What are you going to leave the house or the apartment? And by what time are you going to come back? And then what about the water? What about the water? What about his food? How do you even know that he likes Italian food? How do you know he's going to like their food? And then what he's going to watch on TV? These are serious decisions. And I know she makes all these decisions by herself. Why? Because she carried the pregnancy? That's not how it works. That's not how it works. And shame on that judge for even agreeing to that. Because how is this okay? And where's she going to put the child? You said, oh yeah, she can take the baby for at least for 2 months. Are you even worried about what the child's going to be? What the heck is this? Like, this is really crazy. Zendaya ain't never getting pregnant out here, y'all. Zendaya is not getting pregnant. Y'all, people, she's not doing this. She is not doing this. This is out of order. This is really crazy.
Bro, like, if I want to come get my son, I should be able to get my son. Plain and simple. The shit that's said to me is so, if niggas heard it, it's on some leave us alone type shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, like, now I can see if I, like, no nigga in the world can tell me that I'm a deadbeat or a bad dad. No nigga in the world can ever say that to me. If my son can talk, he'll tell you my pops is the realest nigga ever. This nigga fuck with me. I wish I can be around him more. I don't get the chance to, bro. Mm-hmm. It's not cool. It's like, all right, like I have never took my son out of the state before. Never been able to. I don't have permission. Like, it's like I have a fucking second mom. Like, I gotta ask my second mom, hey, can I take my son? Can I take our son somewhere? But if she want to get up and leave the country and leave the state, I get no say so whatsoever. I can't say one word because she tell me that she the primary parent. Like, it's like, bro, the shit not cool, bro. Doing really good. I've been keeping my head down, just working, waking up every day, working, dealing with this shit on the same breath. Nobody will really know. And she got this fucking golden image that I've also protected. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna keep doing that because I'm a real nigga.
You know, I told y'all this the first time we watched this video. Elaine said fathers need to go to court and get custody agreements from the beginning. I told y'all this from the beginning. I said, for me, I can see why also he didn't want to go to court. Because court, everything is public records. She's a celebrity. He's also a celebrity. And if something with their name shows up in there, you know the blog's gonna go crazy. So that's not good for his image. That's not good for her image. So I understand why someone will say, let's see if we can make this work. You know, because anything you do in the court, y'all, unless you get the judge to agree to seal it, and that takes some really, really exceptional instances for the judge to agree to seal the documents, it's gonna be public record. And do I want all these bloggers and all these weirdos in my stuff like this? No. So I can see why. But it's like now it seems like this is what you want to do, just like Kiki. But you see, with Kiki, Darius said, okay, that's no problem. I'll see you in court. But then when she realized that he had receipts, which I think is why he released the audio of her mom talking the way that she did, because Darius, just like you see, he said that. He said, if y'all could hear the way they talk to me. But maybe he's recorded it, maybe he hasn't. But they did the same thing to Darius. Kiki and her mother did the same thing to Darius. And what did Darius do? He recorded that. So he also released one video, but we don't know how many, one audio. We don't know how many more audios Darius had, but she realized that if they went to court and if Darius showed what he had going on, it was not going to be good for her image because Kiki is fake also. Kiki is fraudulent, right? With her inner drag queen in there, right? Her image, like what she presents to people and who she is in private, is not the same person. And even Halle said that. She said, I know. Publicly, I give out very sweet and very nice, but that's not who I am. You see? And that's what was, oh, people dress however you want. Wump. But we understand now that image is everything. You can be a whole demon. But if you present with a very sweet demeanor, people will give you the benefit of the doubt. The whole time you can be a bully. You see? So Halle, she looks very, very sweet. It's giving Belle. DDG, he has this YN image, so he's giving the beast. So when something happens, people will automatically assume, oh, no, she's an angel. It's the same thing with Cassie, right? Because she's very pretty, these women don't want to accept that Cassie could be sexually deranged. Oh, there's no way she likes to be peed on. It had to be Diddy. It had to be Diddy. Because in their mind, it is not possible that such a pretty woman can be such a sexual deviant. And that's why yesterday I had to show them all kinds of receipts. What about Gabrielle Union, who came out and told y'all she likes to eat the booty and that she eats the Dwayne's booty? Nobody asked for that. But she said, yeah, she likes it. She likes to be all up in there, right? You have Carisha who said she likes to get peed on, right? You have Tiana Taylor who said, no, I'm the one who told my husband that I want to have threesomes and I want to see him have sex with other women, right? So we have to stop. Oh, because a woman is pretty or because a woman has a sweet demeanor, she's not capable of being evil. And this is why I say one day, y'all, the devil is going to walk out here on Fifth Avenue or he's going to walk on Rodeo Drive. And everybody's going to be like, oh my gosh, have you seen him? And when you'll say, you know, that's the devil, right? You know, that's Lucifer. Like, oh, I don't believe you. You know, because that's just how this is how dumbed down people are. People think the devil is ugly because they've been sold these images. You know, you see these images? Hold on. You know, this is how they see the devil, right? There you go. But this is Hollywood, right? This is how people see the devil. They think he looks like this. But if you read the Bible, you know he doesn't. Because your Bible tells you he was an angel of light. So he's very beautiful. He's very, very beautiful. So I'm like, one day, the devil, maybe the devil's out here every day. What do I know? But I'm saying, like, if the devil is Satan himself, Satan, Lucifer, If he wants to walk out here, most people will be in awe. Like, wow, this man is so beautiful. He's so handsome. Oh my gosh, oh my God. And be like, no, girl, do you know that saying? Girl, bye. The devil wouldn't look like that. Satan would look like that. And I promise you too, I think most people, if they got to see Jesus in real life, they wouldn't believe it was him. I don't think he's attractive. He's very simple. The Bible tells you what he looks like, but I don't think he's attractive. And mostly, if they even got to see his hands have to be really rough because he's a carpenter. Yeesh. Like, damn, these are the hands of my Savior. Yeesh. Right? Because people think, oh, if it shines, it must be God. And if it's lackluster, it must be the devil. Be very careful. And that's how people get deceived. And that's how most women get deceived. Oh, tall, dark, and handsome. And it always turns what? Batshit crazy. Right? And let them be tall, dark, and handsome and have a fancy car, an expensive watch. Oh, they'll catch HIV in a heartbeat. And they don't want to learn. People don't want to learn. Your eyes will deceive you. Right? Something can be so beautiful and yet be so corrupt. And you got to be okay to deal with that. But that's nuance. And most people, their brains can't take nuance. The nuanced conversation, you say, oh, I can't. Okay? That's just how life is. It's real. I'm like, the devil is beautiful. Satan is beautiful. And that's why also when he grabs people, they always look good. Most celebrities look good. They have beautiful outfits. They have beautiful cars. They have beautiful homes. Like everything about them is so beautiful. Yes, because the devil is beautiful. So he also likes beautiful things. So when people serve him, he does give them beautiful things for a season. Then he takes it back. But we have to stop. Like this image we have in our heads of what the devil looked like. It's Hollywood. It's marketing. The devil is a beautiful creature. God made him too. Don't forget that. God made him. And he's like part of like the archangels. He's incredibly beautiful. And maybe he got so beautiful that that's what led to his corruption. Because they say he kept looking himself in the mirror. Like, damn, I'm beautiful. Damn, I look good. Ooh, okay. But hey, that's a real thing. You know what I'm saying? So like we have to really be careful. And a lot of people suffer because of that. Oh, you have this image, you must be bad. Or you have this image, yes, you're believable. Be very careful. And you see why so many celebrities and PR people and managers and a lot of companies, they spend so much money, millions of dollars, if not billions, maintaining an image. People will lie for an image. They will kill for an image. Right? And then you get older and you realize that the people who do the most to protect their image, to have the most pristine image possible, are usually the ones that have the most to hide. Right? They're hiding something. So they have to deceive you by putting this perfect picture in your face because you're being deceived. But it never fails. Yes. But they're very beautiful. That's why most celebrities are really beautiful. They are so gorgeous. Like, wow, damn. Look at their skin. Look at their hair. Look at their teeth. Look at this. Their houses, their cars. Y'all, I'm not even going to be funny. I can see why a lot of people, even though they know the Kardashians did bad things to make money, but I mean, come on, look at their houses. Look at their cars. Look at the house. Look at the birthday parties, you guys. The birthday parties are ridiculous. What? You're like, I know she's a sex worker, but girl, I won't mind living like that. Beyonce too, with her like her smile, yeah, it's so fake, right? But you understand. I mean, hopefully you should understand. As you get older, you understand. People who are so obsessed with their image have the most to lose, and they will do anything to protect their image. It's like a mental illness. My image, my image. Why do you think people who are raised by mothers who are narcissists, they really have all kinds of suffering? Like it is a lot. But everything, perfection. We gotta be perfect. Be perfect. Be perfect. It is too freaking much. It's exhausting. You see? Rumi came outside. Y'all saw when Rumi came outside? Rumi came outside and Rumi, she stimmies. Is that it? Right? The next time Rumi came, you could see that they told Rumi to stop because Beyonce didn't like it. You see this? You see how obsessed she is with her image? I'm like, the kid stimmies. Okay. Who cares? Maybe she's autistic. Maybe she's not. Maybe she's like that, but that's who Rumi is. Rumi gets excited. I mean, my thing is, who would not even get excited? Like, be so for real. There are people who get more excited for French fries. Like, make it make sense. People who get excited for a 30-piece at Chick-fil-A. Hey, but if you're on a big stage and you see all these people and all these lights and all this decoration, it's exciting. But because Rumi was doing this, like she was excited. Woo, child. Beyonce in the perfect image. Okay. The next time Rumi came, she was like a robot. She was like, am I even allowed to turn my head? I'm like, you see, problematic. Let her be. You have to accept her for who she is. And if she's autistic, who cares? This is who she is. You know, oh, I love my Jackson 5 nose. Yeah, when it's on your face. Go sit down somewhere. You're so fake. But I did not like this, you guys. I didn't like it. Let Rumi be herself. Okay? Like, Rumi was so excited. It was so cute. It really was adorable. Okay, look. Her first night, she was so happy. She was... Look at her. She was really, really excited. Like, oh my gosh. Oh, she was so excited, child. Next time Rumi, you see, next time Rumi came outside, they made Rumi like this. Like this. Like, I'm like, let her be. Let her be. Let her be. She gets excited. And also, it could also be the fact that she sees her older sister always doing this kind of stuff. And now she got to do it. She's like, oh, wow. Like, is this what it feels like? Hey. But even me too, I would have been excited up there. Like, what the heck? Let me be. And also, it's a concert, damn it. It's not a damn lecture at Harvard Hall. Like, leave that child alone. Like, what, you see? She was even afraid to say hi. You see this? These people are crazy. So then the next night, look at this. She was so afraid. Look at Rumi. Rumi was so afraid to be herself. And she was definitely on the verge of losing her job. That's not even right, though. Look at her. She tried, though, but she was like, she was so excited. Look at her being afraid. Child, they try to take my baby's job away from her. These people are out of order. She was so afraid. This ain't right. This really is not right. How y'all gonna threaten her with her job because she's excited? It's a concert. Look, Rumi was so afraid. Y'all, Rumi was so afraid. Like, child, they're not gonna have me back. But then she saw somebody and she's like, I love her. She's my person. You guys, do you know? Please let me tell you about Rumi. Guess her sign. When I tell you, when I saw Rumi, like something in me, I said, did this baby an Aquarius? You guys, guess her birthday. Guess her sign. This is my person. This right here is my person. Rumi is my person. Oh, my Lord. These Virgo moms are freaking annoying. They are too much. My mom's a Virgo. They're too damn much. Okay? They're too much. Leave me alone. Let me be myself. Guess her birthday. Guess what sign she is. I said, ooh. I know why I love her. She's my person, y'all. Rumi is my person. I said, oh. I even screamed. I said, Jimmy, guess her birthday. The Lord, he loved me too much. I'm going to let her be. You freaking Virgo. You weirdo. Stop trying to control us. This is so crazy. So then it's like, the Rumi came out there and she was so stiff like this. She was so afraid to move. She was afraid to move. She was afraid to look. She was afraid to even wave to the people because, you know, they yanked her behind the stage. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. She's a Gemini. I thought, oh, Gemini. Okay. You and Diddy got the same birthday. Oh, shit. Lord. But that means you can be successful if you want to, though. Okay. My little Rumi is a Gemini. She is just so beautiful. She was just so excited. She was so, look, you see, she's afraid to, somebody said free Rumi. Free my Gemini. My poor baby. They try to control you, air sign. She's a Virgo. They like to control us. They have control issues. Oh, my poor baby. Oh, Rumi. Rumi is so beautiful. Look at this. Look at her. Look at her mom, her grandma. She's so mean. Oh, Rumi. Rumi's a dream. She's a dream. And I really do believe, like Rumi. Okay. I do believe that Rumi's going to be a big star. She's going to be because she's going to be herself. She's gonna be herself. She is really gonna be herself. Like she's just gonna be herself. And Beyonce, this Virgo, she's gonna have a hard time with that. She's gonna have a hard time like, what the heck is wrong with this kid? No, she's gonna be herself. You cannot control us. You will not control us and you will not change us, okay? So Rumi, do whatever you want. Wave as much as you want. Be as excited as you want, okay? Your mama and her perfect Virgo image. The people are tired. We are tired. Oh, Rumi. Oh, I love her. I love her. I love her. I love her so much. Oh, look at Rumi. Look at her, y'all. She was so, look at her. She's like, okay, let me calm down. Rumi. Oh, she's so beautiful. I love you. I love you. I love you to pieces. Look at her. She's like, okay. Demure, restrained, controlled. She's like, girl, just let me dance. Just let me be myself. Okay? Let me bust out loose. She's so cute. She is just so cute. Oh, Rumi. Oh, this reminds me of me and my mom. This is just, oh, this is too funny. It's sad, but it's funny at the same time. Yo, when I tell you my mom tried to control me all my life, it was really painful for me, yo. I suffered. I don't even know how I survived that. I really don't know how I survived this. But I made it through, y'all. I did.
I've already. I said, why you?
Oh, hold on.
Hey, don't.
Who are these people? I don't know who these people are. Hold on. Where am I with my video? It was right here, right?
Doing really good. I've been keeping my head down, just working, waking up every day, working, dealing with this shit on the same breath. Nobody will really know. And she got this fucking golden image that I've also protected. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna keep doing that because I'm a real nigga. But this shit is foul, bro. Like, if I want to come get my son, I should be able to get my son. Plain and simple. The shit that's said to me is so, if niggas heard it, it's on some leave us alone type shit. I'm like, bro, like, now I can see if I, like, no nigga in the world can tell me that I'm a deadbeat or a bad dad. No nigga in the world can ever say that to me. If my son can talk, he'll tell you my pops is the realest nigga ever. This nigga fuck with me. I wish I can be around him more. I don't get the chance to, bro. It's not cool. Like, it's like, all right, like I have never took my son out of the state before. Never been able to. I don't have permission. Like, it's like I have a fucking second mom. Like, I gotta ask my second mom, hey, can I take my son? Can I take our son somewhere? But if she want to get up and leave the country and leave the state, I get no say so whatsoever. I can't say one word because she tell me that she the primary parent. Like, it's like, bro, the shit not cool, bro. Doing really good. I've been keeping my head down, just working, waking up every day, working, dealing with this shit on the same breath. Nobody will really know. And she got this fucking golden image that I've also protected. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna keep doing that because I'm a real nigga. But this shit is foul, bro. Like, if I want to come get my son, I should be able to get my son. Plain and simple. The shit that's said to me is so, if niggas heard it, it's on some leave us alone type shit. I'm like, bro, like, now I can see if I, like, no nigga in the world can tell me that I'm a deadbeat or a bad dad. No nigga in the world can ever say that to me. If my son can talk, he'll tell you my pops is the realest nigga ever. This nigga fuck with me. I wish I can be around him more. I don't get the chance to, bro. It's not cool. Like, it's like, all right, like I have never took my son out of the state before. Never been able to. I don't have permission. Like, it's like I have a fucking second mom. Like, I gotta ask my second mom, hey, can I take my son? Can I take our son somewhere? But if she want to get up and leave the country and leave the state, I get no say so whatsoever. I can't say one word because she tell me that she the primary parent. Like, it's like, bro, the shit not cool, bro. doing really good. I've been keeping my head down, just working, waking up every day, working, dealing with this shit.
Well, I mean, you live and you learn. My thing is, take her to court. Take her to court, and then it is what it is. Because that's where she wants to take it. So just do it. It's okay.
In a relationship, I think I have anxious attachment style. Everybody knows
She has an anxious attachment style, and you're not going to take your money to go get help for that. No.
I'm an Aries. I'm a fire sign. I get very passionate. I seem nice online and innocent and everything, but you guys do not know. I will go to battle with my yelling, with my words, everything. I'm good at that, right? And if I gotta yell or check anyone, that's what I gotta do. That's just the way I be.
Clap back or sit back. I always have to choose clap back. I'm sorry. I'm a very kind person. But if somebody pokes at me or the people that I love, it's over for you. I'm an Aries. Sorry.
Never have I ever started drama with my boyfriend for no reason.
Put it down.
I've you know. I'm territorial. I'm a jealous girlfriend. I'm a territorial girlfriend. Where you go, who are you with? That's me.
I am nosy, number one. Number two, I like drama. I just don't like drama in my life, but I love watching it in other people's. So I love my baby so much. I need him with me in order to function, in order to be able to do the scenes and everything. So he's been out here with me majority of the time. But this week, and I go home on the weekends. But this week I had a lighter week and I'm going home tomorrow. I got here last night and I'm going home tomorrow. So I was like, let me try to test myself and see if I can be without him for a day and leave him, let him and his daddy have daddy and son time. And you guys, I miss him so much. But everybody knows Moo is the best daddy to him. But I miss him so much. Yesterday on the plane, I was crying. And I went to, the little thing. But everybody knows Moo is the best daddy to him. But
Well, she said Move is the best daddy to him. What did she say?
Daddy and son time. And you guys, I miss him so much. But everybody knows Moo is the best daddy to him.
She said everybody knows Move is the best daddy to him. What's Move? Like what?
But I miss him so much. Yesterday on the plane, I was crying. And I went to, the little airport stores. I bought a teddy bear. And I was like clutching it to my chest. I bought a Build-A-Bear and a blanket. And I was clutching it to my chest. Literally on the plane last night crying to not feel like miserable without him. I love him so much, guys. I don't know how this is possible. Anyway.
In a relationship, I think I have anxious attachment style. Everybody knows I'm an Aries.
I think it doesn't bother me. Oh, sorry, guys. My bad. What happened? Yeah, to me, it doesn't bother me. If you pay $10,000 and it helps you to get what you want, okay. Girls will spend all kind of money on weaves. Where is that taking them? I'm like, these girls, like, they want to pick and choose when 10 grand is a lot of money. When they buy these bundles, they buy these wigs, and then they got to go pay for the install. Right? In 6 months doing your hair, even a whole year doing your hair, how much have you spent on these weaves and these wigs? And you lost your whole hairline doing so, huh? Still don't have a man. So if you're paying for a dating coach that's the best of what he does, the best of what she does, they can really curate like a great group of men for you to meet. It makes more sense. Yeah, it makes more sense. And it's actually more affordable and it stops wasting your time. And also some women truly are not good at dating. Some women are not even good at finding men. Instead of going for what they need, they go for what they want. So if also a dating coach can help you to focusing on what you actually need in a man versus what you think you want, and she can also help you to really get to know yourself because many of these women are excessively delusional. Okay? Yeah, it's worth the money. I think more women need to spend that money a lot sooner. Then they will have less, one night stands. They will have less mileage on their odometer and things like that. Yeah, actually spend the money. But 10 grand is a lot of money. If you find the right person, it works well, it works fast, and y'all get married, you have a great life, it's a small price to pay. Who's Anwar? I don't know who Anwar is. Who's that person? I mean, it's a small price to pay. We waste money on all kinds of foolishness every day. So if you want to spend money to find your person because you don't know what the hell you're doing, yeah. But that's if the coach is a great, responsible, like, you know, a coach that really has like a lot of testimonial. I don't know who Anwar is. Who is Anwar? What did he say? I don't know. What am I looking for? This person? Doesn't he do like comedy? What am I looking for? Oh, it's not this. I'm like, what happened? Oh. Me, it doesn't bother me. Oh, this person. Okay. So what did he say? Which video am I looking for? He made a response to this? Is that what it is? What am I looking for? Give me a title so I know what to look for. What am I looking for? But what video am I looking for? He has so many videos. I don't keep up with him. So he made a response to that video. Is that what it is? Oh, he charges $10,000. This dude right here, he charges $10,000. I don't know. I'm not saying you should just pay anybody now because that's their fee now. Hold up. But I think you should do your due diligence. And if you find a great coach and they can show you that they have results and you can talk to the couples that they put together, then after that, then you can decide to make that investment. But I don't think that you should just pay somebody 10 grand because, oh, that's the rate is the rate. Shut up, please. I need to be able to, you have some reference? I need some references, please. Thank you. Let me see. YouTube. Let me see if I can find it. But why are they even asking him about rich men? You see, these women want to be peed on. You see this, right? You have a dating coach. Y'all see this? You have a dating coach come on and you want to know about rich men. For what reason? Well, and one of the girls, the TV girl, she's married. So why does she even want to have this conversation? But once again, these girls are only looking for men who are rich. So they want to be peed on. That's why I told you I don't feel bad for them. Rich. Are you good character? No? Anybody? Kind and patient? Like, hello? No, rich? Is he rich? Is he rich? Well, you want to be peed on. You want to be peed on. Oh, is it right here? Let me see.
Am I on?
Yes, girl, you're on. Hi, girl. How are you?
I'm amazing.
Girl, you got the internet buzzing. What's the tea?
I just told the truth.
Girl, they are in a tizzy.
A tizzy.
Why do you think that is, girl? Let's talk about it.
I think a few things come to mind. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding and misinterpretation.
But do you not think
when people heard?
Well, maybe his base is predominantly like mostly Black women, but do you not also believe that Black women are more receptive to feedback when it comes from a gay man? Because if a straight man tells them that, they take it as an attack. Well, Black women are really insecure. They are truly insecure. Me, I've made peace with that. It's an insecure group of people. They're extremely insecure. You know, there was a video recently where Six the Goddess was dragging these girls yet again. I'm like, well, Six, they're gonna come for you. But they're insecure. Because when you're grown and you're mature and you are confident in who you are, and you also have self-awareness, which is we always have something to learn. And also when you decide to be a student of life, you don't really care much about who tells you stuff as long as it's being told. Right? Oh, you got to say it to me this way. The tone police. Oh, they love to tone police, these girls. Oh, but you didn't say it in a nice way. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. Then you're not fucking ready to fucking grow up. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? This is what they do. So I think like maybe because they're so insecure and they're highly defensive and they walk around with a chip on their shoulder, it might be a lot easier for a gay man to get through. So he found his grift. More power to him. Like me, when it comes to black women and their money, I don't feel bad for them. They deserve to be robbed. They deserve, like, whoever wants to steal money from them, scam them, go ahead and do it. Because these women care more about being lied to and they want their ego struck in the coat of their fur than to actually have somebody say the truth, though. They don't want the truth. They want to be lied to. So I do feel like for them, the advice coming from a gay man, it's a nice compromise. It's like, okay, he's gay, but I know he's gay, but he's also a black man. So that way I could say, oh, I can take advice from a black man as long as he's gay. Because then it's not intimidated. And also a gay black man does not give patriarchy. You know, these women struggle with authority, you know. They don't like strong men. They don't like patriarchy. They don't like strong men. They don't want advice from men. But yet they won't stop talking about men. Okay? Make it make sense. It doesn't. So, yeah, because he's gay. So that's me, Marlene. I'm telling you, even like sometimes I sit here and I watch Six the Goddess or I watch like Ashley, and I'm like, you ladies still have faith in these people. Like, you really still have faith in these black women. Y'all need to let these heifers crash the fuck out. You gotta let people crash. Let them. Like, can you imagine bending yourself over backwards? Like, you get into all these fights and arguments because, oh, I'm a black woman and I want to help her. I want to make sure that she does well. No, she doesn't want to do well. Black women in America do not want to prosper. They want to suffer. So that way they can get together. But, oh, girl, he did me wrong. Oh, yeah, he did me wrong too. Oh, yeah, he did me so wrong. This is what they want. These people don't want healing. They love toxicity. Like, I'm telling you, when you get sick and tired of losing, when you get sick and tired of having the same outcome every single time, you're going to be like, you know what? Just give it to me straight. Just give it to me because you get tired. But they're not tired. Like, you don't understand. It's a mental illness. Like, talking about sad stuff, it's like a blanket. It makes them feel good about themselves. I think so many of these black women, they do not feel alive unless they're hurting. They need to hurt. Like they don't like, even you can have a beautiful R&B song that's all about love and it's like, no, because it wasn't dark enough. It wasn't evil enough. There wasn't enough fighting. There wasn't enough cursing. When we were growing up and people were out here singing R&B, especially black women were singing R&B. Oh, I love you. I want to call you my man. I miss you so much. You see? Because black women back then, they had so much self-respect and they were respectful. Today, let them sing R&B. These niggas, I'm like, how do y'all end up even putting the N-word in R&B though? Like, this is not what R&B is for. But that's what happens when you give something beautiful to toxic people. Even something as beautiful as R&B, they gonna find a way. They're gonna find a way. They're gonna put all kinds of N-word, this shit, and that's the song. And this is what makes them happy. Right? Y'all, let me tell you something. This entire weekend, I was listening to Shaka Khan. Right? And she's talking about this man because the man, he gotta go. But the way she even sings about the fact that the man, he gotta go, it's so beautiful. She never said, oh, you fuck ass nigga. You lied to me, you nigga. Like, these people don't have no class. They don't have any class. Like, even a black woman who went to a broken heart or she thought this man was going to be her man. The way she writes about how you broke my heart, but I still got to let you. Like, it's so fucking classy. This is what you call a woman. Today, what you have is a bunch of Pukishas. They have no class. They truly have no fucking class. I'm like, I don't even know how y'all deal with this. I really don't know how you do it. But I was sitting here looking at Six the Goddess, and I'm like, girl, you still have patience for these people? Come on. It's like y'all make this content as if you think one day they're going to listen to you. You are wasting your time. The same thing goes for Yanni. Yanni's also wasting her time. Yanni, go live your life. Go live your life. Go date. Hopefully you find your fiance. Go live your best life. Stop trying to save people who don't want to be saved. Stop trying to save people who have made up their mind and they have these limiting beliefs and this is what they want. These women love negativity. They love sadness. They love struggle. Everything has to be tough, difficult, hard. They don't want to learn from other people's experiences. They don't want to learn from other people's mistakes. I'm like, you know what? I don't like that. So let me do something different. No, because they need to hurt. And you got to make peace with that. Some people do not want to move forward. Some people want to live and fester. What can you do? You got to live your life. You got to move on. So I'm like, to me, I do feel like, well, yeah, but you, Ninja, I keep telling you this. I told you, I think going to an Ivy League, it did something to you, right? But hopefully one day you bring it back down. Because the day you start doing that, I think you're going to have a lot of good positive. You're going to have great outcome in your life, right? But I think going to get that liberal education at an Ivy League, I think it really did something to you. And you got to have awareness about that, right? And that one thing about you too, you like to be praised a lot. You haven't noticed that you don't take well to reproach, you see, and that also is going to be a problem. And even in your relationship, it's going to be a problem. Now, you might be mad again and be gone for 2 weeks, but hey, I have to say it. You love to be praised a whole lot. And that's not okay. That is not okay. Like, it truly, truly is not okay. You got to be able to take people giving you feedback about yourself and not be like, oh my gosh, Marlene's attacking me and wumpty wump wump. So now I need to be mad for 2 weeks. It was so immature. And also, if you DM me before, right? If something I said you didn't like, you can talk to me. You can talk to me. But you went off in your corner because you were in your feelings. How long have you known me for? You see, it's immaturity. So I'm like, no, but exactly because you were in your feelings. That very moment when you felt the way, you've known me for how many years? I've made you a moderator, even like since New Orleans. Like what? Stuff I was like probably like what, 2 years old? How many years? You can look at your own stuff. You can see, no, I'm okay with you. But you were mad at me, right? And even the Holy Spirit let me know. I started laughing. I'm like, oh, Cornell, she's going to be fine. But my thing is, if you feel like you and I have some kind of relationship, right? You send me a picture of your hair. Even if you were upset, you can say, oh, Marlene, when you said X, Y, and Z, it really hurt my feelings, right? But you got upset and you went off in your little corner somewhere. Why would I not want you around? Like, you see, this is what you see this, and you see this, you see this. And this is how people go and they ruin relationships, right? You know how to talk to me. I'm not hard to find. You know how to DM me. I am not hard to find. You can say, oh, sometimes Marlene can say things harshly. Marlene, okay, that's not a problem. But do you truly think that you're going to come into my DMs? I'm going to start cussing you out? No. If you feel like, oh, Marlene doesn't want me around, you can just say that to me. Oh, Marlene, do you not want me to come around? I'm like, why would make you think that? Like, for all the years you have known me, when have I ever made you feel like I don't want you around? I've always said to you, that liberal education stuff, it did something to you. And you need to acknowledge that. Because if you don't, it's going to cause you prejudice, right? Because from everything, I've come to realize you don't want to be by yourself. But there's something about these goofy-ass liberal education, especially at an Ivy League school, that make it really hard for many, many women to come down and to have human relationships. You understand? Like, there are so many ladies out here who are beyond beautiful, super intelligent, but it's the personal skills, like what it takes to really sustain a relationship. They just don't have it. But it's hard too if anytime somebody says something, oh, Marlene doesn't want me around. Like, are you okay? No, it doesn't bother me. The whole thing about you being an atheist, I told you, Marlene, I think it stems from your childhood. But instead of being mad at God, I said you need to go talk to him because you have no reason of being an atheist. And I also said to you, if you get married, especially with children, you're going to need to believe in something. And I said to you, love is not enough. Love is not enough, boo. Love is not enough. Faith is real. And for you to say, oh, because I'm an atheist, I've known you were an atheist for a long time. I just don't take you seriously. Because even that too, it shows that you are afraid. It is fear. Because maybe things, I'm not going to say it, but I think things have happened where you felt as though if God was real, this wouldn't have happened to me. But the problem with you is when you get upset, you shut down instead of having the conversation. Oh, Marlene just doesn't want me. Why don't you ask me first? You left, you came back. Did I take away your wrench? No. Were you blocked? No. Nothing. So I hope you learn from this. Don't assume. And also, don't even assume in a negative way. You know where to find me. So, but if you think I don't want you, at least for all the years you have known me, you need to ask me. Ask me first. And then if I say, oh, Ninja, I don't want you, get the fuck out of here. Then you can say, okay. But don't just assume and then you put that on me. That's not fair to me. Like, I'm like, you see what I'm trying to say? Yeah, like, it's like, to me, it really, like, this things like that, like, it really affects me. Because you're not a person who's been subscribed to me for 2 weeks or since before New Orleans. And I made you a moderator in New Orleans. I never took the wrench away. I didn't block you, nothing. You have a feeling, but you don't have confirmation. And so me as your big sister, I'm like, I don't think it's fair for you to lend me these intentions when you know how to talk to me, you know how to reach me, and at least you should ask me, oh, Marlene, do you not want me to come around? Then if I say, oh, Ninja, I don't ever want to see you, then you can say, okay, cool. Now I heard it from her. Now I know how to move. But why would I not want you around? You've said all kinds of foolishness. But many of you girls, you're younger than me. I look at you as baby sisters because you're too funny. But if as a big sis, something that small can cause me to say, I don't want you around. I know you said you were an atheist for a very long time, but you've also said other things. And because of that, I have realized that because you're hurt, you feel like God disappointed you, right? And like I said, things happen to people in their formative years, and you haven't let go of that because the same way you did to me, you're doing it to God. Instead of saying, God, this happened. Where were you? This happened too. Where were you? You don't talk. You get upset and you shut down. And you do the same thing with your best friend also. You see, you got to stop doing this. Because imagine you get married and the husband, he does something. He doesn't even know what he did. Oh, he must not love me anymore. How is that fair? Instead of just saying, do you not love me anymore? Ask the person. Look, I mean, it's just so crazy to me. It really is crazy to me. How does this even work? To me, that's not fair. That's really not fair. Especially when you have a relationship with somebody, you owe it to the person to say, hey, I've been feeling this way and I'm coming to you to know, is this how you feel? Is this really how you feel? The person might be like, what are you even talking about? What would even give you this impression? You know what I mean? Right? But had you came to me a long time, you would have known. What are we even talking about? But what I said to you was, because I remember what I said, is that if you're going to be married and you're going to have children, love itself is not enough. And I told you, the issue that I have with you is that you put too much bank on, like I don't know, intelligentsia, like I can think my way. And I said to you, one day your brain can even fail you. My brain has failed me before. And I said, oh, when you're married, especially when you have children, you got to have your faith because your brain can fail you. Even you can be the smartest person. You can have gone to an Ivy League. It doesn't matter. Life is real. And there are so many things that we as people, we can't control, or even when it happens, we don't understand. But if you have your faith, it will hold you through. No, you can elope. But even that too is because you probably fear people not showing up for you. You see what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, you need to work on that. And you also have to understand, even me, Marlene, if I say things to you and you're like, oh, Marlene's being mean to me, because I love you. I've known you for too long. And I will never reject you because you're an atheist. It doesn't, like, it's, to me, I know that you're hurt. And everything I do, I truly try to always look at the bigger picture. When you guys write your comments, I read your comments and I remember, but your comments reveal things to me. And because things are revealed to me, I have to have mercy and I got to have empathy. And I also don't believe that things are a coincidence, right? But I know there are things that happened in your childhood that really affected you. And I've told you this before, right? But you fear people, like, I don't know if it's like being disappointed in you or like, and you think, oh, if they don't put me over here, it means they love me less, which I don't understand because that's also your childhood. Right? But I'm saying, like, if you don't address that as a wife, your husband will really suffer because every little thing he does, you're going to think, oh, he loves me less. He doesn't love me enough. He doesn't do this. And that really is, it's overwhelming. Like, it truly is overwhelming. You have to be confident in the love that people have for you and understand that, yeah, sometimes people are not going to be happy or they might see something about me that I don't see about myself. But it doesn't mean that I don't love you. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't have told you that. You understand me, right? Me, I'm married. I have kids. I've been through a lot. And I'm telling you, intelligence, degrees and stuff is cute, but it's not everything. You need to have faith. You truly need to, because money can fail you. Your health can fail you. Your intelligence can fail you. Everything you thought was real out here, it can seriously fail you. And you need to have faith. You got to have faith. You just do. Certain things in this life you will never be able to explain, but you got to have faith. You got to have faith. And I will never stop saying that. And one day you will come back and you'll be like, you know what? I love God. But like, it happens, right? But I say, because most likely you're doing to him what you did to me is that you didn't talk to him. And because you're not talking to him, you're not getting the answers that you need. And if you start talking to God about the way that you feel, he's going to bring you comfort. You know what I mean? I don't even know why you're avoiding him. Even if you're mad at God, let him know. But at the same time, when he starts talking and he's making valid points, you have to admit, okay, God, you're right. Yes, I was mad, but I also didn't see it this way. But now that the Holy Spirit brought it to my understanding, I'm sorry. Because I should have given you a chance to explain to me why you did the things that you did. I had moments when I was mad too. And God, what the heck? I even had moments I thought about ripping the Bible. I was like, I want to die. So I got scared. But I was like, I'm going to put it away. I don't want to see it. Because I was so mad. But at the same time, though, I was mad because I had a goofy understanding of the scripture. So I was like, well, sounds like it's my fault, isn't it? Well, there you go. You see what I mean? That's it. That's all I said to you. I remember the conversation, you know. I'm not that old. Yeah. Exactly. But nobody was going to reject you, right? Correction, rejection is not the same thing, right? Redirection and rejection, it's not the same. I will never reject you. I have never rejected you. Never. And you said some stuff, Chad. Oh my gosh. I'm like, this girl is crazy. But I never will. Because that's what a big sister does. You know what I mean? You people are crazy. I have so many young siblings now. It's overwhelming, right? But one thing is like God allows you to see all like the entire like spectrum of the person. And a lot of people are hurting, you know? But what I want you to do is like, I want you to, you know, the whole thing, I put that to the side and truly be like, okay, this is what it is. And if somebody says a thing, it's not, oh, they hate me, they don't want me around. Like, what the fuck? Like, seriously, what the hell? Like, what in the glorious fuck? Are you kidding me? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Just like talk to me. You know, I'm not hard to find. I might be like, what? I might send you some eyes emoji, like, are you okay? But I'm like, why would I ever reject you though? Like, what if we make it make sense? Yeah. But you like you don't do that. Don't do that. You know? Because you like, you know, in this life also, like in this life, you will only have but so many real connections. So if you feel like it's a real connection, I think it's worth giving the person a chance to explain to you. Okay, like one time Jimmy also had this thing. One of his managers, like he was really upset. He's like, oh, I was like, Jimmy, it's not fair to her. Because until you tell her what she's doing wrong, you can't feel this way. You got to go talk to her. Like calm down and go talk to her. And then if she's like, well, I don't give a fuck, then you know what to do. But I always feel like if you have a relationship with a person, if you feel some type of way, you owe it to the person at least one chance to try to say, oh, wow, okay, I didn't even know. I didn't realize that. So he listened to me. He went and talked to her. And she apologized. Because she's a woman, so she micromanages. And sometimes it's a lot. Because, you know, she's really like excessive. Jimmy also, he doesn't like that. I've learned that too. But I'm like, she doesn't know that side of you. But you got to talk to her. Because honestly, it could be an error of omission. It's not, oh, she wants to make my life difficult. So he told her and the lady apologized. I'm like, you see, sometimes you just got to bring it up to people because they might not know. Oh no, I'm gonna go through this, I'm gonna go through that. Oh gosh, you're too much, Gemini. Like this is just excessive, right? That's how life goes. You know what I mean? But we gotta learn to talk to people, right? That's it. That's all I said to you because I remember the conversation. No, because the Holy Spirit brought it up to me. No, so I was cracking up. I'm gonna look at her. But he was like, oh, she'll be back. I'm like, no, she will. I knew that sometimes you were just listening and you didn't want to comment. But even I'm like, why are you even doing that to yourself? Like, you have friends here. Like, comment. Like, I'm like, why are you punishing yourself? This is so crazy. This is really, really crazy. It's really crazy. But hopefully you learn from this. But like I was saying, I think because he's gay, it's a lot easier for these women to take advice from him because it's a nice, a healthy compromise. Like, he's a black man. He's gay, but he's still a black man. So that's also his grift. So, because it's getting to be a lot. From Ace Metaphor, he's out here just robbing these women blind. What's the other one? What's it? Derek Jackson robbing these women blind. Lateris robbing these women blind. So obviously, this is what they want. They're not ready. You don't need to spend money. Just let people have an honest conversation with you. That's it. No, but they want to be lied to, so they need to spend money. I don't know what to tell you. I know I sound harsh, but it's like at some point, what can you do? Because you give advice, it's misconstrued, and people lend you all these evil intentions. Oh, this is just too much. This is too much. It's really excessive. Like, me, I don't want anything from you. I want you to succeed. But as long as you want to continue to have these limiting beliefs, it's just not going to work. As long as you want to be around people who are just complaining and sad and complaining all the time, Esther went to this one like black doctor event thingy for like a bunch of black doctors who are doing their thing, like soon to be black doctors. And I told Esther, I said, stay away from the women. She's like, Marlene, I'm being serious. Stay away from these women because they're going to block. So go mingle with the guys out there. Do not be around too many women. It's not healthy for you. Go find your own luck. Because if you go there and you can meet someone, well, that's good for you. But if you stay around a bunch of women out here, you're most likely not going to find your person, or you're most likely you're not going to get married, because these women will put so much fear in you, you'll start overthinking. And then you're like, because you listen to so much negativity and you become hysterical, you become paranoid, and you become delirious, right? I'm like, no, Esther, stay away. Like, spend more time with the guys. Like, go find a husband. You're not here for friendship. You have plenty of friends. You got plenty of sisters. So you're good. What you need now is the husband. So go mingle with the guys out there. You don't got time for this. You don't have time for this.
That I invested $10K into a dating coach. I've been working with you since October, I think, of 2023.
Yeah, so let me just say this, because I think people think it's just like one price tag for a year. I've been working with this girl for multiple years, people. She just got a really nice hook that got y'all in, honey. Let's call a spade, a T. Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's a misunderstanding around what it all means to invest in a dating coach. I love what you just said, Anwar. You're not investing in a man, you're investing in yourself. I happen to get a fiance as a result of investing in a dating coach. So I think that's a thing. And then I'm seeing the scare.
She's full of shit. You invested in a man. You invested in him that you can be better at getting the man that you want. And to me, I'm gonna say this. Oh, as soon as I love it here, right? Let me tell you something. It is perfectly okay to say, I want to be married. I don't understand what the problem is. Human beings have been married for millennia. It is perfectly normal. God did not build us to be alone. Where? Even as like civilization, you think we would have made it this far if we were living isolated from each other? No. Community, family, it provides safety. It provides consistency. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's like, you should never be ashamed to say, I want to be married. I want to go through life with someone that is committed to me and we have the same plan and the same vision. Who wants to go through life doing everything alone? You can be alone for a certain season, like, 18 to 25, whatever, like do your whole college stuff. Yeah, you're not worried about marriage so much, even though you should kind of slightly be worried about it. But it's like you get to a certain age too, you have all these things, or you're about to have all these things, or you go through life, but then you have the good news and the bad news. It's like, but you want to have someone to share that with. Exactly. This doesn't make you evil. In this life, you have to center men for a season, but even too, when you get married too, you also have to center your husband, just like he should also center you. Now, does that mean you sit here for 24 hours to center my husband? Like, come on, look at me. I sit here for like 10 hours. But you center your husband like in a healthy way. He's also going to center you, and then y'all gonna have to center the kids. Then you're gonna have to center your taxes, okay? But it's a normal evolution of life. We're born, we're babies, we're toddlers. We go to school, we go to college, and then we get older. Then we want to get married and want to have children. It's a normal evolution. Like, this is what humans do. Then at one point, you want to be grandparents. That's also very normal. It doesn't make a person evil. Right? Men center women. Maybe, I don't know if it's as much, but most men, when they do make it, oh, I want to have children. I want to have generational this and that. So they also need a wife for this. A woman says, you know what? I also want to be a wife, because she also understands that I don't want to work every day of my life. Also, yes, I went to school. Yes, I might want to work, or she might even want to have like some kind of business, whatever. But she's like, oh, I really want to be a mother. I want to know what that feels like. These are normal progressions of human evolvement. You know what I'm saying? It's a normal feeling. It's there. And the worst thing you can do is pretend that it's not there, because then that's when you're gonna start making toxic decisions, right? But it's perfectly normal. I think you guys get discouraged because you choose to listen to negativity. That's it. You are discouraged because of what you feed your soul. If all y'all do is listen to, oh, this man cheated, this man did this man did that. Okay, sure. If all you hear every day is hard, it's difficult, it's this. Okay. You're going to get discouraged because everything you hear is negativity, right? And I get it too, because the algorithms have a tendency of promoting negativity to people, right? But I am saying, if you also want to start hearing positivity, you can. If you want to start being more balanced, you can. Everything is not always so bad, right? But the number of young ladies who are single, who are only tapped into scandal, negativity, struggle love, this man cheating, this one is cleaning clothes for her husband to cheat, wumpty wump wump. There are a bunch of couples also who have beautiful stories, you know. But all that too is a choice. But sometimes it's a lot easier to be afraid, because then you can say, hey, you know, it doesn't matter if I try, doesn't matter if I don't try. Well, hey, there's nothing good out there anyways. That's the mindset of someone who's defeated, because people don't want to have to work. And a lot of women don't want to accept the fact that there is some level of competition to find a good man. But it's not even just a good man. Anything worth having is going to require something out of you. That's just life. Anything worth having is going to require something. Otherwise, it's not worth having. And also, if you don't really fight for what you want and it just happens, you're not going to be grateful for that. So that's why you understand why God, anything we want from God, he always puts some kind of hardship on the journey of getting it, so that when you do get it, you remember to be grateful for that. You know what I mean? Yeah, like the dark-skinned girl who was like, oh, she popped her own balloon because the light-skinned man with the dreads, she didn't think he was going to want her, so she popped the balloon. And he was like, what? And just like Ninja, she was like, oh, I didn't think you would want me. And I'm like, oh, my Lord. Why don't you wait for him to say he doesn't want you? Why do you assume? So she's dark-skinned, he's light-skinned, and she already assumed that she's not going to be his type. Then he was like, oh, you're actually my type. And I'm like, you know how many girls on the Pop the Balloon, they pop the balloon just assuming I'm not his type? How can you assume? Why do you assume when you can just ask the person? One girl was like, oh, I popped the balloon because you talked about the divine feminine, and I didn't really know what you meant. And I'm like, that's what the show is about. You ask questions, you know, right? Just because you don't understand something does not mean you pop the balloon. You ask the question. Okay, you said divine feminine. What do you mean by that? Then if you don't like what he said, then you can pop the balloon. She's like, oh, I didn't know what you meant, so I popped the balloon. I was like, this is going to be a sick joke, right? Then he explained it to her. She's like, oh, okay, it's not that bad. Can I get my balloon back? I said, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my Lord. Why are these women like this? Just ask. But the thought is, oh, he's going to reject me, so I don't want to ask, because if I ask, all I'm going to hear is no. How do you, oh my Lord, how do you know? And even if he says no, who cares? But what if he says yes? But I'm like, at least ask the question. Pop. Oh, I'm dark skinned. You're light skinned. Pop. The whole time. Everybody should know when you get to a certain age, opposites attract. Usually dark skinned people are attracted to light skinned people, and light skinned people are attracted to dark skinned people. That's usually how it goes. People like their opposite. You know what I'm saying? You see a lot of light skinned, dark skinned couples because people are attracted to the opposite. So I'm like, the fact that you're dark skinned and he's light skinned, maybe that's why he'll be attracted to you. Oh my Jesus. Oh my Lord. Like it's really, they have positive examples. They just want to listen to negativity. And you see it with CNN. Like you see it with mainstream media. Fear has a way of having a stronghold over people. So everything they do is always fear. This gonna happen to you, and people keep tuning in. There's something very hypnotizing about fear. People just can't stop watching it. It's like a train wreck, right? But there are a bunch of positive examples. People just don't want to see that because when they see a positive example, they think it's fake. Oh, something is kind of off, you know, because it's the fear thing. You know what I mean? Like, how can you just pop the balloon? Yeah, I know. I think that's what affected you too. You know? But I'm like, you cannot be, I'm like, to me, this is really crazy. Right? Or sometimes I think also when they're afraid to not be accepted, oh, I just don't like your shoes. So she pops the balloon. They ain't got nothing to do with that man's shoes because you know damn well he got plenty of shoes. You didn't think you were going to be his type. So now you're telling us you popped the balloon on this man because of his shoes. Girl, go to sleep. Okay? You were afraid of being rejected. So you said to yourself, let me reject him first, even though it's for some bogus ass crap. It's like his shoes. Like, what? You know? And I think also, too, you have some girls, when they meet a man of a high caliber, they get intimidated because they're used to dealing with boys out here. So when they meet a man that's really on a manly, like, frequency, she's intimidated. He makes her blush. He makes her uncomfortable. She doesn't think she can keep up with the conversation. And I get that. But my thing is also, you got to say to yourself, if this is really the man I want to be with, I'm going to do what it takes to be that woman. So you're going to start reading more. You're going to start like, okay, what are his interests? Then you're going to start reading more about that. But within a year or so, you can be really good. You got to trust yourself, right? I get it. Initially, you might be intimidated. Like, oh, wow, this dude is really smart. Oh, damn, he knows a lot. I get that. But you can learn a lot too. You have a brain, you know, and it works. You just have never pushed yourself to actually memorize quality information. But you can. The same way you memorize these song lyrics, the same way you can memorize what went down in the Real Housewives or what Portia did, you can do the same thing. It's not that hard. You have a brain. It actually works, right? So like you cannot be afraid. You can't see what you want and be afraid. And a lot of girls too, they know the kind of guy they want. They're just afraid. Work, study. He'll say yes. Don't be afraid, okay? Don't let anything scare you. That's crazy.
Diversity mindset just running rampant. The idea that someone could take $10,000 and pay a man to teach her how to date. I didn't learn how to date. I didn't learn. My mom didn't know. My grandma didn't know. My aunties didn't teach me. I was out here getting slayed in the Wild Wild West in these streets, and I needed help. And I invest in every area of my life. I have fitness trainers, financial advisors. I have a business coach. I have an executive coach. So to me, as a person who lives a life investing in herself, the next practical step was to get a dating coach.
Someone's asking, well, was the help worth the 10K, girl? That's what Kayla asked.
Y'all, I do it over and over and over again.
Girl, can I just tell y'all? She asked me to stay on. I don't ask her to stay on. I said, girl, if you want to, but you got it. You got this. He's the one who stays on.
I mean, to me, I appreciate her self-awareness. Like, hey, I need help in that area. Because a lot of women don't understand men. It's a real thing. Priscilla done told y'all this already. So maybe not this one, somebody else, but maybe this one worked for her. But it's like a lot of women truly don't understand men. And it creates a lot of frustration. I can also see it like making you insecure about yourself because like, why is it that every relationship is not working? Why is it like every date doesn't lead to a second date? Why doesn't the second date lead to something more serious, right? So that can also lead to frustration. It's no different than applying for a bunch of jobs and then nobody calls you back. It's going to make you feel away. So you might say, okay, maybe I need a coach on how to do these applications, right? Maybe I need to go watch more videos. I need some help. And then sometimes you might say, I might need one-on-one help. But my thing is, to me, honestly, $10,000 to me is not a lot of money, whether she paid it once or she paid him over time. Because when you think about the stuff that women spend money on, Beyonce concert, weaves, wigs, the install, the clothes, the clothes from Shein that barely last, like all this money just wasted on stuff because you're trying to fill that void because you're lonely. You might as well patch up the coins and then go get someone who can truly get you results. Then you'll be happy, right? Because I think sometimes people go into these shopping things because they're trying to fill the void or they're trying to distract themselves with something else. But women waste a lot of money. So if there's someone out there who can truly help get the results you want in whatever area of your life, and they can make it happen a lot sooner and quicker than what you could do on your own, that's also the point of money. Money helps you to buy your time. Let me hire someone to do X, Y, and Z so that way I can buy back my time. So that's also what money is for. But if she finds a great husband and he makes great income, and as he gets older, he'll make even more money, that's also a good investment, you know? That's the way I looked at it. I didn't take issue with a woman paying for a dating company.
I don't tell her, girl, continue to work with me. Continue to work with me. Yeah. And also, I have an amazing team, by the way, who also works with her. Coach, I want to give a shout out to Coach Shoya, who's my head coach. She gets the girls together as well. It's not just me. I have a team of 3 other coaches, and we do this work together. And that's why every other day another woman's getting into a relationship, right, Shirley? I mean, you see it in the Facebook group.
Yep. I follow the Facebook group once a week. I'm seeing, congrats on your engagement. Congrats on saying I love you. Congrats on being in a relationship. It works if you work it, right? So I came into the program. I was very resistant for about the first month, and you helped get me through some stuff. And then my commitment was anything Anwar tells me to do, I'm going to do it. So
don't put my head up, girl. Don't put my head up.
But it was more so my commitment to the work. I committed to the work, right? And that's what a good person who's coachable, that's what they do. And they will get the results if they take on the coaching. But yeah, and when my time is up, I reach out to Anwar and I said, Anwar, can we extend? Because I went from so fast. I went from being single for 2 years to being to dating, to being in an exclusive relationship, to being a fiance. So I'm always in new phases, and I need help navigating these phases. So you help me navigate my.
Because we also have to think about, what if you have a young lady who comes out of just nothing but matriarchy? Grandma, great grandma, grandma, mother, sisters, cousins. There are no man. So what is she to do? Because how can she know? That's why I always say, like, when young ladies have fathers in their lives, I think your father has to be involved in your dating life because you don't know men. Your father knows more about men than you do. He needs to help you because you can't figure this out on your own. When you go to school and you take a course, yeah, you got the syllabus, you got the curriculum, you got the syllabus, you got the notebook, you got your notes, so you got the book and stuff. So okay, I'm gonna read this, I can memorize this, and I can take the test. But human beings are not like that. You know what I'm saying? So if she's a woman, she never really dealt with men like this. She needs somebody to help her with that. Because how can she do it? How can she know? So I understand the need for that too. Now, should it be with a gay man or not? I don't know. Maybe not. I can see some people having a concern like, well, you don't have successful heterosexual relationships, so why would I listen to you? Some people could also say, well, what if he hooks you up with a man that's on the down low? That's also a valid concern. Or he can help her also find the man. Because sometimes with these ladies too, it's not so much that they don't know who they want. It's their mindset needs to change, that they are more receptive to who they want and also what he wants and how we can make that work without you feeling like, oh, am I coming second to him? Is he trying to put me down? Is he trying to erase my dreams? You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes many of these women are just hysterical. So it could be that this woman here, she probably knew who she wanted, but nobody could actually get through to her to make her understand what she had to change without her feeling attacked that she could, be with that person. Because I don't think he like, oh, he's the reason why. No, he just helped her to be more receptive to feedback. And I think that right there made her more likely to be successful in a relationship. Because she said when she first got in there, she was extremely defensive, which means this is what she was doing on those dates. And she didn't have the self-awareness. Now, because maybe she likes Noir and he's gay and he's a black man and he's whatever, she was like, I'm okay, fine. I'll concede to it. That's that. It's a bit of immaturity, but I can see it. So because she liked him, she was more receptive to what he had to say. But I don't believe that there's anything he told her that she never heard before. She probably felt attacked when it came from other people. It's a mental illness. She probably felt attacked when it came from other people. But because she likes him and she trusts him, right? She canceled on the date with her fiance because of family issues. I don't know what kind of family issue. You see? A lot of women have a lot of, they're hysterical. They are truly hysterical. And also if you are the kind of woman that has a mind to, oh, I'm equal to a man, well, that also is going to be quite problematic because we're not equal. And it's okay. We don't need to be equal. We don't have to be. We truly don't have to be.
My dating life and your Get Your Guy program. You helped me navigate being a fiance in the Get Your Ring program. And now you're going to help me navigate my newlywed life.
Yes, girl. Yes, I love this. So I wanted to clear up some things because I hear a lot of people talking about, oh my God. Well, first of all, people are asking 10K, is that for a year? I've been working with Shirley for multiple years. So that is, I have packages that are at 3K, I have packages that are at 7K, I have courses that are at $149. And I have a book coming out that's going to be, between 20 and 30 bucks. So when that comes out, for those that feel like that price tag's not going to work for them, y'all can get the book. But
even me, I will say this to Noir. Noir, even if you charge 10K, don't feel bad about it. People charge $1,000 for knotless braids, and these girls paid the money. My only thing is, whatever you charge, make sure the value is there. Like, honestly, okay, the value is there. So therefore, ooh, yes, look at the garnishing. Okay, sorry, you guys, I need to eat. The value is there. So therefore, that's why I charge what I charge. Because I'm like, whether somebody pays you 10K over 10 years or whatnot, but if they're not getting anything for that money, then it's still wrong. The price is not the issue. The real issue is like, is the value actually there? Because remember, like growing up, they used to have Susie. Remember the millionaire matchmaker on Bravo? Remember Susie from Bravo? But that lady used to charge all kinds of money because she was doing it for millionaires. So you could start today on TikTok, and then tomorrow you can truly have a serious matchmaking agency where you can even charge $100,000 for a connection. Because now these are like high people, like crazy, crazy high earners. So my issue is not the price. My issue is the value there for the price. All right. So that's it. But they charge $1,000 for knotless braids out here. And that's without the hair, y'all. Without the hair. Okay.
I want to talk about this thing because a lot of people are talking about, yes, Princess, Hinge, right? They're like, oh, 10K, I could have gotten on Hinge, right? And done that madame self. Can you talk a little bit about the fact that in this program, we have strategy for both online and offline dating? You just happen to meet your guy on Hinge.
Right. So Hinge, Bumble, all the apps, that's a part of the program. So within Anwar's program, he's built out this system, this formula that we use and we can take onto the dating apps and we can deploy. And it helps us with our communication. It helps us to vet. It helps us to figure out if this is a good candidate or not. There's boundaries within it that help keep us safe. I did not have headaches. I didn't have frustrations in terms of my interactions with men because of these systems, because of these formulas that I was using, the strategies, the tactics that I was using from the program on the apps. But yes, I happily met my fiance on Hinge. But I was on all the apps. We also had incredible tools and strategies to help us in person. I was great in person. I'm a people person. I know how to talk to men. I know how to attract men, all that stuff. Anwar was helping me to go into a marketplace where there are men who are available and looking to date and narrow down my focus there. But yeah, I loved it.
Yeah. So B Stevie, I see you in here. Let me know if you want to come on as well, girl. I mean, I got a lot of people in amazing relationships right now, but I just want to clarify something. So in my program, we date online and offline. I have a proprietary strategy and system for online. So for all those girls that have been online for years talking about, I haven't met anyone online, I have to ask you, do you have a strategy? If not, then girl, please don't shade dating online, because you got to have a strategy. You got to know how to find the right ones.
Okay, now this right here, I'm gonna call bullshit. Okay, so does he have a degree in machine learning? Like he studied math or something? He has a proprietary something for the dating app? Boy, shut up. Shut the hell up. Now, my only issue is, I think this is bullshit. Like now he's being a salesperson, because I'm not believing this bullshit. My thing is this. I'm not a fan of online dating. Not saying it's impossible, but I'm not a fan. I think your people should come from the outside. And whoever you date should really come from people that you know and friends, because at that point, you kind of, okay. But he has a proprietary, he studied machine. Because you can do stats, but you didn't do machine learning. Did he code? Okay. So my thing is, proprietary, interesting. He did machine learning, he code. You know how to code? But my thing is, we shall see. I need to see it to believe it. But my thing is, I really think that your people should come from like people that you know, because then you have a human element to like people vetting out people for you. An algorithm, I don't know if I trust that. But I'm not a fan of dating apps. I don't like dating apps. I don't.
So that you can actually work the apps instead of the apps working you. So that's online. Offline, we do something a little bit different, and it is this. We look at it two ways. One, we're going to actually get some clarity on what your natural flirt style is. And then also we're going to help you understand at what points you're in your main character energy. And then we're going to use that information to inform what sort of places you should be going to offline to give you the best chance of finding your person. So it is not just I'm putting you online and hoping for the best. So I just want to clarify that. There is strategy in absolutely everything that we do in this program. Yeah. Someone authentic M3 said GYG program is more than just finding a guy. No regrets. Love that. Okay, Shirley, talk more. Because again, a lot of the girls are in a tizzy. I'm like so surprised by this.
Yeah. Why do you think there's such a...
My thing is, I think a serious matchmaker should have in-person events. Like when I was watching, like, what's her name again? Susie? What's her name from Millionaire Matchmaker? Susie? What's her name? She used to have events. I think you should have events. I think also a great matchmaker should have lots of connections. They should have connections. Like you should know a lot of people. But I'm like, so you don't have any in-person event yourself? You just send these girls out there by themselves like this? That's a bit bizarre. That's a bit bizarre. That's a bit bizarre. This is me. This is me right here. Listen.
That's crazy.
We care more about affection because our day-to-day life is so cold and isolated, especially when you work by yourself.
I think the best matchmaker are friends, high status friends that have high status other friends. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Also, because you can do a little bit more research, where the matchmaker cannot. Matchmaker is being told a story. I don't mean to shit on the whole matchmaking profession. It's just there's way too much money involved, going both ways, that where it makes it a little bit of a conflict of interest. Do you understand?
Correct.
Because here's the reason why I'm saying that. You're giving a preference for how much money you need, and that means men who have money are also in this game. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Which I feel like is more equal. Don't you think?
No, because what's happened is you have a bunch of men who are coming into this system specifically leading with money. which I highly recommend men do not do that. So I teach a networking course, right? My performance coaching. That's crazy.
We care more about affection because our.
Where's this going? Where's this video from?
That's crazy.
We care more about affection because our day-to-day life is so cold and isolated, especially when you work by yourself. You know,
I think the best matchmaker are friends, high status friends that have high status other friends. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Also, because you can do a little bit more research, where the matchmaker cannot. Matchmaker.
Where did he get this clip from? I hate when they don't tag people, just repost their stuff. Michael. You guys, do you think they took the story from over here? Because I don't know, you guys, it's giving, you know how some people will fake an organic content, but it's really a way to get marketing? Because that's what I'm getting from these two. I'm like, how do we even know any of this is real? Because what are the odds that these people also said this a year ago? You guys, we need to be very careful. Because the scammers are on social media. Okay? Let me see this. So this was 3 weeks, y'all. You see, Marlene, my bullshit radar stays on. Because I was like, this story also is because it's giving a sales pitch. Like, I have a proprietary, that's some serious ass machine learning. He knows how to do this? I don't believe it, y'all. So, my peoples, as Fat said, where's Fat? Fat said to each his own, but hell no. There you go. Okay? Because what are the odds, you guys? What are the odds? When did this girl come on? Ninja, you need to go find the original video of this girl who came on. When did she post her original? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, give me a second. I paid. You guys, I think I smell a scam. Okay, so you see right here, the initial video was April 8th, right? They could be running a scam, you guys. They could be running a scam. And because, I don't know if you guys ever heard of this. It's like, they could be running a scam, you guys. Because, sometimes on social media, there's something called like organic marketing where you act as if it's a real testimonial, but it's low-key an ad because you know what you're going to say is going to trigger people. And then by triggering people, it creates more people share and stuff like that. So you start getting more eyes. Because the other things he's saying, it was this sounded bullshit, okay? Proprietary, online. Why would you ever encourage girls to date online? A serious matchmaker should have local events with local people. I don't do this online bullshit. And also, it should come through the people. But I'm like, this right here could be a setup to get these girls who are desperate to pay for his classes. Because one thing also about NOR, what kind of dating coach you are? You come out here in a raggedy ass t-shirt like this. Like, do like Kevin Samuels, dress up correctly. What is this? Okay? But now look over here, though. Look. So where is it again? Where am I? Yo, where am I? But now you see this right here? She paid $10,000 for a matchmaker to find love. It happened a year ago. So what are the odds that they got inspired from this? Let's watch this. Let me see. Let's watch this one. You guys suspicious. What are the odds? What are the odds? Hold on. You two, come on, low. I'm like, what are the odds? Maybe I need to close some of these tabs, maybe. Got too many tabs.
I just would rather invest in my love versus a Gucci bag.
Why is it doing this?
I want to know how this ends.
I just would rather invest in my love versus a Gucci bag.
I want to know how this ends. You paid $7 grand for a matchmaker? Hold up.
What is going on with this? Is it my connection? What is this? I don't know what's going on my YouTube. Because I'm like, it could be. It really, really could be. Let me see. Let's go back over here. What's his name again? Yeah, I just had this video, didn't I? Oh my Lord, this is so crazy. Hold on. Sorry, mine is acting crazy. Where'd the video go? I can't find the video anymore. What is this? Yo, I cannot find this video for the life of me. It was just right here. Was it on? What is this? Hold on, you guys. This is bizarre. Did that video just disappear? What? How is that even possible? Hold on, let me let this guy talk. Hold on. This is
an uproar around it.
I think that, and I want to say this with love and respect, if you look at the data, and this is Black community, this is mostly Black community, this is Black Twitter, this is Black internet. The average salary for Black individuals is $50K. So in their head, in a lot of people's head, it's like, would I really spend 20% of my annual income for this? And I get that, right? I get that. It's a lot more for some people. And so, you know, if we were to do the math, right, based on where you're at, this would be something like $500, $1,000 for people, right? And so I just think everything is relative, and I want to honor and I want to respect that, right? And I get that. So that's one. Two, I do think that there is shame, especially for Black women, when it comes to asking for help. That is the hardest thing for Black women to do. It's not saying I love you. It's not saying I'm sorry. It is saying I need help. So when you are saying, going up and saying, I needed help, I got help, it's going to hit a little bit different. Okay? So I honor that as well, because I work with Black women all day, every day. And that can be really hard. And someone is saying, I asked for help. I got the help, and I got the result, right? So that's another thing that I think is happening. The third thing is, and I think it really fucking sucks, and I hope I don't get cut off at TikTok because they're getting really like anal about, you know, language, but I think that people think that they're supposed to know how to do this. And especially if you are a Black or brown woman, a woman of color, you're not being taught how to date. So when you combine the fact that life is harder, let's keep it real, and you don't know how to date, and the marketplace is completely different for you, right? And based on your lived experience, on a scale from 0 to 10, you're not starting out at a 0 like your white counterparts. You're starting at -4, -5. So a lot of women come to me and say, I've done the work. I said, yes, you've done the work, and you've come from -4 to 5. Now, the job is to get you from a 5 to a 9. And that's what I'm here to do. That's what my team is here to do, okay? So I think it is this expectation that I'm just supposed to know it, or it's just supposed to come to me, and I shouldn't have to pay for it. But here's the gag that I want everyone to know, and it is this. A lot of your girlfriends, a lot of your sisters, cousins, coworkers, they're going to therapy and they're not telling you. And it is kind of a shady secret. Why do you think BetterHelp is still online, girl?
But the thing about therapists too, like therapists, they have their certification. Like they went to school for that. So you, even though you think you might be a great dating coach, like, do they have proof that you really are a great dating coach? You know? So I can understand that. Going to a therapist, like, usually that person went to school, like they spend money on that. And they have degrees to show it. But a person on TikTok saying, yeah, I can help you find a husband, pay me this amount of money. You have to understand why people also like, okay, suspicious. Like, you just never know.
And that's no shade, right? But what I think is important to understand is that you get to also have the help and make it easier for you. I think also when it comes to growing up as a woman of color, what happens is, and I talk about this in my last video, when you grow up with an overly critical and judgmental mother and a father that is physically or emotionally absent, there is a mindset where you in your mind, you're thinking, I have to do everything on my own. I can't rely on anyone else. I have to, or it's not worth it, or I didn't accomplish anything. So the fact that you are very open about just asking for help, getting the help, and getting the result on this thing that no one teaches you how to do, and people expect you to just know how to do it, I think is really boggling the minds of people. So with all that said, if you don't feel like you need a dating coach, fine. But I do think that everyone should go to therapy, especially if you got a tan.
Can I say this, Anwar?
Yes, ma'am.
I have been in therapy for the past 4 years, once a week. Once a week, 4 years. I've invested I did the calculations after this thing went viral. I've invested over $26,000 out of pocket for therapy. And what I get in therapy, I do not get in coaching and dating coaching, because this is so niche. It's very specific. It's tailored. While the two paired, I do think it helped to speed up my success and to help speed up my transformation, which allowed me to attract my guy much more faster. But the strategies that I got from a dating expert, I can't get that from my therapist. I can take the things that I learn in therapy and I can bring them into my dating experience, but they're like apples and oranges, but paired together, they're powerful.
Yeah. And by the way, ladies, tap the screen, double tap, triple tap the screen, because I appreciate your time, Shirley. You didn't have to be here, but I'm glad that you're sharing your story, because I think a lot of people need to hear this. The other thing is, and I continue to remind you, I want to remind people of this. I've been working.
Hold on, you guys. Let me see this. Let's see this. What is he saying?
A question I get all the time.
Y'all still here?
is,
Y'all falling asleep?
What's the difference between a life coach and a therapist? There's some obvious confusion here because there's a lot of overlap between the two disciplines. The biggest difference between coaching and therapy is the time element. The main goal of therapy is typically to help people to deal with traumas of their past in order to come to a healthy and functional present.
Okay.
As a life coach, I typically deal with people who are, for the most part, healthy and functional right now, but they're in a place where they're stuck or they have a lack of clarity, or they're really in this area of life where they're asking themselves, what now? What's next for me? Or maybe you want to live a life that's deeper with more meaning, get more clarity on which direction to go, maybe have more peace in your life and do more of the things that you want to do.
Okay.
These are areas where a life coach can really help. If you have some past traumas to deal with, if you've been diagnosed with depression, if you have suicidal thoughts, if you want to have healthy relationships and maybe you've had a hard time holding down a job, those are areas where a therapist is probably the best professional to seek out. I should add that there are many coaches who have a background in psychology and may even be licensed. And there's also many licensed psychologists who have decided to add coaching to what they already do to help people. So I hope this video helped to clarify the difference between a life coach and a therapist.
Okay. Well, it's real. So you can't do everything in therapy. Okay. So some people might need a life coach. That's crazy. I don't know what's going on with this video, child. Okay, so let's come back over here.
With Shirley for multiple years. So actually, she spent per annual basis about $6,000 to $7,000, which is roughly $500 a month, which is roughly $125 a week. So I wanted to put it in context because people are getting their hair done and their nails done at that level. And so when we think about investment on things.
Let's see this girl right here. Hold on. Let's see this one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Coaching Masters channel. Thank you so much for joining me. My name is Bonnie. If you are new here, I'm so excited for you to be joining. Make sure to hit that subscribe button to not miss any valuable coaching content so that you can coach your way to freedom. So what is coaching? What is therapy? What is the difference? And this is going to be really important for you guys to know because there is a difference. So this way you can get a clear idea on what is the right path for you. So first, starting with therapy. Therapists are trained mental health practitioners that have the goal of treating mental illness. And mental health falls on a spectrum. So on one spectrum, we have mental illness, and this is the side that therapists work on, and it is on a negative. So if we have 0 here and we have negative here, you're going to be on a spectrum, you know, -1, -2, -3, -4, etc. So therapy works from the negatives, and they're trying to get you from a -4 to 0. They are trying to get you to your baseline. So they are working here. They are developing a plan to get you to help to overcome that mental illness so that you can get to your baseline. Now, coaching doesn't necessarily, but it focuses on a scale that is from 0 to the positive. So we like to call it languishing to thriving. Now, this is a term from positive psychology, and there's some correlations there. So basically, 0 is that baseline again, where you are languishing. So things are not going too well, you know, you're not entirely thrilled, but you're not depressed or in the negatives or anything like that. So you're just languishing. Now, we want to get you to thriving. What can we do to get you to thrive? So that is a really key, hopefully clear ways that you can first start to think about therapy versus coaching. Now, because therapists are medical professionals and they treat mental illness, they need additional qualifications and license requirements. So this means that not anyone and everyone can go out there and call themselves a therapist. Some places will be different than others. Sometimes you may need a master's, sometimes you may need an actual doctorate. And this is something that then will qualify you to say, I am a licensed therapist. Now, therapy tends to focus on the past. So they are dealing with events that have happened in the past.
Okay. Are y'all listening? This is helpful. So a therapist gets you from a negative place to a 0. But then once you get to your 0 and you want to get to your 10, now you need a life coach. Makes sense. That's why I don't understand people being in therapy. Like, oh, I'm doing it for 4 or 5 years. I'm like, when do you graduate this stuff? I always knew you had to graduate from therapy. Anyways, let's go.
And different emotions and just really helping you to overcome those past experiences so that you can be better in the present moment. They sometimes deal with.
You see, like, so honestly, a therapist really can't help you with like being better at dating. They can help you have better self-awareness. But then like the whole play, like, because it's like theater, it's like drama. Like you need a coach to help you know how to dance like that. So it makes sense. It makes sense.
Present as well, present thoughts and feelings and those negative thought patterns that come up. And the focus here is healing from those past experiences. Therapy is more introspective than coaching is and less goal oriented. And a big focus here is focusing on why things are the way they are. Why do you have these behaviors? Why do you act like this? Why do you have these thought patterns? Where do they come from? These are very therapy-based questions that we normally stay away from in coaching because we're not focused on where are things coming from or why you are the way we are. We are just focused on how to perform better and how to achieve a goal. And
if I'm understanding too, it's like, okay, so a therapist will get you from a negative place to your base, which is 0. Once you're at 0, now you need a coach to get you to your goals because, okay, like now you're healthy, let's make shit happen. So it's also feel like therapy is introspective. How do I deal with self? Why? Like it's very, very introspective. But when it comes to having a coach, now it's about how do we deal with other people in order to get or to achieve the goals that we want. So therapy, you focus on self. Coaching, you focus on how do I work with other people to make things happen. So one is introspective. The one is extro, I guess, like, is it extrospective? I don't know. Okay. You know what I'm saying? But one, you focus on yourself. The other one, you focus on others and how you function well with others. So, okay, that makes sense. I'm getting this. I'm getting it.
Focus in therapy is helping you to heal. So healing from past traumas to become better in the future to that baseline set point. So who sees a therapist? People that are dealing with mental health symptoms. And these problems are really causing distress in their life, whether that's personal or in relationships.
You see, so for dating, you would not go see a therapist because that's not a mental health issue. That's a people issue. So you would need a coach. Yeah, I agree with that. I can see it. I hope you guys see it right. You get it right. You go to therapy for stuff that affects you directly. Okay, like this affects me, this. So you go for there. Like, okay, I need help with this, like, but it's me. But to learn to deal with other people, then that's no longer therapy because that's not a mental illness. You see what I'm trying to say? Therapy makes you focus on self. How do I take myself from a negative mental space to take to myself where I can deal better with stress, my trauma, my childhood, and not be triggered? But when you're dating, you're now dealing with another person. So that's not about you anymore. It's a we. Therapy is about the I. Coaching is about the we, the us, nosotros. Okay? But I think also because maybe he outgrew therapy. Maybe his like, no, like now it's time for life coaching. I don't think people even know like the progression. People think, well, you just stay and die in therapy. It's like, but do you have mental illness for 5 years? Yeesh, you might need to get institutionalized. This is crazy. And also, I think like therapy is introspection. I feel like also like coaching is more action driven. What are our goals? When are we going to do it? How are we going to do it? And when are we going to check in and make sure everything got done? So It's more action driven.
Or anything else. So this can be depression, anxiety, PTSD, different past traumas, anything like this. This is normally therapy territory. Also, helping to support navigating emotions can be another thing that falls into therapy territory. Now, coaching, on the other hand, as we said, works on that languishing to thriving platform. So we are helping someone bridge the gap from where they are to where they want to be. People who hire coaches want to achieve something in their life. They have a goal in mind and they want to go after it. Maybe it's a dream, maybe it's a goal, but whatever it is, they want to go and make it a reality. People who hire coaches want to achieve these goals, perform better, improve their mindset, work on limiting beliefs. Anything like this falls into the coaching category. Now, coaches can help with all sorts of different things. They can help with personal goals such as health. They can help with finances. They can help with your career. They can help with performance and finding balance and transitions. They can help to improve your self-love and to empower you, to build confidence. There are so many things that coaches...
Yeah, because a coach gets you to set goals and they get you to achieve your goals. Like, you want this? Here's how we're going to get what you want. It's very action driven. I could see myself being a life coach. You see, but it's therapy about being action driven though. Because I even told a friend that. I'm like, does your therapist ever give you homework? Because like, how do they assess that you are progressing? Because this whole therapy stuff too, it's sounding like it's becoming a scam too. They're like, because these therapists, the longer they can keep you in the chair, the more they can charge your insurance. You gotta also be very careful. So is there really an incentive for them to let you go and go find a new client to replace your ass? I guess we'll never know.
This can help with. And coaching is very much more action focused. So there is a goal that you are trying to achieve. Your coach is
triggers me. And that's why I think like, and maybe, I guess now you have a coach. I mean, I think that's why some people have to graduate from a therapist to like, because I asked her, I'm like, does your coach give you homework? Because it's like, so y'all just sit there and talk about negative stuff all day? Like, what the heck? Because sometimes I talk to her, I'm like, I think I'm a better coach, I'm a better therapist than her therapist, but you should have homework. Y'all should even take notes. Okay, we talked about this. Okay, so next section, what are we going to talk about? What kind of homework you're going to do? But I'm like, these people just have y'all sit there and just talk for an hour, and then they take your money and they charge your insurance. I don't like that. So I'm glad you got a life coach. Because, yeah, you need someone. Because I'm like, even to like, you see it a lot. I mean, to me, honestly, successful people have coaches for everything. Even these big CEOs. They can have coaches they pay like that. That's how, what's his name? Tony, what's his name again? The white man that's the coach. But you have people out here who charge like crazy money to be life coaches. It is ridiculous, you guys. It's ridiculous. 100,000, $1 million, $2 million. You're like, what? But then again, you see who they are. You see how much money they make. It's like, okay, it makes sense. Maybe I should become a dating coach. I should be like, no, I would be a marriage coach. Like how to get you from like the dating stage to the marriage virtual thing. How would I do? Child, these girls gonna start crying. Lord, I can't deal with these women. What am I even lying to myself?
Going to help support you, keep you accountable, challenge you, help you overcome obstacles along the way so that you do achieve that goal. Coaches, unlike therapy, tend to focus a lot on the future. Yeah. So some things of past may come up, but the focus is always on the future.
Amen. Oh yeah, that's me. That is me. Yes, this is me. Tell me, this is me. The past, the sadness. I'm like, oh my gosh, can we stop? Like it does something to me. Woo! I cannot stand people who linger on the past. My sister was like, Marlene, maybe you and mom should go to therapy. I said, sure, I don't look backwards. I look forward. I am 40. I have 3 kids. I'm not going to therapy with my mom. I know who my mom is. And trust and believe it. For as much as she annoys me, I love her the way that she is. She's just crazy. She's just a crazy ass Virgo. But I'm not mad. I just need a break. I want people to understand. My mom is who she is. Like, she has her own trauma. But I'm not even me. I'm not gonna be, oh my gosh, my mom is a narcissist. Yes, she is. But I'm not gonna stand, but oh, she's all everything about her is evil. No, my crazy ass Virgo. You know, God picked her to be my mom for a reason. She has good sides to her. But like when that Virgo thing, I just can't do it, girl. I what I mean? No, it's not even that. My mom is like, she gonna gaslight us. We're gonna be out there just wasting our money. I don't have an issue with her. She just gets on my nerves. But I love her. Like, I really do. I really do love my mom. She's just too much. She's just too much. But I know eventually I'm gonna have to talk to her before her birthday. I'm not gonna miss her birthday, but she's just annoying. She just triggers me. Right. But I don't like people like the past. Let's talk about the past. Yo, I'm going to die. I cannot do it. At the past. Can we just talk about the past for like 30 minutes and then move on? It already happened, What can we do? It's like, it already happened. You got to focus on the present. Because the present, whatever you do now, determines what you do, like what your future is going to look like. That's why I said we have to learn from Cam Ward. Singular focus. You cannot look back. You have to look forward. Princess said, yes, we said homework in CBT. What is CBT, baby? What's CBT? I'm a registered CBT. I don't know what CBT is. What is it? Cognitive behavioral therapy? Is that what it is? The stuff that Diddy needs? Cognitive behavioral therapy? Yeah, Diddy needs that stuff. You need to move over here and you need to go find a way to make Diddy your client. Because we read yesterday about the peeing on the people. It's called urophilia. And they say it's paraphilic. What's it called again? Hold on. Let me show you what they said. Hold on. Because I got it. Right? I do have it, right? Oh, no. Here, it's right here. Let me show you what they said. We saw it yesterday, right? We saw it yesterday. It's cognitive behavioral therapy, that Diddy actually needs it because he does all that peeing stuff. It was here somewhere. I remember seeing that stuff. Cognitive behavioral therapy. Yeah. No, but you need to. You got to have the diddler as a client. Because if you can help Diddy, you can help a lot of people. Because he's not the only one doing this. But they were saying, like, when they see, like, I guess it's like ASMR. You know how some people are attracted to ASMR? Like, what the heck, all this whispering? It's just like, what the heck is wrong with people? But some people are just, excited by ASMR. But they were saying, like, when somebody pees on you, or you get peed on, or just the sight of urine, the sensory thing. It made me think of ASMR. Oh, I sure would. Yeah, it sounds like, yeah. It depends on what type of therapy. Yes, it's cognitive behavior therapy. Yeah, because he's not the only one doing this. And I was even asking, I'm glad you're here now, Princess, but yesterday I even asked DeepSeek, I asked AI if Diddy could be schizophrenic. Like, it's like his sexual deviancy and these kinks and fetishes like urophilia, right? Could that be like a symptom, like one symptom that he has schizophrenia? Because for all the years, all the decades we've seen Diddy too, like his mood changes really fast. He can be happy one moment, then he wants to kill you. He wants to make love to you, then he wants to beat your ass. Could he be schizophrenic? What do you think? I need you to do research on his ass. I'm being serious. Because I had to go ask DeepSeek yesterday if he had schizophrenia. Because I'm like, what is going on here? So it's urophilia. Because I was like, could he be schizophrenic? Because one moment he loves you, then he wants to beat your ass. One moment he wants to give you the world, then he wants to beat your ass again. It's like, what is wrong with this man? So do you think he's schizophrenic? I need you to tell me. I need you to do some research on him and tell me what you think. She said different therapies have different frameworks. So not all therapies require homework. They don't require, but should they be assigned though? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't require, but should I assign homework just to make sure you were paying attention? Because I need to make sure that you're keeping track and that you're moving on and stuff like that. What do you think? Just because it's not required does not mean it should not be assigned. Because I asked her, I'm like, does your therapist give you homework? Because, girl, you haven't moved on from this already? No, you're still talking about this shit? Like, what the fuck? And I feel like for some people, you tell me, Princess, but I feel like for some people, therapy also is an excuse to not move on and to just linger in the past. Oh, I'm still in therapy about this. I'm still in therapy. When are you going to be done with this? When are you and your therapist going to start talking about something new? Like, what? What is going on? I had a therapist that was out at every event all summer. He was living his best self life, no homework. I can't stand when people bring stuff. Yeah, like, I feel like there's a time for that, but I feel like we should just talk about it one good time, even if it's like for 2 weeks or so, and then we're done. Because how do we move forward when we're always looking backwards like this? Like, it's just too much for me. It overwhelms me. It really does. It really, really overwhelms me. The past. I'm like, oh, shit.
Goal. We want to stay away from, things that we don't want. What is the switch to help you get to where you want to be? We meet people with where they're at in the present, and then we help them to focus and move forward and achieve their future. Why do people seek coaches? They are feeling stuck. They are feeling unfulfilled. They want to make a change in their life. They have goals and they're procrastinating, and they need your help to help them achieve them. People also hire coaches to do things quicker. So say you have...
Because I'm like, his mood changes a lot. Diddy has mood swings, and they're extreme. One woman, oh, I like you, be my producer. No, I'm not, oh, I gotta lock you in here for days. So I'm like, she said, ethically, I would need to assess. If you look at DSM-5, you get more insight into specifics of schizophrenia. One symptom can be used to diagnose anyone. But what are all the symptoms we need to look for? You need to give me a list. And we need to analyze the diddler. Because I think the diddler is schizophrenic. I think it's schizophrenic. I really do. I truly do. Because he has these he's also a Scorpio, so he's a water sign, but let's be serious. Let's talk scientifically, okay? Not me and my goofy ass astrology sign stuff, but me and my astrology sorcery. But it's like he can have drastic mood swings in a matter of minutes. Because even though I think some of these witnesses lied, but we have to say it's really questionable. So one woman, you want to have sex with her, and then you start to beat her out of nowhere. And then she gives you a hug. She kisses you. Okay, sure. Okay, now I love you now. Let's have sex again. This dude is mental. But I'm like, isn't like, when you say like sociopathy is also a sign of schizophrenia? I need you to research this thing for me. I really do. Because he has crazy mood swings. He really does. And I think also that's what gets these girls addicted, because when they get with Diddy, just like people who do the love bombing stuff, like he shows you a very sweet side, like very fun and passionate. He gives you whatever you want. And maybe you keep doing all this goofy shit because you're thinking like, okay, maybe he can come back again. Like that Sean that I met, maybe I can get him to come out again. But I'm like, wouldn't you consider like sociopathy like a sign also of schizophrenia? Because how can one person have two crazy moods like that in less than 15 minutes? He's watching Cassie have sex with other people. It turns him on. Then he's like, okay, you're doing too much. Now it's my turn. Okay. Then he goes and has sex with her. Then I don't know what happened. He gets crazy mad. Now he's beating her ass. So then she starts hugging him and kissing him. He's like, oh, okay, I don't want to beat you anymore. Let's have sex again. Like, what? The man could really be schizophrenic. So I'm like, Princess, you need to have a channel and explain all of this. So she said, because then just said, okay, why do some people have a hard time letting go? Princess said, loads of reason. Some people feel it benefits them. Motivation, it punishes the violator. They're still hurt and can't move on, or they don't have the tool to do so, or they're scared. Or they'll be without the grudge or the anger. I've come to realize this. For some people, that anger is a crutch. It helps them get through life. I don't even know what's going on, Mark. But I don't think these guys are completely lying. The Daniel Phillips dude, I don't think he's fully lying. Because even me, I have seen this. I'm telling you, when he wore that Joker thing on Halloween, he was just too comfortable as the Joker. I was like, this is who he really is. But we have seen, like, even with Toto, they used to have a little, like, reality TV show with Toto. You would see things from Diddy, even with the making the band. Like, one moment he really likes you, then he wants you to walk through New York City for some goofy ass cheesecake. The man is crazy. You know, like, it's like his mind needs to be studied. Because honestly, for as like creeped out as people are, and I completely understand, but some people are, I don't even know if they're born with a deformed brain, but I think his childhood and whatever he's been through, his brain is broken. He has a broken mind. And we need to study him so we know what to avoid. Because there are other people like that out here, y'all. There are other people out here like that. And people need to know what this is so they know how to recognize it. And don't ever lie to yourself, oh, I can change him, I can save him. No, he needs a professional. Your pum-pum is not therapy, okay? Your pum-pum is not, or you having sex with him does not fit under cognitive behavioral therapy. Stop. And too many women think, oh, I can fix this man. Well, what skills, what tools? You better go work on yourself. Yeah, you really need to do that because she said, oh, I love to start a channel. It's coming up. I'm currently trained to specialize in personality, psychosis, bipolar disorder. So I have more for you, but I have a little insight. Diddy is a special case, though. I don't think it's a special case. I think it's a lot of them. And most of these people have a lot of power and they have lots of money. People have, man. And I also feel like sometimes, maybe it's just me. You tell me what you think, Princess. But I think sometimes also the pressure of performing at such a high level causes like sexual deviancy. Because look at the number of people who are high performers, especially athletes. All their lives they told, be good at this, be good at this, be good at this. And they're really good. They have the coaches, the trainers, like people are just, you know, people surround these people and make sure you don't go off the rails. But as soon as they retire from the game, oh, child, they just go buck wild crazy. It's like, what the heck is this? You know? But I think sometimes we don't also talk about the stress of being a high performer and continuously being at a high performer. Does that cause sexual deviancy? Because there's a lot of men who are highly powerful, but it's always sex that brings them down. So is it the pressure of the work? And the pressure of like the appearance, oh, I got to look like I'm serious. I got to look like this. So then when nobody's looking, you looking for sin. Like, I want to do something dirty. I want to do something disgusting. I want to do something that, because I'm always pretending to be something I'm not. Like, think about even Bill Clinton. People don't remember Bill Clinton, right? But Bill Clinton, when he used to put his thing in Monica Lewinsky's mouth, he took pleasure in like all over her face. And that's how she had some of it on her clothes. And then she gave it to that white woman, and that white woman called Kenneth Starr. But Bill Clinton, when he was getting a BJ from her, he had to soil her, like all over her face and her clothes. And I'm like, is there something to be said about being a high performer, having a lot of visibility, and people always expecting you to be like perform because you're a performer, like you're being fake as hell. So then do you turn around and look for nasty perversion? Like even like think about people of the cloth too, like the cloth, like pastors and priests and things like that. This obsession with sleeping with children, right? Is it because they're out here pretending to be holy, pretending to speak for God, and pretending to know everybody, oh, God forgive you, I understand your pain. So when they're by themselves, they want to feel dirty or something like that. I'm like, that needs to be studied. That really needs to be studied because there's a correlation here somewhere. I'm like, this is bizarre. This is really bizarre. Okay. So this needs to be studied, y'all.
Someone that wants to start a business, they may hire a coach who has already started a business and been successful at it so that they can learn from someone who has already been there, done that, so that they don't have to make the same mistake. And they can also get to where they want to be quicker because then they're not wasting a whole bunch of time just you know, figuring things out and dealing with limited beliefs and self-doubt, and having those challenges get in the way. This way they have someone that is going to keep them accountable each week so that they can't procrastinate, so that they can move forward and achieve their goals at a quicker rate than if they were to just try and go about it alone. People also hire coaches to help form new habits or to help them with limiting beliefs and different negative feedback loops that they can be stuck in, and to help them to break out of their comfort zone and to allow change into their lives, because we all know sometimes change can be scary. So if people struggle with this, then they may hire a coach to help
I
them
believe
to
it. Me, I've said this, but you know, when people don't like you, people don't like Diddy, so they don't want you to humanize Diddy. But we have to. She said, personally, Marlene, I think Diddy was a victim of extreme abuse. He's now traumatized, so pain is his pleasure. He's punishing women because his mother never protected him nor corrected him. It's not even that she didn't correct him. I think his mom was tricking. I keep telling y'all this, you think it's a joke. Okay? If Diddy's dad was a drug dealer and a shooter, putting people to sleep night, right? What kind of woman do you think she was? Because we already know Mama Combs is extremely materialistic with her blonde wigs. Imagine a dark-skinned woman who wears blonde wigs every day. What does that even do to her son? But then these black women want to be mad when black boys are attracted to white women, but they don't want to talk about the fact that he grew up to a black mother who wore blonde wigs all the damn time. Okay? If you're a black boy and you saw your mom wear blonde wigs, like, girl, what about your own hair? But then he grows up and now he's attracted to white women with blonde hair. Can we really be mad at him? Okay? But they never want to hold these black mothers accountable. That's what they do, the sisterhood, you know? So that's number one. Number two, I think she was a drug addict. Number three, when the father died, because she's so materialistic and she didn't want to give up that lifestyle, I think his mom was tricking. I think she was having sex with other men in that drug circle. Yeah. Because y'all, Diddy's dad had this woman on a lifestyle. Y'all need to go watch Nikki Barnes. You need to go watch these documentaries about the Nikki Barnes people. Baby, when they showed out, they showed all the F out. What? Have you ever watched a Nikki Barnes documentary? Man, let me take some on nerve. Hold on. Have you ever watched a Nikki Barnes documentary? Hold on. What? Let me see if I can find the thing. Hold on. Y'all, when people talk about Nikki Barnes and these parties out here, hold on. That's not even a joke. Okay. These people, it's not even a joke, you guys. You gotta watch the documentaries. When I tell you these people were fresh to death, like these people have money, y'all. Okay. Mama Combs and her blonde wigs. That lady is dark as me. And the wigs are so freaking blonde. You would think she was an Aborigine from Australia. Okay. So I think when his father died, his mother started having sex with these men to keep her lifestyle. Because how the fuck would she buy chinchilla fur with kids and 2 jobs? Girl, bye. I think she was sleeping with these men. And I think Diddy saw that. You know, but because it's the black mother, you know, the black matriarch, you put her on a pedestal. So you can never call her out on her foolishness. That's one thing that's really toxic also with being black. That you can't call out your mother for being toxic as hell. Because, if you call out your mom, they need you not being respectful. The Bible says, oh, shut up. Got my nerves. Okay? But I think he saw a lot of fucked up shit growing up. And that's why I say she needs to take the stand and she needs to tell people what she did to that boy. Because he saw things. And I think also he realized, hey, my mom, she loves materialism. And the more stuff you buy her, the more she loves you. I think Didi understands that if I want this woman's love, I got to give her money. Because it could be when the father died also, she never moved on. And she kept crying for the life he used to give him. So maybe he grew up, okay, this woman here, you got to buy her love. And I thought that's why he learned that women are greedy. And if you want these women to be submissive, you got to buy them diamonds and fur. Then you can do whatever you want. He learned this behavior from that lady. Child. He's not the only child, but he was 3, right, when his daddy died. Because how exactly does Frank Lucas become his godfather? It means that she was still around drug people. She was still around drug people. Yeah. You know what I mean? This lady did a lot to Diddy. People don't, I'm like, children are born innocent. You became like this because something happened to your ass. This is not normal. But me growing up, I always thought it weird. Like, she had 2 jobs and she had a house with a pool, chinchilla coats, everything was a party. Oh my gosh. Diddy would talk about how his mom, she had a party for everything. Lavish parties, coats, diamonds, hair, wigs. And I'm like, a woman with 2 jobs in New York, how is she paying for all of this? So I think she was having sex with these people. And maybe she also sold drugs. You know what I mean? There's a lot of women out here are deviant. And they raised our sons to be deviant. I remember too, there was a big drug dealer in DC. This young man out here, he was a big, oh my gosh, he was a big time drug dealer in DC out here, y'all. He used to go to all the Georgetown games, like with Alonzo Mourning in them. He used to go to all the Georgetown basketball games, right, with the Hoyas and stuff. Guess who got him into it? His mama. His mother taught him how to sell drugs. He just got better at it. And he sold more than her. Like, they had a weird relationship, y'all. And when he got caught, when eventually got caught, whatever. But then they told him they were going to arrest his mom. And that's when he folded. It was really sad. Like, how can you be a mother and teach your son how to sell drugs? Lady, are you crazy? Most women want their kids to go to college and be honorable people. No, you want your son to be a drug dealer. Because they want money. They want money. And people, and I hope, Princess, when you do your channel, I hope you address how greed drives a lot of women to do all kinds of evil things. And even raise their sons and even encourage their boyfriends and husbands to be criminals. How many women in their greed have caused their husband to be deviant? They're too damn greedy. They need to stop that, you know? You got to make a video about that. Yeah. Because market doesn't make sense. Anybody who grew up watching these Diddy documentaries, the lifestyle is not adding up. It's just too much money. Too much money. So she never left that lifestyle. And I'm sure she kept messing with men in that lifestyle because they had the money. And maybe most likely she sold drugs. Remember, they used to say, oh, Diddy had a paper route when he was a kid. He had a paper route. Maybe he sold more than paper as a kid. Because what kind of mother would even let Frank Lucas be her son's godfather? Frank Lucas? Are you crazy? Are you really crazy? Are you insane? Okay. But this is Diddy's godfather. Like, what is going on? Yeah. What is going on? She might have even sold him for things. She seems the type to let strangers borrow him, if you know what I mean. These free calls have an origin. Yeah, they do. I think it starts with her. Remember, even with Bobby and Whitney, they used to do that kind of stuff, like not like free calls, but Bobby and Whitney, they would get so high. They would leave Bobby Christina by herself. I mean, she had the nannies and the maids and stuff, but that's not the same. But they'd be in that basement for days, for weeks, getting high. And Bobby Christina was by herself. So who knows what Diddy saw in that household? Mom probably all kinds of naked, all with all kinds of men. Different uncles come in the house, in the bed. You wake up in the morning, you make your own breakfast. You know, he needs to talk about that. Because he needs help. He really does need help. Because this is not normal. I'm like, he has these violent mood swings. It's like, it's so scary. You know? And a lot of these people, a lot of our celebrities are extremely damaged, you know? They have horrible childhoods. They are truly traumatized. And then they suit themselves with money and clothes and drugs and sex. They're broken people, man. But yeah, we'll talk about that later. Another video, maybe tomorrow.
Go through that change and hopefully have it be more smooth and, you know, easier than if they were just to do it alone. People may also hire a coach if they are self-sabotagers. So if they are stuck in these loops and they're not progressing and somehow they take 2 steps ahead and then they take 2 steps back and they take 2 steps ahead and they're on this continuous cycle, then they may hire a coach to help them to break free of that. People will hire a coach when they know that they needs something different.
Mar said he was a voyeur as a kid. Maybe he was watching his mom have sex with those men. He didn't have a healthy childhood, you guys. Yeah. Maybe. Because I'm like, you guys, if you grew up watching the documentaries like I did, the lady had like their lifestyle, like it's like nothing changed. Like the dad died, they didn't lose the house, the pool. It was a party for everything. Birthday parties, outrageous. New Year's Eve, outrageous. Christmas, outrageous. It's like a woman with dark-skinned black woman with 2 jobs. Where's she getting all this money? But those chinchilla coats, though, they stayed etched in my mind. Like, how was she paying for this? How was she paying? Most likely she was having sex with people. Selling drugs, having sex, getting high. Maybe the mom started the freak-offs. And he would see that. Because even what's his name? Scrappy told y'all he grew up in a whorehouse. And seeing that like that, it really, really messed him up. Yeah. But because that's his mom, he doesn't want to expose her. Tyler Perry did the same thing. But that's why he writes these movies and he makes black women so evil. His mom never wanted to be honest that she had an affair. You know, it's a thing here. Like you're not supposed to hold your mom accountable. No, you have to. But I'm like, that lady, his mother needs to take the stand. And she needs to take accountability for what she did to Diddy. Because I'm like, how did your son become like this? You were responsible for raising him. What is all this weird shit? But me, I told you, for the love of money. Even Shiraza Ali, they don't like her, but she ain't lying too, though. She said that. Like, these women would leave their kids around anybody for some money. Right? I'm not even trying to be mean. Look at B. Taylor. After everything she said about Priscilla, come to find out, she left her children with Priscilla. She left her 2 boys, minors, with Priscilla. But then you telling us how much porno she watched, the porn she be watching, da-da-da-da. She left them babies with Priscilla. She would even let Priscilla's kiss all over her boys. But then you're telling us that she said to you, oh, your kids, because they're boys, are going to be criminals. But then what? So who knows if B. Taylor's sons, they were watching porn with Priscilla. I guess we'll never know, huh? But they leave their kids with just anybody. Left her kids and went out with Yanni so they can drink champagne and I guess scribble and manifest. Then get back until the next morning. Even, what's her name? Priscilla had to call, like, girl, when you coming home? You know? Many of them don't want to raise these kids. Send them kids to their daddy. You don't want to do it. And they do all kinds of stuff. And they expose their stuff to all. Even me, I even think, like, I'm not trying to be funny, y'all, but you can tell me what you think, Princess. But I also even feel like these women that used to be heterosexual and they have kids, and now they're lesbians in front of their children, I think that too is going to have consequences. Because is it healthy to do that? The child, like you had a relationship with a man, you got pregnant, and not because you're in your feelings, oh, I hate men, so now you're a lesbian, and you raise your daughter around that, and your daughter is seeing you kiss a woman and do all these weird things to a woman, and she's seeing a woman think she can be a man, like all of this stuff people do. But then tomorrow when these kids start acting weird, oh my God, I don't know. I don't know. Right? But how can you switch your sexuality like this? And how can you switch your sexuality like this when you have kids? You got to pick a team, you know? But is it healthy to do that? Right? Yeah, she did. She sold her baby at a 6-year-old. Sold her baby. There are a lot of these women out here who ain't shit. They truly ain't shit. And don't even think how their sexual behavior and what they do, like how they demonstrate sex in front of their kids, how that can turn their kids, like, you know, that can make their kids like off and stuff. Yeah. You know, because I always wonder, I always do. I'm like, how is this going to affect the child? How is this going to affect the child? My mom used to be with a man. That's how I came. But now my mom is with a woman. We live with a woman. My mom kisses a woman. My mom goes to bed with a woman. Like, what? But they don't care because people are selfish. But don't care. Like, am I demonstrating the right behavior? Oh, but Marlene, you love who you love. Is that really the case? Is that really the case? Then why didn't you love a woman the first time? Like, why didn't you love the woman the first time? Why didn't you go be with a man? Then you bring a child in this, and now you have a child living with you and another woman that you kiss. Child, it's weird. I'm even gonna sit here and lie. It's very bizarre to me. But even that too, I think is mental illness.
Different or need something more or deserve more in their life, and they just don't know how to get it, or they don't know where to start, because so much of the time we get stuck in our own heads. And so people hire a coach to help them to get out of their own head, to vocalize the things that are just stuck in there and, you know, not making sense, because when we verbalize things, it just helps to make things so much clearer. I have done previous videos that are a 3-video part, I believe, on all the different types of coaches out there and all of the things they can help you with. So you can definitely go check those out if this is an area of something that you need a little bit extra help on. If someone is looking for accountability, this could also be a reason for them hiring a coach, because coaches definitely can help keep you accountable. So if you are that procrastinator, then someone would hire a coach to help them to really get that result. And like I said, a lot more quicker. Coaching is all about improving mindset, developing well-being, and just helping you to be that best version of yourself that you want to be. It is focused on growth and action. Some simple questions that a coach might ask: what do you want? What is your vision? What would you like to achieve in the next 3 months? What if you had everything you wanted in the next year? What would that look like? So we are really working with that future and helping them to create this vision. And then we help them step by step to get there, because then it makes it a whole lot easier as well. Because just think, sometimes when you see this thing that feels like it's way over here and that you're so far away from it, and you see all these steps, you're just like, oh my gosh, I don't even know where to start. So the coach can come in and help it, make it step by step so that it feels achievable, attainable. And we're taking those small steps that eventually lead to that greater success. Hopefully that helps clear things up. Coaching and therapy are both super beneficial in their own rights, and the two can be paired together as well. I know that I have clients that do therapy and coaching at the same time, because they know what they are working towards and what they are working for in each area. As long as our topics stay away from therapy and they keep the therapy with their therapist, then I can help them to achieve their goals. And sometimes the two can just work really nicely together. Sometimes, depending on the person, you also need to do them apart, because it can be a lot. There can be a lot of change and development all at the same time. So
Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. Now let's go over here. Let's see this one.
How this ends. You paid $7 grand for a matchmaker? Hold up. Time out.
Yeah.
Wait a second. I'm just
and that's a discount, by the way, because I negotiated it and I had the Thanksgiving special. So it was actually like $10,000.
What the? That's crazy.
Right? So it basically amounts to like a little bit over $1,000 per date.
What has your experience in that been so far? You paying for a matchmaker? I am very familiar with men paying for matchmakers, not women.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Is it a lot of women are doing this?
I feel like a lot of women in LA
you know what? Yes, women who will make a lot of money. I absolutely could see this. Yes. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah,
100%.
because it's harder for us to date.
For sure.
And to find.
And we're gonna talk about that specifically.
Yeah. So I went on one date.
Yeah.
And it actually did not go well.
Okay. Shocking.
So you know why? Because my matchmaker sucked. So I fired her.
Okay.
And I was like, you are not listening to me.
Yeah.
And I was like, where in the world would you think that this vanilla guy would get along with someone like me? Like he only fit my tall criteria and stable job part. And I was like, what about the conversation piece? Like, didn't you interview him? And I remember we're not supposed to really talk about the matchmaking process on the date.
Sure.
But he was basically he told her that he was not a good texter. That is big for me. I need communication. I am a level 6, level 7 out of 10. If 10 being you're constantly 24/7 talking and calling, I'm at a 6 or 7, okay? And he's basically admitting to the matchmaker that he's a 2.
Kylie and I FaceTime for hours a day sometimes.
See, that's so cute.
Yeah.
And that's just a preference. So
we'll be doing nothing. She'll be in the bathtub and I'll be playing Madden. And literally we aren't even saying anything, but we're just looking at each other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want that. And that's possible for the right person, right? Yeah. So yeah, apparently he does that. And then my matchmaker's oh no, she's successful. She's busy. She won't care. That's not true.
That's crazy.
We care more about affection because our day-to-day life is so cold and isolated, and especially when you work by yourself. You know?
I think the best matchmaker.
Is that you caring about affection, or you want somebody to obsess over you? You want somebody to worship you. Girl, do you feel beautiful? Girl, what?
are friends, high status friends that have high status other friends. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Also, because you can do a little bit more research, where the matchmaker cannot. Matchmaker is being told a story. I don't mean to shit on the whole matchmaking profession. It's just there's way too much money involved, going both ways, that where it makes it a little bit of a conflict of interest. Do you understand?
Correct.
Because here's the reason why I'm saying that. You're giving a preference for how much money you need, and that means men who have money are also in this game. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Which I feel like is more equal, don't you think?
No, because what's happened is you have a bunch of men who are coming into this system specifically leading with money, which I highly recommend men do not do that. So I teach a networking course, right? My performance coaching. What I do is I teach networking, but we don't use money, so that when you have money and you add it in, then everything just becomes easier. Rather than what a lot of guys do is they lead with money. I mean, I've seen delusions to the point where there are men here in Vegas who will talk a prostitute down from $2,000 a night to $1,500 and then brag that they have game. Like, what are you talking about, bro? You're paying they completely lose the fact that you've lost the plot, pimp.
Right.
Like, this is crazy. And the girls are laughing at them the whole time. And like, that's what happens. And it starts to screw them up. I've had clients before who'd be like, yeah, my mind is really messed up because I'm very wealthy and I was married and I was paying for prostitutes. And to work them out of that is so difficult.
Yeah.
It's almost like being addicted. It's very similar to being addicted to porn.
Exactly.
It's something you have to work, because no matter what I do, there's going to be this.
Do you hear what he said? That he knows men who are very wealthy and married, and they were still paying for prostitutes. I told y'all, Diddy's not the only one. Diddy is not the only one out here that's suffering like this. Diddy is not the only one. He is not the only one.
Drop. No matter what happens, a guy getting off steroids, a guy getting off drugs, a guy getting off porn.
Addiction,
it's this addiction, and you have to when you get them off, this just dopamine void that happens, and it's just so hard to get them through that initial period.
Well, but what's great about the matchmaking is there's like a cheaper option where you pay like less than $100 a year. To just be in their like roster.
Of course.
Of whatever.
Well, super hot girls aren't paying match. That's why I was so confused, because I don't imagine you don't have too much trouble getting guys to ask you out.
But that's the issue. Like, I think I attract too many, so I get a lot of sleazy people and like broke people.
I'm gonna give you a tip. Ready? Here's your tip. Ready? Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna start having all the dudes meet you at Babes in Toyland, at the teatro parties, at the Maxim parties.
Why?
Because you can see them in an environment where you're kind of on equal footing, and instead, I think dates are for people you're dating. You're not dating these people yet. You're just being matched with them. And I think putting them in a neutral environment where you guys are volunteering at a soup kitchen or going to an animal rescue charity is a way better way to get to know them with less pressure. And your friends are around and their friends are around. I think that is a better way.
You see how they interact and everything?
Hell yes. I think that is a way better way to do it than a one-on-one date. I think one-on-one dating is like you're starting with the middle and you need to start with the beginning. And the beginning is generally normal people meet by bumping into each other either online or in person. And you're not doing that, right? The blind date thing makes it kind of hard. So anyway, that's what I was saying. I had a friend of mine, she would like literally come to my events and invite 4 or 5 dudes that she knew to come. Just like, hey, come meet up with me. And she would just see how they interacted.
What?
Yeah.
Was she interested like in all of them?
No, she wasn't. She didn't know which one she was interested in. Funny enough.
Oh my God.
Kim Hoggart, I'm calling you out if you're still out there or you're watching this. One time she invited 5 dudes out to this pizza place called Foozie's that was in Dallas. For you guys in Dallas, there's a new Foozie's out there, but it's not like the old one. It's on McKinney. And I'm sitting there with her. I remember it's 2011 because the Mavericks were they're going to go to the NBA Finals that year. And I'm sitting there with her. I'm like, you invited 5 dudes here? She goes, yeah, 5. So the 5 dudes show up. And one of the guys, his name was John. He was like, fuck this. I'm not staying here. But he wasn't rude about it. He's like, hey, it was great to meet you. I'm going to dip. She ended up dating him. She ended up picking the guy who actually set the boundaries and took off.
Wow. Because it shows like character.
Yeah, well, for sure. I mean, well, that's what a man, man who knows his own value is going to have boundaries. You know? And it's not that he was offended. He was just like, I want to get to know you. That's not going to happen here. So I'm going to go do this other thing to build my empire. I'm not going to do this with you. And if you're interested, then call me back later.
Wow.
But if you do that with no emotion, that's really attractive, I think, to some women. As the idea of you being able to maintain a boundary and not get called off and just like, now I'm going to compete, supplicate to you and compete with all these other men directly. I'm going to not compete. And if you can't recognize my value, then I'm going to move on because I recognize my value. That's why I think she picked it.
And that's manly. That's really manly. That's really manly. Good for him. That is really manly. Okay. So I agree with that. I think you should meet people in person. So I'm like, this guy, he needs to have more events though. Let me see. Let's keep going. But
right. I want to make sure that we're breaking it down to that level so people understand, oh, that's doable for many of us. That's why my programs are so long, ladies, by the way. It's because it takes long to have a transformation, but also, girl, I grew up just like y'all, honey. We started from the bottom, now we're here. So.
But him, honestly, Marlene, if I was out here looking for a dating coach, I would not hire him. He doesn't look serious. He looks like he rolls out of bed and he just turns on his phone. So I'm like, who do you know? I think a great matchmaker needs to know a lot of people. And, I ain't gonna lie to you, but one thing about Kevin said, when Kevin said that, when you're a high value person, you know other high value people. And I truly don't believe that this guy here knows a lot of high value people. And it's not just money, huh? But you know what I'm saying? I don't think he's that person. So me personally, I wouldn't have paid for this. Not with him, actually. Not with this guy. Not somebody that gives me something a bit more serious. And I'm like, okay, you seem like the type to know a lot of people. And you would know what to do. Okay, yeah. And I also think like a great matchmaker also should be responsible for hosting some local events. Because I'm like, what the heck? Because I'm like, these people also, like, these girls, they need like in-person coaching. Like, you know what I'm saying? But online dating, like apps and stuff, I don't like it. I don't believe in that.
Oh, girl, anything that's 4 figures, girl. I got my calculator on my phone. Girl, I need to. So I get it. But I think it's important to break it up in that way. Someone said, is Anwar married or in a serious relationship? I'm married. I've been married for over a decade and I have 3 children. Someone said, is her partner wealthy? Does he make 6 figures?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. What other questions do you have, y'all? Because, honey, we need to get into this.
But making 6 figures does not make you wealthy. Making 6 figures doesn't make you wealthy. Like, that's really stupid. You can even make $1 million and be broke. So I'm like, that proves nothing. He can make 6 figures and he can be broke because we don't. How much does he hold in student loans? What's his debt to income ratio? So that's really stupid. This guy, I'm just not believing him. I wouldn't pay for it. I would not even encourage anybody to pay for it. I think you should just consume it for entertainment for what it is. But I would not invest $10,000 into this man or whatever he's selling. He said, oh, he's also 6 figures don't make you wealthy, child. Make it make sense, okay? And also, it's how much you spend. He could be in a lot of debt. What do we know? So that does nothing for me. Wealthy is something else. Like, wealthy is not just, oh, I make 6 figures, but I have investments. I have this, I have that. I have this, and that. Now that's wealth. But if you have a salary, you still work for someone. And my thing is, how much debt do you have? How much debt are you in? Okay. All right. No, we have questions.
I want to clear it all up. I don't want to hear any more mess. Yes. Shirley, what else did you want to share about your experience?
I also want to add something to the ROI of my investment. I don't think a lot of us think about this, but partnership, specifically marriage, is a tool of the wealthy. And it's also one of the ways when you are paired with the right person, which is one of the reasons why I was very strategic and wise in my investment, because I knew if I could invest properly and be paired up with the right man overnight, my value, financial wealth, all those things, it would 10x. So now.
No, you're full of shit. Overnight, this, you guys, I'm not trying to be funny, but I do feel like this was marketing. And I think if people sign up, they got you. They really did. Now, I'm going to say this. I'm not against the coaching, but I think these people right here, they're running a scam. Like, people start using things like overnight. No, this is microwave success, you see? And they're doing this to attract desperate people. Okay, something is suspicious. Overnight, your value's on a 10x. That's not how it works. 10x? You are crazy. That's not how it works. Not even 2x, but 10x overnight. Yeah, it's giving scam. Okay? No. Proprietary, this and that. No, it's giving a scam. And also, listen to these people. They talk about money and wealth and 6 figures. Marriage is not about just money. You see? And once again, they say the things that are gonna perk up the ears of these greedy women. Okay? You don't want a man that also leads with money. There is more to marriage, right? There is more in this. There's more to marriage than what is it called? Than money, wealth. Are y'all even gonna like each other? Right? Are you even gonna like each other? Okay. Hold on, you guys. Give me 1 second. Right? Sorry, you guys. Sorry. You know, but I'm like, y'all, marriage isn't about money. Be very careful. And I'll also say this. Me, Marlene, I truly believe that it matters to marry someone, but like that, not really money, but that has the ability, not just potential. Potential is giving potential energy, but he needs to have kinetic energy. Because I can't say, oh, a man needs to have this. When I got married, but then again, I was 25, you was 27, so it depends on where you are in life. But young, college, doing like hard ass degrees, because then you're gonna have a really good job. At a certain age, if we're not in college, he needs to have something meaningful, huh? If we're no longer in college, right? But money is not everything, you guys. Because you know, the older I have gotten to, I've realized that it's not just important for a man to make money, you guys, but he needs to have the mindset that even if he was to ever lose that money, he can get it again. You know, you have some guys out here, they have money, they make money, but the day they lose money, they completely fall. They never recover. So what the heck? Get your ass up. Go try again. Okay? You also want to find that in a man, that if he was to ever lose his money, he's not going to lose his confidence. He's not going to lose himself and be depressed. Then he don't want to get out of bed. Oh, I think I'm going to die. I think I'm going to die. Because his ego is wrapped up in how much money he makes. You know, you need a man too. If he was to ever lose this money, he's going to be upset. Of course, who's not going to be upset? But that he can say, you know what? I'm going to rebuild myself. I'm not afraid to start over. You need a man that I've come to realize, y'all, it's really important. I know why I'm saying this. But you need a man that is not afraid to rebuild himself. I don't wish that on anybody. But if it was ever to happen that he would lose his money or lose his job, he's not going to crumble. That he will say to himself, I did it once, I can do it twice. If I do it twice, I can do it twice. If I can do it 3 times, I can do it 4 times. I will never give up. Like you see, like Patrick Bet-David, he gets on my nerves sometimes, but I do like that about him. He tried everything until he figured out what worked. So I guess it works now. Don't be a quitter. Because money is not what makes you. It's your ability to make the money and to believe in yourself and to be very confident. Like, I could have money today. I can make some bad investments because it happens, you know. Also, the stock market, it happens. You can lose money. But you're like, oh, I'm going to go kill myself. I got to go kill myself. You don't have to kill yourself. What the heck is this? Okay? That is ridiculous. You did it once, you can do it again. But these people are very focused on money. Date for money. Date so you can find a rich man, find a rich husband. No, you also have to like him. You have to like him. You have to enjoy his company and vice versa. You have to like, okay, I can see myself raising kids with this person. I can see myself growing old with this person, right? But like, to me, the attraction of all the money stuff at first is cute, but then it can get really old because there's no connection. And that also matters in human interaction. There has to be a real human connection because we're people first, not gold diggers. Like, we are people first. And there has to be a serious, honest, like, human connection. Like, okay, I really like this guy. You have to like him too. And hopefully he likes you as well. Because I told y'all this. Y'all think I'm crazy, but love is not enough. Love is not enough. So you truly have to like him. You have to enjoy his company. You got to, okay, you know. But if it's just money, you're going to get bored real quick because money's not everything. Look at Cassie over here, okay?
because I'm paired with a person who he runs his own part-time business. He works in healthcare. He makes 6 figures. He has properties. Just from us being paired, my value has gone up. Our revenue streams, our incomes together, everything has doubled overnight. Mm-hmm. And I don't have to do much. I get to relax. The burdens have been taken off. My stresses are less. I can have fun. I don't have to lift anything. I don't have to open any doors. All these things. I don't have a rent. I don't have to pay bills because I'm now paired with a man who is literally a provider, and he's doing well for himself. So that's another way to think about the investment. So the deposits that I've made into this program.
Okay, you got this giving a scam. You know what this sounds like? If you're like me and Kevin, and you grew up watching TBN, you know, like those late night infomercials, Kevin, where people will come and be like, yes, when I bought this water, when I bought this prayer cloth, this is giving me, I was looking for remember those, Kevin? People will come up, yes, before I met the pastor, I couldn't even walk, but I came today because I believed God was going to give me a healing. And look, I'm out of my wheelchair. I'm out of the wheelchair. I'm walking. They're like, like, this is what it's giving, y'all. This is really what it's giving. If you grew up like I grew up, you already know. They will have these late night infomercials, y'all. They used to sell prayer cloth. They used to sell the prayer water. They used to sell prayer oil. These people were crazy, and we fell for that stuff. They're like, yes, I used to not be able to walk until I came in tonight. The Spirit told me to come here, and now I'm walking. This is my wheelchair. I no longer need my wheelchair. I don't need my wheelchair anymore. And the church is like, it's like, y'all used to fall for that crap. That thing used to come around like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. This is all you see, you guys. And then I tapped in, and I made this deposit. It was a seed of faith. And now, overnight, my net worth has 10x. The burden has been lifted off of me. I found a provider, y'all. Y'all, if you grew up in the church, you know exactly where they got this shit from. Okay? We're not falling for this anymore. We are too old. Yes, Steve Mark remembers, y'all. Them things was real, y'all. It was ridiculous. It was like wrestling. You know how, like, yo, when I tell you I used to believe wrestling was real, oh, my Lord. Like, Stone Cold Steve Austin. What? The Undertaker. What? Man, I love wrestling, you guys. I used to be so addicted to wrestling. I thought that crap was real. The Rock, The Undertaker, Ben Benoit. Who else was out there, y'all? I used to be, they had these twins, these white boys, these older white men with like platinum blonde hair. You guys, when I tell you I was addicted to wrestling, when The Undertaker will come out, girls are, oh my gosh, he's so dark, he's so evil. Okay. Well, you see, y'all, they used to sell prayer cloth. You will see the alleged man of God. Y'all, he will grab the prayer cloth like this. And then he would just throw it at people. They be like this. He'd be like, receive! Receive! And then you see the people like, they're like, oh, look, it's the anointing. These people took all my money. They took all my money. Oh, Jesus. I was like, it's the anointing. You will see Benny in. He would grab his jacket. Then he would just throw his jacket at the choir. The entire choir is like, boom. You're like, wow, it's the anointing. Oh, Jesus, we've been scammed, Jesus. In your name, we have been scammed. Oh my gosh, y'all. These people used to do it. It was like $20, $19.99. They'd be like, oh, we only have 50. We only have 50 prayer cloths. You better call him right now. You better call him right now. You're like, what the heck? What is going on? Okay. Hold on. Let me see if they got one over here. Y'all, these testimonials were just too damn funny. You have to see, like, it was just hilarious. Yeah, see, there you go. There you go.
You may not understand this. I don't either. I don't either. But when the Lord talks to me, I obey him. It's just that simple. There's nothing more to it.
My God, are you ready, guys? Take it! Take it! Take it! Take it! Take that oil! Take the fresh breath of the Spirit!
Oh my gosh. He said, take it. Take it now. You don't have a choice.
Joe, what's going on?
Cancer, Pastor! Cancer! All the pain is gone in his chest!
We break it in the name of the Lord! Holy, holy! What's going on? Lupus, all the pain is gone! Pick up! What's wrong with her? What's wrong with her? Lupus! Holy, holy!
They used to eat the stuff up. When I was a kid, I was in awe. Like, look, it's the Holy Spirit. Oh my gosh, he just cured cancer by touching this lady. You guys, I used to eat the stuff up. Oh, I used to be so addicted. And like you would come on TBN, and like TBN, they would sell like a pack of like CDs, like you know what I mean, like DVDs. You could buy like a whole pack for like $20. I used to take all my lunch money. I would send the TBN so I could get the videos. I'm like, wow, it's the Holy Spirit. And one time Benny N came to DC at the Verizon Center. And me and my sister were all the way at the top. We're like, man, we want to be touched. We want to be touched. Take it. Take it. I'm like, what the freak is wrong with these people? This is so cool, y'all.
Joshua, 15 years old. Joshua, 15 years old. He was in a fire when he was 3. It caused traumatic symptoms. He could not speak correctly. He stuttered for 13 years.
She was in the choir. She was in the choir. Her glasses fell off. She could see. See what?
He said she was in the choir, and then her glasses fell off, and now she can see. You guys, I used to believe that shit. I used to eat all that stuff up. You guys, oh my God, I wish I had my old DVD. I used to have like a collection of DVDs from TBN because I used to buy all the stuff on TBN. Because I want the anointing. I want the anointing too. Y'all, Benny Hinn had us messed up. It is not a joke. This lady's in the choir. Her glasses fell off. Now she can see. Like, oh, yes. We used to be so stupid. We got scammed in the Lord. So I'm like, what she's saying here, that's what this reminds me of. And I joined, and I paid $10,000. And now my net worth is 10x. Overnight, my worries are gone. My burdens are gone. I met a provider. He has assets. He has a house. He has a this. My worries are gone. Y'all, if you grew up in the church like the rest of us, you heard this before, child. You know how it goes. They're about to ask you for tithes and offerings. They're about to ask you for a special offering yet again. We know how it goes. We're not falling for this. It doesn't work out like that. It's not a fairy tale. Even if you meet a man that's wealthy, you know your net worth is not going to 10x. What if you guys get a prenup? Okay. What if he does not want to put you on the deeds? Like it's a lot that goes into it. But to make it seem like, oh, you paid this money and here are the guaranteed results, and all of a sudden, like, your net worth increases by 10x. You never pay any more bills. You met a provider, y'all. He's a provider. Okay. My worries are gone. My burdens are gone. She said, I want to rewatch it. She probably grew up, she's Igbo. She probably grew up in a house with a mom that loved this foolishness. Yo, we used to love Betty Hinn.
She what? She's in the choir. Her glasses fell off. And now her eyes. What is alive?
Cancer, Pastor. Cancer. All the pain is gone.
You know, like, I'm laughing, but you know what was also very sick also at that time too, is that people would watch this and they would believe that you can pray. I mean, I'm sure it is, but it can heal cancer. You can go find Benny Hinn and it can heal cancer. Think about the number of people who stopped taking the medication. The whole time this was staged. He was even cheating on his wife, y'all. There was a huge cheating scandal. Like, when everything came out about Benny Hinn, you guys, it was so disgusting. It was really, really disgusting. You understand? But I'm like, anybody who's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna promise you, you join my program and I have something for online and for real life, and then you pay $10,000 and you meet this man and he's a provider and he makes 6 figures and automatically that means he's rich and this and that. You guys know, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. You know, in this life, everything is progressive, right? Building wealth, it really takes time. It's not that easy. Now, somebody can make a lot of money, but once again, you got to make sure he's not into debt. Right? He has a house. He has this. Yeah, sure. Don't bet your life on things you can't confirm. But I also do feel like these people orchestrated a fake viral moment, a fake story, because I'm like, what are the odds? Okay, you guys, you gotta think, like, you know, it's very, very bizarre. But what are the odds that you have a woman on YouTube who talked about, I paid $10,000, and now these two also have a story that comes out in April. Maybe they got inspired by that. And it went viral because people just having a reaction. And I told you, Black women love to react to stuff, and they always make things go viral because rage bait, they always fall for that. And by doing so, they probably got this man exposed to all kinds of gullible and, you know, and lonely people. And now he's going to take their money. But I think he's a predator. I ain't gonna lie. I think he's a predator. I think he's taking advantage. He's over promising and he's making it sound too good. That's not how it goes. Another thing also, no, it's not the ministry, even like this whole dating stuff. And, oh, I can help you find a rich man and things like that. No, there is more to life. There's more to finding a husband than how much money he makes. He also needs to be a decent ass human being. You know, look at this whole Diddy. I'm like, this Diddy stuff needs to teach all of us that we cannot go with men who just leave with money. And we have to also stop encouraging men to leave with their money. It never ends well. It never does. Like, it truly, truly never does. And I think also, if you're a woman and you're drawn to, like, you're out here looking for men because you want money, it says a lot about your childhood. Like, did you grow up poor? Were your parents not also able to buy you some of your wants? In high school, were you just not that girl? Did you not have like pretty clothes and stuff like that? Because sometimes also I do feel like when a woman is out here pursuing a man with money, it's because she wants to be like, look, I got a man with money. I'm worthy now. I'm beautiful now. I'm on this level now, and this and that. And you got to be very careful, because you should never get your self-worth from another person and how much money he spent on you. That's why even earlier when Ninja said, oh, Marlene, how much do you think a man should spend on an engagement ring? I'm like, does it even matter? Why waste our time on an engagement ring? Just go ahead and get married. Like, I'm so confused, okay? Because we gotta stop doing that. Because once you say, oh, how much is he spending on me? It's like your self-worth is attached to how much money somebody spends on you. So if they don't spend any money, that means they think you're worthless. That's extremely dangerous to me. You have to look for men who can provide, because provisions do matter. But we also got to understand, like, don't go to a place where it becomes like the only thing you care about, because then you might get peed on. Okay? Then you'll have to go look for princess because now you need therapy. Okay? So be very careful. But what they're doing here, it reminds me of like my days when I was like church obsessed. Everything sounded so good, and all you do is this, and then you get this, and you get that, and all you gotta do is this, and put this money here, pay an offering, and God will give you $100 back, or, you know, the year is 2022, so write a number that ends in 22. This is not hocus pocus, okay? Like, stop. Like, we gotta stop. Like, I'm not falling for this. So I think he's a scammer.
Over a period of time, I've made back 100-fold.
How?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. Here's the thing too that a lot of people don't talk about.
If you spend 10,000 and you made 100-fold, that's $1 million. Can she prove to us how exactly she made $1 million? But you see, all of that too is to attract greedy women and desperate women, and also women that have low self-esteem. And they think that if I marry a man that has money, it will prove my worth to other people. But how can you say that you spent $10,000 with this dude and now you've made $1 million? Girl, if it was only that easy, okay? No, it's not. Like, stop. What?
As a single person, you will pay $1 million more in your lifetime in a variety of different costs and expenses.
Salesperson.
Right? And so I love the fact that you're talking about what you're getting back from an emotional, spiritual, physical investment that is coming back to you, right, in this work. Now, we do a lot of work. And by the way, Shirley and I have a...
Once again, and I wouldn't be surprised also if you grew up in the church, because this is what they do in church. Or if I give the pastor money, it's like you're giving to God. Remember that? They used to say that so much. Oh, whatever you give to the pastor, it's as if you gave to God. No, I didn't give to God. I'm giving to the pastor. Okay? Because then you'll be like, okay, well, maybe if I give more money to the pastor, it's like I'm giving to God. No, you're not giving to God for nothing. He's going to take that and go put gas in his Mercedes, okay? No. What you give to the pastor, you give to a man. So give to him what you can afford to never see back. You know, when I was younger too, I used to believe that. I used to give all kinds of money. But that's not how it works. A pastor is a pastor. When you give to the pastor, you give into the pastor. Oh, you know, when you give to the pastor, you're giving to God. And you know, whatever you sow in today, the Lord's going to make sure that you reap 100-fold because Isaac reaped whatever. No. We've heard this before. Okay? We're not doing this. Okay? Oh, you invested in me, so now you've gained spiritually, emotionally, financially. Who is he? Is it Jesus? No. He's a goofy person on TikTok who's trying to hustle people who need love and money. Okay? No. You're not going to pay for a coach and gain spiritually, emotionally, physically. He is not a God. He is a person. This is extremely dangerous. It's giving cult behavior. Like, no, you're going to pay for this. Maybe he can help you. Maybe he cannot. And I also think that if he was also an honest person, he would tell people also, you can pay and I want you to pay me, but you might not get results because he might not be the coach for you. So I think when you also take people's money, or before you take people's money, you got to tell them the pros and the cons, right? Because just because you paid money does not mean I can find you a husband, because there's a lot that goes into it. And there's only so much he can control, right? He has to be real. He's not God. He cannot force a man to love you. Like, he can't do it. So you have to tell people, yes, you can pay, but you have to understand that the results are not guaranteed from person to person. Just because it worked for her does not mean it's going to work for you. But you can learn something from the coaching now, but you might not get a husband. You have to tell people that also. Because if you make it seem like anybody who signs up is going to find a husband, and when they don't, these women will come for your ass. So be very careful.
Podcast episode on my Get Your Guide Coaching podcast. So definitely check that out. It talks all about her engagement journey. But we weren't always available to get here, right? That's what I think is so important. It's not, my program is 80-90% internal work. 10%, 20% of it is the external strategies that you have to do, right? So the internal work is about being able to set boundaries, because we historically have never been able to. And on top of that, being a woman and being conditioned and programmed to be nice and be palatable, right? And boundaries knocks that in, like right in the face. So we did a lot of boundary work, right?
Yeah.
We also did a lot of vulnerability work.
Yeah.
Because ladies, you cannot deeply connect with a man unless you're able to be vulnerable. It's just, that's just how it's going to be. And most of us, and let me know in the comments, have been taught that vulnerability is a weakness and that somebody's going to get me if I'm vulnerable. Yeah, that is really scary for a lot of Black women, women of color, So I want to honor that. But what we do in the program is help you overcome that fear so that, and using dating as a platform to be able to learn how to trust yourself to do that. That's how you make the connections, right? So again, it's not about the man. It's about the woman that you become so that you can make the connections. It's not just in dating.
It's getting scammed. Let me say this. If you need help with like setting boundaries, Marlene, I would definitely recommend that. I don't even know. No, he's married to a man, Queen. He's married to a man. He gay. He's married to a man. Okay. But I would personally recommend Miss Jeannie. I think Miss Jeannie is very professional. I will trust her more. This is her page. Miss Jeannie Clark, right? This is her name. She is very, very professional. She has real experience. If you really struggle with boundaries and things like that, right? I would prefer that you listen to Miss Jeannie. Like, she seems serious. It's not that you can always trust what you see, but child, there's something about her that I really like. Okay.
Tell people what you want.
Exactly.
These 5 simple.
You see the Miss Jeannie, I mean, of course, just because somebody is beautiful does not mean they're not evil. She could be evil, but I'm just saying, like, she presents very well. She's extremely gorgeous. She presents very well. She talks really well. She has invested in her setup. She's invested in her camera. She has invested in her editing, right? And she does give a lot of great coaching advice from career to your personal life and things like that. I would start off with Miss Jeannie than Anwar. Anwar, his energy, like, he doesn't give serious. He does not give serious. So I think they're really scamming.
Simple words might be the most powerful career advice I've ever received.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it for a moment. How often have you sat in your cubicle or office wanting a new opportunity, a different project, or even a promotion, but never actually voiced that desire to anyone who could make it happen?
Exactly.
Many of us fall into this trap. We work hard, exceed expectations, and then wait, hoping someone will notice our efforts and reward us accordingly. But here's the truth.
Here's the truth.
Even the best managers and mentors aren't mind readers. Where energy flows, attention goes. I believe that the act of voicing
what she said. Where energy flows, attention goes. So if you put your energy into negative things, well, your attention will go to negative things. Y'all gotta be some of y'all over here in the comments, like, y'all need to be very mindful of your energy. Okay, this is beautiful. Where energy goes, where energy flows, attention goes. Okay, I'll remember that. Where energy flows, attention goes. Okay, I got it. Oh, she's very classy, Kevin. Very, very classy. So, like, for me, I would prefer people start with Miss Jeannie, and then if you need more, she probably has like coaching and stuff. But if Miss Jeannie says she charged $10,000, I ain't gonna lie, I will fall for it. But Anwar, I don't trust it. I do not. It's too gimmicky.
What you want serves as a powerful focusing mechanism for our energy. When we verbalize our desires, we direct our attention precisely, allowing previously scattered energy to consolidate around specific goals.
Okay.
The universe can respond more effectively to this focused attention, bringing resources, opportunities, and connections that might otherwise have passed us by.
Yeah, okay.
So lean in today, because I'm going to share why clearly communicating your professional desires is not just helpful, but essential for career growth.
Okay.
Stay with me, and I'll show you how these 5 words changed my career trajectory and how they can transform yours too. Hi, I'm Jenny Clark, a conscious leadership expert who spent 2 days.
Conscious leadership. Okay. Go ahead, Miss Jeannie. Flex.
Do you want the inside scoop on leadership plus some juicy tips and hot takes you won't hear anywhere else? I've got a newsletter that's basically your personal career coach in your inbox. Just click the link in the description to join in. Oh, and if you're loving this content, I know you are, check that subscribe button. It's like giving me a virtual fist bump, ensuring you won't miss out on any future videos. Let me take you back to my mid-20s. Fresh out of business school.
Okay.
I started my career in banking, but after 2 years, I decided commercial real estate was where I wanted to be.
That's the problem.
Through networking and persistence, I landed a new position at LaSalle Partners, now known as...
Miss Jeannie too, because she's very poised, very classy, very elegant. She has her emotions in check because she's a mature woman. They're like, oh, she thinks she's better, or she's looking down on me. These girls, they're very insecure, so it's really hard. They'd rather go bond with a goofy ass gay man than to actually sit with a mature woman that can truly help them get what they want. But no, they're gonna have a complex, oh, she thinks she's better, or she's looking down on me, oh, da 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 da. But it's like, no, she's not looking down on you. You just feel insecure when you get next to her. It's you. You're the problem, Okay. But I'm like, she's very, like, she knows her stuff.
As Jones Lang LaSalle, or JLL, a global commercial real estate and investment management company. This was a big deal. JLL was considered fairly elite and exclusive, particularly for a woman in what was then an overwhelmingly male-dominated industry. My parents were proud, and I was thrilled to join the asset management group, which handled on-site property management of commercial properties.
Yeah.
I was assigned to a suburban office complex, and while I had a steep learning curve, I benefited from the guidance of a seasoned property manager who showed me the ropes. Over about 18 months, I learned everything from lease management and tenant relations to financial oversight and facilities operations. I was gaining valuable experience, but something was missing. Being out in the suburbs, I felt isolated from the energy and opportunities at corporate headquarters downtown. Curious about other roles, I met with some downtown colleagues to learn more about what they did. That's when I discovered portfolio and investment management, overseeing a portfolio of commercial properties owned by institutional investors. This immediately resonated with me as the next logical step in my career. I knew what I wanted, but I wasn't sure how to make it happen.
Yeah.
The company had no formal process for internal transfers, and I worried about appearing ungrateful for my current position. That's when I turned to my most trusted advisor, my father. My dad had spent his career as a superintendent of correctional facilities, managing large teams in challenging environments. When I explained my situation and asked for his advice on how to navigate this career move, his response was disarmingly simple. Tell people what you want. He explained that throughout his career, he'd seen countless staff members who assumed their bosses knew of their aspirations.
You see, you guys, and this me personally, if you ask me, I think this advice that she's giving, it also applies to relationship, right? Say what you want. If you want marriage, say, I want to be married. Oh, I don't need a man, but I want a man. What does that even mean? Like, what are we even talking about? What the heck? I don't want a center man. Like, oh, girl, it's the worst thing. I'm like, what's going on here? Gotta say what you mean and mean what you say. And, right? You gotta say what you want. Like, child, I don't want to. Okay, I don't know, whatever.
Said nothing, and then grew frustrated when opportunities passed them by.
Yeah.
He urged me to just tell my immediate supervisor, but to speak directly to her boss at corporate headquarters. Taking his advice, I scheduled a meeting with my senior manager. I clearly articulated the role I wanted, explained why it was the logical next step for me, and highlighted how my performance had prepared me for these new responsibilities. He didn't make any promises, but said he would see what he could do. About 6 months later, I was reassigned to a portfolio management team, supporting one of the company's largest pension fund clients. Exactly the position I had asked for.
I think when it comes to six needs to also work on, because the thing with six is like, I feel like she wants to be a life coach, but she's gonna have to work also on being a bit more classy. Like, because you can't be a life coach and be out here and call people these bitches, you goofy bitches. Like, girl, you are crazy, right? If this is really what you want to do, you have to treat it like a business. And you can't say, oh, y'all got to pay my Patreon and to watch me get my makeup done, and this is I'm going to give you advice. Once again, it gives a hustle, right? And I think, I might as well say it. One of my main issues with so many Black business owners is that they do not show professionalism in building their brand. If you truly want to be a life coach and you want to help these women, you're going to have to show up on YouTube at least 5 days a week, right? And keep talking about these things, but also do it in a way that's like, it gives professional. Why would you need a Patreon? Who's going to pay for you to do your makeup and hear you talk? Like, what is this, right? Otherwise, Six does give great advice sometimes. But then sometimes also it does feel like she hates women. So I don't know. And she likes to insult these people. And also some of her outfits also, we don't always have to see her cleavage like that. Or she'll like wear a short outfit and put the camera right in her legs. It's like, can you put a prayer cloth and stuff like that? Like, it's just, she needs to be a bit more classy. Very pretty, but it still gives ratchet. So she needs to work on that. You see how like Miss Jeannie is? I think if Six presented herself that way and she kind of tempered, at least try to reduce how often you call people bitches, you know, I think that would really help. But she does offer a nice perspective though. I mean, I listen to her, but I think because I really feel like she wants to be a coach. I really do. Like, Six is so funny to me because sometimes I feel like for as much as she doesn't like the woman, she still wants them to accept her. I think she was probably bullied growing up. I think she's probably bullied. But she's like, I fuck y'all bitches. But it's like she really wants people to like her because I think she wants to help women. I really think she does. Right? But when she doesn't get that, she just starts cussing people out. And that's something that she needs to work on. Yeah, she needs to work on that. Like you see how Miss Jeannie is. Like if she could study Miss Jeannie and show up like every day, like at least like treat this like a job. Yeah, exactly. She needs to work on that. You got to show up every day, Monday through Friday, like it's a job. And you got to dress accordingly also. Like it's too much. It's too revealing. It's just too much. And that also speaks of her own insecurities. Like she's very pretty. We get it. You don't have to do all this, right? But you know what I'm saying? You have to really build a brand. Not just for AdSense and views, but like you can write a book, you can have seminars and things like that. Like I said earlier, singular focus. See me, I would do coaching, but I don't really care to coach or whatever. But her, I think like she really cares. But if you do a video once a month, I don't know how that's gonna go.
This principle extends far beyond my personal experience. Consider the case of Maria, a brilliant software engineer I once mentored. Maria consistently delivered exceptional code, often staying late to help others, and taking on the most challenging aspects of projects. Everyone on the team recognized her talent, but after 3 years, she remained in the same position while watching others advance. When she discussed her situation, I discovered that while her managers appreciated her work, they had no idea that she wanted to move into a leadership role. They assumed she preferred being an individual contributor since she excelled at it. Once she clearly communicated her desire to lead a team and outlines the steps she had already taken to prepare herself, things changed rapidly. Within 4 months, she was leading a small development team.
Nice.
This pattern repeats across industries and organizations.
Nice.
Why the disconnect? Many people worry about appearing presumptuous, ungrateful, or fear rejection. Others mistakenly believe that hard work alone should speak for itself, and they'll be tapped on the shoulder. And some simply don't know.
See, and some ladies believe that too. Oh, I make money. I have my degree. So therefore men should recognize that I'm a catch. No, that's not how life works. That's not how life works. And when you tell them you have to compete, what you mean? I ain't gonna do that. Okay, no problem. No problem, Boo-Boo, no problem.
Know how to initiate these conversations effectively. I got 5 lessons for you. Silence serves no one.
Ooh.
Many of us were raised with the idea that keeping your head down and working hard is the path to success. There's a common belief that if you're exceptional, you'll be discovered naturally.
Nope.
This is a myth that needs to be dispelled.
Yes.
According to research from LinkedIn, employees who actively discuss their career goals with managers are 40% more likely to achieve them than those who remain silent. Yet the same research found that only about 36% of professionals regularly have these conversations with their supervisors. When you don't express your career.
You know what I think also? I think sometimes, I know you don't want to always tell people what you want, but I think sometimes too, the putting it out there and telling somebody else, it makes you feel like, okay, I got to do something about this. And maybe that's why the life coach is, because now I told my life coach, I have an accountability partner. It could be that when you don't say what you want, you know her, Kevin, right? Miss Jenny Clark, you know her. I showed her before. I was even going to do a video because there was something that Shadur did and she talked about that. I'm like, yeah, Shadur needs to listen to her. Shadur needs her. He needs her in his life. You don't need no Shensia, right? But I think also like when you don't say what you want out loud and nobody knows what you're really working on, it gives you permission to not do anything about that. Because once you told someone, not just anybody, but a serious person that can hold you accountable. Once you have told your accountability partner, because not everybody's your accountability partner. But I will say this. I believe that when you tell someone who is very serious, who wants to work with you and help you out, and that person is a true accountability partner, I think that right there, okay, now I said it, they've heard me. They're gonna be like, okay, Marlene, where is this? Where is the that? Where is the that? So because of that, you're more likely to get things done, which makes it so that you're more likely to get promoted or this, da, 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 da. When you don't say anything about what you want, not only, especially in the workplace, I can see how people could think, hey, maybe this person's just happy passing by. Like they're gonna do enough just to get paid. Maybe this person also doesn't have confidence. Maybe also you're not saying what you want out loud because you don't want the external pressure of having to step up. Because I've learned that too. A lot of people, they say they want things, but they don't really want those things because they always believe in negative things. So that way you can say to yourself, well, what's the point of trying anyways? Because it never works out. I think Sonia said that earlier. It's always negativity, Marlon. Like, no, you choose to listen to negativity. So that way you can say, what's the point of trying? You know what I mean? It's always bad. You know, men cheat, you know. Men are all cheaters, you know. I mean, look at Diddy. I mean, look at Cassie. You know, men always cheat. Oh, shut up. These rich people and their goofy ass demonic sexual pensions have nothing to do with you. Okay, we're regular people out here. We're going to meet regular people, right? But could it be that you have to try maybe with your presentation, right? Could you dress better? Could you dress better? Could you do your hair better? Could you do your makeup better? Could you smile more, right? Could you go out more? Could you also lose weight? Would that help? Be honest, right? But I think sometimes we have an issue today where I guess maybe because the people that are out here working, but I feel like today a lot of women, they don't want dating to be stressful, but it kind of is. But maybe also it's not going to be stressful if this is how you live. Like if you live in a way where you're more mindful of how you dress, then you don't feel like you're having to put extra effort because that's what you do, right? If you make sure to be more mindful of how you make your face before you leave the house, then it doesn't feel like extra pressure because that's how you live. Maybe like right now you feel like, oh, this is too much work because truly and honestly, the way you're living is you're underperforming. Hopefully I'm making sense, right? Why is like losing weight such a big deal? Because if you're by yourself anyways, fitness should be part of your lifestyle. Why is it not? You know, and everything you do that you don't usually do, you're going to have resistance against it. And you have to accept that. But just because there's resistance does not mean perseverance should falter. You don't get the right to say, well, it's too hard. So it's not hard. There are a bunch of girls your age out here doing this. Like, shut up. Right? You got to challenge yourself and you got to step up. Like the dating game is very competitive, right? Because everybody's at their prime. Everybody, y'all, a bunch of young people, you all look good, smell good. Like it's a competition. So you have to do it until it feels like this is not even work. This is who I am. You got to show up and you got to show up in a way that's like, wow, like that right there, iconic. You know what I'm saying? Because how many people need to lose weight, don't want to lose weight? Like get into it, get in shape. Stop wasting time. It's out of order.
Your goals, you create a lose-lose situation.
Mm.
You lose because opportunities may pass you by, and your organization loses because they may not be utilizing your talents in the most effective way.
Yeah.
Remember this, your manager has their own objectives, pressures, and blind spots.
Mm-hmm.
They might be excellent at their job, but still miss what seems obvious to you, your readiness for new challenges. Even the most attentive leaders aren't mind readers.
And I'm gonna tell you this off. You know what also came to my mind? I think sometimes also a lot of women, I'm gonna say good girls, need to understand that you have to compete against the obvious choice. Like a young man might say to himself, oh, I'm young, I got money now, I got a car now. So I'm gonna go for the big booty girl. Right? That's the real thing. You have to accept that. It's just like business. I think also a lot of women who want to get married need to start reading more business books. Like seriously. Because when you start seeing it like business, it's gonna make more sense. Because you're not gonna be too emotional. You know what I'm saying? But you can understand how most young men probably said to themselves, oh, I can't wait to grow up and have some money so I can have them big head. You know what I'm saying? Child, it is what it is, right? But then maybe your job also is to make them see like, you know, yes, I get it. You think you might want the big booty, you know, but what you really want is somebody that you can build a life with. Everything is marketing, y'all. Everything is marketing, right? But if you say, oh, he likes the big booty girls anyway, so whatever, he can have them. Okay. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, sometimes you got to help people see what they truly need. Because everybody out here, we've all been brainwashed by what these corporations, the marketing departments have brainwashed us to believe that we actually need, but it's not even a need. And many times it's a liability, right? But I think it's a real thing. So sometimes too, you got to help people with that, like, you know what? But then as a young woman, if you want to be different to the big booty girls, what are you going to have, right? Maybe that's cooking. Maybe that's being sweeter. Maybe that's being like more into finance, or maybe that's you being more outdoors and things like that. You need to figure that out, right? But life is business. Like, life really is business, y'all. It really is. And you have to show people, I know you might want to go over here, but let me tell you why you might want this over here too, because this is way better. And hopefully he makes the right decision, right? But we are all being marketed to, like me, I know growing up, everybody was watching High Podium and his goofy ass music videos. So there was a thing out there, that's goals. But is that really what you want? I don't think so, right? Because most men who go after that, their lives never end well. So you decide, you really do.
They're juggling multiple priorities and team members, each with their own needs and goals. By staying silent about your aspirations, you're essentially asking someone to solve a puzzle without giving them all the pieces. Don't make your career advancement harder than it needs to be. Timing and preparation matter. While it's crucial to communicate what you want, how and when you do it can significantly impact your success. Before you step into your manager's office to ask for that promotion or new role, ensure you've laid the groundwork. First, build a track record of success in your current position. It's difficult to advocate for advancement when you haven't mastered your existing responsibilities. Document your achievements, gather feedback, and be prepared to demonstrate how you've exceeded expectations. Second, research the role or opportunity you want. Understand the skills and experiences it requires, and be honest with yourself about any gaps in your qualifications.
Is it? And honestly, you guys, people need to start reading these career books and business books. This applies to marriage. What makes you qualified to be a wife? People who want to be married, they should be able to answer that. And then if you do have gaps, it's okay. No person is perfect, but just know what they are. And how do you think you can remedy that, right? So, I think I'll be a great wife because this, and that. However, I think I can work on this. Self-awareness. Nobody's asking you to be perfect, but it truly is beautiful to deal with people who know, yeah, this is something I struggle with, but I'm working on that. It's the same thing these coaches were expecting from Shadur, right? Yeah, I'm a great quarterback, but sometimes I don't do X, Y, and Z. And during my training period over the summer, I'm going to work on that. That's it. Oh, well, I guess you're not the right team for me because you ain't trying to change your whatever you're like. What is this? Like, what is going on here? Okay. Nobody expects perfection. It does not exist. Like, nobody is perfect. But what people do enjoy is someone who says, that is true. I have to work on this. And I'm working on that. But thank you for pointing that out, though. They don't get butthurt about it. It's a beautiful thing. No, that's crazy. Self-awareness. It's like a breath of fresh air. It's amazing. It really is amazing, right? Because there's what you want, but there's what you also have to keep working on. And if you do that, you're going to be better because of it, right? So people need to start, because it's the same thing, like, because being a wife is a full-time job. Being a husband too is like, oh, I want to be a husband. Okay. But what do you also have to work on? You know what I mean? And that's the thing. It's real.
This preparation shows that your request isn't a passing whim, but a thoughtful career move. Finally, choose the right moment. Annual reviews are an obvious opportunity, but don't limit yourself to formal evaluation periods. After successfully completing a major project or when the department is planning future initiatives, are an excellent time to discuss your ambitions. Remember, asking for what you want isn't about demanding immediate results. It's about starting a dialogue that keeps your goals on your manager's radar.
You see, is Ninja here? Where'd she go? Is Ninja still here? She went to bed. You can't demand stuff out of people. You hear this? Oh, why didn't you marry me yet? Why didn't you propose yet? Don't see this? You see, you heard her, right? I'm like, everything she says that applies to a relationship. You can't demand stuff out of people. Okay? You're like, okay. Hopefully you heard what she said, right?
To discuss your ambitions. Remember, asking for what you want isn't about demanding immediate results.
You see, if you don't do it this, I'm out. Well, there you go. You see that? Asking for what you want isn't about demanding immediate results. Okay? It could just like, it's a way to start a conversation, but at least like, I would love your consideration. Like, can you consider this matter because it means a lot to me? But it can also start a conversation. Well, the reason why I haven't proposed because and then you can, oh, what you mean? You can't do that. That's excessive. Oh, interesting. Well, why are you bringing this up now? Okay. You gotta, right? People telling you how they feel doesn't mean that they think less of you. That's just how they feel. Breathe, receive it. You're going to be okay. I promise you. Woo. All right. There you go. This is crazy.
It's about starting a dialogue that keeps your goals on your manager's radar.
Mhm.
Be specific and strategic.
Mm.
Vague statements like, I want to advance, or I'd like more responsibility. Don't give your manager much to work with.
Mm.
Instead, be specific about what you want and why you believe you're ready for it. For example, rather than saying, I want to lead the marketing team because it would be a good next step for my career. Try, I believe my experience in digital marketing and team collaboration would help the marketing department meet its goal of increasing online engagement by 30% this year.
Okay.
This example specifically outlines the role, the skills that you've developed that aligned with that position and how this move would benefit you and the development of the company. Just like when I approached my senior manager about moving to portfolio management.
Okay.
I didn't just express general dissatisfaction with my suburban assignment.
Okay.
I specifically outlined the role I wanted, the skills I had developed that aligned with the position, and how this move would benefit both my development and the company.
You see.
Additionally,
You see, also, like, you see that's, and I think this is also, are y'all still here? You guys are asleep. It's okay. You can watch the replay. I also think this right here, it also matters. Why didn't you propose yet? Why didn't you marry me yet? Then people start being crazy. Oh, gotta stop, right? But like she said right here, the reason why I think we should be married is because this can help us achieve this and this and this and that, right? It's like where you show the person like, this is why, this is how it's going to help all of us. I hope you understand what Miss Jeannie is saying, right? Because I'm like, this applies to everything. It's not just working. This applies to relationships, right? Why haven't you proposed yet? Or like, you know, oh, I would like for you to think about when, okay, why have you proposed? Because I felt like our relationship is going really well. And I felt like, you know, we both wanted to get married. Is there anything that you want to share with me? You know what I mean? Like, we got to be like even kill, like bring it like, okay, right? Exactly. Yes. But it's like, okay, I think we should be married. I think you and I will make a great couple because we have this love of this, or we have a love of children, or we both like see ourselves living like this. And, you know, we both would like to do X, Y, and Z. We have this passion for this and that. We have a common interest in this and this. So, you know, I think it will be a great match for us. You know, you see how she's talking like this? I think most people, men talks like this to a woman, or woman talks like this to a man. I think everybody will be so receptive to being talked to like this because it's not degrading. It's not demeaning. It's not aggressive. It's not like, like, oh my gosh, you know, I don't want Ninja to be mad at me again, Church. You might be gone for 2 weeks. But, you know, one time even Ninja let it be known, you know, because her boyfriend, he's white, you know, and so he's not into that confrontational culture. Like, you know, a lot of white people don't like confrontation. So when she starts the whole Nigerian stuff, he kind of shuts down, you know, no, don't want to be mad at me, child. But you see, I told her that. I'm like, we have to learn that the people we date also, they have their language. And sometimes see, she's here. So she'll be mad for 2 weeks. I'm like, let me be careful now. Child, let me be careful. But I told her that. I'm like, you got to be very careful because we as Black people, sometimes we can do all of this. And for some people, it's truly overwhelming. And when you're, because that's your culture, everybody does it, so you think it's okay. But sometimes we got to take a step outside the Black circle and be like, if I was not even Black myself, would I be okay with this behavior? You know, because we don't have self-awareness. Oh, this is natural to me, so it should be natural to you too. No, that is narcissism. We have to stop. Sometimes, yeah, it's a real thing. Sometimes you got to take a step out of the circle and be like, if I was not Black myself, would I find it okay to talk like this to a person? You know, I think as Black people, we have given ourselves so much leeway to be so disrespectful towards each other. And then we do it with other people who are not Black. And we wonder why they shut down or why they're scared of us, because it's overwhelming. Like, it truly is overwhelming. And you even have a lot of Black people too, who are very even keeled. So even they are Black, but they're also overwhelmed because it's just too much. It really is too much. It's not normal. Like, it really is not normal. So if you're Black and you date a white person, you have to understand, like, their style of communication is very different than ours. And so if you do all of this, the person might really shut down because it's for them, it's overwhelming. It truly is overwhelming. And we have to, like, okay, he's not Black. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I say all the time, y'all heard me say this many times, love is not enough. Culture is real. Culture is real. Even me, I'm Black, Jimmy's Black, but I'm he does have West African ancestry, but my point is, like, let's be so for real. Like, he's African-American Black. I'm West African Black. So even that too, it was the culture thing was real. That's why I say love is not enough, y'all. Culture is real. So if we can be two Black people, because one is West African and one is African-American, it was hard for us. Now imagine being Black and one is white. Huh? Girl. Okay, this stuff is real. It is very real. And we have a way where we do conflict. They don't do that. We have a way that we talk. They don't talk like that. Okay? Sometimes we raise our voice and we think it's funny, but for them it's like, oh my gosh, like, I don't know. Okay? And you got to be mindful of these things, because culture is real. Culture is very real. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you have to, like, even when you're around Asian people, Asian people too, they don't talk a lot. Even when they're really hurt, they don't talk a lot. Even when they're really mad, they don't talk a lot. We're very expressive. Cool. But if you decide also to go over there and marry Asian people too, you're going to have to learn the way that Asian people do conflict. And everything is not racism. It's just that in their culture, people argue differently and people talk about things differently. Oh, okay. Because sometimes we also got to step out of our own circle, like our Black circle, and be like, oh, you know what I mean? So I think that's the thing too. It's like, okay, I don't want Ninja to be mad at me, but you did say it in the chat though, so you're not gonna be mad, Joe. Let me go on for 2 weeks now. But she was like, oh, her first boyfriend, he didn't propose in this amount of time, so she got mad. So you don't propose, she got mad. She like, oh, I'm done with you. I'm like, oh my gosh, okay. And then she was like, oh, but my best friend, so as soon as she broke up with the guy, then the best friend is like, she got proposed to. She's like, what? Oh my gosh, Charlotte be mad at me now. Okay. Yeah, some Black people are very calm. Some Black people are very, very calm. And that's why you have some Black people too who are very afraid of hood people, because hood people are a little too much. It's just too much for them. We have a lot of Black people who are very calm. We have lots of Black people who love to read books. They love to stay to themselves. They love classical music. Like, they're very, very chill. So when people start doing too much, like, like, it truly is overwhelming. And we have a tendency also as Black people to not respect quiet Black people. We don't respect them, and we don't respect their boundaries. And we don't respect the fact that they love peace and they like to be in a serene environment. We think, oh, when you're Black, you have to be loud, chaotic, this and that. There are so many quiet Black people who enjoy jazz. They enjoy strolling in the parks. They love things that are very quiet. They love to be very pensive. They don't talk a lot, but they listen a lot. We have Black people like that. And many times they get bullied too for not being so rambunctious. But it's like, but not everybody wants to be on that kind of time. It's too much. And many times it's overwhelming. That's why you have some Black people who also have Black fatigue, because it's overly stimulating. If that's the best way I can put it, right? It's too much stimulus. Like, this is too much. I'm overly stimulated. I don't know if that's ever happened. Even me, it's happened to me. I'm like, okay, I'm too stimulated. Like, maybe I have ADHD, maybe I'm autistic. I don't know. But sometimes I can feel overly stimulated. Yeah, but I also feel like sometimes you have, I think we've kind of determined that you have a style of, like, confrontation that can be, it's very, like, binary. It's this or that, right? You have to understand nuance, okay? Miss Cornell, you gotta, you know. You have a lot of emotions. You really have a lot of emotions, you know. I think sometimes we also need to say, okay, what are you afraid of? Like, even if I'm not the one, because sometimes it's not even me. You might be the problem. Like, what is it about commitment that scares you? And you can just tell me what it is. Yeah. Because she doesn't see it, but she's very binary. With her, it's like this or that. Oh, I gotta go. I'm like, it's not her fault. She went to Cornell, so it's not her fault. Like, if she had a serious Ivy Leagues or like liberal education on steroids, like it is not a joke there. I mean, Cornell is a beautiful campus. It's so gorgeous, right? But it's like having an Ivy League liberal education, y'all, in New York. Like, yeah, she had a liberal education on steroids. It's a lot. It is a lot. And if you notice carefully, like liberals have a hard time with nuance. Even with politics. You didn't vote for Trump? I need to kill you. Like, you see how many people killed? Do you see how many people killed their parents for voting for Trump? Like, yo, this is so crazy. These people are insane. Liberals, they really struggle with that. You know what I mean? Yeah, liberals have a hard time with nuance. Oh, you're either with me or you're against me. You voted for Trump? I hate you. Vote for Trump? You can't come over for Thanksgiving. No, you didn't get the jab. Don't come over. I'm like, what is wrong with these people? Yeah, you're very binary. I'm like, what are you doing? They didn't teach y'all nuance at freaking Cornell. Like, what is going on over here? You do. It's too much. Yeah, it's overwhelming. I'm like, this is overwhelming. They struggle with nuance, Kevin. You voted for Trump. I hate you. You voted for Trump. How can you kill your daddy because he voted for Trump? That girl stabbed her daddy. I'm like, this is insanity. This is insanity. You voted for Trump. You hate me. If you voted for Trump, you're against women's rights. I hate you. I'm like, this is extreme. As if everybody who voted for Trump, they just voted for Trump to hurt them. Are you serious right now? But I'm like, liberals, like they really, because you've gotten better. But I'm like, liberals, they struggle with nuance. It's either this or it's that. Nothing else. No. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is going on with these people? This is just weird. It's too much. This is not sustainable. Oh my gosh. I'm like, this is not sustainable. Life is not that easy. Like, life is not binary like this. You're dealing with human beings. It's a complex people, you know? Child. When I tell you, Ninja is just too damn funny. She's like, no, you didn't propose. Done. No, I'm done with you. I'm like, what the frick is wrong with this girl? This is too funny. Yeah, no, they're extreme. They're radicalized, Lonnie. It's not even a joke. Oh, there was this one even girl on TikTok. Her friend voted for Trump. She's like, oh, so you hate me. You hate women. You're against women's rights. As if abortion is the only kind of women's rights that's out there. Are you kidding me? A friendship of like over 10 plus years. She's like, no, he hates me. I'm like, 10 years of knowing him. You're not going to give him the benefit of the doubt? So because he voted for Trump, you think people, oh my Lord, oh my gosh, he hates me. He hates women. He's against women's rights. I'm like, how can he be against women's rights? Like, what the hell? Like, what is going on? Well, they really, like, and it becomes hysteria. And it's really sad, you guys. Like, it's really, really sad. Yes. So when you go to an Ivy League, you guys, you get a liberal education on steroids. It is not a joke. It is not that they brainwash you over there. It's really bad. And then they tell you, oh, look at you. You're in an Ivy League. You're smarter than everybody else. You're smarter. You're smarter. You know it all. So like that too, like their ego. It's really, really bad. You know, it's really bad. And it's in New York, you know, upstate New York. So the kind of brainwashing she got. And plus everybody thinks like that. So they're reinforcing your lack of like understanding and your lack of like, I guess like, you know, like, yeah. Like, no, people reinforce that kind of thinking, and it's really, really bad. But it's like, it's really bad. I mean, maybe. But just because he says he's going to propose in 2.5 years, he could change his mind. You know? And that's what I told you. But you see, like, and that's the thing is like, that's why I told you, you cannot continue to be an atheist. You see my point? Because human beings say, okay, in 2 years, I'll do that. In 5 years, I'll have a baby. In whatever, right? But when you have faith, you say, okay, I would love to do X, Y, Z in 5 years. But hey, that's God willing. You see even how Arab Muslim people talk? Muslim people always say, inshallah, God willing, right? But when you ignore God, you say, oh, well, in 2 years, I'm going to do this. And da-da-da-da. Everything is so rigid like that because there's no room for faith. So you see what you see in him? Imagine if he had faith or whatever, right? But that's what I'm trying to tell you about this. Oh, I'm an atheist. Because when you no longer believe that, you don't believe in God. Now what do you believe in? Science, this, that. And those things can be so rigid. And you see how that bothers you now? You see my point? There you go. Right? But what I'm saying is, but again, because you choose not to be a Christian anymore because you're in your feelings. But what I'm saying is, if you could go back to being a Christian again, you'd be okay, yeah, he's saying 2.5 years, but he can change his mind. And God can change his heart. Like, whatever. People say things and do something completely different. It's not a big deal. Right? People can say whatever they want to say. And then tomorrow they do something completely different because people change. But that's the thing with science. Everything is a model. Boom, 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 boom. And it doesn't make room for it. But yeah, of course you got frustrated because you don't want to have faith. That's why I was telling you, being an atheist, do you really want to do that? We thought, oh, I don't want you now. I want the best for you. You know what I'm saying? She don't need to date older. She needs to calm her ass down and have some faith, right? He could also have his own stuff that he's afraid of. And also, she can be a little too much sometimes. So maybe he wants to see her like, okay. Because she has a control problem. She really has a control issue. Y'all need to tell her. Like, before I tell her that she gets mad at me, she has control issues. But when you have faith, you understand. The man can say 2.5 years, but it can happen in 6 months. Because miracles do happen. People change their hearts. But you've made a choice to be an atheist. So now here you are. That was my point. And then you got mad at me. That was my point. He couldn't tell me when I was offended. Couldn't tell me what he needed to work on. Maybe he doesn't want to tell you, and you have to respect that. He has the right also to his privacy, right? If there's a certain journey he wants to take alone for a season, he should also be able to do that. You have control issues. Yeah, maybe that's what you need. Maybe that's what you need. Because you have control issues. Maybe you need somebody who's going to teach you, like, as a woman, fall back. You don't get to control the timing over here. Maybe that's what you actually need. Like, the more I think about it, good. Maybe that's it. Maybe he does that to teach you a lesson. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what you need. You ever thought about that? They are crazy, Kevin. They are truly crazy. When do you think a man should know when? What makes you think he doesn't know? You know what I mean? But you know, like, because, you know, Stefan used to have, like, I don't know, maybe my son was autistic, what do I know? But he used to get really triggered. So Jimmy used to mess with him a lot. Stefan I think he used to stymie too. I was like, because I didn't really, I'm like, he used to cry and do all that kind of stuff. And Jimmy used to mess with him. So then you mess with Stefan, it doesn't bother him. Sometimes you need someone that can get under your skin because that's something you have to work on. You have control issues, Ninja. You need to stop. And as a woman, you can't try to control a man. That makes you masculine as fuck. Your life coach didn't tell you that. Your therapist didn't tell you that. Stop trying to control people. Okay? Yeah, some don't care anymore. You're like, don't call me that. Because Stefan, yeah, he used to stymie too. Like, he did. Maybe he was autistic. What do I know? But I'm like, nowadays, he's very chill. Stefan's very calm. But he used to cry a lot. Not like everything used to really offend him and he be in himself. And it's like, whatever. James messes with Jimmy bullies everybody in this house, though. He bullies me also. He gets under my skin. Then you'll go bully Stefan. Then he'll go bully James. Then you'll go mess with Maverick. He likes messing with Maverick. Like, he'll put the blanket on Maverick. And then Maverick's like, you know, that's what James does. But I also, like, you know, one time I even said to him, oh, because with Rumi, I was like, that reminds me of Stefan a little bit. Because Stefan used to get, like, really, really excited. Or he used to do this. He used to be out here doing this. Like, what is wrong with this kid? But he doesn't do that anymore, right? But his daddy used to mess with him a lot. Okay. But like now it's like he doesn't do it anymore. Oh, yes, he'll mess with Maverick too. James messes with he even messes with Shushu. James bullies everybody in this house. But then you get to a point you kind of get used to, oh, daddy, please leave me alone. You're too much. Right? But I just laugh at it. But sometimes it's good to have someone get under your skin until it doesn't get under your skin anymore. So maybe the fact that he is passive is good for you because it will teach you to have faith. You can't control everything. You need to work on that. You have an issue. It's too masculine. But and he doesn't want to tell you. And you know what? And maybe that's why you'd also have an issue with God. Because with God, there's no set date. You pray, and you wait. Is that why you also don't like God? You need to go talk to God. You go talk to God. Okay. Well, I'm just saying. They have control issues, Kevin. They really have control issues. You need to learn to wait. You need to learn to wait because you're too much. Oh, you think he's good for you? Actually, I think he's good for you. He's gonna calm your ass down because this is just too much. Yeah, you need to stop. Yes, you need to stop. Maybe he doesn't even mean 2.5 years, but it just gets under your skin. Maybe it amuses him. You say he's a math major, right? So he has a PhD, like he's doing his PhD. Maybe just messing with your ass. Maybe he already knows, but you have control issues. And it could be that as a man, he doesn't want you to boss him around because it's emasculating. Never thought about that, Miss Atheist? Think about that for a second. Yeah, she does too much. She's a bully. She's a bully, She bullies people. And because she can't bully me, she got mad at me. That's why she didn't pull up in the DMs. Otherwise, she was trying to bully me. You can't bully me. You are crazy. Yeah, Jimmy likes to bully me. He bullies everybody. Me, Trey, James, Maverick, Shushu. We all get bullied in this house, Chad, but we survive. We take it one day at a time. Yeah, they like that. But I'm like, he messed with Stefan so much. Like now, a lot of things don't make him upset anymore, which is beautiful. Because Stefan used to cry. Like he used to get really upset, really sad. You do one reproach to Stefan, he just like crumbles in front of you. He's like, what is this? Yeah, because you're too much. Stop trying to control people. Stop trying to control people. You have control issues. You need to stop. You liberals are too much.
Aim your request in terms of organizational benefit instead of focusing solely on how a new role would help your career.
Exactly. You want to be married early for what reason? How does it benefit him? Did you answer that question? That's what Miss Jeannie, you need Miss Jeannie in your life. Okay. But that's good too. But either way, stop trying to bully people. You need to stop trying to control people. It's not cute. It really is not. Stop doing that because it really is emasculating. Let him come up with the time. Calm down.
How your skills and enthusiasm would add value in the position you seek.
There you go.
Connect your ambitions to business objectives or challenges the organization faces.
Okay.
This strategic approach demonstrates that you're thinking about the bigger picture, not just your own personal career move. Build a support network. While directly telling your manager what you want is crucial, building a broader network of advocates within your organization can amplify your message. Identify mentors and sponsors who can champion your cause behind closed doors where important decisions are often made. These relationships should be cultivated authentically over time, not just when you need something. Share your career goals with those individuals and ask for their guidance. They can provide valuable feedback on your readiness for the new roles, help you identify development opportunities, and potentially advocate for you when positions become available. In my case, while I directly told my senior manager what role I wanted, I had also built relationships with several portfolio managers who knew my work ethic and capabilities. Their informal endorsements likely reinforced my formal request. Remember that support networks aren't just about advancing your career. They also build essential perspective, helping you refine your goals and approach.
When he said, okay, let's do the math. When he said 10 years, how old were you? When he said 10 years, how old were you? Because you got to think about this, Miss Liberal. How old were you when he said 10 years? Ninja, you're just too funny. You crack me up. You're so hilarious. Oh, control. How old were you when he initially said 10 years? Oh, you were both 27 when he said 10 years. Okay, I thought you guys were like in your early 20s. Okay. That's a little different. I thought y'all was like early when you started off Cornell and stuff, like in college and stuff. Yeah. But maybe also, I think also maybe with this guy too, like he just didn't want to be married because maybe he's afraid. You know, I think a lot were his parents also divorced? Were his parents divorced also? Because a lot of white people, their parents are divorced. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think he had his own personal issues. I don't think it had anything to do with you. I think he had his own issues. Like he was very afraid. He could have really loved you though, but he was really afraid. And the problem is sometimes you have to control your thoughts to not let the fear get the best out of you. Okay. But 27, yeah, he was probably really afraid of something.
Based on organizational realities you might not see from your current position. Follow up without giving up. Expressing what you want is rarely a one and done conversation. Persistent, but not pestering. Follow up demonstrates your continued interest and commitment. In my story, 6 months passed between my initial conversation and my reassignment. During that time, I periodically checked in with my senior manager, not to pressure him, but to reiterate my interest and discuss any interim steps I could take to prepare myself for the role. These follow-up conversations serve multiple purposes. They keep your goals front of mind for decision makers. They demonstrate your sustained interest as opposed to a passing fancy, and provide opportunities to gather feedback on your progress toward readiness for the role you seek.
You see, and that's the thing too, like even in the dating phase, and you know I really like this man, but he hasn't called me, so I'm not calling him. But he didn't text me, so I'm not texting him. This is crazy, okay? Maybe he's busy. If you are free and you want to text him first. Hey, how you doing? You're good. Checking on you. You know what I mean? Or if you don't text me, I don't text him. Well, if hey, that's very, very immature. You see what she said? You check in. It's okay to check in. Because if you feel like this guy could really be my boyfriend and you like him, you haven't heard from him in 2-3 days. Check on him. He could also be sick. Oh no, he doesn't want to talk to me. Well, if he's not doing it, how you know he didn't get into a car accident? I don't know. How you know he's not sick? I don't know. But what does it cost you to check in? Oh, I don't want to be the first to act like I need him. If you marry him, you're gonna need him. So, girl, you might as well start now. Like, what the fuck? You want something? Check in. Okay. But there's something about relationships with his family that has him really, really scared. Because if his parents were really, truly happily married and he grew up seeing that with his sibling, he wouldn't have this attitude towards marriage. So something is bizarre. Something is really bizarre.
You receive a not yet response, ask specifically what you need to develop or demonstrate to be considered in the future. This transforms a temporary disappointment into a roadmap for growth. And remember, persistence doesn't mean pestering.
You see what you said? This is nice.
Need to develop or demonstrate to be considered in the future. This transforms a temporary disappointment into a roadmap for growth.
Ooh, a temporary disappointment into a roadmap for growth. Okay. Beautiful mindset. I like this. Nice perspective. I like that.
And remember, persistence doesn't mean pestering. Space your follow-up appropriately, perhaps quarterly or after completing significant projects or development opportunities that enhance your qualifications.
Okay.
Here are 4 action steps that you can take to start telling people what you want more effectively. Clarify your goals. Before you can communicate your desires to others, you need clarity yourself. Take time this week to reflect on and write down your short-term, 1 year, medium-term, 3 to 5 year, career goals. Be specific about roles, responsibilities, and the impact you want to make. Schedule.
And you see, another thing also, Ninja, I feel like, well, I think in this case, you made the right decision, you know, because if that's what he really wants to do, he needs to go ahead and do it. Because you don't know, oh, you're the reason why I didn't get to do this, and then he's going to start cheating in the marriage. So let him go ahead. I think you made the right decision. If you and your fiance are getting married next summer, obviously you made the right decision. So we're happy for you. Yeah, he had his own thing he had to work on. I don't think it has anything to do with you.
The conversation. Ask for time on your manager's calendar specifically for discussing your career aspirations. Frame it positively. I'd like to discuss how I can continue growing and contributing to the team. This gives them time to prepare and signals that you're thinking about your future within the organization. Prepare your case. Create a 1-page document outlining your achievements in your current role. the specific position or opportunity you want, why you believe you're ready, or what steps you're taking to prepare, and how this move would benefit the organization. This isn't necessarily to hand over, but to organize your thoughts for the conversation. Practice the conversation. Find a trusted friend or mentor and role play the discussion. This helps identify potential questions or concerns your manager might raise and allows you to refine your approach.
And this is what Shadur should have done before his interviews with those coaches, especially with those $30 million on the line, 30 to 50 million. You need to have people to do mock interviews. What if they ask about this and they ask about that? Because they're going to want to know if you're like, you have self-awareness about areas that you need to improve on as a quarterback. You got to be ready to answer those questions without being offended, without being triggered, without the tone of your voice changing, like chill, calm. Oh yeah. Da, 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 da. It can't just be about practice. You also have to know how to do interviews, because that way too, they're testing your ability to do these post games interviews with them journalist people. So Shadur should have done that too. He really should have.
Pay particular attention to striking the right balance between confidence and humility. Remember, telling people what you want isn't about making demands. It's about opening doors to possibilities that might otherwise remain closed.
Ooh, beautiful.
As my father wisely advised, you can't expect others to champion your career if you haven't clearly articulated your own vision for it. Tell people what you want. These 5 simple words from my father have guided my career for decades, and they become the advice.
Hey, she's really good. I love the way she talks. I love her mindset. Like, you don't get upset about stuff. Okay, I'm disappointed, but that's a roadmap to success, right? Where energy flows, attention goes. Like, really, this is beautiful. It really is beautiful. It really is.
I most commonly share with friends, family members, and those I coach and mentor. Too often, we become passive participants in our own careers, hoping someone will notice our potential and advocate for our advancement. But the most successful professionals actively seek their career paths by clearly communicating their career goals.
And you know what? Can I tell you guys something? Can I be vulnerable for a moment? You know, because I'm Aquarius, I'm a gangster. But you know, sometimes, like, for as much as like many women do get on my nerves, though, there are many women also that I really do like. I have to say, I don't just like them. I really love them. I appreciate them. Just like you guys here, I really do appreciate you guys. And sometimes it does make me sad, because I know there are a lot of ladies out here who are truly terrific. They're truly awesome. They're wonderful. I think they will make beautiful wives. I think they would make for great mothers. Like, just be phenomenal, right? The world is not just full of crazy women. It's just that the crazy woman is the one who gets most of the attention, right? And I do feel like those women do need help, because it's not so much that you're not amazing. I just think, like, you just need someone to help you, like, know how to put it out there. That's why I really do believe that coach is better. I do. But we got to be very careful too, because there are people who take advantage, right? And I think a great coach is not going to overpromise and be like, "Oh, money, wealth, 6 figures." Okay, that's just that's giving scammery to me. Okay, but I do believe that there are many women out here, especially even Black women, that are just phenomenal, very, very sweet, very loving, very supportive, right? But I just feel like they don't know how to compete. And because they don't compete, they're not get seen. And they think, "Oh, well, I'm a good woman and I go to church and I do this, so they're going to see me." You see what she heard? And I told y'all this too. I said, even in business, y'all, it doesn't matter how great the product is. It comes down to marketing. You will see a lot of products out here that are so ratchet, but their marketing is top tier. And I wish a lot of women will understand that. Like, not the crazy ones, because I don't care for the crazy ones, but the good women, right? I wish the good women who are like, "Marlene, I want to find my person." I'd be like, "Sis, you have to look at this like marketing." Okay, like, you really do, because once you see it this way, you're like, "Oh wow." Like, everything, I don't want to say everything is like business, because it makes it sound transactional, but it's business in the sense of, like, sometimes having too many feelings are like, it can hold you back. When they say, "Oh, you got to have a brand," the brand has to have a story. But we all need that as people, whether you're pitching yourself to new friends, or you're pitching yourself to a company, or you're trying to date a person. You got to know your brand, what you are and what you're not. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I'm going to say this specifically. Sometimes what many Black women do, they carry the brand of the Black sisterhood. And that right there is going to cause you prejudice. I'm not trying to be funny. It will take off the merit points. Pop, 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 pop. it's going to bring you all the way down because the brand of the Black sisterhood is too much. Difficult, hard to work with, argumentative, you know, it's too much. Masculine, controlling. Whoa. You gotta, oh, no. Divorce. You understand me? You gotta go and you gotta build your own brand as an individual, right? If you were to go get a job, how would you sell yourself? If you met a young man that you feel like, yeah, like he really could be the one, what's the brand? What is the story? What is the thing that makes you special out of all of these women? And you got to work on your brand. We got too many Black women out here. Their brand in dating is the Black woman brand. It's not even your own brand. What is your brand story? Like, you know how like you can see a Chanel bag, you know it's Chanel. You can see a Birkin, you know that's Birkin. You can see this, you know it's that. And when you have a brand too, because people confuse a brand with the business, but a brand is not just a business. It is a business that has certain promises and delivers on those promises, right? If I buy this brand, I expect to get this, and that. And sometimes too, it involves social status. You get me? Right? But if you're a Black woman and you're wonderful and you're terrific, but your brand story is the collective Black woman, girl, you're going to get demoted so fast. I'm like demerit point, like Before you know it, you're already a 5 out of 10. Because people don't associate the Black sisterhood, the Black with nothing good. And it's a real thing. And you got to have awareness about that. Got to be your own person. And you got to know what your brand is. Right? And I'm like, I was watching this one thing about like, what's that girl's name? Like Rode. And now the man talked about marketing for Rode. I'm like, this is what women need. Like, this is how women need to understand dating. Because if you understand your brand story and you understand your marketing, like you know how to market yourself, who's going to stop you? Please. Like, let's be for real.
Your career is too important to leave to chance or to hope that someone will eventually recognize your untapped potential. You must be willing to articulate your desires even when doing so feels uncomfortable. Because the truth is, most people want to help you succeed. They just need to know how. So what do you want in your career right now? Who needs to know about it? And what's stopping you from having that conversation today? If this video resonated with you, please hit the like button and subscribe for more practical career advice. Share it with someone you might think is sitting quietly at their desk, hoping for an opportunity rather than asking for one.
Well, maybe you guys can support her financially. Can you give her like an extra $300 or something? When is her son going to be done with his PhD? But we can pray for him. He can we can pray. If he's really, I mean, as a math major, if he's really ambitious, he can become a financial engineer. Because sometimes we math people too, we can be too like philosophical too. So we need to also learn how to make money. But but I'll pray for y'all. But then again, you're an atheist. So should I pray for an atheist? I don't know. But I'm going to pray for y'all. That he can find an amazing job. Maybe if you guys can give her extra money for now, you should. You should help her out. And by God's grace, I don't know, when is he going to be done with his PhD? He can find not for another 3 years. Okay. I mean, if you guys can help her out, you should. You should. God is faithful. And I will also say this, when you help your parents too, God remembers. But then again, you're an atheist, so I don't know, should I say that? But, hopefully, I don't know, what is he doing again? But if he can do more applied, I don't know if he's doing like I don't know if he's doing like the theoretical stuff, but hopefully he's doing something more applied, maybe. But going into finance can make a big difference if he doesn't mind doing it. Because if he can go somewhere where he has a lot of money, he can really take care of her. Because if he can get a job with his PhD where he's making like 300, 400, even 800,000, because some financial engineers, they make like $800,000 a year. So if he does his PhD, maybe in the summers he can see like he can't get any like internship in New York or Connecticut, like Credit Suisse and stuff like that. Because he needs to look for the jobs that give up. You see, he needs to stop. He also got to stop being delusional. He cannot be a professor. He cannot. Yeah, you should. You can help her out. If something that you can afford to give her, you should help her out. But you have to tell him, and even tell him I said that. His father is dead. He needs to step up. He cannot be a professor. He cannot be. He has to also be a man. That's his mother. His dad is gone. So he has to take care of her. And because of that, he can be a professor later. But he needs to look at like financial engineering, you know, machine learning, like stuff that these people need, like the Google people need and stuff like that. And that's where he needs to go. He cannot be a professor. Does he wants to see his mom work at 68? He needs to also be serious. Okay, he's the son. And he's her son. He needs to step up. He needs to go find a job. Financial engineering, 800,000. He needs to go over there and compete for that. And he needs to start finding like summer internships like New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Boston, like, yeah, go there and get in those banking places. He needs to go where the money resides. He cannot be a professor. Well, what? No. No. A PhD professor? Hell no. We need to stop. Anyways, no. I'm gonna pray for him. He needs to stop. This is not a joke. He'll have a PhD and be a professor for what reason? No. Like, is he okay? Like, is he seriously okay? No, we're not doing that. Not today, not tomorrow. Okay? No. Well, child Maverick and his. Let me show y'all this before I leave. Let me show y'all this. One more video before I go. Look at this. He does struggle with if he should get. It's not about giving it up. It's about being reasonable and being the man because his daddy's no longer here and his mom is 68. And if she keeps working like that, she could also die. Does he want her to die or does he want her to see the grandkids and come and help you all watch the grandkids? He can be a professor later on in his career. And actually, if he thinks about it, if he has banking experience or corporate experience, he will be even a better professor. Because now it's not just about theory, because he also needs to think about that. If he goes from the PhD straight into like being what is it called? Like being an associate professor, adjunct professor, whatever, right? He will never have career experience. So everything for him is going to be just theory. And that to me, it doesn't make you a great professor. You know, you're a better professor when you have the theory and you also have the practice. But these universities are not going anywhere. However, the pressing need of his mom needing help before her cancer comes back again. Now that's some real shit, isn't it? Also, having a family now is expensive. So he wants to marry a Nigerian woman and have regular money. It doesn't work. We like money over here. Okay? So it doesn't work. Now, after he has a great career in the corporate world, and then he wants to like, okay, I'm older now. I'm going to go be a professor and flex with these goofy ass kids. Go for it. But the prime of his life, he should. What happened? Oh, it was me, Kevin. It's my fault. The prime of his life, right? He needs more. He needs to make a lot of money. He has a PhD. He needs to make a shitload of money. Are you Nigerian? What happened? Girl, what's going on? Do you know how much financial engineers make? I used to look at this one website. I used to dream about making so much money. I used to dream about being a financial engineer. Child. Okay. You can make from $200,000 to $500,000, but some people make more. You see this? This is where he needs to go. Yo, I used to dream about doing this, you know?